Beneath the Wuzong peak of Lianxiao Mountain, the morning has arrived. Two young boys, each carrying a bucket, are approaching with a swaying gait. Both appear to be around 8 or 9 years old. Clad in coarse cotton robes, their faces still bearing the innocence of youth. The taller one is fair-skinned, with delicate features, yet his face is smeared with streaks of soot, giving him a comical appearance. His companion, on the other hand, is darker and thinner, his youthful visage bearing an innate expression of sorrow, as if burdened by profound inner turmoil. Each boy balances a large iron bucket, only slightly shorter than themselves, yet considerably bulkier as they navigate the winding mountain path. The buckets occasionally collide, producing a resonant clang that echoes through the air. Despite their seemingly awkward predicament, their faces show no signs of fatigue, and they have ample energy to engage in conversation at a tea this moment. It is the boy with the sorrowful visage who speaks first, though his lament precedes his words. Alas, another month has passed, yet I find myself merely transitioning from chopping firewood to fetching water. In about 3 months, I suppose I shall be tasked with mining the mountain. After 10 years of labor, I might eventually arrive at Kaiwan Tang, and thereafter endure another decade, hoping to catch the eye of some celestial master who might take me on as their servant. By then, you will be quite grown, his companion interjects, but this merely elicits an eye roll from a sorrowful boy. I know, if I cannot be a servant, then a young attendant would suffice. Being a servant would be 100 times better than my current state. Sun Shitty, you are not angry, are you? The boy senses he might have misspoken, yet upon seeing no sign of discomfort on his companion's face, he gradually relaxes. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment his words escaped, a fleeting pallor crossed his companion's countenance before it returned to its usual demeanor, displaying an air of nonchalance as their iron buckets clanged together with a resounding thud. Sun Shitty chuckled. Angry? Lingji, do you wish for me to speak truthfully or deceitfully? Lingji, with trepidation, responded, naturally. I prefer the truth, or perhaps a blend of truth and falsehood would suffice. Sun Shitty laughed heartily, but then resumed a serious tone. Senior brother Dan possesses exceptional talent, his ability to break free from servitude and ascend to the celestial path is a remarkable stroke of fortune. The journey of cultivation is indeed a matter of opportunity and courage. It is said that enlightenment comes in stages, and mastery requires focused dedication. If one fails to grasp this principle and remains overly calculating, what purpose would my stay on this mountain serve? This eloquent declaration filled Lingji with profound respect. Yet soon after, he harbored doubts. But is this the truth or mere pretense? Sun Shitty simply smiled, quickening his pace towards the gently murmuring stream ahead, which flowed into a nearby pond several dozen yards wide. The soothing sounds of the water were incessant, and already a group of over a dozen young disciples were gathered by the pond, laughing and playing, their voices a lively cacophony. Lingji hastened his steps to catch up and called out cheerfully, Sun Shitty, you must clarify today whether your words are true or false. His loud inquiry reached the ears of the children by the pond, prompting one to chuckle and reply, Lingji, do not rush. The court is about to commence. With a dramatic flair, the boy elongated his tone, causing several companions to burst into laughter. They began to gather there, iron buckets and stones, forming a makeshift throne, resembling little spirits beneath the authority of Yama, the king of the underworld, while others stood by, giggling and enjoying the spectacle. As Sun Shitty and Lingji approached, the group collectively shouted, those gathered here, if you have grievances, speak swiftly. Great lord, I am wronged. Lingji chimed in. Joining the jest, he exaggerated his pained expression, feigning tears. Li Xun deceived me, no. I am uncertain if he is deceiving me now. At this proclamation, the assembly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, one boy even tumbling from his bucket, inciting even more mirth. The court could hardly proceed, as Lingji was compelled to recount their previous dialogue. With a remarkable memory, he recited their exchange verbatim, even mimicking Li Xun's tone with remarkable accuracy. Meanwhile, Li Xun had been cleaning his bucket at the pond's edge when several curious onlookers approached him. One boldly asked, Sun Shitty, were your words true or false? Are you a sage? Li Xun paused, turning with a smile. A sage? It is not so easy to be one. Then it must be false? Perhaps it is, Li Xun replied with a grin. Oh, the crowd elongated their response, creating a ruckus. Yet Li Xun remained unperturbed, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. To truly be free of petty grievances is quite challenging. Reflecting on it, senior brother Dan has already glimpsed the profound mysteries of the celestial path. Extending his lifespan and even achieving immortality seems a matter of course, while I, on the other hand, must strive diligently, step by step. Despite our similar ages, our fates are strikingly different. I cannot help but feel envious. In truth, he was not alone in harboring jealousy. Several others nearby displayed expressions of envy and admiration. These youthful disciples, unable to conceal their thoughts, nodded vigorously, recognizing Li Xun's sentiment as deeply sincere. Li Xun continued, however, the celestial path values opportunity and perseverance over one's lineage. That I speak only truth. Senior brother Dawn, accomplishments stand before us, undeniable for all to see. In the eyes of the celestial masters, the wealth and splendor of the mortal realm are but dust. What worth is it, even if one possesses riches beyond measure? A century passes, and such wealth turns to ash, whereas the celestial masters feast on the wind and drink the dew, roaming freely, unbound by mortality. We are all outstanding talents among the myriad of mortals, chosen to ascend the mountain and encounter celestial fortunes. This alone surpasses the fortunes of nobility by 100-fold. Senior brother Dan, however, is an exceptional case, a rarity among rarities. It is unnecessary to compare oneself to him. Instead of grappling with our origins, let us strive to improve ourselves and challenge one another along the path of cultivation, which is far more rewarding. His words resonated with truth, and the young disciples nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sun Shurdi's remarkable insight. Despite their shared status as lowly disciples of the Mingxin sword sect atop Linxia Mountain, they were aware that their lineage varied widely. Some hailed from humble backgrounds, while others came from wealthy families or scholarly lineages, with Li Xun's background being the most distinguished. Li Xun was the grandson of the current emperor's brother, Prince Fu, destined for greatness and opulence. However, in a twist of fate, his grandfather, in his old age and confusion, yearned for immortality and, misled by a charlatan, nearly caused Li Xun's demise by administering a poisonous elixir meant for spiritual enlightenment. In a moment of peril, he was rescued by a disciple of the Mingxin sword sect, who recognized his potential. With the old prince's intentions set, Li Xun was brought to the sect, welcomed as a disciple. This convoluted tale, particularly given Li Xun's unique status, had become quite the captivating story within the sect. Within 3 months of his arrival, it had spread throughout the mountain, even reaching the ears of the sect's leader, Qingming Daoist, who was aware of this low-ranking disciple's royal lineage. Despite his noble background, it was peculiar that Li Xun, at such a young age, displayed remarkable humility and composure, never flaunting his heritage. His interactions with his peers were harmonious, as evidenced by the camaraderie displayed today. These young disciples were all exceptionally gifted, undergoing daily exercises to cultivate their inner energy, preparing for their future cultivation endeavors. Additionally, they carried the iron buckets to fetch water from the mountain, strengthening their bodies. By the age of 10, they would embark on the journey of opening the mountain. The so-called opening the mountain signifies the formal initiation of cultivation under the watchful eye of a mentor, a process dedicated to tempering both body and spirit, awakening latent potential. This phase serves to refine determination and resilience. Ascending further leads one to the Qiyuan Hall, where one truly sheds the mortal coil and crosses the threshold into the realm of genuine cultivation, receiving direct teachings from a master. However, during this journey, nearly 50% of aspirants will be eliminated, their related memories erased, and returned to the mortal realm. Li Xun exerted himself, hurling 2 iron barrels into the center of the water pool. The heavy objects tumbled over before sinking swiftly. Witnessing this, the others chuckled. Junior brother Sun, are we practicing again today? Li Xun smiled, tacitly acknowledging their jest. He removed his robe, donning only a pair of shorts, revealing his bare torso. Coming From a noble lineage, he was accustomed to a life of luxury, his skin delicate and unaccustomed to hardship. After months in the mountains, he had yet to adjust, appearing almost girlish as he stepped into the pool, preparing to lean forward. A sudden sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting several young ones to look up. They beheld a faint golden sword light carving a half circle in the sky before plummeting toward them. The children were momentarily stunned, only snapping back to reality as the sword light approached, prompting them to scatter in all directions. However, caught in the water, Li Xun found himself hindered, attempting to retreat, but losing his balance and landing squarely in the water, soaking himself thoroughly. "Move aside," came the cries from the newcomer. Amidst the commotion, the sword light suddenly retracted, revealing a figure who performed a series of agile flips in midair, dissipating the momentum before landing deftly on a small tree by the pool. The onlookers, having been frightened into submission, slowly began to rise, exchanging sheepish glances. One keen-eyed child recognized the figure descending from the sky and exclaimed, "It's senior brother Sean." Upon hearing this, a chorus of "Oh" erupted from the gathered crowd. Li Xun, seated in the water, tilted his head to gaze at the shoreline. The figure looked back, blinking in surprise, and exclaimed, "Is that you, young master?" The initial inquiry sounded quite natural, but the latter part was drawn out, tinged with an unmistakable tone. Li Xun offered a gentle smile. "Ah, senior brother Sean, it has been quite some time." His current state was rather disheveled, sitting in shallow water clad only in shorts, his hair tousled. Senior brother Sean, adorned in a garment woven from an unknown silk, a light azure hue embellished with cloud patterns, appeared quite resplendent. Upon closer inspection, the cloud patterns seemed to shift gently, imbued with a faint brilliance. Li Xun could not conceal the admiration in his eyes, remaining seated in the water, intently observing the robe, momentarily forgetting to rise. Noticing Li Xun's expression, senior brother Sean chuckled, "Young master, why are you still sitting in the water? The weather seems rather mild." Li Xun, upon hearing the teasing remark, snapped back to reality, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hastily stood up, stammering, "You flatter me, senior brother. Since entering the mountain, the worldly titles have lost their significance, so why speak of such things?" "Oh, you think so, junior brother? That is indeed a valid point." Senior brother Sean scrutinized the former young master, now his junior, a smile spreading across his round face, his pride swelling. Senior brother Sean, named Ji, was 15 years old and had ascended the mountain concurrently with Li Xun. More precisely, he served as a scribe and attendant in Li Xun's household, intending to ensure Li Xun had someone to rely on in the mountains. Fate intervened, leading him to encounter a distinguished disciple of the sect's second generation, Ming Song, Dao Run of the Dong Xian sword, one of the 7 swords of the mist. Recognizing Shan Ji's exceptional potential, the master was delighted and, regardless of Li Xun's feelings, took Shan Ji as a disciple, elevating him to a status far above that of Li Xun and the other junior disciples. The roles of the two were thus turned upside down. The noble heir had become a mere water boy in the sect, while the scribe had transformed into a cultivator, a most extraordinary twist of fate. Having spent 3 months on the mountain, the disparity between them began to widen. Li Xun was only beginning to cultivate his qi and establish a foundation, while Shanji had already taken to flying with his sword. Although his skill was still rudimentary, the difference was stark. One soared in the heavens, while the other remained earthbound. Yet, within Shanji's heart, this master represented a past he wished to forget. The prospect of being spoken of disparagingly gnawed at him, and the feelings he himself could not comprehend led him to harbor a subtle dislike for Li Xun. Thus, over the past 3 months, even when he had free time, he avoided any interaction with Li Xun. However, an unexpected encounter brought them face to face, and hearing each other's gentle and humble tones, he suddenly realized that Li Xun was not so bad after all. He was polite and sincere, and the thoughts of exacting revenge for past grievances seemed excessive now. The capricious nature of youth revealed itself. Moments ago, Shanji found Li Xun thoroughly unlikable, yet now perceived him as someone worthy of friendship at the very least. Indulging in his flattery was a pleasant diversion, With this shift in perspective, his smile broadened. Your insights surpass mine, dear Junior. Whatever you say shall be deemed true. Alas, I regret that these past few months, my master's teachings have been exceedingly rigorous. Even if I wish to visit, I lacked the time. Should I find leisure in the future, I shall certainly come to see you, and perhaps bring along a few medicinal pills to assist in your foundation building. Li Xun's heart soared at these words, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. Not at all. By the way, junior brother, what is it that you are wearing? Shanji inquired, noticing Li Xun's attire. Li Xun felt his cheeks flush, chuckling, forgive my appearance, senior brother. I merely intended to sit quietly in the pool to practice my techniques, hence my choice of attire. Oh, the waters here are quite frigid, you must take care of your health. By the way, what do you think of my cloud robe? Li Xun responded, with genuine envy. Such a treasure is rare, even in the imperial courts of the mortal realm. Shanji beamed at the compliment. Your discerning eye is indeed remarkable. This cloud robe is crafted from the silk of the cold jade silkworm atop the Zimo Peak. It is impervious to water and fire, adorned with cloud patterns that serve as formidable protective charms. My fellow brothers wear such garments at home, and I possess several. How about I gift you one? Li Xun sprang up in joy. Are you truly serious, senior brother? Indeed, I am, seeing the admiration glimmering in Li Xun's eyes. Shanji felt a surge of vanity swell within him, akin to a balloon inflating rapidly, filling the void left by his past insecurities and lifting his confidence to new heights. Very well. I shall bring it to you tonight. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. In a few years, when your abilities have matured, I shall request my master to accept you as a disciple, and then we shall truly be brothers in the path of cultivation. Ha ha! Though Li Xun laughed as well, he still felt a tinge of bashfulness. The more this occurred, the more Shanji reveled. In his newfound sense of superiority, his satisfaction towards Li Xun increasing with each passing moment. He placed a hand on Li Xun's shoulder and said, You must remain diligent. My time for studies has arrived, so I must take my leave for now. I shall visit you again tonight. Amidst Li Xun's numerous expressions of gratitude, Shanji laughed heartily, leaping into the air, riding the glimmering sword light as he soared rapidly back up the mountain. Even at that moment, he did not forget to cast a glance back below, where he anticipated seeing the unmistakable envy reflected in Li Xun's eyes. He could not help but chuckle once more, and with a flick of his sword technique, his speed increased several-fold. In the blink of an eye, the small pond had vanished without a trace. The murmur of flowing water echoed around Li Xun as he held his breath, gradually submerging into the cool pool. Once his head was completely underwater, the droning voices from the edge of the pool seemed to recede to a distant realm, fragmented by the currents. The tranquil depths offered a sanctuary for contemplation. Li Xun descended, eventually reaching a depth of over 10 fathoms, where he located 2 iron buckets and settled cross-legged beside them. Here, light was almost non-existent, as if he were the sole inhabitant of the universe. Only the rhythmic surge of the water served as a reminder that he was not alone. From the moment he began his meditation, he meticulously replayed the encounter with Shanji, scrutinizing every detail for any hint of impropriety. This recollection was fleeting, and soon a silent smile stretched across his face, his lips forming a dark, oval void that exuded an aura of gloom and cold. It was a genuine smile, one he only allowed himself to express in this desolate place. He mused that Shanji possessed a rather naive nature and was unlikely to change his disposition in the coming years, making him a valuable asset. The cloud robes and elixirs were inconsequential. What truly mattered was Shanji's potential to introduce him to the sect. Time was of the essence, and these 10 years would vanish in an instant. If he failed, at this thought, he shuddered and clutched his chest, as if in response. His heart convulsed violently, its rhythm accelerating beyond normal limits. The pressure seemed to propel his blood through his veins, and a sudden surge of heat transformed him into a broiled prawn. The temperature soared, as if a fire had ignited within him, consuming his muscles, marrow, blood vessels, and meridians in its aberrant embrace. The searing pain felt like red-hot needles piercing his nerves, coursing through his body. He writhed in agony, unable to utter a sound, as the pain had sapped his last ounce of strength. The torment lasted for approximately 10 breaths before vanishing like a nightmare. Only the lingering tingling of his hypersensitive skin reminded him that it was not a figment of his imagination. Those 10 breaths had disrupted his inner harmony, causing him to ingest a considerable amount of water. Fortunately, his cultivation had taken root, and he managed to suppress his exhausted mind and restore his breath-holding state. Today, the duration has increased by another breath. Regaining his composure, Li Xun trembled with rage, lamenting, "The blood fiend of the blood wraith is truly insidious and treacherous. You old scoundrel, I, Li Xun, will never let this go unpunished. One day, I will return this torment tenfold, 100-fold." Despite his venomous curses, he knew that they were mere fantasies. When confronted with the blood wraith, one of the 3 great recluses of the profound realm, he would be reduced to begging for mercy. The ordeal had scattered his thoughts, so he closed his eyes, allowing his inner energy to circulate and sustain him. Li Xun drifted into a light slumber. Any accomplished cultivator witnessing this scene would have marveled at the boy's progress, as he had clearly reached the minor achievement of harmonizing his will with his vital energy, allowing it to flow ceaselessly. As a result, his inner respiration remained as natural as his outer breathing, surpassing the progress of ordinary individuals. Li Xun was vaguely aware of the value of his state, but his precocious and guarded nature prevented him from revealing his true capabilities unless absolutely necessary. In his scattered and drowsy state, fragments of consciousness flooded his mind. He felt a blood-red cloud looming over him, filled with the eerie cries of ghosts. It transformed into a grotesque face with a bristly beard and eyes that swirled with demonic light. The face grinned and spoke in a booming voice. "How does the blood fiend taste? And where is the rhinoceros technique? Hand it over. If you fail to deliver it within 10 years, the blood fiend will obliterate your consciousness, replacing it with itself, causing your primordial spirit to perish and never be reborn. For the next 10 years, the blood fiend will devour you daily, reminding you that your life is in my hands. I grant you life, and I grant you death. Do not deceive yourself into thinking that you can betray me and live. The blood fiend is rooted in your heart, connected to your primordial spirit, and intertwined with your life. Only my heart-dissolving art can dispel it. Even if all the masters of the world gathered, they could not save you." Ha ha ha. The laughter shook the heavens and the earth. Li Xun awoke with a start, gasping for air and inhaling a mouthful of water. He swiftly regulated his inner energy and discovered that his body had recovered, even improved. He sighed with relief, but felt no joy. Li Xun had lost track of time and dared not linger underwater. He grabbed the iron buckets and ascended rapidly, reaching the surface in a few breaths. The shore was eerily silent. Li Xun glanced around and saw Ling Ji winking at him. The other children had departed. Beside Ling Ji stood a middle-aged Taoist in a robe, with a jade-like complexion, handsome features, and an air of aloof elegance. He was stroking his beard and observing Li Xun with an expressionless face. Li Xun shuddered as the Taoist's eyes seemed to penetrate his soul, chilling him to the core and disrupting his inner balance. Even choking underwater was less unpleasant than this gaze. The Taoist uttered a soft exclamation, his eyes dimmed, and he nodded, commending, "Your inner energy is stable and your foundation is solid. It seems you have put in the effort." Only then did Li Xun have the strength to examine the man. At first, he seemed familiar, but upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in recognition. Immortal Master Qingxiu. The middle-aged Taoist was none other than Qingxiu, a master of the same generation as Sect Master Qingming. He was one of the most revered figures in the profound realm, second only to Qingming and the sect. The austere and inflexible Immortal Master had already surprised Li Xun with his praise. How could he dare to be negligent? He quickly swam ashore, placed the buckets down, and bowed. "Greetings, Immortal Master. This disciple is Li Xun." Qingxiu acknowledged him, told him to rise, and studied him further. Frowning and murmuring, "He resembles an old acquaintance." Li Xun and Ling Ji could not hear clearly, but dared not raise their heads. Qingxiu pondered for a moment and instructed Li Xun to raise his head. Li Xun tensed and took a few deep breaths before slowly lifting his head. Their eyes met, and his heart grew cold once more. Although Qingxiu's face was impassive, his eyes were as cold as frost, and the surrounding air seemed to ripple with icy currents that brushed against Li Xun's skin and penetrated his lungs. Li Xun's guilty conscience made him uncomfortable, and he averted his gaze. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qingxiu's fleeting, sardonic smile. His heart sank, and he quickly turned his gaze back. Qingxiu, however, had ceased to look at him and turned to Ling Ji, saying, "Your nature is pure and simple, which is commendable. In a few months, You will undertake the mountain opening task. Remember to temper your resolve and avoid wishful thinking. Simply proceed step by step. Ling Ji responded hesitantly, unsure of what to say. As Li Xun stood to the side, he felt a tremor in his heartstrings, acutely aware that much of what Qing Su had articulated seemed to be directed at him. The notions of honing one's resolve and the folly of wishful thinking were laden with meaning. Did he perceive something? At this thought, his heart raced uncontrollably. No matter how he tried to suppress it, Qing Su, observing him, cast a glance in his direction that sent a shiver down Li Xun's spine. At that moment, even a fool would realize that Qing Su had already formed a prejudice against him. The attention of such an esteemed elder from the sect left Li Xun feeling despondent, to the point where he contemplated the gravest of outcomes. What troubled him further was that even now, he remained oblivious to where he had exposed his vulnerabilities. Still young, he sensed a vague foreboding about his future, feeling bereft of hope and uncertain of life itself, and he fought back tears, relying solely on his stubborn spirit to hold on. Through his somewhat blurred vision, he noticed a subtle shift in Qing Su's expression, as if the previous coldness had dissipated. Could there be another reason? In a fleeting moment, Li Xun instinctively adjusted his facial muscles, his lips turned slightly downwards, and his cheeks quivered gently, presenting a childlike expression of stubbornness tinged with grievance. Remarkably, this expression revealed only a hint of emotion, perfectly balanced, devoid of any artifice. This subtle adjustment was indeed exquisite, yet Ling Ji beside him could not comprehend such nuanced changes. He merely sensed a shift in the atmosphere, feeling increasingly uncomfortable despite his honest nature. Lifting his head, he caught sight of Qing Su's brows slightly furrowed. Upon seeing Li Xun's demeanor, Qing Su suddenly felt that his earlier attitude had been somewhat inappropriate. With so many similar individuals in the world, he realized he should not project his disdain for one person onto this child. In the span of a thought, a tinge of regret emerged within him. However, upon further reflection, he perceived that this child was indeed too clever, having detected even the slightest hint of his aloofness. The way Li Xun had gauged his words and expressions was remarkably astute, truly befitting one hailing from a royal lineage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the image of a long-absent figure flashed before him, stirring an unease that had lain dormant for centuries. Casting another glance at Li Xun, he ultimately resolved to speak a few words to the boy. Li Xun, disciple is present. Li Xun replied, his voice tinged with a sense of despondency. Qing Su understood this but chose to disregard it, continuing, I ask you, in the path of cultivation, fortune, intellect, and innate talent are indispensable. Do you know this? Li Xun responded carefully, disciple understands. And which of these three do you believe comes first? Fortune. Fortune is the beginning of the path to immortality. Qing Su nodded, adding, indeed, however, now that you are here, fortune is already yours. What do you think should come first between the latter two? Li Xun opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly froze. He had intended to say intellect, yet sensed that Qing Su, the immortal master before him, seemed averse to his cunning. If he were to speak his mind, it might provoke the elder's ire. Conversely, to advocate for innate talent would be insincere, risking exposure of his true feelings. In that moment, he found himself in a quandary. After a brief pause, a dreadful realization struck him. How foolish. The answer to Qing Su's question was fundamentally simple. Fortune first, intellect second, innate talent third. Intellect here does not merely refer to cunning, but encompasses understanding, perseverance, and a myriad of other qualities. Any low-ranking disciple could recite this without hesitation. Had he possessed a pure heart, devoid of ulterior motives, he would have blurted it out without the need for embellishment. Yet, he hesitated, fearful of Qing Su's insight, missing a golden opportunity. And now he feared he had already been seen through. Li Xun lamented his indecision and loss of composure, overwhelmed with frustration and fear, leaving him at a loss for words. Qing Su, observing Li Xun's countenance, perceived the clarity of his predicament and shook his head helplessly, sighing. Fortune and misfortune are but two sides of the same coin. It is one's own doing. Li Xun wished to speak, but under Qing Su's gaze, felt that any words would merely expose his inner turmoil. All strength drained from him in an instant, and he crumpled to the ground, stammering, disciple, disciple. Qing Su coldly inquired, do you still harbor hopes of evasion? Unable to articulate your previous thoughts? Disciple recognizes his error. I should not have resorted to cunning. The expression on Qing Su's face softened slightly, But upon seeing the familiar look on Li Xun's face, his heart raced, judging by appearances. These two were strikingly similar, and their temperaments might be alike as well. He could not afford to nurture a wolf cub. With his mind made up, Qing Su's expression darkened again. At such a tender age, you resort to cunning against your own teacher. Such thoughts have surely led you astray. Even if you pursue the path, you will only veer into demonic realms. What do you linger here for? At these words, Li Xun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and he collapsed, crying out, "Immortal Master, have mercy! Immortal Master, have mercy!" Ling Ji, witnessing this bewildering scene, was utterly perplexed. After only a few disjointed exchanges, his fellow disciple seemed to be crying out in despair, leaving him bewildered by the unfolding mystery. Qing Su softened his tone, saying, "You come with wealth and fortune, and you leave with wealth and fortune. Does this not surpass the lot of many? Why must you display such lamentation?" Li Xun remained silent, bowing his head repeatedly. At this moment, he dared not entertain any thoughts of cunning. Every bow was sincere, each one striking the ground with force. After a few bows, he struck his forehead against the sharp stones by the pond, drawing blood. Ling Ji, witnessing this, was so frightened he fell to his knees, trembling. Though motivated by loyalty, his face remained filled with confusion. Seeing Li Xun in such a state, Qing Su maintained an impassive demeanor. Although he felt a flicker of compassion for such innate talent, he had made a decision after a millennium of cultivation that he would not alter lightly. Li Xun's reaction only solidified his resolve. He sighed. "If you do not purge your cunning, you will only sow the seeds of demonic obstacles. Even with moral teachings, you may not be able to maintain your course. Child, while you may indeed be a rare talent, alas." His words were gentle yet imbued with an unyielding firmness. At this moment, Li Xun's mind was a void, filled only with the act of bowing, his strength unfaltering, continuing until his skin was torn and bone exposed. Yet he did not cease. Qing Su observed this and shook his head slightly, waving his sleeve to release a concealed force that halted Li Xun's self-destructive actions. Li Xun's body slackened, collapsing to the ground. As he sat there, Qing Su turned to leave. Taking a few steps before speaking again, "I see that you still possess a desire for the path. I do not wish to force you. I shall grant you another year to strengthen your body and settle your thoughts. Even if you return to the mundane world, you may still seek the welfare of the people in the court. You must seize this opportunity." In the depths of despair, Li Xun watched as Qing Su's figure faded away, resembling an illusory bubble that burst into nothingness. How he wished the events that had just transpired were merely a fleeting dream. Within merely 3 months of entering the mountain, Li Xun had lost the chance to further his cultivation due to an unexpected encounter. Following this, his very life would be mercilessly devoured by demons. Ling Ji's eyes widened as he observed Li Xun, powerless and trembling on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, saturating the earth beside the pond. Startled, Ling Ji rushed to help him up, only to find that Li Xun's face was as pale as that of a corpse. His eyes dimmed to the point of despair. "Junior brother Sun, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. What transpired just now? Why did Immortal Master expel you? This is so baffling. What on earth is going on?" Li Xun, now devoid of the energy to engage with him, abruptly thrust Ling Ji aside, swaying as he attempted to stand. After a few steps, the world spun around him, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed once more to the ground. A faint, panicked cry echoed in his ears. A bitter sensation surged within Li Xun, twisting in his chest before rising to his throat. With a heavy sigh, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The night was deep. Ling Ji, having endured a day of turmoil, was now lost in slumber, while Li Xun gradually regained consciousness. After a period of disorientation, he blinked and recalled the events leading to his fainting spell, perhaps due to a previous severe injury. He was now devoid of the tumultuous emotions that had engulfed him earlier. Yet, the weight of despair quietly accumulated within him, each wave of hopelessness crashing over him, enveloping him in a suffocating gloom. Lying on his back, his mind was clouded, but as time passed, the impurities in his thoughts began to dissipate, leaving behind stark and terrifying memories. For months ago, he had been the most favored young master of the Fuang mansion. Aside from the daily intrigues at court and his father's stern lessons, life had been relatively untroubled. However, a figure of death appeared from the heavens, capturing him and inexplicably insisting he become a disciple. "Why should I take you as my master?" The 8-year-old Li Xun, displaying an unusual composure for his age, confronted the fearsome man in red. Although apprehensive, he maintained a facade of calm. This man was none other than Blood Wanderer, one of the 3 notorious rogue cultivators. Upon hearing Li Xun's words, he erupted into laughter. "If you wish to be my disciple, what need is there for explanation?" Li Xun retorted coldly. "Though the Fuwang mansion is modest, it is guarded by 1,000 soldiers, and no one may enter freely, let alone recruit disciples indiscriminately. If you truly possess skill, seek employment as a guard. You could teach me martial arts without resorting to such thievery." Blood Wanderer laughed maniacally. "Who says I intend to teach you martial arts? Were it not for my interest in you, your foolish words would warrant the slaughter of everyone in this mansion, leaving you to wail in a sea of blood for 3 days before meeting your end." Boldly spoken. "Do you dare to rebel?" Li Xun gasped in shock and fury. "Fool!" Blood Wanderer struck Li Xun down with a single slap, conjuring a blood-red radiance that twisted in the air like a living creature. As Li Xun's face turned pale and he prepared to cry for help, Blood Wanderer pressed a hand to his chest, forcing the blood energy into his body. The searing pain that erupted within him drained the last vestige of his strength. Though it lasted but 2 breaths, it left the 8-year-old in a state of utter despair, tears streaming uncontrollably. "How does the taste of blood nightmare feel?" Blood Wanderer chuckled, and despite the pain subsiding, Li Xun could muster no strength, only sobbing softly. Annoyed, Blood Wanderer kicked him in the stomach, barking, "Silence! Listen closely as I explain." Thus, the esteemed young master of the mansion became a disciple of the Blood Wanderer. However, he imparted no martial skills. Instead, each day, Li Xun was subjected to the torment of the blood nightmare. Days later, Blood Wanderer disguised himself as a wandering priest, leading the Fuwang family into chaos while cunningly luring disciples from the Mingxin sword sect. Every aspect of this plan was flawlessly executed, leaving Li Xun filled with resentment and fear, with no choice but to ascend Lianxiao Mountain. It was only upon mingling with the inhabitants of the mountain that he began to grasp the true nature of the Blood Wanderer, a formidable villain. In the realm of cultivation, some practitioners were not affiliated with sects but pursued the path of immortality independently or had defected, forming a group of rogue cultivators. Among them were influential figures, including the infamous 3 rogue cultivators, with Blood Wanderer being one of them, a notorious demon in the cultivation world. His blood magic had reached a profound level, making him one of the most formidable practitioners, and his name instilled terror throughout the realm. Upon realizing Blood Wanderer's formidable nature, Li Xun abandoned any notion of treachery and began plotting how to acquire the Lingxi technique. Initially, he underestimated the difficulty of obtaining it. However, burdened by guilt, he refrained from seeking information and focused on refining his qi, hoping to catch the eye of a celestial master one day. Unexpectedly, on his first day at the mountain, his fellow disciples soared to prominence, becoming a favored disciple of the sect, while he remained among the lower-tier disciples, fetching water and meditating for 3 months without receiving any news of the Lingxi technique. But this unforeseen incident led to the rejection of his training opportunity by Qingxiu. Even with unwavering determination, he found it difficult to withstand such a blow. Could it truly be hopeless? A wave of melancholy washed over him as he felt tears welling up, the sorrow of his cries surpassing any he had known. As the grandson of the Fuwang, he was destined to inherit the throne. Thus, under his father's stern and nearly ruthless educational methods, Li Xun, at such a tender age, became astute and concealed his emotions adeptly. While he presented a naive facade at court, upon returning home, he was required to write reflections on his experiences, analyzing and critiquing them for his father's review. In this environment, despite being only 8 years old, he had come to comprehend the dirtiest philosophies of survival, far exceeding his years and wisdom. If things continued on this path, Li Xun would undoubtedly rise to greatness. Yet all of this was shattered with the arrival of Blood Wanderer. Upon reaching the mountain, Li Xun finally comprehended that he was merely an 8-year-old child, and that cunning and strategy were not the sole determinants of power. Just as Blood Wanderer had transcended his calculations, so too did the Master Qingxiu possess an insight that seemed to pierce through the very depths of the human heart. Thus, he could only move like a puppet under their control, awaiting his fate. Was he truly destined to wait for death? Sniffling softly, Li Xun questioned himself. But, I do not wish to die? Among the lower-tier disciples, rumors began to circulate. Do you know Li Xun? You mean that young prince who just ascended the mountain? Yes. He and Abbos has been acting strangely lately. Strangely? How so? I mean, his cultivation seems to resemble madness. How could that be? ISN and Oppos. He's still too young to begin his training? Indeed. However, Ling Ji said that Master Qingshu reprimanded him sharply, and after that, he became like this. But isn't he being a bit too serious? Serious? More like he's gone mad. I have seen Li Xun before. He was always a cheerful little lad. What happened to him? Suddenly, Li Xun, panting and carrying 2 iron buckets, dashed past on the mountain path, having made his 5th round trip of the day. The large vat on the mountain was already full, yet he did not pause, splashing water as he descended once more. The number of people on the mountain was sparse, and even if he occasionally encountered someone, he paid them no mind, acknowledging their curious gazes as if they were invisible. After all, if he could not preserve his life, what did it matter? The place where he fetched water had also changed, now significantly farther and fraught with peril. He subjected himself to this harsh regimen, forging his body and tempering his will. Even though he was aware that such methods were futile, after enduring a significant blow, he could only resort to this nearly self-destructive approach to maintain a facade of calm while suppressing the despair within. Despite his hopelessness, he did not surrender. Behind the scenes, he continued to gather information about the Lingxi method through all available connections on the mountain. With only a year left, though hope was slim, he clung desperately to this lifeline. However, his social circle peaked with Danji, who had only recently entered the fold. When interacting with Danji, he found it challenging to strike the right balance, neither appearing too arrogant nor overly obsequious. This delicate navigation caused him considerable discomfort. Li Xun was not fond of engaging with Danji, yet ever since their encounter by the pond, Danji had taken a liking to visiting him, regaling him with tales of daily occurrences and boasting about newly acquired skills. Occasionally, when Li Xun inquired about the Lingxi method, Danji would provide convoluted and superficial responses, ultimately yielding little of value. Li Xun grew increasingly vexed, viewing Danji as a formidable obstacle, yet he could not afford to sever ties. As night fell, it became the most arduous part of his day, even more challenging than his rigorous training. Days passed in this manner, and suddenly, 2 months had slipped by. Over the past several weeks, Li Xun had grown over half an inch, and his body had become significantly more resilient. Carrying a water-filled iron bucket up and down the mountain felt effortless, yet he still bore the appearance of a delicate youth. Such was the marvel of internal cultivation. With age now upon him, Lingji had recently begun preparations for his own journey to the mountain, perhaps sensing that carefree days were soon to end. Or perhaps moved by Li Xun's plight, Lingji had become more loquacious, often engaging Li Xun in conversation late into the night. One day, after completing his evening ablutions and dragging his weary body to bed, Li Xun found Lingji jumping onto his bed, sighing beside him. Li Xun turned away, feigning sleep to escape, but Lingji was already overflowing with sentiment. "Sun, my junior brother, how do you endure such rigorous training? Just think, in a matter of days, I will have to endure this pain every day for the next 10 years. I even find myself wishing to escape. Am I truly willing to face such a fate? Why not taste the bitterness of that blood nightmare yourself?" Li Xun, suppressing his inner thoughts, encouraged him. "Enduring hardship is merely a matter of habit. Perhaps it has been difficult for you these past few days, but in the long run, it becomes just that, habitual. Besides, I may seek hardship in the future, but I fear I may not find it." Lingji fell silent for a moment before saying, "Is it truly impossible to alter what Master Qingshu has decreed?" Li Xun, intrigued by Lingji's tone, listened intently. Lingji continued slowly, "In truth, ever since Master Qingshu ordered you down the mountain, I have kept a watchful eye. You may find it amusing, but I believe we are destined to be connected, and I have sought ways to enable you to remain. Thank you, senior brother Lingji." Upon hearing Lingji's words, Li Xun felt a wave of emotion, though his voice was somewhat faint and unclear. The quivering end of his tone warmed Lingji's heart, prompting him to rally his spirits. "Nonsense. Since we are fated as brothers, we ought to support each other." Wait, where was I? Oh yes, regarding the method, it pertains to something Master Mingyan mentioned, which has great relevance to you. Oh, Li Xun's eyes sparkled in the darkness, flickering with excitement. Lingji chuckled softly. "That day, Sun Quan happened to mention you, noting your struggles." Master Mingyan replied with a smile, remarking on your tenacity, claiming you possess more grit than us impoverished disciples, and wondered if you might ascend to Ziwang Peak. Ziwang Peak? How could I possibly have that capability? Li Xun was acutely aware of his limitations. According to ancient lore, The realms of the mortal world, the mystical, and the celestial existed. It was said that Ziwang Peak, located within the Xian realm, served as a gateway to the celestial realm, one of the so-called four pillars of heaven, shrouded in profound mysteries. Such mysteries were beyond the comprehension of those like them, yet they had witnessed the towering height of Ziwang Peak. It was rumored that even the sect leader, Qi Ming, took a full day and night to traverse to and from the peak. Some celestial masters within the sect maintained residences atop the peak, believed to be beneficial for one's cultivation. Li Xun had entertained the thought of cultivating there. But the distance from the low-ranking disciples' quarters to Ziwang Peak was several dozen miles, requiring 2 to 3 hours round trip. Thus he dismissed the notion. Upon hearing Li Xun downplay his abilities, Lingji sighed. I thought as much. However, the key point lies ahead. Master Ming Yin stated that within our sect, there exists a regulation. If a low-ranking disciple can, through sheer determination, ascend the peak without assistance, they may become a direct disciple of the sect leader. Even reaching halfway up the mountain would grant them status within the sect. Li Xun, startled, sat upright and exclaimed, Is that true? Lingji, taken aback by his reaction, also sat up. My dear prince, you can't be seriously considering climbing, can you? I'm not suggesting this to encourage you to court death. I merely wish to imply that, according to Master Ming Yin's hints, there may be similar regulations within our sect. We could continue to press Master Ming Yin for more information, which would be helpful. As for Ziwang Peak, even scaling halfway would take tens of thousands of miles. Climbing for 10 years or more, the dangers above could make you perish 1,000 times over. Master Ming Yin also mentioned that this regulation was deliberately designed to ensnare people. Since the establishment of the sect, many have attempted it, but only one has returned alive without giving up midway. Li Xun inquired, Who was it? Who else could it be? Our Mingxin Sword Sect's third-generation leader, the now-ascended Qizhong. It is said he spent 17 years reaching the peak, and, during his ascent, received the teachings of a celestial being, mastering various techniques, thereby greatly enhancing his prowess. Wow, at that time, he was universally recognized as the foremost figure in the Xian realm. Our Mingxin Sword Sect ranks as the premier sect in the East, largely due to his contributions. Hence, many celestial masters frequently visit there, likely hoping to benefit from some residual blessings of the celestials. After finishing, Lingji noticed the glimmer in Li Xun's eyes and slapped himself on the cheek, gripping Li Xun's arm. Junior brother Sun, heed my advice. Do not act foolishly. You are a prince, and even if you cannot become a celestial, you would still live in luxury and wealth. But if you are truly determined to scale the mountain, it would be a path of certain death. No, a place of 10 deaths and no life. Should anything happen to you, I would carry the burden of regret for a lifetime. However, Lingji's subsequent words fell on deaf ears for Li Xun, who had already begun to formulate a plan in his mind, though it required careful consideration and refinement. Over the next few days, Li Xun behaved quite amiably. At least in Lingji's eyes, he showed no signs of wishing to risk his life at Ziwang Peak, as if that night had merely been a momentary impulse. As time passed, Lingji ceased to worry about the matter, but he frequently visited Master Ming Yin, seeking various ways for Li Xun to remain on the mountain. However, this routine lasted only about 10 days, for Lingji was soon to embark on his own journey, relocating to Wanxiantai, hundreds of miles away, where he would undertake a foundational cultivation period of at least 10 years. Opportunities for him and Li Xun to meet would become nearly non-existent. Before parting, he embraced Li Xun, forcing a smile as he said, I hope to see you at Wanxiantai. Li Xun smiled back, reluctantly acknowledging that this earnest youth, just a year his senior, had left a lasting impression, perhaps even qualifying as a budding friendship. He replied, If we do not meet, wait until you finish your training and come find me in the mortal realm. By then, I may have forgotten you. But you must still bring me elixirs and rare herbs to ensure I live a long life, enjoying all the splendors. Lingji could no longer restrain his tears as he departed, glancing back every few steps. He was leaving behind his innocent childhood, filled with beautiful memories, as well as a friend who had profoundly influenced his life. Watching Lingji's silhouette fade along the mountain path, Li Xun raised his head to gaze at the majestic Ziwang Peak, its summit piercing the heavens. His smile gradually vanished as he solemnly declared, Now, I must rely on you. The following day, many disciples noticed that the already obsessed junior brother Sun had once again altered his cultivation method. No longer did he make countless trips to fetch water daily. Instead, he carried 2 large buckets, traversing dozens of miles of mountainous terrain, only returning with water at dusk. This immense exertion drained his strength even more than before, prompting others to exclaim that it was indeed a waste of talent to prevent Li Xun from opening new paths in the mountains. Consequently, Li Xun found himself increasingly estranged from his former circle. Although his demeanor remained consistently amiable, the prolonged absence from his old friends had rendered their interactions somewhat awkward, reduced to mere greetings. Yet, Li Xun paid little heed to this. His life now revolved solely around one goal, Zhuowang Peak, that lofty, unattainable summit. As time progressed, the incident of Li Xun being rebuked by the celestial master Qing Su became widely known. The oversight from the supervising master had loosened, and he no longer had to fetch water daily, even disappearing for a day or two without reprimand. Delighted by this newfound freedom, Li Xun began to test the limits of the master's leniency, hastening his exploration of Zhuowang Peak. Seasons changed, and before he knew it, more than half a year had passed, marking the arrival of winter's first chill upon the Lianxiao mountain. Li Xun was confident that this winter would not be his last here. One day, at the foot of Zhuowang Peak, Li Xun climbed atop a massive boulder, surveying the surrounding landscape. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed up at the towering peak. Nearby, the trees stood bare, while in the distance, a deep green line suggested life beyond the distant snowline. Recently, Li Xun had devoted all his energy to exploring the realm above the snowline, for only there could he truly encounter the essence of Zhuowang Peak. The flora and fauna he found were unlike any he had ever seen or heard of, their distribution patterns elusive. After considerable time spent navigating the mountain's contours, he had managed to piece together some vague clues. In the days that followed, his objective was to ascend higher, validating the information he had gathered and making necessary adjustments. Upon reaching the vicinity of the snowline, he checked his equipment before stepping into a realm beyond the imagination of mere mortals. The air here was thin, and he drew upon his inner energy to supplement his stamina, his steps upon the snow lighter than those of a spirit cat, leaving only faint footprints that the cold wind swiftly erased. Now, Li Xun resembled a ghost in the snow, his white cloak serving as an ideal camouflage. The garment gifted by Zhang Ji lived up to its reputation as a spiritual artifact. It not only repelled blades and flames, but also emanated a faint aura, conserving much of Li Xun's strength. The snow-laden terrain was home to many spirit beasts, and even the rare ferocious ones were best avoided, causing him to slow his pace significantly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he had only managed to ascend an additional 10 miles beyond his previous limit. At that moment, Li Xun lay concealed in the snow, hidden behind a frosty pine, beads of sweat on his brow, having remained motionless for half an hour. Approximately 30 paces ahead, a snow leopard lay in wait, mirroring his stillness. However, unlike him, it was poised, eyes fixed hungrily on a robust bear not far away. This bear was the largest predator Li Xun had encountered above the snowline, standing over 15 feet tall when upright. Immensely powerful and notoriously aggressive, a creature to be avoided at all costs. Yet, the snow leopard before him was not an ordinary beast. It moved with lightning speed and possessed razor-sharp claws, seemingly endowed with some special abilities. Li Xun had witnessed this very snow leopard leap from a tree and glide through the air like a bird for hundreds of paces to catch a rabbit, leaving him utterly astonished. Thus, upon sensing danger, he instinctively suppressed his presence, sealing every pore to avoid detection, and buried himself deeper into the snow. Fortunate not to have been noticed by either formidable creature, he dared not breathe, focusing intently on his surroundings, fully prepared to flee. After all, while observing the clash of titans can be advantageous, being caught in the crossfire is far from prudent. At that moment, the bear circled a dead tree, seemingly distracted by something, prompting its presence in this area. However, it soon became aware of the snow leopard, emitting a low growl. With a swift motion, the snow leopard seized the opportunity and lunged, igniting the fierce battle. The speed of the snow leopard was astonishing. Li Xun barely caught a glimpse of a white blur before blood erupted from the bear's head, eliciting a pained roar. Yet, the snow leopard did not emerge unscathed, having been grazed by the bear's massive paw, leaving it limping as it resumed its flight. The two ferocious beasts circled each other, both letting out a fierce roar before charging into a fray. Li Xun observed their fierce struggle, recognizing it as a divine gift bestowed upon him, a chance for the fisherman to reap the rewards. He wished for their battle to intensify 100-fold, hoping for both to perish simultaneously, allowing him to claim some spoils. As he contemplated how to exploit this situation, Two piercing whistles sliced through the air, drawing closer until they hovered directly above him. Li Xun felt as if two bolts of lightning had struck, the thunderous resonance causing his blood to surge. Startled, he realized that it was a skilled practitioner, adept in the art of swordsmanship. Were they coming for him? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the irony of his guilty conscience. The moment the overwhelming presence arrived, the fierce beasts, previously locked in combat, behaved more obediently than domesticated animals, immediately separating and lying still, heads cradled in their paws, leaving Li Xun utterly astounded. The sword lights danced in the sky, seemingly spiraling around this region, their brilliance illuminating the night. Waves of sword pressure emanated endlessly, and the two beasts, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, let out mournful cries before bolting into the depths of the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Li Xun nearly choked on his disbelief. How could the prize he had almost grasped simply vanish into thin air? Just as he was consumed by frustration, a man's laughter echoed from above. "Sister, your heart is still too kind. These fierce creatures have undoubtedly slaughtered countless innocent beasts. Today, they finally encounter their match. Why must you show them mercy?" Li Xun recognized the unfamiliar voice, likely belonging to a core disciple he had never encountered. Moments later, he heard a woman's soft murmur. "Bloodshed is never a good thing. Since we have witnessed this, separating them is a simple task. Why not do a good deed?" The man laughed heartily, landing gracefully atop a branch, followed closely by his female companion, who settled nearby, mere 20 paces away from Li Xun's concealed position. Li Xun understood that revealing himself would pose no threat, yet he was reluctant to present his current disheveled state, opting instead to conceal himself further, even closing his eyes to avoid drawing their attention. However, their conversation resonated clearly in his ears. The man spoke gently. "Sister, I invited you here to apologize. I recently received a message from our master, instructing me to attend to matters in the mortal realm. I fear I will not be able to accompany you to Wei Mountain." The young woman let out a soft sigh, acknowledging, "I understand now. You are the eldest disciple of my second master. It was wrong of me to have troubled you with my incessant requests." Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a sincere warmth that captivated Li Xun, even though he realized the matter did not pertain to him. Nevertheless, he quickly recalled that the second master's eldest disciple was named Wenhai, a favored student of the Xianming sword, Luo Nanchuan, who ranked second among the 7 swords of Lianxia. Shanji had once spoken of him, noting his 200 years of cultivation, a remarkable feat indeed. Furthermore, as the foremost disciple among the 3rd generation, since the Heavenly Heart Sword, Lin Gu had not taken on any students, Wenhai held a prestigious position. The young woman, known as Qi Bai, was a disciple of the Falling Sunset Sword, Ming Ru, among the 7 swords of Lianxia. She and Wenhai were acknowledged by all on the mountain as a couple destined to become dual cultivation partners, a union that was highly anticipated by their elders. Li Xun's heart sank as he realized he had inadvertently stumbled into their secret meeting place. If discovered, the embarrassment would be the least of his worries. He envisioned the worst. What if they resorted to eliminating him? While he pondered this, the couple exchanged sweet nothings, words that Li Xun struggled to comprehend. Despite his youth, growing up in the royal court had familiarized him with matters of romance. However, he could not fathom why the trivial, repetitive exchanges between men and women held such allure. Both were practitioners who had already stepped onto the path of immortality. Did such lingering affections not detract from their cultivation? Just then, a particular inquiry from Qi Bai piqued his interest. "Brother, what brings you to the mortal realm?" Wenhai sighed in response. "I am merely escorting those disciples who have been eliminated back home. I must ascertain whether their memory loss has led to any adverse effects. Although this task is not physically taxing, it is time-consuming. It will take at least several months to return." "And when will you depart?" she asked. "Perhaps in 7 or 8 days. The sect leader must cast spells on each disciple to ensure their safety," Wenhai replied. At that moment, Li Xun's mind was struck with a thunderous realization. His heart momentarily ceased its rhythm, but in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. From that point on, he found himself disinterested in their conversation. After the couple took flight on their swords and vanished for a while, he finally rose, acknowledging that he could no longer linger. He prepared to descend the mountain to gather his belongings. As he walked a few steps, an impulse compelled him to rush to the tree where a bear had been circling. He dug a few times and uncovered something intriguing. Upon closer inspection, It was a round stone, seemingly polished by human hands, yet its texture suggested it was a natural formation. Astonished, Li Xun held the stone in his palm, intending to wipe it clean for a better look. However, after merely brushing it twice, the stone emitted a brilliant glow, enveloping a radius of several feet around him in a soft luminescence. Startled by the phenomenon, he quickly tucked the stone into his robe. Strangely, the light did not penetrate his clothing. When he pulled it out again, it appeared as ordinary as before. Secretly amazed, Li Xun concluded that this was no mundane object. He hastened down the mountain, contemplating his possessions, a cloud robe, a few spirit pills, and a dagger for self-defense. His entire fortune, all gifts from Shanji, meticulously safeguarded. He murmured to himself, "If I survive this ordeal, shall I not call you brother, Shanji?" A dry chuckle escaped him as he quickened his pace, racing through the darkened forest. In the ensuing years, the figure of this prince from the mortal realm vanished from Lianxiao Mountain. Meanwhile, a rabbit, having gone 3 days without food, crouched behind a thicket, unable to resist the allure of sweet wild fruits. It dashed forward, zigzagging across the yellowed grass, racing toward a cave where a delectable fruit emitted a fragrant aroma. Outside the cave, Li Xun stood tall, a smile playing on his lips. What a fortunate find! This fruit-loving rabbit, my efforts to confine it for 3 days were not in vain. He stroked his chin, yet the smile faded as he reflected that the moment one is closest to success is often when death looms nearest, a lesson learned through 7 years of trials on Ziwang Peak. Taking a deep breath, he crouched low and glided along the grass, gathering his internal energy. With a gentle leap, he entered the cave silently. The rabbit, sensing his presence, panicked and attempted to flee but was swiftly nudged back by Li Xun's foot. Its round body collided with the cave wall before retreating deeper inside, abandoning its escape. Li Xun closed his eyes, straining to listen as the rabbit's footsteps diminished, each step leaving an imprint in his mind until it finally halted, spinning in place. He realized the cave must be reaching its end. He withdrew all of his internal energy, matching the rabbit's intensity, and moved with remarkable speed, carefully retracing the rabbit's path with the utmost caution. The cave culminated in a door crafted from azure jade, bisecting the cavern. The door bore cloud patterns reminiscent of those on his robe, signifying a powerful enchantment. He noted that the door was not only adorned with cloud motifs, but also radiated a resplendent glow, creating an illusion of an endless ocean of light. Upon closer inspection, he discerned distinct layers within the luminescence, ebbing and flowing in an eternal rhythm. Such a formidable barrier, if provoked, would likely reduce him to nothingness. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, yet he remained composed. After 7 years of encounters with such doorways, he had grown accustomed to returning empty-handed from treasure-filled mountains. The rabbit, having fled in terror, now collided with the door, but triggered no defensive reaction. Li Xun realized that such a minor impact would not awaken the enchantment. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended a finger to touch the door. As he concentrated his energy inward, the enchantment remained quiescent. Squinting, he examined the patterns, recognizing their connection to the designs on his robe. With years of familiarity, he swiftly traced the lines, spending considerable time to comprehend their flow. During this process, flashes of insight emerged, coalescing into a stream of energy. Even as he contained his internal energy, it pulsated along his meridians, adjusting its course with the occasional spark of inspiration, refining his control further. However, he soon felt the toll of his mental exertion, drenched in sweat. Struggling to maintain his stance, aware that he could not linger, he cast one last glance at the radiant barrier before seizing the still captive rabbit and retreating cautiously, erasing any trace of his presence. Upon exiting the cave, he released the rabbit nearby. The frightened creature quickly sought refuge among the foliage. Li Xun scanned his surroundings, imprinting the terrain in his mind until he was certain of his bearings before hastily making his exit. With the day still young, he inhaled deeply to steady his nerves and found a sheltered spot nearby to rest. Here lay over a dozen flat stones he had meticulously crafted over the years to document his experiences. Li Xun had invested significant effort into these tablets, chronicling his observations during his 7 years of trials. Certainly, the aforementioned records are not mere chronicles, but rather a collection of extraordinary phenomena encountered by him on the peaks, rare birds and beasts, peculiar rocks and flowing waters, and the flora of the forest. These phenomena, non-existent in the human realm, have been exquisitely documented by Li Xun with a flourish of elegant prose. This endeavor is not a trivial pastime for Li Xun. Rather, it serves as a means for him to familiarize himself with the foundational language and writing techniques. Otherwise, a 9-year-old child, who has spent 7 years in the company of mountains and wild beasts without uttering a word to another soul, despite being a prodigy, would inevitably regress into a state of half-wittedness. Moreover, an even more significant aspect of this practice is to chronicle his insights regarding his cultivation progress over the years, as well as the various cave prohibitions he has explored. In this regard, the cloud robe worn by Li Xun has played a crucial role. Its simple cloud patterns represent one of the basic prohibitive techniques of the Mingxin sword sect, revealing the sect's esoteric teachings. Li Xun has donned this robe for 7 years, rarely taking it off, and during moments of peril, its protective mechanisms activate instinctively, shielding him from numerous calamities. Consequently, he has become well-versed in the operation of the protective prohibitions it embodies. Through countless attempts, he first comprehended and flawlessly executed the most fundamental cloud pattern prohibitions, gradually advancing to master the more intricate patterns of various cave prohibitions. He interconnected these with his foundational inner breath manipulation technique, seeking refinement in his understanding. Thus, on a day like today, he is able to seamlessly express his thoughts, a testament to the fruits of his 7 years of arduous practice. The path of enlightenment is indeed remarkably simple. By beginning with the most basic cloud patterns and progressing from superficiality to profundity, he has approached the essence of the Tao. In terms of understanding the cloud pattern prohibitions, Li Xun stands out among the Mingxin sword sect, surpassed only by a few deeply accomplished elders. Yet, he remains a mere youth who has only studied the most elementary techniques of inner breath manipulation. Had he possessed today's understanding 2 years ago, he would not have been thwarted by the cave's prohibitions. Li Xun smiled at the stone slab, engaging in this daily exercise to maintain his fluency in speech. He brushed away the dust and recorded his insights from the day, channeling his inner breath to inscribe on the stone surface, producing clear and discernible lines that resembled the cloud pattern prohibition diagram. At this moment, his drawing flowed with ease and grace. While the inner breath could not fully unleash the true power of the prohibitions in terms of quality and quantity, there was an undeniable aura of grandeur. Once he completed the etching, he carefully set it aside and retrieved several more stone slabs, each bearing cloud pattern images, albeit in a much simpler and rougher form. With a slight smile, he added a few strokes to these images, transforming their structure and imbuing them with a formidable aura. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his work, reflecting the progress he had made over the years. As these slabs had become of little use to him, he excavated the soil at this spot to bury them. Over the past 7 years, he had buried thousands of such slabs. With the cloud pattern prohibitions completed, he took out a few additional slabs, inscribing simpler designs akin to the previous cave's celestial patterns. Observing these lines, Li Xun sighed, lamenting the absence of a xiao robe for reference. Throughout these 7 years, he had traversed no less than 100,000 miles, exploring nearly 500 caves on the Zhuowang Peak. Most of these were established by the masters of the Mingxin sword sect, each with a diverse array of prohibitions. Overall, they could be categorized into 7 major types: mountain, water, wind, cloud, obscurity, brightness, and void. These categories often intermingled, creating a potency far surpassing that of singular prohibitions. The celestial pattern prohibition is a composite of the cloud and brightness prohibitions, and with Li Xun's current knowledge, he is still far from being able to contemplate composite prohibitions. In truth, beyond his profound understanding of cloud pattern prohibitions, his grasp of the others remains rather ordinary. At the very least, he now comprehends that celestial patterns arise from clouds and manifest in light, necessitating the cloud patterns as the foundation and the brightness patterns as the catalyst. While he understands how clouds serve as the foundation, deciphering how brightness acts as a catalyst has been a source of considerable frustration for him recently. He has now reached a pivotal moment, leveraging his adept understanding of cloud patterns and a trace of insight from the celestial patterns. If he could truly connect the dots, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress significantly, and his comprehension of brightness patterns would evolve dramatically. Just then, a sudden discomfort gripped his chest, as the blood nightmare that plagued him daily began its timely assault. For 7 years, the torment he endured had escalated to the point of burning through half a stick of incense. The excruciating pain of severed meridians and rebellious qi coupled with the twisting of his internal organs and the torment of heart fire, had become mere perspiration for Li Xun. In fact, amidst this all-consuming agony, he found an almost intoxicating pleasure. However, this fleeting pleasure soon dissipated, expelled by the clarity of his mind, prompting him to refocus and reconsider the earlier questions. At this moment, pain held no significance for Li Xun. As the suffering gradually receded, he felt his body grow weak, each joint aching from extreme fatigue. Yet his mind remained extraordinarily clear, his spirit invigorated. He circulated his inner breath through several cycles, and the effects of his recent insights were immediate. As he allowed his inner breath to flow, he perceived subtle details he had previously overlooked, which greatly elevated his mood. As the moon set in the west and dawn approached, he felt rejuvenated and resolved to continue his journey. He gathered several important stones, wrapping them in a hide pouch on his back. Rising tall, Li Xun vanished into the dimming moonlight like a wisp of ethereal smoke, treading lightly upon the tips of grass and foliage. With the cyclical dance of yin and yang, the darkest moment of the night passed, and the eastern horizon began to lighten with a subtle glow. In a brief half-hour, he traversed several dozen miles of mountain paths, effortlessly scaling cliffs with just a few well-placed grips, exhibiting agility that would put even the mountains to shame. Sensing the change in external light, Li Xun's heart stirred. He gazed toward the east, where thin clouds gathered, swirling chaotically, illuminated by rays of dawn stretching for miles, precisely befitting the name of Li Xun Mountain. In a surge of inspiration, he turned his gaze and noticed a rock face jutting several feet out from the cliff, suspended in midair and overlooking a deep abyss, perfectly positioned for a scenic view. He hastened up the path, where the uneven stones created a less than smooth surface. Finding a relatively flat spot, he settled down to appreciate the morning glow of Zuowang Peak. At this moment, while the sun had yet to rise, the sky was already awash with chaotic light and shadow, filtering through the clouds and shifting gracefully, creating what is known as the celestial glow. Since yesterday, Li Xun had been pondering the mysteries of the celestial patterns, and upon witnessing such a scene, he naturally returned to his original quandary. Over the past 7 years, he had witnessed countless sunrises, often using the beauty of nature to unravel the enigmas of existence. However, his understanding had yet to reach a profound level, yielding only superficial insights. Now, however, he felt on the brink of a breakthrough. Yearning for that illuminating moment of clarity that would unveil the hidden truths, his eyes filled with celestial light, and his heart likewise aglow. Li Xun sensed the swirling clouds and the grand sun's rotation. The flickering radiance resembled a premonition of clarity breaking through obstacles. Unbeknownst to him, his inner breath surged within, radiating light wherever it flowed, transforming him into a luminous orb, illuminating every corner of his being. Waves of warmth cascaded through his limbs, compelling him to rise, moving with unrestrained vigor, each gesture echoing with latent energy. With fingers poised, he began to sketch the most familiar cloud patterns, transitioning from simplicity to complexity, ethereal and elusive. Suddenly, he freed another hand, employing different techniques with each hand. The left hand drew the cloud patterns while the right hand depicted the brightness patterns. Initially, the right hand felt somewhat clumsy, but as guided by the left hand, it gradually transformed into fluidity. He let out a resounding howl, soaring into the azure sky, his hands adorned with intertwining cloud and luminous patterns. Gradually, he became disoriented, ultimately merging into a singular form. Suddenly, a burst of radiant light erupted, intertwining like threads of dawn, harmonizing with the distant morning glow, nearly indistinguishable from reality. The howl abruptly ceased, and Li Xun paused, gazing at his hands. Disbelief etched across his face. After 7 arduous years, through the most rudimentary manipulation of inner breath and his cloud robe, he had successfully integrated the 2 forbidden patterns of cloud and light, comprehending the far more complex dawn pattern, a feat that brought him immense satisfaction. He understood that perhaps what he had grasped over these 7 years could be easily mastered by disciples like Ling Ji and Dan Ji with just a few days of their master's teachings. Yet, how could that compare to the blood, sweat, and tears he had invested over these years? Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter, which eventually turned hoarse but did not cease. You may wish for my demise, yet here I stand, resolute. Furthermore, I shall thrive, Li Xun proclaimed within, his confidence for the days ahead bolstered. As if resonating with his spirit, the fierce winds of the high platform suddenly intensified, whipping his robe violently. Even with his steady stance, he found it difficult to remain upright. Gradually recovering from his exhilaration, he felt the increasing wind force and took a few steps back, wishing to depart from that place. However, upon turning, his eyes were suddenly blinded by a dazzling light, as if the sun had risen behind him. Startled, he instinctively covered his eyes with his hand. At that moment, a powerful force accompanied by a sharp bird call struck him. He was lifted off the ground, helplessly propelled backward. This was true terror, as behind him lay a sheer cliff. One misstep, and he could plummet for thousands of miles. A fall that would leave no trace behind. Who seeks to end my life? Li Xun pondered in confusion. In his panic, he opened his eyes. Though his vision was blurred, he caught sight of a resplendent golden bird soaring above him. The golden-winged roc. He screamed in despair. He never imagined that the creature attacking him from behind was one of the most fearsome birds atop the Zhuowang Peak. Perhaps this platform was the bird's territory, and his mere presence had drawn its wrath. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, the golden-winged roc continued to circle above while his body was already flying off the platform, plummeting downward. In that moment of complete suspension, Li Xun's robust inner breath contracted violently, then exploded within his wavering meridians, releasing a powerful surge that stabilized his body in midair. With this surge, he deftly maneuvered his inner breath, fully unleashing the lightness technique he had honed over 7 years. He spread his arms like a great bird, carving an arc and compressing the air. In the void, a sonic boom erupted, and instead of descending, Li Xun shot upward toward the edge of the platform. In the sky, the golden-winged roc let out another piercing cry, relentless in its pursuit, flapping its wings and swooping down again. Even from several paces away, the fierce winds it stirred disrupted the air around Li Xun, denying him any leverage. He let out another muffled groan as he began to fall once more. Beast! Li Xun cursed, though his mind remained surprisingly clear. In the midst of chaos, he scanned the area, taking in the terrain within a radius of several hundred feet. He executed a somersault in midair, narrowly avoiding the massive wing of the bird, and propelled himself towards the rock wall below. If he could find something solid beneath him, he might hold his ground against the giant bird and devise a counter-strategy. However, the golden-winged roc, a primordial creature infused with the essence of heaven and earth atop Zhuowang Peak, had developed a semblance of intelligence. Sensing Li Xun's descent, it fixed its keen gaze upon him, aware of his intentions, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it brushed against the rocks, extending its claws to seize the audacious creature that dared to challenge its dominion, intending to tear him to shreds. Li Xun heard the rush of wind behind him and cursed under his breath, but there was no time to think. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his body, raising his right hand to block the impending strike. The roc's talons spread wide, its wings momentarily slowing, aiming to evade Li Xun's counter while capturing its prey. Yet, the rock's piercing gaze, capable of penetrating great distances, suddenly grew unfocused, as below lay nothing but a sea of drifting clouds. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xun's palm broke through the mist, striking the rock's abdomen with a force that left it severely injured. The golden-winged roc, having ruled over Zhuowang Peak for centuries, had never suffered such a humiliation. Enraged, it disregarded its wounds and hurled Li Xun towards the cliff with a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. Li Xun, unable to emit even a groan, lost consciousness immediately. In a hazy stupor, he felt a sharp pain in his back and then knew nothing more. Time passed, and when Li Xun finally regained consciousness, any movement caused him to wince in agony, as if his bones had shattered and his internal organs were gravely injured. Despite the severity of his injuries, he remained calm. During those 7 years, especially in the initial 2, he had often danced on the precipice of life and death, enduring numerous injuries. Such experiences had taught him that maintaining composure was the key to survival. Panic would only lead to worse outcomes. Thus, he patiently controlled his inner breath, methodically traversing his meridians, leaving no area unchecked. This meticulous examination lasted for over half an hour. To his relief, his injuries were primarily superficial, the result of the impact. Fortunately, his inner breath had circulated effectively, providing him with protection, resulting in only 2 cracked ribs, while the bruising of his organs would soon mend. He sighed, opened his eyes, and began to assess his surroundings. He found himself in a narrow crevice between 2 massive rocks, twisting and turning, its length indeterminate. At its widest, It could accommodate 2 people side by side. At its narrowest, he could barely squeeze through sideways. Looking upward, he could faintly see the light of day, while the direction he had fallen into was obscured by vines, rendering it indistinct. Upon observing his surroundings, Li Xun felt fortunate, realizing that the rock had inadvertently hurled him into this crevice. Had he collided directly with the rock face, it was uncertain whether he could have withstood such a blow. Given his earlier state of unconsciousness, he would undoubtedly have slid down the cliff and met a gruesome end. He was in no rush to leave this place. First, he needed to tend to his injuries. Upon reaching the layer of vines, he pushed aside a few and peered out. The ill-tempered rock was nowhere to be seen, and the platform lay 100 feet away, making the ascent seem exceedingly difficult, at least for now. Furrowing his brow, Li Xun ventured deeper into the crevice, carefully observing. This type of terrain was quite rare atop Zwawang Peak, and it might yield unexpected treasures. However, it seemed his good fortune had just run out. The crevice was not particularly long. After a few hundred steps, he reached its end. If he wished to continue exploring, he would have to climb upward through the narrow gap. At that moment, Li Xun hesitated. His injuries were not yet healed, and should an accident occur midway, he would face considerable trouble. The prudent course of action would be to wait a few days until his bones mended before attempting to move. Yet, this crevice was barren, devoid of any life, and where could he find sustenance for the coming days? Moreover, Li Xun was troubled by the fact that, in the chaos of the moment, he had left the stone tablet, upon which he had painstakingly recorded his insights, on the platform. It was possible that the irritable rock would vent its fury on that tablet, tossing it over the cliff, and if that were to happen, he would be immensely pained. After a prolonged internal struggle, Li Xun finally resolved to take a risk. The fissure before him was relatively easy to scale. Even an ordinary person without martial prowess could ascend to a height of several tens of zhang, leveraging the uneven surfaces of the rock walls. However, due to his concern for his injured ribs, Li Xun refrained from exerting too much force. Nevertheless, he moved swiftly, using the rock face to propel himself upward. After several powerful pushes, he had climbed hundreds of zhang and paused momentarily on a protruding rock to rest. It was at this height that Li Xun spotted his first living creature, a gecko, making its way up the opposite wall. At its current pace, it would take the gecko at least half an hour to reach the top. Finding it amusing, Li Xun watched intently, only to be taken aback when the gecko suddenly vanished. It had been perfectly still on the rock face, yet as it attempted to scale another inch, it inexplicably disappeared without a trace. The rock wall remained unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. Something was amiss. Li Xun raised an eyebrow, his mind already concocting a plan. He exerted force in his hands, dislodging a stone from the wall, which he then cast towards the spot where the gecko had vanished. To his astonishment, the stone too disappeared without a sound. An illusion. Li Xun's spirits lifted at this revelation. He took a moment to gauge the size of the concealed opening, then tossed in over 10 stones to ensure there was no danger before he leaped through the illusory rock face. Upon entering, he was met with complete darkness. The illusion not only mimicked the rock wall but also blocked all external light, rendering the cave utterly devoid of illumination. Yet, this did not daunt Li Xun. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a peculiar round stone he had discovered 7 years prior. After rubbing it briefly in his palm, it emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. This stone, initially appearing as an ordinary pebble smoothed by water, had revealed its true nature upon closer inspection. When rubbed, it transformed from a dull gray to a translucent brilliance, resembling a priceless crystal. Interestingly, at the center of this stone was an engraved character, which upon careful examination, Li Xun recognized as forget written in ancient seal script. The engraving seemed naturally formed, and Li Xun surmised it likely possessed other properties, though he had yet to discover them. For years, he had merely utilized it as a source of light. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he proceeded cautiously, casting stones along the way to avoid any traps or mechanisms. The passage was not particularly long or winding, its walls smooth and seemingly crafted by a skilled hand, with little dust to be found, indicative of some form of protective enchantment. Li Xun concluded that he had undoubtedly stumbled upon a hermit's abode. Yet, he pondered why such a dwelling would be hidden in this location. This secrecy seemed uncharacteristic of the Mingxin sword sect. Lost in thought, he reached the end of the passage, which opened into a relatively large stone chamber. Standing at the entrance, he surveyed the interior, noting its sparse furnishings. A solitary stone bed was all that occupied the space. Li Xun hesitated to enter recklessly, tossing several more stones to ensure there were no hidden traps before he stepped inside. The chamber was modest in size, measuring merely over 10 zhang in diameter. Could it be that this place had long been abandoned? Disappointment washed over Li Xun as he raised the round stone to survey his surroundings, finding the chamber barren and devoid of any valuable items. With a sigh, he chuckled to himself, accepting the lack of treasure. He sat down on the stone bed, only to be startled by an unexpected sensation. A sharp object jutted into him. Quickly illuminating the area with the round stone, he discovered a thin, stone-like shard on the bed, its color blending seamlessly with the stone, making it difficult to detect at first. What could this be? As he picked it up, he noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, clearly the work of human hands. However, he soon felt that the material was far more complex than mere stone. It exuded a cool aura that coursed through his fingers, causing goosebumps to rise on his arms. Was this a treasure? His curiosity piqued, Li Xun sat back down, but again felt something was off. As he brushed his hand across the bed, it came away coated in a layer of black dust. This was peculiar, for the chamber was evidently enchanted against dust. So how could there be any here? A thought crossed his mind, and he stood, illuminating the area once more, which led him to a subtle depression in the corner of the stone bed, dark and obscured. Climbing onto the bed, he was delighted to find that within this small hollow lay several medicinal bottles and black orbs. What fortune! He exclaimed, recalling that it had been 2 years since his last discovery in a small cave. As he reached for the bottles and orbs, pain suddenly shot through his hand, as if it had caught fire. A wave of agony surged from his palm up to his heart, a torment comparable to the blood fiend's gnawing at his soul. Caught off guard, the dormant blood fiend within him awakened, clashing with the external chilling fire in a fierce encounter. The two forces, both fiery in essence but oppositely charged, one cold and the other hot, collided violently, merging into a tumultuous whirl of energies that spun like a taiji cymbal. Li Xun felt a sudden expansion in his chest, as if it might explode, and darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to collapse onto the bed, choking on the black dust. At that moment, the shard he had carelessly set down on the bed emitted a resonant hum, radiating a brilliant green light that intertwined with the glow of the round stone, casting chaotic shadows throughout the chamber, resembling a ghostly realm. How careless I have been today, Li Xun lamented, his chest feeling as though a colossal stone bore down upon him. He struggled to breathe, even his inner breathing techniques failing to alleviate the pressure. The sensation of being choked, a torment he had not experienced in years, overwhelmed him, and he clung to consciousness, teetering on the brink of fainting. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in his mind. In the next moment, the pressure in his chest vanished, replaced by the searing pain of the chilling fire consuming him. Compared to the blood fiend's torment, this was an entirely different experience. He felt as though ice crystals were erupting from his nostrils and mouth. The blood fiend and the chilling fire alternated between scorching and freezing within him, and even for a seasoned veteran of pain like Li Xun, he could not suppress his groans of anguish. The round stone that had provided light began to dim, while the shard's radiance intensified, casting a greenish hue across the chamber that rendered everything in an eerie shade of green. Gradually, the pain began to subside, and Li Xun felt himself grow weak, a sensation of exhaustion from the pain that he had not encountered in years. After several labored breaths, Li Xun finally managed to rise from the bed, expelling the black dust from his mouth, cursing his misfortune. However, when he looked up, he was struck dumb. From the green light radiating from the shard, golden characters began to materialize on the walls. These were clearly the profound and esoteric principles of a certain cultivation method, their complexity revealing they were far from ordinary. In his hasty confusion, Li Xun could not retain all the intricate details but was captivated by the sight. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to 3 prominent characters inscribed on the eastern wall, Yuming Lu. Li Xun could not help but collapse onto the floor in astonishment. Could it truly be the Yuming Lu? At this moment, Li Xun could not help but express gratitude towards the loquacious old Taoist on Lianshan Mountain. It was precisely because Taoist Ming Yin indulged in both the mundane and the arcane, sharing tales of the 3 realms, that he was now able to comprehend the extraordinary skill laid before him. The Yiming record is a renowned tome of the dark arts within the Tongxian realm. This realm is home to the esteemed sects known as the 10 Mountains, 7 Seas, 3 Caves, 9 Truths, 4 Oddities, and 6 Unmatched Lands. Representing 33 formidable sects and 6 extraordinary places, the Yearning record is the sacred scripture of the leading sect among them, the ghost-devouring shadow sect. Given its prestigious title, it is only natural that this sect possesses some remarkable abilities. According to Taoist Mingyan, the 6 foundational techniques of the ghost-devouring shadow sect are on par with the 4 techniques and 3 secrets of the Mingxin sword sect, showcasing their extraordinary power. Whenever he recounted this, the old Taoist loved to draw comparisons between the first master of the ghost-devouring shadow sect, Mr. Ghost, 300 years ago, and the legendary figure of the Mingxin sword sect, Master Zhongyin, in their epic battle atop the Sitting Forgetting Peak, illustrating the uniqueness of this sect. Furthermore, he emphasized that had it not been for the sect's division 2,000 years ago, which led to the emergence of the ghost cult, their strength would have been even greater. Even now, prominent sects like the Mingxin sword sect must tread carefully, underscoring the formidable reputation of this sect. As the treasured scripture of such a sect, the Yearning record is undoubtedly not an ordinary work. The 6 foundational techniques are all documented within its pages. This implies that this book contains half of the secret methods of the ghost-devouring shadow sect, particularly the foundational Yearning Qi. Mastering it equates to grasping a significant portion of this dark sect's mysteries. Li Xun stared blankly at the 3 bold characters, momentarily rendered speechless despite his usual depth of wisdom. How could it be? How could the supreme scripture of this dark sect lie beneath the very nose of the Mingxin sword sect, fortuitously landing in his hands? As he surveyed the chamber, he finally noticed a blood-red inscription on a stone wall, starkly contrasting with the golden characters adorning the rest of the walls. The inscription read, "I am Mr. Ghost, the sect leader of the ghost-devouring shadow sect. In my battle with Zhongyin, I was gravely injured and near death, unable to return the treasured Yearning record to my sect. Should future generations come across this message, they will know it was due to the infusion of my ghostly flames that invoked this scripture. Upon entering my sect, diligently study this book to transform the Yearning fire, and within 100 years, when the ghost spirit is reborn, enter my sect's Yearning transformation pool for a 3-month seclusion, and you shall be free from future calamities. Should any self-proclaimed exceptional individuals disregard my scripture and fail to return in time, let them test the Yearning flames to prove my words." Gazing upon the blood-red characters, Li Xun swallowed hard. Truly, one could not expect anything less from practitioners of the dark arts. Even in death, their tone was chilling, devoid of any semblance of mortality. Faced with Mr. Ghost's ominous warning, Li Xun chuckled and remarked, "If my luck continues to wane, I may very well meet my end in 3 years. Long before your 100 years are up." He then pondered the so-called Yearning fire, recalling the 2 items that had recently ignited it within him, the elixir vial and the black orb. Yet now only the vial remained. The black orb had vanished without a trace. He understood, that must be the infamous Yearning fire. With little interest in tidying the stone bed, he leaped down and began to examine the entirety of the Yearning record etched upon the rock walls. This remarkable book undeniably ranks among the finest scriptures of the Tongxian realm. Though its language was convoluted and challenging to decipher, each word seemed to harbor ineffable profundities. Given Li Xun's relatively shallow cultivation, encountering such esoteric techniques felt somewhat premature. After only a few sentences, he felt dizzy and quickly closed his eyes to meditate, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Thus, he realized that this vast treasure mountain was not something one could easily digest. Fortunately, the Yearning record did contain some foundational concepts. Li Xun reviewed the more accessible material, grasping only a fraction of its meaning. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover a simplified method for reading the Yearning record. By reciting a specific incantation, he could connect his mind to the text, allowing its contents to manifest spontaneously in his consciousness, thus avoiding the need for laborious study. Additionally, he uncovered another incantation tailored specifically for individuals of his esteemed sect, serving as an introductory technique. With this incantation, he could exchange his inherent inner energy with the essence of Yearning Qi, evading scrutiny from the elders of his sect. And the intention behind this was unmistakably clear. Consequently, Li Xun was left in awe of Mr. Ghost's cunning schemes. Perhaps this incident would introduce a variable into the Mingxin sword sect. Haha, I wonder if I might be counted among them? After a moment of self-deprecation, he no longer hesitated and focused on practicing the 2 simple techniques. In less than half an hour, he was able to wield them with ease, and thus concealed the stone fragment's glow, stowing it away. During this time, he also opened the elixir vial to assess his spoils. Inside was a small portion of Baiyin Dan, a renowned healing elixir within the Tongxian realm. He had learned its name from the Yiming record, and it was fortuitously beneficial for him. Li Xun consumed one pill, nurturing his injuries, and after expending another half-hour, he felt remarkably revitalized and laughed heartily. Perhaps today truly was his auspicious day. In the dimly lit chamber, Li Xun sat cross-legged at the center, diligently practicing the fundamental techniques of Yiming Qi. With the acquisition of this secret text, his heart raced with excitement. Not because he believed that possessing this book would instantly elevate him to the status of an unparalleled master, capable of cleaving through the void and scattering bloodshed, but rather because he naturally contemplated whether this esteemed tome of dark arts contained a method to resolve the blood nightmare plaguing him. He distinctly recalled that when the Yin fire first entered his body, the blood nightmare manifested for the first time, clashing with the Yin fire. In past days, even during its daily torment, it had never been so overt. At present, the Yin fire had settled within his heart's core, seemingly coexisting peacefully with the blood nightmare. Yet upon closer inspection, he sensed subtle changes. The two life-threatening elements converged in one place, and any alteration could lead Li Xun to a fate devoid of burial. Thus, he was eager to practice the basic techniques outlined in the Yiming record. Currently, he was cultivating the most fundamental method of soul transmutation. This technique initially involved gradual transformation, which not only would not enhance his cultivation but also risked contaminating the purity of his inner energy. However, should he surmount this obstacle and refine it to its utmost, it could lead to a transformation in the nature of his inner energy. This ingenious method of usurping others' foundations was indeed a remarkable strategy. With such a sophisticated technique, it was no wonder that the ghost-devouring shadow sect had carved out such a significant reputation within the Tongxian realm. Yet, Li Xun was unconcerned about the means, as long as it worked to his advantage. He dedicated 3 days and nights to achieving a preliminary mastery, successfully transforming his inherent inner energy into Yiming Qi. Although he had spent a considerable amount of time, and the resulting Yiming Qi possessed little power, he remained elated. This was because, during this process, his heart's core had begun to react. Each day as he practiced the techniques from the Yiming record, a surge of Yin fire arose within his heart, merging into his inner energy, greatly facilitating his progress. More importantly, the other perilous element within his heart seemed to no longer maintain its former stability. Whenever the Yin fire was generated and infused outward, the blood nightmare would fluctuate. Uncertain of the reasons behind this, Li Xun observed that the intensity of the blood nightmare's torment had seemingly diminished somewhat, though the change was too subtle for him to ascertain. Over these 3 consecutive days, apart from the daily torment caused by the blood nightmare, Li Xun devoted every moment to intense practice. Even when fatigue set in, he would seek out applications within the Yiming record to experiment with, simply to stave off boredom. The impetus behind his relentless dedication stemmed from the inexorable passage of time. Viewed pessimistically, his life was likely to last no more than 2 or 3 more years. If he wished to extend his lifespan, he would need to scale half of the sitting forgetting peak within a mere 1,000 days, find a master within the sect, and subsequently inherit the Lingxi technique. Having completed his studies, he returned home to present the Lingxi Ju to the blood scatterer, while also hoping that the villain might experience a moment of conscience and spare his life. Each of these conditions relied heavily on fortune, and the cumulative likelihood of their realization was exceedingly slim. This truth was clearer to Li Xun than to anyone else. As the decade drew to a close, with each passing day, the despair in his heart deepened. The only reason he had managed to endure thus far was due to his relentless and grueling cultivation, which left him utterly exhausted each day, effectively numbing his senses. However, this intense training could not last indefinitely. With the completion of the first stage of his soul reincarnation process, Li Xun found no justification to continue his arduous practice and reluctantly left the dark stone chamber, his heart a tumult of joy and sorrow. Upon emerging, he exerted some effort to climb out of the crevice, confirmed his direction, and stealthily ascended the platform. Fortunately, during the 3 days he had spent there, the stone slab he had wrapped up had not been cast down the cliff by the great bird. He could no longer afford to delay. Seizing the package, he ran. It was not fear of the bird that drove him, but rather the pressing need to address his own pressing issues. To ensure his safety, he sprinted for an entire hour, covering several dozen miles from the platform before finally stopping. The exertion left him drenched in sweat, mingling with the black ash that clung to him, amplifying his discomfort. After 3 days of reflection and understanding, Li Xun had come to a general conclusion about the nature of this black ash. According to the Ming record, when the energy reaches a certain level, the accumulation of internal fire naturally forms a spiritual pearl, which bears a striking resemblance to the Tao cultivated by the righteous path. This spiritual pearl is crucial for controlling the internal fire, directly tied to the practitioner's life and death. Should the spiritual pearl be destroyed, or its connection to the practitioner's spirit severed, it would immediately trigger the fire to consume the body, turning it to ash in mere moments. It was evident that the ghost master had perished in such a manner after separating the spiritual pearl from his body for the sake of passing on his teachings. And the black ash scattered around was, in fact, his remains. The ghost master had stated that diligent cultivation of this text would transform fire, and within a century. Upon the return of the ghost spirit, one should enter the sect's transformation pool and meditate for 3 months to avoid future calamities. The implicit threat in his words stemmed from this very principle. Li Xun's internal fire originated externally, incompatible with his essence. Initially, his cultivation had yielded fruitful results, but as his spiritual pearl formed, the uncontrollable external fire became a pressing danger. Thus, he needed to enter the transformation pool to refine his body, unifying the internal and external fires. At that point, not only would his life be safeguarded, but he could also benefit from the ghost master's millennium of accumulated fire, significantly advancing his cultivation. This was self-evident. Yet, all of this remained distant for Li Xun. What occupied his mind was the composition of the black ash. Naturally fastidious, he had maintained his appearance as best he could during his years on the peak despite the harsh conditions. Now, realizing he had wallowed in the remains of the dead for several days was utterly intolerable. Thus, finding a water source became his foremost priority. The place where he had halted was humid with abundant moisture. Although it was nearly noon, a thin layer of mist still lingered, indicating the presence of water nearby. After estimating the direction, he ventured into the forest, leaping among the treetops until a vast expanse opened before him. Before him lay a sprawling lake, shrouded in rising mist, beyond which he could see not even a few dozen paces. Standing at the forest and Apos' edge, he felt a warm breeze wash over him. It was a hot spring. Given his experiences on the Sitwang Peak over the past 7 years, he found little surprise in this marvel of nature. In comparison to a solitary peak soaring hundreds of thousands of miles into the heavens, what significance did this grand hot spring hold? With a joyful exclamation, he discarded his wrappings and dove into the water, relishing the rising temperature that nearly coaxed a moan from his lips. Today, fortune seemed to favor him, and with one remarkable discovery after another, he felt an innocent delight bubbling within him as he plunged deeper into the water. As he regulated his inner energy, he remained submerged, illuminating the depths with a glowing orb while exploring the wonders hidden within this grand hot spring. His swimming skills had improved significantly, coupled with robust inner energy, allowing him to traverse considerable distances swiftly. The hot spring was indeed vast, even within the radius illuminated by his orb. He could not discern its boundaries. Li Xun paid little heed to this, enjoying his playful exploration within the clarity of the water, where he even spotted several small fish. Embracing his childlike wonder, he began racing with the fish, darting about with glee. However, when he finally surfaced, he realized he had lost his bearings within the hot spring. Surrounded by a thick mist of water vapor, even the light from his orb struggled to penetrate the fog, obscuring his sense of distance from the shore where he had entered. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he prepared to orient himself and find his way back when he suddenly heard something. A sound of water? This was no ordinary sound of flowing water. It was rhythmic splashing, reminiscent of someone bathing not far away. Initially dismissing it, he soon found his attention drawn to the source, and to his astonishment, he perceived a faint shadow, a figure, almost ethereal. Instinctively holding his breath, he crept closer, the figure becoming clearer, revealing a woman bathing. A jolt of shock surged through him. In that moment, when he should have been maintaining his composure, his mind went blank. For 7 long years, he had struggled alone atop the Sitwang Peak, tasting the bitter essence of life and death. Yet none of that compared to the paralyzing solitude and loneliness of having no one to converse with. To the point of nearly losing the instinct to speak. He had seen shadows before. Countless times he had glimpsed fellow disciples flying by on swords. but he had hidden himself like a thief, avoiding any form of communication. Where on earth had he climbed to? This question echoed in his mind as he grappled with the intangible goal he had pursued. From the initial excitement and restlessness of ascending the peak to the numbness of the mid-stages, and now to an overwhelming fear, through this lengthy psychological journey. He had stifled countless impulses, nursing his wounds in solitude as he continued onward amidst profound loneliness. Now, entirely unprepared, he faced the most terrifying moment of his 7-year ordeal, a person merely 4 or 5 paces away. If he merely called out, he would capture her attention. Yet, the proximity was beyond his capacity to endure. Thus, before his mind could fully process the situation, instinct took over. Retreat. He swam back in a panic, like a stray dog fleeing. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Aside from him, who else could inhabit this peak? If I were you, I would stay put and consider how to apologize for the recklessness of my actions. A woman's voice pierced through the air. Her words articulated with clarity, yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, within that statement, Li Xun discerned an undeniable authority and command. Li Xun stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. The sound of water continued behind him, as the enchanting figure shrouded in mist remained undeterred, leisurely bathing. Li Xun felt somewhat dazed. Although his understanding of the opposite sex was not comprehensive, it was indeed rare to encounter someone who could so casually bathe in the presence of men. He was not foolish. He had quickly grasped that he was in the presence of a formidable individual, and it was wisest to behave like a compliant child before such a powerful presence. Though he had turned his back, he kept his eyes tightly shut, fearful of inadvertently offending her. This was not a matter of morality, but rather a means to preserve his very existence. Once he was certain everything was secure, he stammered, I am truly sorry, it was not intentional." The woman did not respond immediately. All that could be heard was the splashing of water, each sound a torment to his spirit. After an indeterminate time, she finally spoke. "Your words ring true, yet why feign anxiety? Matters do not change with the individual. A wise person and a fool will bear the same consequences." Li Xun was left speechless. This woman was undeniably intimidating. After a brief pause, she continued, "Given your insufficient cultivation, how did you manage to ascend here?" Li Xun blurted out, "I climbed up." "Oh." For the first time, a hint of emotion colored her tone. A faint surprise that filled Li Xun with a sense of pride. She inquired, "Are you a disciple of the Mingxin sword sect?" This felt like an interrogation regarding his identity. Li Xun was relieved that his internal energy was flowing in the authentic manner of the Mingxin sword sect's direct lineage. Otherwise, the woman might have struck him down in an instant. Amid his relief, his mind raced through the potential consequences, ultimately deciding to speak truthfully. "I am but an insignificant, low-ranking disciple." Li Xun used this phrase as a buffer, proceeding to recount his background and his 7 years of endurance on the peak. Naturally, he omitted details regarding the death threats from the Blood Scatterer and the recent acquisition of the Yiming record, instead stating that he was devoted to the path and had climbed the sitting forgetting peak to prove his resolve. This account had been meticulously nurtured in his mind, prepared for future discussions. Although initially lacking fluency, he soon spoke with remarkable eloquence, many words flowing effortlessly from his lips, imbued with sincerity. For a full quarter of an hour, he spoke, during which the woman posed a few questions, all of which he had anticipated and answered smoothly. As he concluded, to his surprise, the woman remarked, "It seems there are indeed remarkable individuals like you." Her tone remained neutral, as if stating an unremarkable fact, yet the implication resonated deeply. Li Xun felt a surge of joy within, and of course, he expressed his gratitude. The woman, unfazed by his reaction, continued, "You have climbed the peak alone for 7 years, traversing over 200,000 miles, enduring such hardships. You are indeed a remarkable person. I may have been somewhat disrespectful in my demeanor. Please walk 100 steps to the left and wait for me to dress properly before we meet again." Li Xun complied without hesitation, stepping onto the shore and standing respectfully, making a concerted effort to appear composed. Mere moments later, a figure emerged from the mist, the flowing water and soft clouds accentuating her presence. Though her features remained obscured, her graceful movements and the swaying of her long skirt captivated Li Xun, leaving him spellbound, convinced he had never encountered anyone like her in his life. Amid the ethereal atmosphere, a faint, elusive sound of bells seemed to intertwine with the water mist, merging seamlessly with the delicate tremors of sound, entrancing Li Xun's heart and mind. As the mist dissipated, he found himself breathless. Who was this exquisite beauty? He perceived a flawless visage, as pure as a water lily, exuding an air of both elegance and aloofness, imbued with a subtle melancholy. Before he could articulate his thoughts, his legs weakened, and he felt compelled to kneel in reverence. Their gazes locked, and he noticed the woman's eyes shimmering with vibrant light, leaving him dumbfounded. His mind a blank slate. In a daze, he heard her utter, "You resemble an old acquaintance." Had he not heard this phrase somewhere before? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a flash of clarity struck him. Qingshu Xianshi. Awakened by the name that had lingered in his mind for 7 years. Li Xun shivered. Upon regaining his composure, he saw the woman kneeling on the grass by the shore, tending to her long, flowing hair. Droplets of water glistened as they fell from her silken locks, a gentle fragrance wafting towards him. Instinctively, Li Xun bent his knees, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head, and humbly asked, "May I inquire as to which esteemed master you are?" As he spoke, several names flitted through his mind, all learned from the tales shared by the elder Ming Yin 7 years prior. The illustrious female cultivators of the Mingxin sword sect were not many, making it relatively easy to deduce. The woman glanced at him, her hands continuing their graceful motions, and replied softly, "Qingyin." Upon hearing this, Li Xun bowed even lower, suppressing any hint of his thoughts. Indeed, it was her, a tragic figure rarely seen in the annals of the Mingxin sword sect, entangled in the infamous tale of the renowned Yu Sanren. At this moment, Qingyin was a peer of the sect leader, Qingming, yet a millennium ago. She was merely an emerging cultivator, while Yu Sanren, the notorious demon, had already made a name for himself in the realm of cultivation. At that time, Yu Sanren's lair was not in the northern polar realm, but rather in the central region known as Li Yu Mountain. Notorious as one of the 6 forbidden zones in the realm, Qingyin had been abducted and violated by Yu Sanren, leading to the ruin of her reputation in a single blow. It was during this time that Zhongyin, the most extraordinary talent of the Mingxin sword sect over the millennia, revealed his prowess. In the realm of the forbidden, Zhongyin fought valiantly against Yu Sanren and his hundreds of followers for 3 hours, causing most of them to perish and forcing Yu Sanren to flee, injured and humiliated. Such an unprecedented spectacle in the realm could only be accomplished by the legendary sword master, Zhongyin. From that moment on, his fame soared, while Qingyin remained a mere shadow of his countless achievements, lingering in the memories of the people. After that incident, Qingyin retreated into obscurity, while Zhongyin, after shining brightly for centuries, also established a dwelling in the sitting forgetting peak to be near her. They became the reclusive practitioners residing at the peak for generations. Now, standing before the tragic heroine of the past, Li Xun felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him, though his thoughts were a jumbled mess. In a daze, he bowed again. "Greetings, Master Qingyin." Disciple Li Xun pays his respects. Qingyin continued her delicate grooming, her voice soft as she remarked, "Hailing from a noble lineage, you possess remarkable determination. In these years, you are the only one I have encountered with such spirit. You are commendable." Li Xun felt a surge of joy at her words, but forced himself to maintain composure, bowing again and saying, "Master, your praise is too generous." Unfazed by his response, Qingyin continued, "Your cultivation, though still somewhat superficial, reveals a commendable proficiency in internal breathing. I suspect that with a few hours of focus, you could achieve even greater mastery." "I can manage, albeit with difficulty," Li Xun replied. Qingyin finally paused her grooming, nodding in acknowledgement. In the path of internal cultivation, one must avoid constructing lofty aspirations upon unstable foundations. Over the course of these 7 years, though fraught with hardship, you have laid a solid foundation, progressing steadily along your path. You have cultivated both your inner self and outer skills, harmonizing the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit. It is evident that the day of internal and external unity is not far off. If you maintain this trajectory and diligently apply the teachings of the sect, your advancement may be gradual, yet it is marked by stability. In the first century, you may not surpass others, but in the subsequent millennium, others will not surpass you. If you can sustain this for a millennium as one, your ascendance will be akin to soaring through the clouds. What difficulty could there possibly be? Li Xun felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, but was soon left in a state of bewilderment. Does the immortal master imply? Qingyin offered no reply, instead beginning to style her hair, gathering her long strands of azure silk, leaving only 2 or 3 wisps cascading down. The arrangement was unconventional, yet possessed a unique simplicity and elegance. Despite his preoccupation, Li Xun found himself unable to resist stealing glances, his demeanor slipping into a slight disarray. Unaware if Qing Yin noticed. Once her hair was neatly arranged, Qing Yin asked, "Do you know where this is on Ziwang Peak?" Li Xun's heart stirred. He answered honestly, "Disciple does not know. You are now over 274,900 miles from the foot of the peak, having traversed more than half of its height. According to the sect's regulations, you are now automatically enrolled in the Mingxin Sword Sect and may enter the Qiyuan Hall to study the teachings and pay your respects to esteemed masters. Of course, if you wish to continue ascending and become a direct descendant of the sect leader, that too is not out of reach." Li Xun was momentarily stunned. The number of times he had been lost in thought today likely exceeded all his distractions over the past 7 years. He stammered, "Could it be? Have I really arrived?" Ziwang Peak encompasses the extreme of the 6 realms, totaling 54,000 miles. You have surpassed 4,900 miles, thus, you have indeed arrived. On all fours, Li Xun listened in a daze, initially wanting to say something, yet all that escaped his lips were incoherent sounds. After a time, he suddenly chuckled softly, the laughter bubbling from his throat, sounding like a series of joyous notes. Before the laughter could fade, he let out a deep wail, crying uncontrollably. He had forgotten about Qing Yin, as well as his identity, purpose, and aspirations. At that moment, Li Xun only sought to release his pent-up emotions, pouring out the solitude, anguish, and despair that had accompanied him for 7 long years. With each tear shed, a measure of joy took residence in his heart. The more he cried, the fuller his heart felt with happiness. Yet, this joy manifested itself in a bittersweet manner, with tears flowing like a spring, unstoppable. In his mind, the myriad experiences of these 7 years flickered like a lantern, the struggles between life and death, the clash of despair and hope, the silence of solitude intertwined with the madness of delusion, all mingling together to brew a bitter wine, one that he had tasted alone until this very moment. Qing Yin did not intervene, but watched with interest as he wept, her gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. This lamentation lasted for nearly half an hour, a duration only someone like Qing Yin could endure with apparent nonchalance. As the cries subsided, Li Xun gradually regained his composure, feeling embarrassed. He hurriedly wiped away his tears and bowed to apologize. "Disciple was overwhelmed with emotion and lost my composure before the immortal master. I beg for your forgiveness." Qing Yin cast a light glance his way, her lips curling into a distinctly expressive smile, one that seemed to blend sympathy with a hint of mockery, as she remarked, "You appear even more endearing when you cry." Li Xun felt a jolt of apprehension, suddenly recalling the reasons Qing Su had chastised him, and a cold sweat broke out over him as he knelt, speechless. In certain respects, Qing Yin seemed more formidable than Qing Su. At least with Qing Su, Li Xun could anticipate some of his preferences, whereas with Qing Yin, his thoughts became entangled, leaving him utterly befuddled. Moreover, Qing Yin's words were not straightforward, presenting a challenge for him to comprehend. Fortunately, Qing Yin had no intentions of making things difficult for him. She effortlessly shifted the topic, saying, "It appears you no longer wish to ascend further? Whoever continues to climb is a fool." Li Xun internally agreed but could not voice this sentiment. He found it too complicated to argue. Thus he remained silent, his face betraying a mixture of embarrassment and fear. Qing Yin perceived his thoughts and sighed. "This is indeed my fault. Had I not been here to disrupt your focus, and had you been granted another 5 years, you might have ascended to the peak like the 3rd-generation ancestor and achieved unparalleled accomplishments. Yet, at this moment, your vigor has waned, and your courage has faltered. Forcing yourself to persist will do more harm than good." Li Xun felt a surge of joy in his heart, deeply grateful for Qing Yin's understanding. His expression now reflected genuine sincerity, and he could only repeatedly express his gratitude. Qing Yin, however, ignored him, her gaze drifting elsewhere, as if the surrounding mist could not obscure her vision, or perhaps she was lost in contemplation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xun discreetly observed her, taking in her flawless jade-like visage, her elegant contours, and her serene yet graceful demeanor. He knew this gaze was rather impolite, yet he could not restrain himself. After a brief moment, Qing Yin turned back to him and said, "Very well, what I owe you today, I shall repay today." With a sudden motion, a beam of azure light shot forth, piercing through the clouds and mist, vanishing in an instant. Li Xun, still immersed in his trepidation, was rendered speechless by this flash of light. Qing Yin spoke calmly. That is the sect's communication talisman. I have reported your arrival to the sect leader. In 3 to 4 hours, an elder will come to formally accept you into the sect, after which your path and cultivation will be yours to tread. Li Xun, devoid of pretense, was overcome with joy and gratitude, bowing once more in reverence. Qing Yin seemed to grow weary of his bowing and frowned slightly, instructing him to rise. In the remaining time, do not be idle. You mentioned that you have only practiced the basic internal energy transfer technique. It is commendable that you have refined it so well over these years, but continuing in this manner may hinder your progress. I will teach you the next step of the mantra and some practical applications. How does that sound? What could be better? Li Xun felt a surge of delight, almost bowing again, but having learned to read her preferences, he merely inclined his body in appreciation. Li Xun believed that Qing Yin was an exceedingly competent mentor, far surpassing the third-generation disciple who had taught him the foundational internal energy transfer technique. However, he could only compare the two, forgetting the vast chasm that separated their abilities. After more than 2 hours, Qing Yin had guided him through the fundamental concepts of the Mingxin sword sect's first transformation in the 3 transformations and 2 truths, the transformation of qi. In fact, the transformation of qi was derived from the foundational internal energy transfer technique, and it encompassed a far more intricate and sophisticated series of steps. It included a comprehensive regimen for nurturing, warming, refining, transforming, and sublimating internal energy, effectively utilizing it for growth and achieving a final qualitative transformation. Most importantly, through these steps, the practitioner would come to understand every subtle aspect of their body, integrating it with their mind and spirit, achieving a level where intention and vitality harmoniously coalesce. Unbeknownst to him, during his 7 years on the peak, Li Xun had completed a significant portion of this coursework, and in some subtle respects, even transcended its confines. After all, the trials of life and death, along with insights into the intricate teachings, were the most essential, yet challenging prerequisites for true cultivation. Li Xun possessed both talent and perseverance. In just 7 years, under immense pressure to survive, he had dedicated nearly every moment to practice and contemplation, dancing on the precipice of life and death. Thus, those 7 years equated to 3 decades of arduous cultivation for an ordinary person. Qing Yin soon recognized this situation. The questions Li Xun posed while grasping the transformation of qi were predominantly abstract and systemic, while he seemed less concerned with concrete, practical issues. Occasionally posed inquiries have transcended the bounds of the transforming qi chapter, some so intricate that even Qing Yin must ponder deeply to provide answers. Qing Yin remained attentive to Li Xun's transformations throughout the process of elucidation. As anticipated, with each question resolved, the brilliance in Li Xun's eyes flickered, and the flow of energy within him became increasingly smooth. Qing Yin sensed that often, with the resolution of a single query, a blockage in Li Xun's body would be unblocked. Ultimately, various obstructions erupted like firecrackers, allowing qi to move in harmony with his thoughts, traversing the meridians effortlessly. His internal energy swelling and contracting at will, rising to a new level of mastery in a mere moment. Observing this transformation, a subtle smile graced Qing Yin's lips. Li Xun remained oblivious to the fact that his advancements were fully perceived by Qing Yin. He felt an exhilarating joy, almost compelled to dance with delight, eager to express his inner elation. The efficacy of Qing Yin's explanations was remarkable. Each answer dismantled a critical barrier, yielding substantial gains. As these gains accumulated, it was akin to a torrential flood overwhelming every dam within him, linking all meridians in an expansive network. Li Xun perceived this as a boundless ocean, surging with true energy filling every crevice. Simultaneously, within the recesses of his mind, he intertwined his newfound insights with the enigmatic difficulties of the ethereal realm, discovering profound realizations. My fortune is exceptionally favorable these days. Success follows me effortlessly, he mused, suppressing the urge to burst into song as Qing Yin's teachings concluded. The sky gradually darkened, yet the radiant brilliance emanating from his teacher rendered the surrounding flora dim in comparison. Captivated by the scene, Li Xun felt a stirring in his heart. He cleared his throat and tentatively spoke. Master. Qing Yin withdrew her gaze from the scenery and turned her attention to his face, causing Li Xun to blush and nearly forget his words. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, retrieving a luminous round stone from his pocket. rubbing it to produce a bright glow, and inquired, "Master, I found this peculiar stone at the foot of the peak, but I am unaware of its origin. Could you enlighten me?" With a single glance, Qingyin exclaimed, "The Zhuang stone." "The Zhuang stone?" Li Xun instinctively echoed, recalling the character Forget inscribed upon it. Finding the connection fitting, noticing Qingyin's gaze fixed on the stone in his hands, he hurriedly presented it with both hands. Qingyin pinched the stone between her fingers, lifting it for closer inspection. After a few breaths, she confirmed, "Indeed, it is the Zhuang stone. This is a natural treasure of the peak." Seeing her expression reflect a hint of fondness, Li Xun silently praised himself and promptly declared, "As I have entered this sect and am fortunate to receive your guidance, Master, if you desire this stone, I would gladly offer it as a token of my gratitude." Qingyin cast a sidelong glance at him and smiled. "Do you know the purpose of this stone?" Li Xun replied honestly, "I do not. It is said that the Zhuang stone allows one to comprehend the threads of 3 lives, leading to a state of forgetfulness, achieving a complete understanding of the great path. Should a master of the profound realm possess this treasure during their enlightenment and ascension, their efforts would be significantly magnified. Are you still willing to give it to me?" Li Xun laughed sincerely. "Master, you jest. I am well aware of my limitations. Even if I attain the Tao body and achieve immortality, it would take millennia. The sentiments of a millennium hence are beyond my imagination. Thus, it is fitting to entrust it to you now." Qingyin smiled gently, her earlier smiles pale in comparison to this refreshing authenticity. "As for me, I am the least inclined to utilize this stone. However, I am quite curious about its purported ability to clarify the threads of 3 lives. Would you be willing to assist me?" Li Xun was taken aback. "How may I assist?" "Simply this," Qingyin responded, and with a swift motion of her hand, the Zhuang stone suddenly radiated an intense brilliance that compelled Li Xun to squint instinctively. At that moment, he felt a sudden chill at his forehead as Qingyin pressed the stone against his dantian, and the coldness transformed into a chilling flow that penetrated his mind. Before he could utter a sound, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Is today truly an auspicious day? He pondered hazily. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, thoughts of the newly acquired Yinming record and the Baiyin pill flashed through his mind. What will happen if Master discovers this? Without worry, his consciousness gradually faded, and he lost track of time until a beam of white light descended from an unknown source, illuminating his spirit with clarity and purity. In a vague sense, he felt something passing through his heart, yet upon closer examination, it was merely an emptiness. It was akin to discovering a series of stone carvings in the dark, after arduous efforts lighting a fire, only to realize that the carvings had been worn away, with only occasional fragments remaining to prove their existence. The absence of these fragments would have been preferable, however. Their sporadic presence occasionally triggered a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness, evoking inexplicable emotions that left him lost and breathless over time. Suddenly, a sound echoed in his mind, causing his body to tremble and awaken. Just before awakening, a fleeting crimson figure accompanied by an ethereal ringing flashed through his mind, shattering into countless pieces. Never to be seen again, he cried out and sat upright, only to find the sky had turned pitch black, yet he remained by the water's edge. A sense of unease washed over him, and upon looking up, he saw 2 figures gazing at him with near-pitying eyes. Master Qingyin. "Ah, Master Qingshu." To his astonishment, he opened his eyes to behold the very architect of his 7 years of suffering, the one he had recently cursed. 7 years had passed, and the figure before him appeared unchanged, swiftly merging with his memories, leaving him momentarily stunned. Qingyin remained her usual composed self, while Qingshu's gaze held a trace of compassion. Finally, it was Qingshu who spoke. "Li Xun, disciple reporting. The instigator of your 7 years of hardship is I. I did not anticipate that you would willingly endure such trials, persevering day after day to scale perilous heights of 270,000 miles. Knowing this, I find solace." A peculiar sensation arose within Li Xun, and he dared not respond, merely listening attentively. Qingshu recognized the turmoil within him, but, influenced by a recent occurrence, seemed indifferent to it. Moreover, since Li Xun had now become a disciple of the sect, there would be ample time to mend their relationship, rendering his current sentiments inconsequential. He continued, "Now that you are part of the sect, follow me down the peak today to the Chiyuan Hall and await further instructions. It will not be long before I introduce you to an enlightened master." Li Xun hastily expressed his gratitude, regardless of his internal musings. He had mastered the act of bowing in thanks, so much so that he was uncertain whether his gratitude was genuine. However, he did hear Qingshu let out a sigh that seemed almost imperceptible. Suddenly recalling Qingyin's earlier mention of the Zhuang stone's capabilities, he could not help but inquire. Disciple is naive. What was the result of Master Qingyin's use of the Zhuang stone on me just now? As soon as the words left his lips, Qingyin and Qingshu exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with curiosity, and ultimately, it was Qingshu who replied, "You shall see." With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned some water, employing a spell to transform it into a mirror, which he placed in Li Xun's hand. He then cast another spell to illuminate the surroundings and instructed, "Look at your forehead." Li Xun gazed blankly at the mirror, only to find his forehead pristine white, devoid of any markings. Qingyin chuckled softly. "We nearly forgot that you are yet unfamiliar with the art of spiritual sight. First, learn this segment of the incantation." She recited a rather simple technique, primarily aimed at instructing Li Xun on how to channel energy through his eyes and unlock a certain acupoint. Once Li Xun mastered the method, he observed a noticeable transformation. Following Qingyin's teachings, his spiritual sight expanded, allowing him to scrutinize the intricate patterns on his forehead. After a few moments, he noticed that some of the lines seemed to exhibit a different hue. This realization brought forth a peculiar pattern that emerged from his forehead, a swirling mass of crimson mist. Without a fixed shape, undulating within a defined area, expanding and contracting randomly, presenting a rather eerie spectacle. "What is this?" Li Xun stammered in astonishment. Qingshu shook his head slightly and sighed. "This is the sign of solitude and desolation. A century ago, during the cataclysm of the 4-9 heaven tribulation, countless cultivators in the Tongxian realm perished, their souls scattered. Among them, a fortunate few managed to preserve their spiritual essence and reincarnate in pursuit of the great Tao. The unfortunate souls, however, vanished entirely, reduced to ashes. You, perhaps, are among those whose spiritual essence has been reborn." Li Xun was taken aback, pondering. "So this is what led to the sign of solitude and desolation?" Qingshu continued, "It's not that simple. Although reincarnated spirits may initially be muddled, once they embark on the path of cultivation and awaken their spiritual acupoints, they regain memories of their past lives, and the journey towards the great Tao becomes smooth. Yet, there are those whose spirits are extinguished across 3 lifetimes, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, inevitably facing the fate of shattered souls. However, perhaps some celestial treasures have safeguarded you, allowing your spirit to be cleansed before rebirth, thus severing ties with the past lives and relying solely on your present existence, which constitutes the sign of solitude and desolation. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare." Li Xun remained silent for a long while, unable to articulate a response. Qingshu smiled. "But fret not too much about this matter. Fortune or misfortune remains ambiguous. If you can face it with a serene heart, that is indeed a great blessing. Remember, the so-called sign of solitude and desolation, devoid of 3 lifetimes connections, allows for rapid advancement in cultivation. However, be prepared for the arduous path ahead when it comes to ascension, which bears both risks and rewards." Li Xun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Qingshu nodded and turned to Qingyin, junior sister. "I shall take him down the mountain now. Do you have anything else to say?" Qingyin smiled and shook her head. When she glanced back at Li Xun, her demeanor shifted to one of detachment, leaving Li Xun feeling somewhat uneasy. He began to reminisce about the time not long ago when Qingyin had patiently explained his doubts. At that moment, Qingyin seemed to ponder before speaking again. "Brother, do you not find his aptitude somewhat reminiscent of Lingo and Mingji?" Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Li Xun closely for a while before responding. "He possesses a nimble intellect and a quick mind, yet his resolve is steadfast. Indeed, there are similarities. Are you implying that, in our sect's 4 methods and 3 incantations, each has a considerable lineage, yet only one has been passed down for centuries, known only to Lin Ge and Mingji? Given the circumstances, having another practitioner would be advantageous." Qingshu nodded repeatedly, laughing. "I previously thought you were indifferent to worldly matters, but now I realize you have been concerned for our sect all along. The sect master will undoubtedly be pleased to hear this. This suggestion is quite commendable. I shall report it to my senior brother upon our return. It should come to fruition naturally." Qingyin smiled lightly and turned to Li Xun. "Do you understand what we are discussing?" Li Xun, not daring to show off, simply replied honestly, The two masters are deliberating on which cultivation method would suit the disciple best. Qingyin's calm voice was soothing to the ears. That is good to know. Upon your return, remember to study the Taishang Gaining Pian, Mingyu Jinjue, Ambi Xiao Tongdatsi thoroughly in the Qiyuan Hall. She listed over 10 titles for Li Xun to remember. Li Xun's mind was sharp. He had only to ask Qingyin to repeat it once, and he memorized everything. He did not dare to inquire further, merely assuring her of his commitment to study diligently. Qingxiu, stroking his beard with a smile, waited for Qingyin's instructions to conclude before commenting. Your understanding of the Lingxi Ju seems profound, junior sister. Lingxi Ju. Li Xun's mind erupted with joy, realizing that what he had been tirelessly seeking for years might be effortlessly within reach today. Though his heart swelled with excitement, he instinctively stabilized his energy, maintaining a calm demeanor as he listened attentively. The Lingxi Ju was the most intricate of the sect's 4 methods and 3 incantations, passed down to only Lin Gu and Ming Ji among the second-generation disciples. Alas, Lin Gu had recently succumbed to inner demons, hindering his progress, while Ming Ji dedicated herself to earnest cultivation, making significant advancements. However, she alone could not inherit the sect's legacy. If you are fated with this technique, it would save us considerable effort. Li Xun responded eagerly, internally shouting, teach me, quickly impart it to me. However, Qingxiu shifted the conversation, shaking his head. You must remember, we share with you our sect's supreme teachings not to encourage you to be overambitious or reckless. Instead, we wish for you to understand that the path to mastering the Lingxi Ju is the slowest, requiring patience and perseverance. Only through such tempering of the mind can you prevent the stirrings of ambition and the growth of inner demons. If you devote 100 years to this, you will undoubtedly become one of the sect's outstanding disciples in the future. Thanks to his words, although Li Xun absorbed little of the advice, the timing of his speech helped calm his emotions considerably. Seizing the opportunity to bow in response, he took a deep breath and declared, disciple shall not disappoint the esteemed masters. By the end of his statement, his composure was pushed to the limit, and he could no longer suppress the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him, his voice quaking with barely contained sobs. Although he quickly recognized his display, it was difficult to regain his composure. Fortunately, Qingxiu assumed he was merely overcome with emotion from the sweetness of his struggles, or perhaps the grievances of his 7 years. Never suspecting that it was his escape from death that had prompted such tears of joy, Qingyin's lips curled into a vague smile, and she chose to say nothing more. Turning away and vanishing into the depths of the forest, Li Xun hurriedly called out, if I find leisure, I shall return to the peak to repay the masters for their guidance. It was uncertain whether Qingyin heard him, but a faint sound of jingling ornaments wafted through the breeze. Even though Li Xun was now agitated by the Lingxi Ju, he felt a sense of loss upon witnessing such a scene. Qingxiu observed everything but said nothing, simply stating, let us descend the mountain. Li Xun quickly replied, then corrected himself, please wait, master. I have something on the lakeshore. Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Li Xun's mind raced, yet he answered truthfully, it is a slate I use for notes. I merely wish to keep it as a memento. Qingxiu expressed mild curiosity, his eyes glimmering with interest. After a brief sweep through the mist, he declared, it is right there. Before Li Xun could react, Qingxiu flicked his sleeve, and suddenly, Li Xun felt his footing give way, nearly stumbling. When he looked up again, he gasped as the scenery had completely changed. Before him was precisely the spot where he had first entered the water. Just a few feet away, his bundle lay undisturbed. Without pretense, his face was filled with astonishment. The hundreds of feet of distance had been traversed with a mere thought, indicating that Qingxiu's cultivation had reached a remarkable level, likely on par with true immortals. He quickly retrieved his bundle, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Qingxiu merely smiled, then waved his robe again, employing another technique. Surrounding mist coalesced and surged around his feet, lifting Li Xun effortlessly into the air. Qingxiu stood beside him, exuding tranquility. Noticing Li Xun's silly expression, he smiled knowingly, aware that there was some embellishment in his astonishment. This is the art of cloud riding, perhaps slower than flying with a sword, but it excels in stability and can carry greater weight. Once you achieve the state of a spiritual infant, you may employ it. Li Xun gazed at the clouds soaring beneath his feet, while the voice of the villain who once dashed his hopes echoed in his ears. Then he beheld the gentle smile of the clairvoyant Taoist, and everything around him felt illusory, as if he were trapped in a dream. As he ascended to a certain height, a fierce wind rushed towards him, causing him to momentarily choke on the air. His internal energy began to circulate instinctively, helping him to withstand the gale, and he found himself automatically entering a state of internal breathing. At that moment, a glimmer appeared in the eyes of the clear void Taoist, who remarked, "Qingyin mentioned that your self-cultivation path aligns remarkably with the subtle principles of our teachings. I was initially skeptical, but observing your reaction, it seems your foundational internal energy cultivation has reached its peak." Despite the fierce winds at such heights, the Taoists spoke as casually as in their usual conversations. However, Li Xun found himself at a loss for words. He could only scratch his head, wearing an expression of embarrassment. Curiously, it was unclear whether the clear void Taoist regretted the events of 7 years prior or felt sympathy for Li Xun, who had now entered the threshold of the sect. Compared to 7 years ago, his tone and demeanor had softened considerably, and he seemed genuinely considerate. With a wave of his hand, a barrier formed from the clouds, shielding them from the high-altitude winds, allowing Li Xun to finally speak. "Master, I must confess my understanding of the internal energy transportation technique is still rudimentary. But what do you mean by reaching the peak?" The clear void Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. "When a person's energy is full yet remains insubstantial, one may discuss longevity but not immortality. This is the first threshold of cultivation. Without guidance towards a higher level of techniques, remaining at this stage will lead to instability. One's internal energy may boil over without progression, becoming unbalanced like a bamboo cage holding fire, which will inevitably lead to self-destruction. This is what we refer to as the mundane peak. The basic internal energy transportation techniques of our sect can only achieve this level. If your internal energy stagnates, boiling without a way out, you will be trapped here." Li Xun blinked, realizing he had not encountered this mundane peak himself. Could it be that his skills were not yet fully developed? Yet, he felt a sense of unease. If he were truly lacking, Qingyin would not have imparted the next layer of heart formulas to him, nor would he have progressed so swiftly. Unable to fathom the situation, he redirected his inquiry to the clear void Taoist. Intrigued by Li Xun's words, the Taoist suddenly exclaimed, "Pay attention." He pointed his finger towards Li Xun's shoulder. Understanding that this was a test of his abilities, Li Xun was still startled. The simplicity of the gesture belied the overwhelming pressure it exerted, making it difficult for him even to raise his hand. Fortunately, after 7 years of arduous training, he had tempered his resolve to be as steadfast as stone. He managed to withstand the pressure and lifted his hand, drawing in the air to create a cloud pattern restraint, which he had mastered through countless repetitions. With a few delicate strokes, an ethereal aura emanated from his work. Caught off guard, the clear void Taoist felt the gentle energy shift, and, as a result, his finger deviated slightly, landing on Li Xun's shoulder, where the force dissipated instantly. Both men were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, the clear void Taoist clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Marvelous! From where did you learn this transformation of cloud patterns?" Li Xun, of course, did not dare to admit that it was the result of his relentless practice to break through barriers. Instead, he attributed his inspiration to the robes of clouds and some cave formations he had discovered along the way, from which he had gleaned insights into the restraints. 90% truth and 10% fabrication. One could assume the clear void Taoist would not discern the difference. Upon hearing this, the clear void Taoist could not help but praise him, and when he noticed Li Xun's work among his belongings, he pulled out Li Xun's most cherished piece for closer examination. It revealed an unrestrained creativity, devoid of constraints, yet imbued with a certain solemnity, indicating that he had indeed mastered the art of cloud patterns to a considerable degree. "Ah, now I understand." The clear void Taoist gestured at the carvings on the stone slab, repeatedly expressing his admiration. "No wonder you have not encountered the mundane peak. It is evident that the energy dynamics of these cloud patterns influence the flow of internal energy from the outside in, allowing for self-adjustment, perfectly aligning with the Tao. Your scope has surpassed that of basic transportation techniques by a significant margin. Qingyin's transmission of the transformation of energy techniques to you was indeed most fitting. This stroke here, like a solitary cloud emerging from the valley, is truly ingenious. Yet, it lacks a bit of steadiness. Let us adjust it this way." His enthusiasm surged, and he eagerly engaged Li Xun in a discussion about the cloud patterns inscribed on the stone slab. A topic Li Xun was more than willing to delve into. The art of cloud patterns had become his proudest achievement over the years. and to receive the clear void Taoist recognition brought him immense joy. Realizing the rarity of this opportunity, he presented a myriad of questions accumulated over the past 7 years. Correlating his insights with the teachings of the clear void Taoist, feeling a familiar exhilaration akin to his early lessons with Qingyin, losing track of time in the process. The technique of cloud riding was considerably slower than sword flight, and by the time they descended from the peak, it was already the following morning. Li Xun, immersed in the validation and various insights imparted by the clear void Taoist, remained blissfully unaware that the nightmarish 7 years had come to an end. It was only when the sound of a temple bell resonated, its lingering echoes reaching the heavens, that he abruptly returned to reality. Looking down, he saw the sect's buildings nestled among the mountains, appearing both hidden and revealed, with the occasional silhouette moving like ants amidst the undulating terrain. Several sword energies soared skyward, vanishing into the ether. The sight struck him like a colossal hammer to the head, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel upon the clouds. The resounding chants of scripture reached Li Xun's ears, ethereal and indistinct. With a groan, he tossed aside the covering over his head and opened his eyes, staring blankly at the beams above him. So this was not a dream, he murmured in bewilderment. This marked the 10th day since Li Xun's return. Each night as he drifted into slumber, he dreamt of the happenings atop the sitting forgetfulness peak, only to awaken each morning, laboriously realizing he was in the Qiyuan Hall on Lianxia Mountain, now officially a disciple within the sect. Becoming a third-generation direct disciple was merely a matter of time. Among those who ascended the mountain with him, aside from Shanji, the others were still in the process of breaking ground, while his progress had been notably swift. Li Xun tidied his appearance, donned the cloud robe he had worn for 7 years, and took several books in hand as he stepped outside. Qiyuan Hall, situated atop the cloud-piercing peak, offered a tranquil and picturesque setting, where birds chirped softly, a splendid place for tempering the heart and cultivating the spirit. The hall currently housed nearly 100 disciples, all having endured the trials of breaking ground and seeking further refinement. They attended 3 or 4 classes daily, taught by the sect's celestial masters, covering various subjects such as scriptures, spells, and insights into the mystical realms, although most of their time was devoted to self-study. Having undergone trials, the disciples felt quite accomplished. Li Xun rose early, meandering through the lush flora, where he observed many senior brothers reciting scriptures and refining their energy. Clearly having been at it for some time, finding a relatively secluded spot, he settled down and began to cultivate his energy. After achieving a harmonious state, he leaned against a tree and quietly read a book. These texts were provided by Qingyin, and he dared not be negligent. Aside from some general scriptures, he had skimmed through most of them, though he could not claim any substantial gains. Nevertheless, they were effective in calming his mind and focusing his thoughts. During this period, he devoted himself primarily to comprehending the transformation of energy techniques imparted by Qingyin. Among the various intricate methods, he had grasped some independently, yet, without systematic guidance at the time, he now found new insights as he integrated them into a cohesive understanding. In fact, the transformation of energy techniques clearly delineated the stages of cultivation for this phase. There were a total of 2 levels, the deep blue waters of the East Sea and bright moon rising above the sea. In the realm of deep blue waters of the East Sea, the process of refining the essence of energy occurs from within to without, serving to strengthen the body. 7 years ago, he had already attained a small success in harmonizing his energy, and with 7 more years of diligent practice, coupled with the intricate techniques of cloud patterns, he had inadvertently progressed through this level. Since the day Qingyin imparted the teachings, the sensations within his body had undergone a continuous transformation day and night. As of today, what once seemed like an intricate dance of the fingers had become second nature. The process of qualitative transformation and essence refinement was now more than halfway complete. Before long, he would be ready to cultivate the realm of bright moon rising above the sea, which was the pinnacle of physical embodiment. The so-called flesh embryo pinnacle refers to the initial threshold where one transcends the physical body, shedding it to become the Tao's true essence. However, this journey is inherently limited. By allowing the inner breath to circulate seamlessly and employing profound techniques to guide the flow of energy, one can condense it into a pearl. At the moment when the energy surges, this culminates in the creation of the golden elixir, akin to the emergence of a bright moon upon the sea. Once the golden elixir is attained, the mysteries of the universe will unfold. At that juncture, using the golden elixir as a medium and the energy flow as a guide. Every limb and sinew will be nourished daily by the essence of heaven and earth, transforming the inner breath into true breath. With prolonged practice, the Tao's essence will be perfected, leading to the attainment of immortality. Currently, Li Xun lacks the requisite power to put this into practice. However, his 7 years of studying cloud patterns have led him to think beyond his current level, starting from the simplest aspects, dissecting the intricacies step by step, and ultimately achieving a comprehensive understanding in his mind. When the time for action arrives, he will navigate it with ease and grace. In recent days, he has envisioned several key thresholds, and rather than seeking validation through texts in case of obstacles, he first uses methods such as cloud patterns and luminous patterns for confirmation, even cross-referencing with techniques from the Yiming record. Only after arriving at his own conclusions does he consult the texts for comparison. Consequently, his progress has inevitably slowed. Yet each step is solidly grounded, devoid of the immature eagerness that often accompanies hasty advancement. This steadiness is something even many accomplished Taoists might lack, marking Li Xun's distinctive advantage. As he contemplated a minor obstruction, the sun had already reached its zenith. He rolled up his scroll and strolled back leisurely. Along the way, many fellow disciples cast lingering glances in his direction, likely due to the notoriety he had garnered from his 7 years of striving. Li Xun remained unfazed, maintaining his customary courtesy, ensuring he did not offend anyone. Whether described as gentle or diplomatic, this approach is most suited for navigating the world, encapsulating Li Xun's philosophy of interpersonal relations. On the mountain, the practitioners are accomplished, practicing abstinence from grains, content with a single daily meal of fresh fruits and pure water. Li Xun casually picked up a fruit, delaying his consumption as he contemplated his plans for the afternoon. He had a class with Ming Song Taoist, one of the 7 swords of Lianxia, likely discussing the applications of spells. Listening would be beneficial, but he wondered if Dan Ji would also attend. It had been 7 years, and he was curious about how Dan Ji had changed. For Li Xun, cultivating a relationship with Dan Ji was valuable, necessitating a thoughtful approach to win his favor. He understood that 7 years could significantly alter a person's character, especially amidst the divine influences of Lianxia Mountain, where the power of subtle transformation cannot be underestimated. He considered gathering information first before meeting Dan Ji, yet felt it might be unwise. It would be better to avoid appearing too obvious. Careful observation would be prudent before making plans. At this moment, Li Xun had made up his mind. Thus, he resolved to attend the class in the afternoon, but before that, he would delve into various restrictive techniques to avoid wasting time. With a plan in mind, he turned to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky, revealing a figure who called out, "Junior Brother Sun? Is that you?" The voice sounded familiar. Li Xun looked up, momentarily stunned. Senior Brother Danji? It seemed the heavens were playing a jest, conjuring the very person he had just thought of before him. Nevertheless, this surprise only momentarily halted him, a fleeting thought later. His face blossomed with a vibrant mix of joy and astonishment upon seeing an old friend. A hearty laugh echoed from the sky as Danji gracefully descended, placing a hand on Li Xun's shoulder. Danji had indeed changed considerably over the 7 years. He now stood taller than Li Xun by nearly half a head, with a square face, phoenix-like eyes, and thin lips, exuding a certain elegance that marked a departure from his younger self, while retaining familiar features. Danji's exterior transformation mirrored a significant shift in his inner disposition. He no longer bore the vain traits of his youth and displayed a warm and candid demeanor when greeting Li Xun, suggesting that 7 years of introspection had borne fruit. After sizing up Li Xun a few times, he chuckled. "Look at you. You've become so robust, almost like a leopard. It's hard to tell you were once a little prince. Though your skin remains fair, your handsome face hasn't changed." His words were genuine. During his 7 years on the mountain, while Li Xun's skin had remained unblemished by the sun, his physique had indeed developed, with subtle muscle definition that conveyed strength without being excessive, truly resembling a leopard. A hint of stubble had appeared on his face, yet his youthful innocence persisted, giving him a charmingly boyish appearance that had not changed much from 7 years ago, as if he possessed an innate baby face. Li Xun smiled shyly, as was his nature, responding, "Senior brother, you've changed so much. I've merely trained hard to survive against the fierce beasts on the mountain. If I hadn't I wouldn't have made it this far." Danji laughed at this. I just emerged from seclusion yesterday and heard from Master that someone had indeed climbed to Zwawang Peak. I had no idea it was you. Today, I was tasked by the sect leader to find you, so I took it upon myself to seek you out. Come along with me now. The sect leader is looking for me? Li Xun's expression mirrored a pleasant surprise, eliciting a grin from Danji. Of course, besides the third-generation patriarch, you are the first disciple to have climbed Zwawang Peak on foot. According to the sect's rules, you are now considered a direct disciple, just like me. Who else could they seek if not you? That's only half the truth, Li Xun replied with utmost sincerity. I owe much to you, senior brother. For the cloud robe, the elixirs, and that dagger for protection. Without them, I would have perished in my first year on the mountain. His words were heartfelt, and Danji took great pride in them. Yet, having matured in his cultivation, he displayed a composed demeanor, smiling more warmly as he draped an arm around Li Xun's shoulders, saying, to assist you in achieving such success is a merit in itself. There is no need for you to be overly polite. By the way, my cultivation is still shallow, and I can't carry anyone on my sword. So we'll have to ascend step by step. As they chatted and laughed, walking side by side, Danji shared the challenges of his training and amusing anecdotes from the sect, while Li Xun recounted his extraordinary experiences on the peak. They found a rhythm together, embodying the touching reunion of old friends. Although they could not fly on swords, both possessed exceptional agility. While Li Xun moved slightly slower and lacked the fluid grace of Danji, they made good time, reaching the Zhiguan Peak in just over half an hour. This was Li Xun's first visit to the sect's significant site on Zhiguan Peak, and he found it unremarkable compared to the other peaks. Merely a cluster of buildings nestled among the flora, with streams meandering gently through, resembling a pastoral paradise, simple and natural. Danji casually explained the layout of the peak to him. At the highest point, a Taoist temple had been constructed, emphasizing refinement over grandeur. Those who had attained enlightenment would sit inside, while those still seeking would practice outside. Only during sect meetings would everyone gather within the temple. At this moment, inside the temple, all members of the sect below the sect leader, as long as they were on the mountain, were present. Certainly, this gathering was not solely for Li Xun's benefit. There were other matters at hand, as Danji conveyed. It appeared that Li Xun's admission to the sect was merely a secondary consideration. Upon stepping onto the peak, Li Xun did not initially perceive anything extraordinary. But after a few steps, he noticed clouds drifting past, stirring something within him. Upon closer inspection of the surroundings, he recognized certain buildings, flora, and the flow of streams as reminiscent of the cloud pattern restrictions he had studied. However, they seemed intertwined with various other restrictions, creating a far more complex and profound tapestry, elusive yet undeniably powerful, beyond Li Xun's current comprehension. Any prior disappointment vanished in an instant, and excitement began to surge within him. After 7 years on Zwawang Peak, if he had any passion, it was for analyzing and deciphering these restrictive techniques. Not long ago, during the initial descent from the peak, I engaged in a conversation with Qing Su that lasted through the night. He felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of certain concepts. The intricacies of this composite barrier are truly profound and intriguing. If I could unravel the restrictions here, the satisfaction alone would be enough to make me forget meals for 3 months. Li Xun felt a surge of excitement at the prospect, but at that moment, Shanji tugged at him, a hint of reproach on his face. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? I've called your name twice. My apologies. Li Xun realized he had unconsciously paused and could only manage an awkward smile, hastily fabricating an excuse. Just as he was about to step forward, he noticed Shanji's expression had frozen, his head tilted at an angle, gazing vacantly to the side. Sensing something, Li Xun turned to look as well, only to behold 3 or 4 extraordinarily beautiful female cultivators ascending the peak, their flowing skirts dancing, enveloped in ethereal mist, appearing nothing short of celestial. Though they lacked the tranquil grace of Qin Yin, there was an undeniable air of elegance about them, which explained Shanji's momentary daze. Concerned for his dignity, Li Xun cleared his throat and, mimicking Shanji's earlier action, gently tugged at his sleeve, calling out, "Shan senior brother?" Startled, Shanji turned back to see Li Xun's teasing expression and instinctively coughed to regain his composure. Yet, he ended up chuckling awkwardly, sighing, "Junior brother's son. You mustn't laugh at me. Senior sister Chi Bai has grown even more captivating these past few years. Senior brother when high is indeed fortunate." Li Xun was taken aback by this remark, and Shanji soon realized his words had been somewhat inappropriate. He quickly shifted the topic, stating, "And there's also junior sister Een and junior sister Song. They too possess an even greater poise than before. Is it possible that our sex practices enhance one's appearance?" However, the abruptness of this topic change felt forced. Sensing the growing embarrassment on Shanji's face, Li Xun dared not linger and turned his gaze elsewhere. He shot a piercing glance at the female cultivators before they noticed him, then returned his attention to Shanji with a smile, saying, "Shan, senior brother, how ungracious of you. You didn't mention such splendid company on the mountain. I suddenly feel as though I've missed numerous opportunities during my 7 years on Zwawang Peak." Feigning regret, Li Xun tapped into the peculiar nature of human psychology. In such situations, appearing oblivious or pretending to be serious would invariably arouse suspicion and discontent. However, when one finds themselves in the same predicament as the other, a psychological closeness often ensues, fostering camaraderie. Shanji experienced this as well. His tension eased considerably, and he opened his mouth to speak, just as the female cultivators noticed them and greeted them with friendly smiles. Shanji returned their greetings with utmost seriousness, while Li Xun, not wishing to appear foolish, mirrored his demeanor, resembling an inexperienced scholar. Once the female cultivators had departed, the two shared a knowing smile, feeling an even stronger bond than before. Shanji continued to ponder how to rectify his earlier slip of the tongue. In truth, although these senior sisters are of our generation, many have been here for over a decade, some even for centuries. Junior brother, you mustn't judge them solely by appearances. Their cultivation far surpasses mine. Li Xun chuckled inwardly, maintaining an outwardly bashful demeanor, humbly accepting the lesson. Following this interlude, their conversation topics expanded significantly, with Shanji beginning to discuss matters more suited to men. Amid laughter and chatter, the discussion hall came into view. Upon glancing up, Li Xun noticed the plaque bore the name of an obscure temple, seemingly significant in its own right. As they approached, the number of people increased, and Shanji refrained from broaching previous topics, opting instead for casual exchanges with passing seniors and juniors. Occasionally, Li Xun would hear praises about scaling Zwawang Peak, which he readily accepted without comment. The temple, as Shanji had described, was modest in size, yet its pathways led to serene corners, exuding a garden-like charm. After circling a few times, Shanji arrived at a room's entrance. He instructed Li Xun to take a moment to gather himself before raising his voice. "Disciple Shanji, here to bring junior brother Li Xun as commanded." Inside, it seemed Qing Su responded, "Li Xun, come in. Others may leave." Shanji shot him a glance and complied. Taking a deep breath, Li Xun stepped forward and declared, "Disciple Li Xun pays his respects." With that, he gently pushed open the door and entered. The room was well lit yet sparsely furnished, with dozens of cushions laid out, currently occupied by around 20 to 30 individuals. In his haste, Li Xun could not count them all, but his gaze was drawn to the central figure, who he surmised must be the sect leader, Taoist Qingming. He dared not stare too long, only noting the Taoist size, which seemed as clear as crystal, as if they could penetrate the depths of his own soul. Furthermore, the Taoist's expression was serene and inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Truly unfathomable. Li Xun suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, an emotion that surged unexpectedly and became overwhelming. He had buried so many secrets within himself. The revelation of any one of them would spell disaster. Each person present could effortlessly bring about his ruin. At that moment, he felt akin to an ant facing a thundering herd of elephants. As he advanced towards the center of the room, each step felt laden with gravity. Upon reaching an appropriate position, he adjusted his robe and knelt. Bowing deeply, Disciple Li Xun extends greetings to the sect leader and esteemed elders. His voice echoed within the room, the sound lingering in the air. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the patterns of the green bricks beneath him, as if sensing the presence of barriers there. Barriers? For some reason, the thought of that term sparked a sudden clarity in his mind. Perhaps the fear had reached its peak, leaving only numbness, from which an unusual calm emerged. Regardless of the fluctuations in his psyche, at that moment, Li Xun felt as though he had shed an immense burden. The world that had once revolved around him now resumed its motion. He rediscovered his most authentic feelings. Even the pain in his knees from kneeling was vividly acute. Just then, Qing Su's voice rang out, though it was not directed at him. "Senior brother, what do you think of this child?" Li Xun dared not raise his head but sensed a sudden chill, as if multiple gazes swept over him. He had endured countless such stares before. Yet it was only now that he truly felt their weight. As he grappled with his embarrassment, a gentle and refined voice chimed in, presumably from Qing Ming. Born of nobility, yet possessing such resilient resolve, it is quite remarkable. Li Xun, raise your head. Li Xun calmly lifted his gaze. But upon meeting Qing Ming's eyes, he instinctively lowered his gaze once more, remaining silent. It seemed a sigh escaped from the other's side. Indeed, a visage of solitude. I wonder which Taoist friend failed their tribulation and, amidst death, managed to seize this fragment of life. A cause for both celebration and lament. The individuals in the room bowed their heads, their expressions somber. Qing Ming continued, this child possesses great determination, having scaled over 270,000 li. One could say he is the foremost among the disciples of the 3 generations. According to sect regulations, he shall be accepted as an inner disciple. Do any of you have objections? The room fell silent. Qing Ming nodded slightly, and then remarked, then let it be approved. Now, on to the next matter. Both Qing Yin and Qing Su have attested to this child's excellent aptitude for practicing the Lingxi Ju, given this technique's waning lineage. I wish for him to study it. Do any of you have any comments? There was a brief pause in the room before a female voice responded. Only the senior brother and Ming Ji's senior sister practiced this technique. As Ming Ji is rarely on the mountain, should we not have the senior brother take him on as a disciple? Qing Ming nodded slightly. That was my thought as well. Gur, what do you think? This silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. And just as Li Xun began to lose patience, a languid and feeble voice finally replied, as the master commands, I have nothing further to say. Was that an acknowledgement? Li Xun felt a stir in his heart. But why did he perceive a hint of resentment in the words of this person? Furthermore, such a response seemed rather disrespectful. Yet the reactions of those in the room were surprisingly indifferent. Could this person be the leader of the 7 swords of Lianxia, the Tianxin sword lingo? Qing Ming appeared to smile faintly before inquiring further. So, do you agree? Guiding the essentials is something a disciple can manage, Lin Gu replied languidly. If uttered by another, such words might carry a touch of arrogance, but from his lips, they felt lethargic and dismissive. Li Xun's heart sank immediately. Qing Ming merely smiled, then turned to Li Xun, saying, did you hear everything? It would be somewhat inconvenient to accept the apprenticeship at this moment. Please wait outside. Your master will lead you back shortly for the formalities. Li Xun dared not speak further, merely rising and retreating with a respectful demeanor. Just as he was about to exit the door, Qing Ming began discussing another matter. Yushan Ren has been too ostentatious lately. With the gathering of loose cultivators under the northern polar night, we must remain vigilant. These words fell on deaf ears for Li Xun as he stepped backward out of the room, shutting the door behind him. As he closed the door, he quickly cast a glance toward a certain direction within, where Lin Gu must be situated. He recognized his future master at a glance. In the whole room, only this individual donned resplendent robes, bearing a countenance of disheartened nonchalance, starkly contrasting with the solemnity of the others. Just one glance left him with the impression that the entire world was dimming. Would he truly spend the days ahead in the company of this man? Li Xun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The closing of the door severed Qing Ming's voice and his line of sight. Yet, Lin Ji's languid and despondent demeanor was etched deeply into his heart. At that moment, he recalled what the immortal Master Ming Yin had spoken of a century ago, the unprecedented slaughter of the phoenix in the Tongxian realm. Wasn't he Lin Gu the protagonist of that upheaval? Qing Ming requested that Li Xun wait outside, and he dared not move restlessly. Observing an ancient tree in the courtyard, wide enough for several people to embrace, he approached it and sat beneath, contemplating his thoughts. The ceremonial acceptance, in terms of outcome, was quite similar to his expectations. However, if one were to dissect the process intricately, it was by no means so mundane. Even the slightest misstep could potentially lead to a complete collapse. Qing Ming, Qing Su, the 7 swords of Lianxia, and the Qingying atop the Zhuang Peak were all first-rate cultivators. Setting aside their cunning, even the palpable spiritual penetrating power rendered Li Xun hard-pressed. He began to doubt whether his fortune was perhaps too favorable. Under the scrutinizing gazes of these individuals, could he still safeguard the numerous secrets within his heart? Was his cultivation, his guile, truly at a level where even deities would not instill fear? As he pondered this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet midway through, the expression on his face abruptly stiffened. However, if he himself was unaware of his abilities, how could others discern them? Especially when he was merely 8 years old. Still in the throes of immaturity, and uncertainty? This mystery lingered in his mind for a long time, always vaguely present until he suddenly came to a realization. There seemed to be something. As the sun dipped in the west, casting shadows among the flowers and trees in the courtyard, Li Xun had been seated in silence for over 3 hours, and the meeting within finally concluded. The door opened, and the second-generation disciples filed out, some casting a glance and offering a smile in his direction before dispersing. Li Xun stood up respectfully beneath the tree, head bowed, as a figure strode toward him, their tall frame blocking the last rays of sunlight, casting a shadow over him entirely. "Let us go," was the first phrase spoken by his master to his disciple. Li Xun did not dare to utter more than a quiet affirmation, obediently following Lin Gu, maintaining decorum as they exited the Weiming Temple, traveling several miles westward until they reached a modest 2-story building. Behind it, a narrow path seemed to lead toward a nearby cliff. The area surrounding the small building was densely wooded, exuding a tranquil ambience that was almost excessively secluded. Upon entering the room, Li Xun was greeted by a bright sight. He had not spent much time on the mountain, yet he was aware that within the sect, most cultivators were diligent and austere, placing little value on worldly possessions. The room was furnished simply and practically. His previous accommodation in the Chiyuan Hall featured only a few beds, a table, and a coarse set of tea utensils. However, he had not anticipated that his master would possess such refined tastes. Every piece of furniture in sight was crafted from exquisite materials, showcasing an ancient and rustic aesthetic. The few decorative antiques, though not many, were all fine specimens. The arrangement resembled a return to a royal residence, with the opulence of the mundane world transformed into a serene elegance. Li Xun's keen eye quickly discerned that these items were frequently handled, clearly belonging to Lin Gu. It was no wonder that rumors circulated on the mountain about Lin Ji's significant decline in cultivation over the past century. Given that a genuine practitioner of the immortal path would be so preoccupied with these material objects. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, Li Xun found solace in this revelation. Since this individual harbored personal interests, it would surely be easier to engage with him compared to the inscrutable Qing Su or Qing Ming. Li Xun naturally desired a capable master to guide his cultivation, ultimately aiming for immortality and ascension, but for now, preserving his life was paramount. If he could learn the Lingxi formula even a day sooner, it would enhance his chances of survival. With such a master, if he could align with Lin Ji's interests and win his favor, mastering the Lingxi formula within a year would be a trivial endeavor. While he mused on this, Lin Gu, without pausing, exited through a side door and ascended the narrow path behind the building, prompting Li Xun to hurriedly follow. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Lin Gu did not hesitate. Stepping as if on solid ground, he descended steadily, turning into what appeared to be a cave he had opened up a dozen feet below. Li Xun felt a pang of despair. He lacked Lin Ji's ability to fly with qi, and it seemed Lin Gu had no intention of offering assistance. Gritting his teeth, he mustered his energy and leapt down, estimating the distance before utilizing his inner strength to arc in midair, barely landing on a projecting stone platform. His cultivation was commendable, yet his lightness technique was utterly lamentable. Lin Gu stood to the side, for the first time regarding him with a direct gaze. Li Xun forced a sheepish smile. Disciple is rather inexperienced with many practical methods. Inner energy is foundational, and techniques can be learned later once the basics are established. Lin Gu remarked thus before turning and entering the cave. Li Xun, acting habitually, cast a lingering glance at the cave's protective formations, which seemed to blend Ming patterns, mountain patterns, and water patterns into a delicate landscape painting, skillfully utilizing variations in shade and light, perhaps incorporating obscure techniques as well. It appeared there would be much to occupy him. Setting aside his excitement, Li Xun hurried after Lin Gu. This was his first time entering a cave opened by a cultivator, and it was not at all as he had imagined, filled with radiant pearls and secret elixirs. Instead, it comprised merely a spacious hall, an alchemical room, a meditation chamber, and a study for storing texts, nothing more. If there was anything unusual, it was the mystery of how this cave, deep within the mountain, was illuminated. There was no apparent source of light, yet the entire space was bright and clear, indistinguishable from daylight. Lin Gu guided him into the study, where the collection of texts was modest, primarily consisting of Taoist scriptures, but more than half were unfamiliar to Li Xun. Here is the complete text of the Lingxi formula, along with my past insights. Shortly, I will impart the technique to you, and you may utilize this space for your practice and reference in the future. Do you have anything to say? At this moment, the expression on Li Xun's face was exceptionally vivid. He gazed at the second shelf of the bookshelf, filled with a row of tomes such as an exploration of the Lingxi technique, insights on entry, and records of perception. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, bittersweet, poignant, and exhilarating. He murmured, "It is just that this particular technique is exceedingly intricate. The Lingxi technique is challenging to grasp at the outset, difficult to consolidate, yet relatively easy to master, contingent solely upon one's dedication." Reflecting on this, if one could devote 7 years to scaling the peaks, surely they could invest 70 years to comprehend its fundamentals. Li Xun steadied his thoughts and bowed respectfully, affirming, "I shall not disappoint the expectations of my master." Lin Gu responded with a casual nod, "There is no need for formalities. Your earnestness will suffice. From this day forth, you shall practice here. Tomorrow, I will impart the foundational methods to you, and thereafter, you may cultivate independently. Each month, bring forth any unresolved queries, and I shall elucidate them for you." Upon concluding his words, Lin Gu transmitted the incantation that would allow Li Xun to enter this realm, granting him permission to leave. As Li Xun retreated, having reached the threshold, Lin Gu inquired, "To what stage have you progressed in the transformation of qi?" "Only to the conclusion of the East Sea sinking into azure waters. I am currently preparing to circulate my vital energy and confront the next hurdle." "Oh, your progress is commendable. I had intended to assist you with this challenge, but since it seems to be a natural progression, there is no need for haste, lest it compromise your foundation. Go forth and confront the challenge. Once you have succeeded, return here for further training, and the results will be even more rewarding." Li Xun nodded in agreement, observing that Lin Gu had no further remarks, and thus exited the premises. As he departed, he cast one last glance inside, noting the languid indifference etched on Lin Ji's face, which now bore a deeper weight. A surge of emotion stirred within Li Xun, soon eclipsed by an uncontrollable joy. Leaving no room for other thoughts, the Lingxi technique was already within my grasp. Just 2 years. He ascended the cliffside, where the remnants of the setting sun stained the horizon crimson, casting a glow upon the myriad floating clouds, shimmering with hues of dawn. The winter scenery of Lianxia Mountain revealed a breathtaking vista of rosy light illuminating the snow-capped peaks. During the season when snow enveloped the mountains, at dawn and dusk, the rays of light would reflect off the white snow atop the summits, creating a spectacle of colors that exuded auspicious energy. From the vantage of Guanxia Peak, one could behold a boundless sea of rosy light, waves surging endlessly, a marvel to behold. It was said that the Mingxin sword sect possessed a technique named the Veil of Rosy Light Sword Technique, derived from this very scenery, a premier application within the sect, earning it the esteemed reputation of the beauty of countless layers of rosy clouds. Though Li Xun had not yet attained the mastery of such advanced sword techniques, it did not hinder his appreciation for the beauty surrounding him. Just last night, Danji had come to him, insisting they visit Guanxia Peak to witness the sight of rosy light reflecting upon the snow-laden mountains. At first, Li Xun found it peculiar that Danji exhibited such refined taste, only to realize now that the scenery was not merely a spectacle of nature, but rather a gathering of individuals. Today marked the day when senior sister Qi Bai was practicing the Veil of Rosy Light sword technique. According to Danji's intel, she had been stuck at a critical juncture for over 3 months, frequently ascending Guanxia Peak in hopes of finding inspiration to break through her plateau. Danji likely brought Li Xun along merely as an excuse to appease senior sister Qi Bai's inquiries. Nevertheless, it was well known throughout the Mingxin sword sect that Qi Bai possessed a gentle temperament. In her eyes, both Danji and Li Xun were merely Navi children. And even if she recognized the flimsy reasoning behind their visit, she would not harbor resentment. Thus, Danji could openly admire the scenery under the pretext of appreciating the beauty of the exquisite sword technique. Simultaneously, Li Xun's spirits were buoyant. He had always yearned for a high-level sword technique like the Veil of Rosy Light. Furthermore, his profound understanding of the cloud-like patterns of rosy light allowed him to glimpse its intricacies, drawing him deeper into the mysteries of the sword technique. The restrictions imposed by the Mingxin sword sect corresponded to unique techniques, each forming a comprehensive system of methodologies. Though this merely reflected a fragment of the sect's vast practices, it nonetheless revealed a consistent core. Li Xun, though young, was lauded even by Qing Su, a renowned expert in the study of sect restrictions. possessing an impressive grasp of the subject, albeit lacking a systematic understanding. Having formally entered the sect and taken a mint or 2 months prior, he had already assimilated systematic knowledge. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the foremost disciple in the study of restrictions among the third generation. Li Xun, through associative learning, discerned numerous echoes of the rosy patterns within the veil of rosy light sword technique, especially in its defensive stances, where the patterns seamlessly flowed, allowing him to comprehend them effortlessly. Moreover, the intricate networks of the offensive stances gradually began to coalesce in his mind. Should Qing Su and others become aware of this, they would undoubtedly express their astonishment, recognizing the advantages of innate talent and passion. Li Xun's prodigious aptitude, combined with his familiarity with various restrictions, naturally fostered a unique proclivity. It is said that delving deeply into a study unveils its inherent charm, and Li Xun had nearly reached that realm. Regardless of how complex the restrictions appeared to him, they were a tapestry of intrigue, and unraveling and recreating them constituted the most delightful experience, akin to an addiction, a rapture that brought him immense joy. Time sped by amidst Qi Bai's contemplation and the distinct obsessions of Dan Ji and Li Xun. As the rosy glow of the mountains faded, the arrival of the two youths did not bring fortune to Qi Bai. Her stagnation persisted, and a hint of disappointment marred her countenance. However, her gentle nature prevailed. She suppressed her disappointment and smiled as she bid farewell to Dan Ji and Li Xun. Dan Ji, unable to engage in further conversation with her, could only force a smile as he watched her depart. Turning to Li Xun, he noticed him with his head bowed, engrossed in sketching something in the snow, the intricate lines and patterns dizzying to behold. It was likely that Li Xun had not heard Qi Bai's farewell, so Dan Ji called out rather impatiently, "Sun, let us go." Oh. Realizing Dan Ji's poor mood, Li Xun hurriedly sprang to his feet, exchanging a few light-hearted words to ease the tension before following him away. They had scarcely walked a few minutes when a flash of sword light flickered from the peak, and Qi Bai reappeared. "Don't let the bead fall," she exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. The bead in question was a gift from on high, adorned with a small restriction he had personally inscribed. Though its power was modest, it represented his heartfelt sentiment, and Qi Bai was loath to part with it. Fortunately, her keen eyesight allowed her to spot the bead nestled in a rock crevice without much effort, letting out a sigh of relief. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the chaotic patterns etched in the snow. The familiar contours caused her to pause slightly. This must be drawn by that junior brother's son. Recalling the fervent young disciple who had been so absorbed in his work that he had not even acknowledged her farewell, she couldn't help but smile, finding this child, dubbed the foremost among the third generation by his peers, far more intriguing than his older brother. Curiosity piqued, she took a closer look, and in that moment, she found herself captivated. This was clearly a representation of some intricate techniques involved in the veil of rosy light sword technique, expressed through a method reminiscent of restriction patterns. Qi Bai, having conducted her own research on sect restrictions, grasped the essence immediately. Instinctively biting her lip, she observed intently. In terms of defensive stances, the subtle intricacies of the sword technique had been nearly elucidated. But this section appears different. Perhaps it is due to insufficient mastery. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. The sword technique unfurled in an instant. Without any pretense, she began to circulate her vital energy within, following the familiar pathways. At that crucial juncture, the flow of energy abruptly transformed, and with a slight alteration in approach, she smoothly traversed the intricacies inscribed in the snow. No, it was more than just smooth. That minor variation in her internal energy produced a unique guiding force. Subsequently, she found herself instinctively following the young boy's thought process, propelled onward by an unseen impetus. As each distinct change unfolds, the essence of true breath becomes increasingly profound, until it surmounts the barriers that had resisted for months. It feels akin to boiling soup melting snow, effortlessly surging past obstacles, its momentum unabated, cascading through 3 or 4 more barriers before finally waning. At this moment, Qi Bai is utterly entranced. This is instinctively. She forms her fingers into a sword and sweeps the air, witnessing the sword aura ascend to the heavens, shimmering with hues of dawn, as layers upon layers of radiant sword energy dance in an endless cycle. Although it pales in comparison to the legendary pinnacle of layered hues, and falls short of her master's profound sword illusions, It is undeniably a manifestation of her mastery over the sword technique. Has this truly come to fruition? She stands there, dazed for a moment, before suddenly kneeling to scrutinize the changes behind her. Regrettably, what she finds is profoundly disappointing. The subsequent transformations, while intricate, are chaotic and lack coherence, particularly in terms of offensive strategy, which appears convoluted and disorganized. Chibai flushes with embarrassment. Her keen intellect makes it clear that her missteps have misled the young boy's thought process, preventing him from progressing further and resulting in this disarray. This serves as proof that it is not the boy's cultivation that far surpasses hers, but rather his agile thinking and profound deductive abilities that have enabled him to achieve such a remarkable feat for him. It is merely a fleeting moment of inspiration. While for Chibai, it has saved her countless detours in time. She slowly rises, her gaze shifting to the mountain path below, where amidst the flowing mist, a youthful figure appears to be moving leisurely, the foremost individual beneath the 3 generations of ancestors. Chibai brushes aside her fallen hair and smiles gently. Perhaps it is not mere folly after all. Li Xun remains oblivious to Chibai's lofty appraisal of him. Even if he were to learn of it, he would not place much weight on her opinion. It is not that he possesses exceptional cultivation, but rather that his mind is preoccupied with more pressing matters. The intense agony has drained the last remnants of his strength. Over the past month, while cultivating the yin and yang energies, Li Xun has sensed that the external formidable yin fire is intricately entwined with the blood nightmare within his heart's core. The essence of both acts as a mutual pull, rotating like the yin-yang symbol, maintaining a delicate balance. Layer upon layer, they envelop 2 fundamentally different essences, as if they were one entity. When the blood nightmare stirs, it inevitably influences the movement of the yin fire. Due to this balance, the amount of power emitted by the blood nightmare is matched by the yin fire, albeit with opposing intentions. One seeks to extract while the other aims to infuse. This distinction is something Li Xun has only recently comprehended. Both possess the potential to bring about his demise. However, they operate on fundamentally different principles. The blood nightmare resembles a parasite, thriving on the essence provided by Li Xun, relentlessly consuming his lifeblood, which is essentially a process of siphoning his vitality. Yet, during this process, Li Xun does not merely suffer in silence. The blood nightmare, being a manifestation of filth and corruption, undergoes a purification process that also serves to draw out the impurities within him, inadvertently providing a cleansing effect. The introduction of yin fire into his body stems from the ingenious design of Mr. Gue, intended to apply external pressure, compelling Li Xun, the heir, to diligently cultivate and gradually enhance his abilities. This dual pressure naturally yields remarkable progress. Thus, each activation of the yin fire is a genuine infusion of vitality, augmenting the true essence. Thanks to Mr. Gue's meticulous planning, the yin fire and blood nightmare converge within the heart's core. Initially, the yin fire, imbued with the entirety of Mr. Gue's cultivation, should have easily devoured the blood nightmare, theoretically resulting in Li Xun's immediate demise from a heart rupture. Fortunately, the yin fire's entry was delayed by 7 years. During this time, the blood nightmare coexisted with Li Xun's essence, becoming increasingly refined. In terms of healing, it has become more challenging to expel. However, in terms of nature, it has developed a symbiotic relationship with Li Xun, almost becoming an additional organ. The yin fire would never obliterate the organs within its host. Due to the principle of mutual attraction, it coexists with the blood nightmare. This reciprocal exchange has allowed for prolonged coexistence, explaining why Li Xun has recently experienced a reduction in suffering. Had the situation continued in this manner, it would have remained relatively straightforward, and the outcome would have been within predictable bounds. However, at this juncture, Li Xun's cultivation of the qi transformation technique has reached the level of the moon rising over the sea, allowing him to transition to the Lingxi technique. It is only upon engaging with the Lingxi technique that Li Xun comprehends the meaning of slow and steady progress as articulated by Qing Yin and Lin Ge. The Lingxi technique is arguably one of the most labor-intensive foundational practices in the entire realm of profound understanding, requiring immense effort to master. Particularly in light of Li Xun's exposure to the Yin Ming record, a nefarious tome, and his personal practice of the high-level techniques like yin and yang energies. The time and effort devoted to the foundational aspects of the Lingxi technique far exceed that of the yin and yang energies by dozens or even hundreds of times. Not to mention the disparity in levels. The various nurturing practices for cultivating true essence and yin and yang energies are divided into 3 steps: eliminating impurities, concentrating essence, and transforming life. In contrast, the Li Xun technique encompasses dozens of steps, starting from the most basic self-awareness, with each step meticulously refined. Each step includes hundreds or even thousands of applications, meticulously detailing every meridian and organ. Following this protocol, it may take a decade or even 8 years to see results. And Lin Gu's estimation of 70 years may still be an understatement. Li Xun, initially lacking the patience for such a rigid structure, held a certain disdain for the predecessors who established such an inflexible system. However, acting with caution and employing his expertise in analytical reasoning, he devoted 7 days and nights to a comprehensive review, progressing from simplicity to complexity, after which he was drenched in cold sweat, deterred from any further frivolous thoughts. The system is vast and intricate. Each step of the technique is interwoven with subsequent subtleties. Even mindlessly following the prescribed methods would require 70 to 80 years. While for someone like Li Xun, whose mind is agile and eager to exhaust every nuance, it would not be unusual to spend 1 or 2 centuries. According to Li Xun's deductions, the process begins with the emergence of true essence, passing through several stages, ultimately compressing the nascent true essence and the initial golden elixir within him into a minuscule seed smaller than a pinhole. All subsequent true essences will share this nature, vastly surpassing the quality of the yin and yang energies. Naturally, in terms of quantity, it will fall short. One can imagine the stringent quality and control requirements involved in executing such a monumental compression task. After 7 years of focused cultivation, Li Xun's cultivated true essence seems somewhat lacking in weight, further complicated by the uncontrollable impurities of the blood nightmare and yin fire. The refinement process will undoubtedly be arduous. Initially, Li Xun possessed a superficial understanding of the challenges ahead. He soon completed the first step of the moon rising over the sea, using the nascent golden elixir as a nucleus to control the true essence throughout his body, guiding the transformations of the technique. This is a simple, monotonous, and tedious endeavor. Countless meridians and myriad energies resemble an intricate web. This process demands the ability to manipulate countless threads with a single finger, transforming a complex marionette into a living being. Beyond employing various methods to enhance his control and eliminate impurities within the true essence, it is an unending cycle of experimentation. Li Xun took 20 days to initially grasp the essence. And it was at this juncture that an anomaly occurred. True breath and golden elixir had preliminarily unified into a grand system under Li Xun's dominion. This system was complete, intricate, yet relatively fragile. Any unforeseen event could potentially trigger its entire collapse. Blood nightmare and yin fire emerged as the disruptors. Previously, their relentless torment was entirely resisted by Li Xun's will. However, at this moment, the formidable siphoning power of blood nightmare and the abundant vitality of yin fire were unforeseen variables that this newly established system could not endure. The instant they surged forth from the heart's aperture, the culmination of Li Xun's 20 days of effort was obliterated in an instant. If it were merely a futile endeavor, Li Xun could have borne it. Yet, the disintegration of this system was far beyond mere futility. In the moment of collapse, the initially unified true breath surged forth like a dam that had burst, overwhelming Li Xun entirely. Had it not been for Li Xun's habituation to suffering, and had yin fire not timely infused a copious amount of vitality, he might have perished from shattered meridians in that very instant. This was true madness. Now, he must express gratitude to Blood Nightmare for having forged his resilient physique over the course of 7 years, which, under the onslaught of true breath, managed to withstand the assault and, during Li Xun's day-long unconsciousness, began to heal itself substantially. Terrified, Li Xun once contemplated abandoning his practice altogether, even considering how to decline returning to the mountain, to surrender the complete Li Xun formula to Blood Scatterer, and to heed his directives. Yet, amidst such turmoil, he suddenly discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had developed a pathological craving for the joys and even the torments of cultivation. Merely pausing for half a day, he could not resist pondering the challenges of his practice, and after enduring just 1 more hour, he found himself compelled to physically engage once more, experimenting with his thoughts anew. In short, he had become addicted. This craving penetrated deeply into his very bones, perpetually radiating an insatiable itch that rendered him unable to cease. Li Xun was not a fool driven by instinct. In the following days, he refrained from recklessly practicing and instead immersed himself in countless ancient texts, drawing insights from the myriad experiences of Lin Go and devising dozens of optimal strategies. He sought to discover a more stable and robust method through this meticulous approach. Remarkably, within just 10 days, Li Xun found his answer. On the night, he promised Shanji to admire the scenery at Guanxia Peak. He once again completed the Golden Core True Breath Lock structure, an endearing title he whimsically bestowed upon his proud creation. Upon returning from Guanxia Peak, he wasted no time and reinforced the completed system, then settled quietly in his meditation chamber to introspectively examine the flow of energy within his body, silently awaiting the daily arrival of the fixed torment. At last, at a certain moment, his heart twitched slightly, followed by an explosive surge of countless fine energy threads that rushed into the blood vessels connected to his heart. In that instant, the Golden Core True Breath Lock structure trembled violently, with several components showing signs of imminent collapse, and a portion of the true energy began to stir. In the next moment, the Yin fire within his heart surged forth, and upon colliding with the entire system, it instantly destroyed the already unstable components, causing that segment of true energy to spiral out of control and wreak havoc within his body. Yet, this was not the end. The current situation was anticipated by Li Xun. The system did not collapse instantaneously as it had previously, which testified to his progress over the past few days. Bolstering his confidence immensely, he endeavored to maintain the integrity of the system while simultaneously attempting to rein in the uncontrollable true energy. After more than a month of diligent practice, his control over the Golden Core had greatly improved, allowing him to effectively gather the scattered true energy back into the system. However, this was merely the beginning of a grueling phase. Li Xun understood that after over 10 days of preparation, blocking the initial wave of impact would be manageable. The true challenge lay in the prolonged battle that would last for half a stick of incense. During this time, sustaining a delicate and fragile system would prove immensely difficult. Time had never felt so sluggish. 1/3 of the system had already been destroyed, and with the increasing rate of collapse, the speed of disintegration accelerated. Li Xun had lost count of how many times he had steeled his will against the impending ruin, almost futilely propping up the crumbling structure. The damage wrought by the surging true energy far exceeded that of the blood nightmare, yet it remained within his control. What truly disheartened him was the slow but steady siphoning process of the blood nightmare, something he could not withstand. Even if he fortified every meridian and acupoint in his body to be as sturdy as iron walls, the delicate threads of the blood nightmare would still shatter them at a touch, leaving him helplessly watching his hard-earned essence being drained away. That feeling was utterly nauseating. To replenish the lost essence, he had no choice but to draw twice as much from the abundant yuan qi of the yin fire. Perhaps in this process, he gained the opportunity to observe the activities of the blood nightmare in their entirety for the first time, becoming aware of its treacherous power. After once more gathering his spirit to withstand the pressure from the chaotic true energy, the blood nightmare and yin fire withdrew rapidly, leaving behind a chaotic mess. Just as before, the blood nightmare and yin fire were mere catalysts. The true destroyers were those unruly threads of true energy. Now came the time where both willpower and skill were essential. It was unclear how much time had passed, but around the moment when Li Xun was bleeding from his 7 orifices and most of his skin's capillaries had burst, a complete and stable Golden Core True Breath Lock structure was once again established within him, swiftly beginning to heal his body. Only then did Li Xun open his eyes. Wiping away the dried blood from the corners of his swollen eyes, unable to suppress a satisfied smile as he glanced at the hourglass beside him. However, at that moment, his smile froze. 12 full hours had elapsed. This meant that the next occurrence of the blood nightmare's heart-devouring could begin at any moment. In despair, he closed his eyes and let out a groan. For a full 15 days, Li Xun had no opportunity for rest, enduring the repetitive cycle of resistance and reconstruction. Finally, at the moment he withstood the 15th assault of the blood nightmare, he was utterly exhausted and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. He was unaware of how long he slept, but upon awakening, it was no surprise that the painstakingly established Golden Core True Breath Lock structure had once again completely shattered, obliterating the efforts of countless days. At that moment, Li Xun felt a profound desire for death. After pounding the ground in frustration, he stood up. Finding that his injuries had healed by about 80 to 90%, and his spirit was quite good, perhaps due to the long sleep. He had intended to continue his research, but upon calculating the time, his heart skipped a beat. His master had mentioned he needed to report progress once a month. What time was it now? Realizing this, he dared not delay and hurriedly left the cave, climbing up the cliff, only to find that the sky was dark. And it was already deep into the night. It seemed it had recently snowed, with over 2 inches of snow blanketing the ground, reflecting the starlight. He glanced around, noting that the lights in the upper building were extinguished. Not wanting to disturb Lin Gu at this hour, he decided to wait until tomorrow. Quietly circumventing the small building and following the mountain path down the peak, he had walked only a few miles when he suddenly paused. Reflecting on the situation he had encountered earlier, the residences of his second and third martial uncles were clean and bright, with warm lights and the sounds of conversation wafting from within. Only his master's front door was buried beneath a thick layer of snow, the footprints scattered and chaotic, and the upper floor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Initially, he had not thought much of it, but now, in comparison, he felt discomfort. Li Xun held no strong feelings toward Lin Gu, nor did Lin Gu seem particularly invested in him as a disciple. Their interactions were limited, and while he made an effort to flatter, the results were less than satisfactory. Over time, he realized that Lin Gu was not fond of such flattery, leading him to gradually grow distant. Most often, he would merely inquire about his well-being before retreating to his cave for arduous practice, often avoiding tasks like serving tea, which Lin Gu did not seem to mind. On ordinary days, Li Xun did not think much of this. However, now, with a point of comparison, he felt a sense of unease in the stillness of the night. Contemplating the image of Lin Gu sitting alone by the window in the lonely tower, and gazing at the snow blanketing the ground, a twinge of compassion arose within him. Why should his master, Li Xun's own mentor, be relegated to such desolation? How could he, Li Xun, hold his head high in the future? Moved by this thought, he halted his descent and retraced his steps. Arriving at the front of the building, Li Xun exhaled deeply, marked out a designated area, and summoned his true energy to push a large mass of snow aside, revealing a clean patch of ground. The snow slid across the surface with a crunching sound, resonating clearly in the quiet night. Startled by the noise, Li Xun quickly ceased his actions. If discovered, it would be utterly humiliating. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly devised a plan. Stealthily, he inserted his fingers into the snow and paced around the small building, tracing countless intricate patterns on the ground as he went. This was his area of expertise. In just a matter of those few circles, he had created a snow-dispelling array, an innovative concept he had conceived, which was essentially a practical application of wind patterns. The principle was to gradually loosen the thick layer of snow, allowing the wind to blow away the upper layers of snow powder, continuing down until the accumulation was completely dispersed. The process was silent and utilized the mountain breeze for assistance, requiring no true energy whatsoever. It relied solely on the exquisite and natural design of the patterns. The arrangement was not complicated, yet it displayed remarkable ingenuity. Prepared for all this, as he watched the snowflakes dance in the air, Li Xun smiled broadly, filled with pride. Just as he chuckled twice, he suddenly noticed a figure in luxurious robes standing at the now-occupied doorway, their eyes glimmering as they gazed in his direction. In shock, he stood there with his mouth agape. "Please come in." Lin Gu beckoned, not sparing him another glance. Li Xun, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and followed inside. The dimly lit small building soon brightened with radiant lights. The illumination emanated from a rare pearl, about the size of a 7-dime coin, showcasing Lin Ge's considerable wealth. After placing the pearl on the mantelpiece, Lin Gu took a seat and inquired of his standing disciple, who remained respectfully upright. "Have you been focusing on your initial endeavors these past few days?" His tone bore a hint of nonchalance, yet Li Xun dared not be negligent and bowed in response. "And how did it fare?" Li Xun's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. The disciple is lacking, and the endeavor was soon ruined. Ruined? Lin Gu raised an eyebrow, unaware that this was Li Xun's second attempt. He assumed, quite naturally, the first construction is often delicate and vulnerable, easily disrupted by various external forces. It is normal for it to fail. Simply try again a few more times. However, I see your resolve is steadfast, not that of a distracted fool. You must have been quite cautious in your approach. How did it end up ruined? Li Xun had already prepared a justification. Clearing his throat, he said, "Indeed. My focus was divided. Due to senior sister Chi Bai cough, Noticing Lin Ji's startled expression, he quickly waved his hand, continuing in one breath. It was on that day at Guanxiao Peak when Senior Sister Qi executed the Shroud of Clouds sword technique. I, in my recklessness, attempted to apply what I had learned. Though I achieved nothing significant, I found it quite intriguing. Upon returning to practice, I don't know how it happened, but a flash of insight struck me, and my vital energy clashed, leading to the destruction. This fabrication was a desperate measure. He could hardly confess to Lin Gu about blood nightmares or ghostly flames, lest he be struck dead with a single blow. Thus, he resorted to the Shroud of Clouds sword technique as a cover, with a mix of truth and falsehood. It was indeed troubling him, but it was not to the extent of rendering him completely distracted. Moreover, various texts warned against lofty aspirations hindering cultivation, so Li Xun's response was quite reasonable. As expected, Lin Gu, though unclear on some details, accepted his explanation and asked a few questions regarding his health, to which Li Xun naturally replied that he was well. Lin Gu nodded. Your ability to discern clues for deduction from the Shroud of Clouds sword technique demonstrates your keen insight. However, keen insight and reasonable deductions do not equate to the ability to cultivate. Your body must withstand the effort. Set that aside and concentrate on mastering the fundamentals. If you truly develop an interest in this sword technique in the future, I would be willing to teach you. This was the first time he referred to himself as a teacher, indicating a growing closeness to Li Xun. Satisfied, Li Xun hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lin Gu acknowledged him with a sound, allowing him to rise, and then asked, in recent days, have you encountered any difficulties? Oh, I was just about to ask for your guidance, master. Seeing Lin Ji's willingness to impart knowledge, Li Xun seized the opportunity to present the multitude of questions he had accumulated regarding the golden core's true essence and structural locks. Fearing he might not articulate his thoughts clearly, he boldly requested paper and ink and began to sketch. This was the first time Lin Gu witnessed Li Xun employing such a method to deduce problems. As an adept in cultivation, he immediately recognized the foundational principles behind Li Xun's deductions and could not help but praise. It is rare for you to delve so thoroughly into these techniques. Li Xun felt a surge of joy within but maintained a composed exterior, continuing to present his queries one by one. Initially, Lin Gu responded casually, but gradually he found himself needing to contemplate before providing answers, a change reminiscent of the exchanges with Qing Su. Eventually, Lin Gu appeared puzzled. The fluctuations in the qi at this acupoint seem rather insignificant. Perhaps it is merely for reinforcement? Li Xun silently admired his keen perception. Though his expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment, the disciple feared further mishaps, hence considered preparing more thoroughly to achieve success in one go. Lin Gu shook his head slightly. This remains but theoretical discourse. How well can your golden core control the true essence? Li Xun certainly dared not admit that he had already attempted it once without issue. He scratched his head and chuckled nervously. The disciple is still unsure. Lin Gu smiled, made a few adjustments with his brush, and presented it to Li Xun. How about this? Though it was merely a few strokes of modification, it encapsulated the wisdom, knowledge, and spiritual essence Lin Gu had accumulated over centuries. His mastery was evident. This revision not only significantly lessened the requirements for controlling the golden core but also enhanced its stability considerably. Li Xun's gaze was captivated, unable to divert from it. Following this approach, why fear the blood nightmare or the ghostly fire? Even if temporarily disrupted, he could swiftly restore it. Though Lin Gu had only altered one aspect, could this method not also refine other crucial areas? Inspired, Li Xun set aside any thoughts of flattery and immediately immersed himself in calculations, unaware that his fervor was, in itself, the most flattering praise. Observing Li Xun's fervent demeanor, Lin Gu recognized that he had grasped the essence of his thoughts. With a sense of admiration, he reflected, this youth resembles me in his own time of cultivation on the mountains. He too had demonstrated such clarity and immense diligence, earning the praise of his master. Qingming Taoist, who often commended his remarkable intuition and ability to draw inferences. Now, those accolades were being bestowed upon Li Xun. A century passed in the blink of an eye. He was no longer the once revered Tianxin sword, nor was the youth before him the pampered prodigy of yore. Could it be for this reason that my master entrusted him to me? Lin Gu gazed at Li Xun, who was enraptured in his studies. His heart flooded with mixed emotions, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Xun had awakened. Realizing that Lin Ji's few strokes had unlocked a door to a realm he had never encountered, revealing a world filled with greater wonders. In that brief moment, he felt a significant advancement in his thinking, perception, and comprehension. Such profound exchanges are a privilege reserved for masters and disciples who share a lineage of heart and mind. Had it been Qing Su, he might have surpassed Lin Gu in purity of cultivation, yet the gap in their philosophies would prevent such seamless communication. Only now did Li Xun understand the rationale behind the pursuit of a good mentor. He was not truly a heartless individual, thus he felt genuine gratitude towards Lin Gu. Coming back to his senses, he promptly bowed and expressed his thanks. However, Lin Gu appeared somewhat disinterested at this moment. He waved his hand dismissively. If there are no further questions, you should take your rest. This was clearly a signal for Li Xun to leave. He did not dare to linger, bowing once more. In that case, I shall seek your guidance again in the future. As he stepped towards the door, he heard Lin Gu call out from behind. In the future, there is no need for monthly visits. Should you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me at any time. The days of diligent cultivation passed swiftly. When Li Xun emerged from his cave once more, the snow still blanketed the mountains, yet gazing at the treetops, he noticed a hint of tender green beginning to emerge. It was the season of the first rays of spring. Unlike his previous emergence, this time, Li Xun felt an exhilarating thrill. After nearly 3 months, he had finally stabilized the golden core's true essence locking structure, rendering him impervious even against the onslaught of blood nightmares and ghostly flames. Through months of both mental and physical refinement, the solidity of this framework had become a source of pride for him. With the golden core at its center, Li Xun skillfully maneuvered the flow of true essence, incorporating every part of his body into this cohesive system, leaving no trace of weakness within. In this state, he has indeed reached the profound realm akin to the moon rising over the sea. However, Lin Gu had cautioned him that while he may attain the realm, the timing might be insufficient. The Lingxi technique strictly forbids reckless advancement, as a shaky foundation can lead to instability. Consequently, although Li Xun's transformation into Qi has reached its pinnacle, he must refrain from hastily pursuing the transformation into Shun. Instead, he ought to meticulously master each stage of practice before seeking higher realms, allowing progress to come naturally. Li Xun understood that if he were to shut himself away in solitude at this juncture, it would yield no benefits. Thus, he ceased setting rigid plans for himself. Instead, he wandered leisurely upon the mountain each day, occasionally visiting the Wanjian platform in search of inspiration, or cultivating relationships with Danji to ease the tension that had built up over the past months, balancing labor with leisure. Notably, during this period, the relationship between him and Lin Gu underwent significant changes. Since that fateful night of snow sweeping, Li Xun found himself growing closer to Lin Gu in an unspoken manner. He began to comprehend that Lin Gu harbored no ill feelings towards him. Rather, his demeanor was simply aloof, unwilling to expend excessive energy on Li Xun. Therefore, their bond as master and disciple would never resemble that of a father and son. However, should Li Xun make an effort to please Lin Gu, he would not express disdain. Perhaps it was due to Li Xun's impulsive behavior on that snowy night that he remained indifferent to Lin Ji's cold demeanor. He had no desire for a father-son relationship. Even with his biological father, he was often tested on his studies and taught the art of survival within the palace, which bore resemblance to his current rapport with Lin Gu. Li Xun found this dynamic to be more natural. Thus, he did not intentionally seek to strengthen their bond. He merely visited Lin Gu in the small pavilion to seek guidance on perplexing matters and occasionally engage in light conversation. At times, he would linger for an entire afternoon just to brew a pot of fragrant tea, the two of them exchanging silent glances amidst the gentle aroma. It must be noted that Li Xun and Lin Gu were remarkably similar individuals. Lin Gu led a refined lifestyle, with a penchant for exquisite antiques, placing great importance on the quality of life. Every item he possessed had its provenance, and his behavior approached extravagance. Li Xun, hailing from a noble family, had been accustomed to luxury since childhood, frequently mingling within the palace and acquiring extensive knowledge of various exquisite items. Observing Lin Ji's habits, he intentionally flattered him. Although they exchanged few words in daily life, Li Xun offered insightful perspectives at critical moments, earning Lin Ji's admiration. As time passed, their interactions, while still unremarkable, were no longer fraught with barriers. Lin Ji's small pavilion began to permit Li Xun free access, and they resembled a more genuine master-disciple relationship. One day Li Xun, Feeling idle and inspired by the heavy snowfall from the previous night, rose early and climbed to the snow-capped peak. There he sought out a plum tree, collected some snow from its petals, and infused it into a kettle, using his energy to freeze it. He swiftly made his way to Lin Ji's small pavilion, planning to brew some of Lin Ji's treasured tea using the exquisite plum snow while also inquiring about his studies. Upon reaching the exterior of the pavilion, he overheard voices from within, one of which was distinctly stern. This should not be so. As the chief disciple of our sect, these matters should rightly fall upon your shoulders. Over the past century, your performance has surpassed mine. Why must you revert? Lin Ji's response was merely apathetic. Well done? Even if you excel, it will only invite ridicule. Do you know what others are saying? The esteemed chief disciple of the Mingxin Sword sect, oblivious to the cultivation of health, spends his days idly playing with jade and drinking tea. He's already a waste. Li Xun, eavesdropping outside, was taken aback to discover that the speaker was none other than his second master uncle, Luo Nanchuan. This second master uncle, a disciple of the same master as Lin Gu, shared a serious and stern disposition, resembling Qingshu immensely, and was greatly feared by the third-generation disciples. However, Luo Nanchuan's words held little sway as Lin Gu maintained his customary indifference. How has junior brother Luo's cultivation regressed again? What others say is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with us. Luo Nanchuan's voice dropped, becoming even more severe. It is not merely a personal matter. It pertains to the sect. If you refuse to attend the Langya Water Mirror, I shall go in your stead. Recently, the Northern Polar Night had summoned hundreds of demons, boasting a formidable presence. Seeking to establish a loose cultivator alliance, the friends from Eternal Night City had also sent messages, inviting all righteous sects to gather and discuss strategies for response. The master has consented to dispatch second-generation disciples for this purpose, and this task shall fall to you. Lin Gu emitted a low grunt. Let the third go. The third is currently in seclusion. What of the fourth sister? She is traveling in the south. How could she possibly return? Lin Gu, undeterred, proceeded to suggest the fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh sister, and even those second-generation disciples who were not direct descendants, yet all were systematically dismissed by Luo Nanchuan. Finally, with no other options left, Lin Gu let out a huff. My disciple has been diligently training and cannot be disturbed. Li Xun couldn't help but chuckle, only to hear Luo Nanchuan's cold laughter from within. What a delightful jest, senior brother. Training and breaking through? Li Xun. His voice rang out, startling Li Xun, causing him to nearly spill the kettle full of snow water. It dawned on him that Luo Nanchuan had long sensed his presence outside, leaving Lin Gu in an awkward position. With thoughts racing, Li Xun responded and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was met with the penetrating gaze of Luo Nanchuan, whose eyes gleamed with intensity. Lin Gu sat at the main seat, his expression as cold and unyielding as ever, while Luo Nanchuan, seated beside him, bore a naturally stern countenance that radiated authority without the need for anger. Li Xun was no longer the timid child who once faltered before Qingshu, under Luo Nanchuan's scrutiny. His breathing and heartbeat remained steady, and he approached Lin Gu with confidence, bowing respectfully before placing the kettle filled with snow water on the table. Disciple pays his respects to master and second master uncle. He then smiled and added, I rose early today and gathered some plum blossom snow water from the mountain to brew master Tianwu tea. It shall be the finest. Second master uncle may also indulge. Lin Gu acknowledged with a sound of approval, seeming quite pleased with his tone. Unfortunately, Luo Nanchuan remained unaffected, frowning as he interjected. Let us discuss the tea later. Li Xun, I must ask you, what breakthrough have you been working on recently? Without hesitation, Li Xun replied, reporting to second master uncle. It is the second. Lin Gu abruptly interjected, cutting off his words. Li Xun halted, puzzled by Lin Ji's intentions. Just as Luo Nanchuan was about to inquire further, Lin Gu stated, My disciples' breakthroughs are matters for me to oversee. You need not concern yourself. Luo Nanchuan's composure was indeed impressive. He remained unfazed by this declaration, while Li Xun understood that Lin Gu was trying to shield him from embarrassment and also to conceal the truth from their elder. However, Lin Ji's next words surprised both of them. However, upon seeing this disciple, I realize he requires some time for practical experience outside. Thus, as his master, I cannot remain atop the mountain. This sudden turn of events left both Li Xun and Luo Nanchuan momentarily stunned. Lin Gu continued, The northern sea is bitterly cold and the journey long. I would rather head to the Langya water mirror. I shall go there this time. However, for the finer details, you must handle them, as I cannot manage those concerns." Before either of them could react, he rose and ascended the stairs. As he departed, he casually instructed, "Sunner, see second master uncle out." Li Xun promptly complied. Luo Nanchuan also stood, watching Lin Gu ascend the stairs, shaking his head slightly, a rare smile gracing his features. "Your master cares for you deeply." Upon exiting, Luo Nanchuan remarked. Li Xun responded with decorum, "This is the disciple's fortune." Luo Nanchuan gazed at him, then sighed. "You and your master are remarkably alike, especially in his youth. I only hope you do not follow in his misguided footsteps." Li Xun replied earnestly. "Second master uncle's teachings shall be etched in my heart. That is for the best." As he spoke, Luo Nanchuan resumed his usual demeanor, his face revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. He cast another glance at Li Xun before turning and departing. After listening to Lin Ji's lengthy discourse with Luo Nanchuan, Li Xun remained bewildered about the events that had transpired. He refrained from questioning Lin Gu and instead sought out Shan Ji. Among the direct disciples, Li Xun was the youngest, having only arrived at the peak a few months prior, and he had formed no significant bonds with his elder brothers and sisters. Thus, he often conversed with Shan Ji to gather information. This occasion was no different. It was only after listening to Shan Ji's explanation that Li Xun grasped the essence of the so-called Langya water mirror heaven. It turned out that within the Tongxian realm, the water mirror sect, situated in the Langya water mirror heaven, possessed a rare treasure known as the Che Tian water mirror, said to be an artifact from the celestial realm with the ability to foresee the future. Every year, on the day of the celestial star's rotation, it could be activated through a special method to discern ominous signs of the most threatening calamities in the upcoming year. These signs were often vague, yet they were far preferable to ignorance, allowing various sects to take precautionary measures and avert disasters before they manifested. Thus, the vitality of the Tongxian realm had been preserved across countless millennia. The secret of this method was overseen by the master of the water mirror sect. Although such claims may seem absurd, after millennia of validation, no sect dared to take them lightly. The event of the Phoenix slaughter a century ago was derived from the Che Tian water mirror's revelations and was executed collectively by various sects, effectively quelling the chaos at its inception. Therefore, whenever the celestial stars rotated, both righteous and evil sects would send representatives to the water mirror sect to observe, a process referred to as the Water Mirror Conference, a grand annual event in the Tongxian realm. It was only during this time that the opposing forces of good and evil could coexist in a rare moment of peace. Li Xun comprehended the implications but felt no urgency to prepare, as there were still 7 or 8 months until the celestial star's rotation. Although the Langya water mirror heaven was thousands of miles away, remaining on the mountain for a few months before descending would not be too late. In truth, Li Xun cared little for the observation of the Che Tian water mirror, nor was he particularly eager to descend the mountain for training. Upon learning that he was to leave the mountain, his thoughts immediately turned towards the matter of his own life, the Lingxi technique and the blood scatterer. Whenever the blood nightmare ravaged through his body, Li Xun would recall that coarse, fearsome visage, those blood-red eyes exuding a stench of blood, and the death pact that had tormented him for the past 8 years. He had never forgotten, for the preservation of his life rested solely upon another's whim. After truly understanding the arduous path of immortality, Li Xun began to feel a sense of pride. He had accomplished in 8 years what would take most individuals 80 years to barely approach. Though not a glorious achievement, it was nonetheless a result of his sweat and sacrifice. Now, the most challenging steps had been completed. The entirety of the Lingxi technique was etched in his mind. All that remained was to find an opportunity to return home, and beneath a certain rock in his courtyard, transcribe all the contents. According to the agreement made 8 years prior, he would gain his freedom. A beautiful future seemed to beckon him, requiring only one more small step. But could it be true? Only those who truly understood the Tongxian realm could comprehend the blood scatterer. That demon, murderer, killer, madman, among the endless epithets that followed him. There were scarcely any commendable traits. How could he trust such a person as promises? Yet the worst part was that he had no alternative. Thus, Li Xun felt a profound, despairing weakness and helplessness. No matter how clever an ant may be, it remains merely an ant in the eyes of man. A tiny creature that could be crushed beneath a single finger. Without the power to resist, All schemes and wisdom would hold no significance. What was to be done? In just 2 sentences, Lin Gu had tacitly approved his plan to return home after the Water Mirror Conference. The ease with which things unfolded left Li Xun at a loss. Troubled and anxious, he sought a secluded spot, sitting in contemplation. This low-lying area on the Xiuya Peak featured a small pond surrounded by evergreen vegetation. Despite being early spring, it remained lush and vibrant. Dipping his face into the icy water to calm his mind, he was startled by the frigid temperature, nearly freezing his thoughts into oblivion. With a surge of frustration, Li Xun struck the surface of the pond with his palm, shattering it into fragments. The force of his strike stirred the sediment, turning the once clear water murky. As the ripples settled, he found some relief in releasing his pent-up anger, sitting by the pond's edge and watching the water gradually clear. His mind was empty, yet he wished to think of nothing further. Coincidentally, 2 dead fish floated to his feet, appearing surprisingly plump, likely undisturbed in their habitat. And his outburst had inadvertently delivered these recently awakened creatures from their winter slumber to their demise. Frowning, Li Xun lifted the fish, suddenly recalling his time atop the Sitting Forget Peak. Back then, he would often catch a few fish to roast, lacking any seasoning, rendering them tasteless. In those moments of insufficient skill, the challenge of igniting a fire held a unique charm. As these memories surfaced, he smiled, his spirits lifting considerably. He ventured into the surrounding thicket to gather some dry wood, erected a makeshift frame, and, employing the fire-starting technique he had just learned, ignited a blaze with a resounding crackle. It was indeed a refreshing experience. He placed the fish on the fire to roast, and before long, the delicate scent of fish mingled with the aroma of the juices filled the air, creating an enjoyment even in the absence of flavor. As he ate, he placed another fish on the rack, quickly finishing one, and just as he reached for the other, a sudden jolt of alarm struck him. Something was amiss. His body reacted faster than his thoughts. Realizing the danger, he rolled away, distancing himself from the fire pit by several paces, and without hesitation, leaped into the forest. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a remarkable scene. The burning campfire, under the influence of some mysterious force, was compressed into a spark the size of a finger, only to explode with a bang, scattering fiery embers that transformed the surrounding wood into numerous blazing torches, hurtling towards Li Xun with tremendous force. At this rate, he would not reach the forest in time and would surely be struck by these fiery projectiles. Who could predict the outcome? In this perilous moment, the nascent golden elixir within him erupted into action, centering around the golden core nestled in the Huangting, triggering countless subtle energies that surged like a tidal wave. With a thought, he instinctively formed a hand seal, executing the cloud-patterned restriction he was most familiar with, manifesting the heart-moving technique. With a whoosh, a cloud of vapor erupted around him, shrouding him in mist. Several fiery torches plunged into the cloud, briefly pausing before violently bursting forth, scattering in all directions. The flames extinguished, leaving only charred remains. The sound of steam rising from the water, akin to placing a red-hot iron into ice water, sent shivers down his spine. Li Xun emitted a startled cry as the cloud surrounding him ruptured, for a strand of true energy sword chi, inexplicably launched from some unknown source, pierced through his chest. The cloud-patterned restriction, which was effective against dissipating force, proved utterly ineffective now, as if it were mere paper, easily pierced. In this moment of urgency, Li Xun's quick reflexes shone through. He abruptly stilled his true energy, leaving his meridians devoid of any energy. Li Xun fell to the ground like a lifeless log, the sword chi narrowly grazing his forehead, yet the residual force left him dizzy and disoriented. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The moment he came into contact with the sword aura, a peculiar sensation surged within him. This aura felt astonishingly familiar, almost as if it were the Lingxi technique. Master? Yet, Lin Gu would never engage in such trivialities. Yet, it was undeniably Mingjiu, the celestial master. He exclaimed loudly and rolled to the side, positioning himself at the forest's edge, ready to escape, while his gaze remained fixed upon the surface of the water. At the very instant he called out, the person who had been concealing their presence finally revealed themselves. The fish, once perfectly cooked over the campfire, was lifted into the air by a force as the blue flame appeared, only to fall to the ground moments later. At that moment, Li Xun was left dumbfounded. Hovering above the small pond was a woman in green robes, her slender figure suspended in midair, the winter mountain breeze gently rustling her skirt. revealing a pair of elegantly simple, cloud-patterned shoes beneath, pristine and untouched by dust. How immaculate, meticulous, and unpretentious. This was the impression Li Xun gathered merely from a pair of shoes. When he lifted his gaze further, he was met with eyes far sharper than the sword aura that had just been present. She was an extraordinarily beautiful female cultivator, draped in a slightly oversized green robe that swayed in the wind, embodying a certain nonchalant grace. The cold wind revealed glimpses of her exquisitely tailored, yet unembellished dress, which was also green. Her features were delicate and flawless, radiating beauty at first glance, yet upon closer inspection. Her facial contours were as pronounced as if carved by a knife, with brows like swords, exuding an air of solemn dignity that deterred any semblance of disrespect. Upon seeing her, Li Xun felt as though a sharp blade was poised at his throat, rendering him speechless. She appeared as sharp as a drawn sword. And with a single glance, he felt as if his very insides had been laid bare before her. Although he had encountered cultivators of greater prowess, none had ever scrutinized him in such a manner, as though confronting a life-or-death adversary. In an instant, he felt his blood run cold. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced the female cultivator's lips, as if the blade at Li Xun's throat had shifted slightly. "Do you recognize me?" Indeed, it was Mingjiu. It seemed that within the entire Mingxin sword sect, aside from Lin Gu and the two disciples, only the swift spirit sword, Mingjiu, practiced the Lingxi technique. Mingjiu was recognized as the most gifted among the second-generation disciples of the Mingxin sword sect. Over her centuries of cultivation, she had carved out a significant reputation in the realm of enlightenment, known for her penchant for travel, with connections spanning far and wide, subtly establishing herself as the most prominent figure in the sect. How could Li Xun not recognize her? Her voice was as crisp and clear as icy water, possessing great penetrating power. Li Xun had to take several deep breaths to ensure he could speak coherently. He struggled to stand, offering a wry smile as he bowed. "I am Li Xun, a disciple of the senior brother." Mingjiu's reaction was swift, as sharp and incisive as her demeanor, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. As soon as he affirmed his identity, the prickling sense of danger dissipated, and he felt considerably more at ease. "Oh, I truly apologize." Mingjiu's smile transformed from the enigmatic to the genuine. She stepped lightly through the air, as though treading upon solid ground, and approached Li Xun. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, or perhaps some peculiar technique, but Li Xun sensed her previously sharp aura had completely receded, replaced by a faint, delicate fragrance. "Did you sustain any injuries?" Mingjiu inquired. Now, she bore the demeanor of a mentor, exuding calmness and grace. Her voice softened, further enhancing its melodic quality. She reached out as if to touch Li Xun's forehead, startling him, prompting him to step back hastily. "I was merely fortunate." "Fortunate? Is it not shyness?" Mingjiu observed his reaction and chuckled lightly. In that moment, she exuded an entirely different charm. Her smile softened her previously sharp features, and the taut lines of her visage relaxed, embodying a gentle demeanor akin to the cool breeze of spring and autumn, reaching deep into the heart. Blushing, Li Xun lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Even he himself was uncertain how much of his reaction was genuine and how much was feigned. In their close proximity, he once again perceived Mingjiu's beauty. He beheld her hands, seemingly sculpted from cold jade, crystalline and ethereal, unlike any ordinary being. Thus, upon stepping back, he immediately regretted it, pondering what it might feel like to have that hand resting upon his forehead. At that thought, his heart raced. He must not allow this sharp-eyed Mingjiu to discern his thoughts. As these thoughts swirled within him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, quickly raising his head to present an untroubled demeanor, only to find himself locked in the gaze of her star-like eyes. Uncontrollably, his already flushed face deepened in color. How absurdly peculiar. By the time Li Xun regained his composure, Mingjiu had already buried the dead fish on the shore. It was then that he comprehended the reason for the earlier reprimand. It turned out that the secluded tranquility surrounding this pond was an excellent place for meditation and reflection. A location Mingjiu had discovered long ago and frequented during her mountain sojourns, fostering a sense of attachment to the place. Upon returning from her travels, she had intended to rest here briefly, but to her dismay, she spotted a man grilling fish at the water's edge, marring the scenery, hence her decision to intervene. Had she not considered that he might be a fellow sect member, her initial strike could have left Li Xun in a most embarrassing state, unable to retaliate with his techniques. In conclusion, Mingjiu added, Actually, when I first laid eyes on you, I thought I had encountered an old acquaintance. Perhaps my approach was a tad excessive. An old acquaintance? This was certainly not the first time Li Xun had heard such a phrase. Qingxiu had mentioned it, as had Qingyin, and now Mingjiu repeated it. Once could be coincidence, twice could be coincidence, but thrice. Was it still merely chance? He recalled the day Qingyin had used the Zhuang stone to probe his past lives, and his heart swelled with confusion, leading him to blurt out, "Who do I resemble?" Mingjiu was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction, momentarily stunned. Realizing his outburst, Li Xun quickly apologized and recounted the similar remarks made by Qingxiu and Qingyin, as well as the incident with the Zhuang stone, revealing his bewilderment. "Three celestial masters have remarked that I resemble someone. Could it be that I am their reincarnation?" Mingjiu chuckled in response. "There are many people in the world who bear resemblance to one another. Even among cultivators, such occurrences are not uncommon. One cannot draw conclusions hastily. Moreover, this person is alive and well, a figure of considerable renown in this realm. Do you wish to take their place?" Li Xun disregarded her teasing, anxiously inquiring, "Who is it?" Mingjiu's eyes sparkled as she smiled radiantly, but remained silent. Though Li Xun felt a sense of urgency, he could only muster a smile in response to her demeanor. Ultimately, Li Xun, being an extraordinary individual, set aside the familiar face once he confirmed that it would not bring him trouble. Everything returned to normalcy, and he was finally able to converse with Mingjiu comfortably. He was naturally perceptive, possessing keen insight, and now that he had regained his composure and sensed that Mingjiu bore him no ill will, he seized the opportunity to showcase his knowledge, determined to leave a favorable impression on her. On one hand, he genuinely held admiration for Mingjiu, and on the other, she was the only person on the mountain, aside from Lin Gu, who could guide him in his cultivation. If he did not curry favor with her, whom should he? The notion of curry favor did not imply the base flattery of mundane folk, but rather skillfully presenting a few profound questions he had encountered in his cultivation to seek advice from this esteemed expert before him. As a mentor, it is rare to find anyone who does not appreciate a diligent disciple. Although Li Xun is not a direct disciple of Mingji, it is reasonable to assume that her inclination towards teaching aligns with the common human experience. Particularly, the questions raised by Li Xun often possess a unique perspective, infused with a certain vibrancy that, upon reflection, unveils a deeper richness. Thus, their dialogue, which began as a simple exchange, soon evolved into a rigorous examination of Li Xun by Mingji. While the inquiries did not surpass Li Xun's knowledge, they were posed from an elevated standpoint by Mingji, whose intricate thought processes far exceeded ordinary questions. Had it been anyone else, they might have found themselves genuinely perplexed. Yet, Li Xun is precisely the kind of person who thrives on solving challenging problems. His distinctive method of deduction, honed through months of diligent practice, has transformed him significantly. The questions posed by Mingji were, however, still no small feat, requiring a considerable amount of time to ponder. Unbeknownst to them, the secluded area around them had dimmed as they engaged in conversation for much of the afternoon, discovering a remarkable rapport. Ultimately, Mingji was the first to call a halt to their discussion. She wiped away the bizarre patterns drawn on the ground and remarked, "Let's conclude our discussion for today. I must return to prepare for my evening lessons." "Oh, in all this time, I seem to have forgotten something." "What?" "I haven't offered you an apology," exclaimed Li Xun, jumping up. "Indeed, that cannot be overlooked." Mingji responded, "I meant to say an apology for." She emphasized the word, leaving Li Xun momentarily taken aback. He echoed. Mingji smiled slightly. "With your cultivation, you should be able to practice the art of sword flight now, correct?" Li Xun scratched his head, responding somewhat awkwardly, "I suppose I could manage, but I just can't find a suitable sword." His statement was half-truth. While it was indeed true that he lacked a sword that suited him perfectly, it was not accurate to claim he could not find one. Within the collection of the Lin Pavilion, there were at least 5 or 6 swords appropriate for his level of mastery, but since the Lin Pavilion had not mentioned them, he did not dare to ask. It was not that the Lin Pavilion was stingy. Rather, the individual had grown accustomed to a laid-back demeanor. Even with a relatively harmonious mentor-disciple relationship, he would not constantly concern himself with his disciples' needs or trivial matters. Li Xun, ever cautious, did not wish to disrupt the established mentor-disciple dynamic over trivialities, which resulted in a delay regarding the matter of sword cultivation. However, when Mingji brought it up, Li Xun felt a surge of joy. From her words, could it be that she intended to gift him a sword? Indeed, That was precisely the case. Standing by the pond, without any apparent gesture, Ming-Ji caused the waters to ripple violently, and the fish, awakened from their slumber, scattered in all directions. It resembled the emergence of a fountain in the pond. Li Xun's keen eyes quickly discerned that amidst the tumultuous waters, a long sword, still sheathed, was slowly rising. Its surface glimmering with a subtle brilliance, unmistakably extraordinary. With a flick of her hand, Ming-Ji summoned the sword, which flew into her palm with a resonant hum. At that moment, Li Xun noticed the intricate and profound patterns adorning the sword's sheath. The sword itself had a simple, ancient design, lacking ornamentation, and its sheath bore a muted gray hue, unobtrusive yet captivating. The patterns upon it revealed a complexity that warranted careful study in the eyes of an expert like Li Xun. Holding the sword, Ming-Ji displayed a nuanced expression. This sword is named Qingyu. When it was forged, the master craftsman used rare spirit jade to imbue the sword's soul, but due to a miscalculation, the jade transformed into a mist that enveloped the blade. Consequently, the sword's soul was incomplete, preventing it from entering the realm of renowned swords. As she spoke, she unsheathed the sword, revealing its blade, which glimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. The sword's sheen was reminiscent of fine jade, living up to its name. Ming-Ji continued, although it may not rank among the world's finest swords, this blade is made from superior materials and infused with the essence of spirit jade, making it a formidable weapon. It is perfectly suited for your use at this moment. Li Xun's face lit up with delight. He was unconcerned about whether the sword was a lesser quality, as long as it served its purpose. Moreover, who could truly claim to own a renowned sword in the vast expanse of the universe? Noticing his excitement, Ming-Ji smiled gently. This sword was originally intended for my own use. However, a century ago, after the calamity of the 49 celestial cataclysm, I recognized my own progress in cultivation. Thus, this sword no longer suited me. I chose another blade and entrusted this one to the pond as a memorial. Now, as a form of, it is yours, and you must cherish it. Li Xun quickly composed himself and respectfully accepted the sword. Yet, before he could draw it to admire, Ming-Ji executed a swift motion, and with a flash of azure light, Qingyu was drawn from its sheath once more, brandished in the air. Li Xun felt a stirring within. Amidst the shimmering sword light, he seemed to glimpse runes and mystical inscriptions. But then, Ming-Ji swept her jade-like hand across the surface, causing the azure brilliance to dim significantly, along with the intricate patterns within the glow. With a resonant sound, the blade returned to its sheath. Ming-Ji smiled at him. I previously inscribed some runes upon the sword using the spiritual attachment technique to evoke its spiritual energy. I could have transferred them to you. But if you were to carve them yourself, it would differ entirely from receiving them without effort, thus rendering it redundant. Please do not take offense. Understanding the protective sentiment in her words, Li Xun replied, your concern is appreciated, master. In truth, he had not pondered too deeply. He felt increasingly confident in his ability to inscribe runes, believing that as his skills advanced, he would be able to draw any pattern he desired. Prematurely wielding uncontrollable power could lead to undesirable outcomes. It was wise to approach matters steadily and methodically. With a smile, he grasped the sword's hilt and slowly unsheathed it. The azure glow was diminished compared to before, yet it still cast a cerulean hue upon his visage, transforming his eyes into a striking shade of blue. The sword's aura flowed through his palm, coursing into his lungs, a continuous stream of energy that, in that fleeting moment, granted him an extraordinary sense of intimacy with the weapon, prompting him to exclaim, what a magnificent sword! Observing the youthful exuberance in his expression, Ming-Ji found herself inexplicably uplifted, as if the earlier disappointment from gifting the sword had vanished. Perhaps it was indeed fate. The desire to soar freely like a bird in the sky is perhaps one of the most primal and fervent wishes harbored within every heart. Li Xun was no exception. From the moment he first ascended Lianxiao Mountain, he had been captivated by the sight of swords soaring through the skies. Even when he witnessed his companion, Shanji, descending from the heavens atop a crooked beam of light, jealousy surged within him, extinguishing any remaining possibility of a genuine friendship. Years flew by, and upon his return to Lianxiao Mountain, now a direct disciple of the sect, his status had transformed, yet some aspirations remained unchanged. While Shanji could already traverse 1,000 miles on his sword, Li Xun had only just acquired a weapon. However, he did not rush. Perched upon the precipice of Jiguan Peak, He slowly drew the sword, its azure brilliance radiating against the dimming sky. Mimicking Mingji, he caressed the blade's spine with his palm, squinting to feel its chill. He first regulated his breath, resting his palm upon the sword's spine, and began to rhythmically tap the blade, producing a series of resonant hums. The azure light began to pulse, fluctuating in intensity with the pressure of Li Xun's touch. The conventional methods of sword refinement in the Mingxin sword sect typically involve two approaches. Li Xun was not employing the common nurturing technique, but rather the spiritual attachment method that Mingji had mentioned. By inscribing runes upon the blade using true essence, he sought to align the flow of energy with his own disposition. This method does little to enhance one's cultivation, yet it is commendably simple and convenient. Once the talismanic patterns are inscribed, they can be utilized immediately. Li Xun, employing his expertise, abandoned long-standing conventions in favor of brevity, a folly only the foolish would pursue. Nonetheless, he did not dare to inscribe the patterns recklessly, for the essence of spirit binding lies in the ability to elicit the sword's optimal performance. At this moment, he held only a rudimentary understanding of the sword's characteristics. To engrave the patterns without sufficient knowledge would yield diminishing returns, an endeavor to be avoided at all costs. With a gentle tap of his finger upon the sword's spine, he employed a method to gauge the sword, observing the flow of spiritual energy along its blade. The green jade was intended to be an exceptional weapon, yet due to procedural shortcomings, it had regrettably fallen short of its potential. Li Xun meticulously conducted his assessment multiple times, and indeed, he discerned a vague disjunction between the sword's inherent sharpness and the spiraling spiritual energy surrounding it. The sword energy and spiritual energy were disparate. When wielded, if the intent faltered, its power was significantly diminished, failing to unleash even 70% of its might. Given Li Xun's capabilities, he could not resolve this conundrum. Fortunately, he did not need to. His current aim was to master the art of sword flight. After several hours of attunement, he finally came to understand the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the green jade, and darkness had descended upon the world. He raised his palm, then swiftly struck down upon the sword's spine, producing a low, resonant hum that lingered in the air. Seizing the moment of the sword's reverberation, he pressed his fingertip against the blade, the keen energy slicing through his index finger, blood cascading down. He curled his finger slightly, allowing the droplet to spin upon his fingertip. Suddenly, the sword's radiance dimmed momentarily, as Li Xun's bleeding finger pressed firmly against the center of the spine. Sliding from the hilt to the tip, the crimson pattern flowing seamlessly, straight and unbending, as if etched into the blade itself. The green jade emitted a soft howl, its azure luminescence waning in an instant, while the bloodline upon the sword's spine became increasingly vivid, narrowing from the thickness of a pinky to the fineness of a strand of hair. Li Xun's expression reflected satisfaction, though his visage was somewhat pallid. He had just employed a method to draw away malevolent energy, using the momentary dip in spiritual energy to carve a returning dragon groove with his blood, capturing the spirit energy drifting from the sword within it. To the untrained eye, the spirit energy appeared entirely depleted, and its power greatly diminished. Yet, in truth, without the constraints of spiritual energy, the sword's innate killing intent was fully unleashed, no longer hindered by a division of mind and matter, making it far more manageable. However, neglecting the spirit energy within the returning dragon groove would be a tremendous waste. Li Xun contemplated releasing the energy to invigorate the sword's might. By transforming the spirit energy into countless threads, permeating the sword's material, and subsequently controlling this energy to form talismanic seals internally, he could ignite the sword's energy from within. Alas, such a feat could not be accomplished in a day or two, and thus he had to set it aside for the time being. Thus, the task of refining the sword reached a temporary conclusion. The green jade, now equipped with the returning dragon groove, had somewhat lost its luster. The azure glow had vanished, leaving only a faint halo clinging to the blade, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Li Xun silently recited the incantation, allowing true breath to flow through him and strike the sword, which resonated with a low hum. Releasing his grip, the green jade floated in the air, vibrating with a deep resonance. The so-called sword mastery is, in essence, a means to channel the world's vital energy through the sword, allowing for ethereal traversal between realms. Utilizing the sect's incantations, Li Xun guided the green jade to orbit slowly in the air, its pace leisurely yet stable. He sensed the subtle interplay between the world's vital energy and his own true breath. Each fluctuation of breath resonated through the sword, affecting the surrounding energy. He gradually accelerated the sword, acclimating himself to the influence of the world's vital energy. Slowly, the swiftly flying green jade formed a dim halo around Li Xun, the sword energy breaking free from his control, spilling forth and leaving numerous scratches upon the rocks. Li Xun understood that surpassing this velocity would hinder his ability to maintain control during flight, a fact he would need to heed in the future. The sword obeyed his will, and suddenly the green jade plummeted, skewering downward. Li Xun leaped lightly, landing upon the sword's body, his form swaying slightly before he steadied himself. The sword tip hovering in the air. Exhilarated, Li Xun exhaled, reveling in the novel sensation of standing upon nothingness, while carefully modulating his true breath to harmonize with the aura of the sword beneath him, until they blended seamlessly. The peak of Zhiguan gradually diminished in size. From this height, the entirety of the summit was laid bare, the scattered lights becoming the most exquisite embellishments amidst the darkness, twinkling in his gaze. The wind howled fiercely at high altitudes, tugging at his garments, yet failing to disturb his balance, emboldening him further. He began by leisurely guiding the sword in circles, subsequently increasing his speed, and eventually engaged in a series of ascents and descents, lateral spins, and rapid stops and launches, indulging in this exhilarating flight for over half an hour before descending. Were it not for the concern of nighttime dangers, he might have already soared across the 72 peaks of the Xinxiao range. Such an experience was enough to awaken him joyfully from dreams. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would fully embrace the adventure. Yet, before he could finalize his plans for the following day, Lin Gu awaited him at the entrance. Observing Lin Ji's enigmatic smile, Li Xun realized that his audacious exploits in the sky had not escaped the notice of Lin Gu below. Fortunately, Lin Gu maintained his usual nonchalance, merely gesturing for him to enter the house. It was rare to receive such an invitation from Lin Gu, and Li Xun felt somewhat flattered, hastily sheathing his sword and following. However, this time felt different. Lin Gu entered the house without pause, ascending the stairs. Li Xun hesitated. He had not ventured upstairs in months and was vaguely aware that it was Lin Ji's private domain, one he generally disdained others intruding upon. What could have prompted this change today? Contemplating this, he paused momentarily before continuing to follow. Upon reaching the upper level, he watched as Lin Gu entered the inner chamber but dared not follow, standing respectfully in the outer hall. Lin Gu emerged shortly after, holding a jade box. He tossed the box onto the table and sat down, suddenly inquiring, "Has Lao Si returned?" Li Xun understood that Lao Si referred to Ming Ji, and he promptly affirmed, secretly amused by the incongruity of such a title for a fair maiden. Lin Gu spoke with a hint of lethargy, "Bring forth the sword." Li Xun hastily presented the sword with both hands, realizing that Lin Gu had likely gleaned news of Ming Ji from this very blade. Lin Gu unsheathed the sword half a foot, glancing at it with curiosity. Returning Dragon Groove? What an ingenious idea. He lifted his gaze to Li Xun and asked, "Did you create this?" Li Xun nodded affirmatively. Lin Gu then praised, "Dare to sacrifice, and you shall gain. Well done." Such overt commendation was a first for Li Xun, filling him with quiet joy, though he dared not display excessive exuberance. Lin Gu drew the sword completely from its sheath, flicking it with his finger, producing a clear, resonant sound. A hint of nostalgia crossed his face as he recounted, when Sime first acquired this sword, she too contemplated the returning dragon groove technique. Your master also praised it. Li Xun felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that this praise stemmed from a historical anecdote. However, ultimately, Sime chose not to employ this method, as your master believed her disposition was too fiery, often resorting to drawing the sword at the slightest disagreement. The returning dragon groove would suppress the sword's spiritual nature and evoke malevolent energy, which would hinder her cultivation, but you possess no such issues. Lin Ji's fingers lingered on the bloodstains along the sword's spine. Slowly ascending, your temperament mirrors my own. At such a tender age, you act with deliberation, possessing the patience to endure what others cannot. Thus, you have survived 7 years on Ziwang Peak. Of course, Ming Jia has also refined herself significantly. No, her thoughts run deep, and her cunning is keen, far surpassing both you and me. What is rare is her determination to cultivate diligently, unperturbed by external distractions. In this regard, I find myself lacking. From now on, you must learn from her. That is the true path. Li Xun nodded obediently. Nevertheless, Lin Ji's remarks about acting with deliberation and enduring what others cannot caused his heart to race slightly, as if Lin Gu had discerned something. Yet, Lin Gu exhibited no signs of peculiarity, his gaze more ethereal than before. In my youth, I too kept many matters bottled up within me, refusing to express them or allow others to see through my facade. To speak kindly, it was a matter of responsibility. To put it harshly, it was a lack of self-awareness. Observing the awkwardness on Li Xun's face, Lin Gu smiled. At your age, you naturally cannot comprehend the harm of such behavior. Initially, you believe you can solve all matters on your own, convinced of your correctness, but over time, you become self-righteous and obstinate. This is a common occurrence. Am I not the finest example of this? A gust of wind swept through, stirring the screens and casting shadows that obscured half of Lin Ji's face for a fleeting moment. For reasons unknown, Li Xun felt an unsettling, distorted shadow emanating from Lin Gu, a roar resonating in the flickering light that seemed to crash into his heart. He involuntarily took a half-step back, cold sweat cascading down his back. The wind subsided, and the luminous pearl regained its gentle glow, yet the Lin Gu before him became inscrutable. In a daze, he heard Lin Ji's gentle voice. Do you know of my past? Li Xun twitched his lips, wanting to say he did not, but lacking the courage, he merely nodded. Lin Gu inquired again. Do you think my actions back then could be deemed self-righteous or obstinate? Li Xun lamented inwardly. How could he, as a disciple, comment on such matters? It was already awkward enough to listen to stories, and now he was expected to critique them in front of the very person involved. Such a response could be seen as a grave disrespect in the presence of a meticulous elder. Yet, he could not evade Lin Ji's question. After several mental spins, he could only utter, as for matters of the heart, the disciple is, rather inexperienced. He knew this evasive tactic would not suffice. So he quickly added, I have heard from my senior brothers that matters of the heart are the most delicate. Even the shrewdest individuals, when ensnared, may appear as fools, and their usual cunning may dwindle to a mere fraction. Appearing as a fool. Indeed, that's precisely it. Lin Ji's laughter erupted, and Li Xun felt a surge of despair, as the laughter was most peculiar, leaving him unable to discern its emotional undertones or respond appropriately. Lin Gu laughed heartily until tears streamed down his face, then pointed at Li Xun. Tell me, who is the fool? I am the fool. It is precisely because I am a fool that I come to listen to your words. Li Xun cursed inwardly. Of course, such thoughts could never be voiced. He could only manage a forced smile. The disciple does not know. Gradually, Lin Ji's laughter subsided, his expression returning to its usual lackluster demeanor. He said, Enough, enough. It seems I am indeed putting you in a difficult position. Let us change the topic. Today, I speak to you only to impart the direction for your future conduct. Remember, learn from Lao Si, do not emulate me. What more could Li Xun say? He merely acquiesced vaguely. Lin Gu did not linger on this topic, sheathing the green jade sword and returning it to Li Xun, then picking up a jade box from the table and opening it. To Li Xun's surprise, inside lay a masculine hairpin, entirely jade white, seemingly of jade material, unremarkable in luster, yet upon closer inspection, a thin line of blood ran along its length, akin to the dragon coil on the green jade. Your fourth master uncle has gifted you a sword. It would be remiss of me not to offer something as well. A hint of self-deprecation graced Lin Ji's face as he extracted the pin and handed it to Li Xun. Curiously, this item may prove quite useful to you right now. What do you think of this pin? Li Xun quickly accepted it with both hands, examining it closely. Indeed, the bloodline mirrored the dragon coil, its color crystal clear, concealing some unknown spiritual essence. Lin Gu pointed out, this jade pin is also sealed with the dragon coil, but the inscriptions within are far more intricate than your simplistic drawing. It is significantly more powerful. This pin has its own marvelous uses, yet you must comprehend them independently. Do you understand? Li Xun realized that Lin Gu, much like Ming Jie, sought for him to grasp the nuances on his own, and he had no objections. He bowed gratefully. Thank you, master. Lin Gu waved his hand. I am tired now. Take this box and prepare to descend. In a month, we shall leave the mountain. Make haste in your preparations. Having just engaged in lively conversation, the sudden shift in tone was overwhelming for Li Xun. Yet Lin Ji's arrangements were what he had long anticipated. He hurriedly expressed his thanks once more, grasping the box and preparing to descend the stairs. However, he heard Lin Ji's voice behind him. The pin is named Feng Ling Zhun. You. Take care of yourself. This tone seemed contradictory, and Li Xun felt puzzled. Looking back, he saw Lin Gu staring intently at the jade box in his hands, a gaze that made his heart skip a beat. Soon, the luminous light above dimmed, engulfing him in darkness. Li Xun's heart raced twice, and he hastened down the stairs. In the shadows, he thought he heard a suppressed gasp, stirring the air like swirling black mist, lingering above. Who was the fool? Lin Ji's question inexplicably etched itself in Li Xun's heart. For the following months, apart from diligently practicing his daily lessons, Li Xun traversed the mountains, soaring through the valleys on his sword. This exhilaration was a rite of passage for every novice in sword flight. Those on the mountain scarcely paid him any mind, merely remarking on his newfound fortune since descending from Ziwang Peak. Not only had he joined the direct lineage, but he also garnered the favor of his mentors, receiving a renowned sword from his fourth master uncle. Such luck did not concern others much, yet Shanji was consumed with jealousy. Although he managed to maintain composure, every mention of this matter revealed a sour note in his tone that irked Li Xun. However, after one remark from Li Xun, Shanji ceased his complaints. After all, Shanji had mastered sword flight within a mere 3 months. Li Xun's unabashed jealousy brought great delight to Shanji, who realized he had a 7-year head start over this newcomer. Now, soaring through the skies, traversing thousands of miles in an instant, he felt immeasurably superior to this fledgling still struggling to ascend the clouds. Having come to this conclusion, Shanji chose silence. He was busy preparing for a secluded retreat, perhaps feeling the pressure from Li Xun's rapid progress. Regardless, Li Xun finally enjoyed some peace. In truth, while he reveled in his ability to fly, he did not require an outlet for days on end. He merely sought a secluded spot to cultivate his hidden dark energy. On Jiguan Peak, every movement was scrutinized by others. Countless masters with unfathomable cultivation resided there. Should he be discovered, it would spell his doom. Thus, he did not dare keep the jade tablet containing the Yin Ming record on him, burying it alongside the Bai Yin Dan in a concealed location. His recent months of training in dark energy had been haphazard and intermittent. Yet, ever since he learned to fly on his sword, everything had changed. The endless expanse of Lianshan Mountain conceals countless secrets, and it is likely that the collective experiences of many would scarcely amount to even a fraction of its mysteries. In such vastness, seeking a secluded spot proves to be remarkably simple. Li Xun harbored an interest in the Yin Ming record that was scarcely inferior to his fascination with the Lingxi technique. This nefarious pathway to power offered swift entry, and in recent days, he had seized the opportunity to diligently cultivate his skills. With a solid foundation laid by the Lingxi technique, his progress was substantial. Astonishingly, he had cultivated the soul rebirth technique to a remarkable level. In an instant, the nature of the true essence within him underwent a dramatic transformation, as the true essence, originally shaped by the Lingxi technique, morphed into a torrent of Yin fire. This signified an advancement in the Yin Ming energy. Thus, he embarked on a more structured journey within the Yin Ming record. However, he was not solely consumed by the fervor of relentless cultivation. He also contemplated rekindling his connection with Mingji in due course. Even if he gained no tangible rewards, the mere experience of proximity to such a beauty was a delight in itself. Regrettably, Mingji's elusive movements made her difficult to locate, even within the confines of their sect. Rumor had it that she had ascended to Ziwang Peak. Amidst the lofty heights, bracing against the tumultuous winds, Li Xun sat cross-legged upon his sword, maintaining a steadfast connection with it. He pondered a matter. 8 or 9 months had elapsed since his last ascent to Ziwang Peak. Perhaps it was time to revisit those cherished memories? At this juncture, he had mastered the art of sword control, soaring with a velocity that surpassed 100-fold. Though a day-night round trip was improbable, dedicating a few days to reach the summit seemed feasible. Moreover, the journey served as an opportune moment to practice his sword-flying skills, while also fulfilling an unfinished ambition. How splendid that would be! Additionally, there was the ever-memorable Qingyin master, whose mere thought filled him with a sense of unease yet remained impossible to forget, had he not vowed to visit her whenever he found the time. The rationale for his visit was ample. After concocting several justifications, his spirits soared. He promptly resolved to seek Lin Ji's consent for his ascent. Indeed, Lin Gu did not impede him. He merely cautioned him to exercise caution before turning his attention back to his antiquities. Li Xun, having prepared diligently, left the small building without delay. Stepping onto his jade sword, and soaring towards Ziwang Peak. Having spent 7 years at Ziwang Peak, he may not have recalled every blade of grass or tree, yet the general geographical features of the area remained imprinted in his mind. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the landscape, which appeared as a seamless line, yet the autumn's desolation and the crispness of the air remained unchanged, stirring something within him. Long before, during his initial climb, he had taken note of the peculiarities of Ziwang Peak. Typical mountains reached only a few thousand zhong, their summits crowned with unmelting snow and ice, eternally frozen by the fierce winds and the condensation of water vapor over millennia. This phenomenon was consistent both in the mortal realm and the Xian realm. However, Ziwang Peak presented a stark contrast. According to Li Xun's recollections, after ascending through a desolate snow peak of several tens of thousands of zhong, the scenery above bore no resemblance to the mundane terrain below. All 4 seasons unfolded there, teeming with avian and terrestrial life. With the cyclical changes of time flowing in an orderly fashion, it felt less like reaching a summit and more akin to entering an entirely different realm. Now, as he soared on his sword, Li Xun's cultivation and understanding had evolved immensely compared to 7 years prior. The snow peak that had once nearly claimed his life was now but a fleeting memory, barely leaving an impression on him. It was only the peculiarities of the peak that prompted him to reflect. Could it be that Ziwang Peak truly belonged to another realm? A vague notion formed in his mind, yet he did not press for clarity, choosing instead to harbor this question for future contemplation. Gradually calming his thoughts, he began to concentrate on his sword control. The technique he employed involved standing upon the sword's blade, using it as leverage to maintain balance, a foundational stance. Li Xun had never been one to reach for the unattainable. Within a short span, he felt content with this technique. He had no intentions of pursuing more advanced sword techniques for the next decade. Indeed, even the seemingly simple act of sword standing encompassed a wealth of knowledge. Li Xun possessed a commendable habit of paying close attention to the often overlooked details within any technique. Striving for a solid grasp, this diligence had been cultivated over his 7 years at Ziwang Peak, and he saw no reason to alter it. Departing in the morning, he had flown for over 2 hours, his spirit still vigorous, though his true essence was depleting rapidly. Most pressing was the imminent onset of blood nightmare devouring heart. He hastily directed his sword downward, seeking a place to land upon the peak. A cursory glance revealed a familiar spot, prompting Li Xun to ascend several hundred steps. In a rocky recess, he used his sword to excavate a foot-deep cavity, uncovering a layer of stone tablets. These tablets numbered in the dozens, and the topmost one bore inscriptions from his half-year of climbing, etched with a knife and still retaining a youthful quality. This was his first memento after 6 months of ascent. As he examined the tablets one by one, Li Xun found himself overcome with mixed emotions. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, he had experienced what most mortals could scarcely fathom throughout a lifetime. Such trials were not burdens a prince should bear, yet he had endured, mastering survival amidst adversity. For the average individual, the path ahead had appeared radiant since the day he descended from the peak. Yet for Li Xun, the glory of that moment had come at an exorbitant cost. Or more accurately, that glory, second only to the 3 generations of patriarchs, was a meager consolation granted to Li Xun after he had endured unimaginable suffering. The blood nightmare devouring heart coiled around his neck like a steel wire. With the slightest pressure or any reckless action, this sharp wire could sever his head. Of course, he had not forgotten the century-long pact with the Ghost Master regarding the transformation pool. When distant ideals clashed with the harshness of reality before him, Li Xun wisely chose to confront the present. Each occurrence bore unpredictable implications for his future. He had neither the time nor the capacity to contemplate what lay ahead. For now, his focus was solely on the next 500 days. After reburial of the stone tablets, Li Xun settled on the ground, swiftly regaining his composure. Several months prior, each episode of Blood Nightmare Devouring Heart had served as both a trial and a threat to his newly formed Golden Dan True Essence lock. However, during a moment of introspection, he had suddenly devised a strategy to cope with it. Over the course of nearly 2 months, he had familiarized himself with the movements and patterns of the blood nightmare within his body and, drawing from his own conditions and knowledge, crafted a unique feeding method akin to training a gluttonous hawk. No longer would he permit the hawk to hunt freely within him. Instead, he actively offered it nourishing sustenance, satiating its appetite and thereby alleviating the 8-year-long suffering. While the concept appeared simple, the execution proved fraught with challenges. To ensure success, he nearly transformed himself into a testing ground, meticulously exploring the process by which the blood nightmare extracted his essence, and diligently preparing for every minute detail. This preparation did not involve physical torment, yet the meticulousness down to every pore nearly drove Li Xun to madness. As he persevered through a masochistic ecstasy to complete the final step, amidst the agony of the process and the exhaustion following completion, he experienced a peculiar and ineffable sense of beauty, akin to satisfaction, yet with subtle distinctions. This wondrous feeling had indelibly etched itself in his memory. The torment that had gnawed at his heart, at the moment of mastering the heart technique, finally became a thing of the past, as he felt the blood nightmare open its maw, devouring the offered essence of life. Tranquility ultimately enveloped him, though a cloud of melancholy lingered on his visage. Pain receded from him, the true breath within him flowed unimpeded, yet he found no joy in this transformation. It merely shifted from passive plunder to active indulgence. The essence unchanged, even more burdensome to his heart. Yet, there seemed to be a silver lining, for with every such moment, his hatred towards the blood-scattering man deepened, ensuring he would never forget the atrocities inflicted upon him by that fiend. He vowed to return the humiliation of these past years with 1,000-fold suffering upon the perpetrator. As long as he drew breath, with a deep sigh, he donned his robes and ascended onto the jade green, soaring once more into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Li Xun, unaware of how high he had flown, only gauged the passage of time during his moments of rest, estimating it based on past memories before taking to the skies once again. Now, he found himself hovering beside the edge of a precipice, staring blankly at a protruding platform above. If memory served him correctly, it was here that he had been sent plummeting down the cliff by the golden-winged Great Pong. Yet fortune had smiled upon him, bestowing the Yiming record. Not far above lay the terminus of his 7-year journey, where he had encountered Qing Yin, that enigmatic yet unforgettable female cultivator. In 3 days, spanning 36 hours, he had traversed the distance of the past 7 years. Perhaps on that fateful night, when he was sent down the mountain by Qing Su, the contrast of time had been more pronounced, but now, the impact of all he had achieved felt more immediate. He lingered above the platform for some time before ascending, effortlessly following the lingering mists to discover the grand hot spring. In truth, upon finding this place, he was filled with anticipation. Of course, he had not yet contemplated venturing to more mature territories. He simply hoped for a fortuitous meeting within. Alas, after circling the small lake-like spring thrice, he had yet to hear that cool yet melodious voice. With a sigh, he glided along the water's surface, enveloped in the warm mist, when suddenly, a wave of despondency washed over him. Originally, he had planned to ascend directly to the peak, yet now, it felt entirely devoid of meaning. What was amiss? He stepped onto dry land, casually seeking a comfortable spot to sit, gazing at the drifting water vapor above the lake, his thoughts swirling chaotically, oblivious to what occupied his mind. Time slipped away until he felt a flicker of awareness. Shortly thereafter, peculiar sounds graced his ears, delicate chimes, akin to the gentle clinking of bells. He leapt to his feet, a singular thought racing through his mind. Could it be Qing Yin, the immortal master? Without hesitation, he gauged the direction of the sound and sprinted forth. This dash extended over 10 miles, the sound captivating yet strange. Though he was certain of the direction, no matter how far he ran, the sound remained faint, lingering at the edge of his hearing, elusive yet undeniable. Having lost patience, he unleashed his jade-green sword and soared high above, surveying the area below. It lay beneath a dense thicket, yet autumn's hues were resplendent, golden leaves strewn about, branches nearly bereft of foliage, just enough visibility to discern the scene within. Curious, he noted that as he ascended, the sound abruptly vanished. What could this mean? Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, he sensed something and looked up to see a flash of sword light descending from the heavens, approaching with remarkable speed. The figure within the sword light had clearly not anticipated encountering anyone here. However, their keen gaze, even from several hundred yards away, discerned Li Xun's presence. The sword light executed a seamless turn, drawing closer. Li Xun, fourth uncle? This was pure serendipity. Li Xun could hardly believe that Ming Ji, whom he had sought on the mountain, would cross paths with him here. Contemplating this in his mind, he maintained a facade of decorum. What a coincidence, fourth uncle. I never expected to see you here. Ming Ji, adorned in her customary attire, floated gracefully in the void, exuding an ethereal quality. Yet her penetrating gaze pierced through to his very core before retracting. Indeed, a coincidence. Are you practicing your sword control techniques? Li Xun scratched his head, smiling. Precisely. And I must thank you for the sword you bestowed upon me. Ming-Ji glanced at the ground beneath his feet, surprise flickering across her face. Quickly replaced with satisfaction. So it is the returning dragon trench. A commendable choice. Naturally, Li Xun beamed with gratitude, then casually inquired. Fourth uncle, I noticed you haven't been on the mountain for a few days. Have you come here to see immortal Master Qingyin? At this, Ming-Ji paused, scrutinizing him with an odd expression that sent a chill down Li Xun's spine. Unable to restrain himself, he coughed. Fourth uncle. Ming-Ji's smile emerged. I recall that your entry into the sect was facilitated by immortal Master Qingyin, correct? Li Xun nodded earnestly. Indeed, I would never forget. I came to the peak to express my gratitude to the immortal master. Mid-sentence, he noticed Ming-Ji's delicate brow furrowing slightly. Such a minor shift in expression rendered her features particularly striking. May I offer you a piece of advice, if you are amenable? Li Xun, taken aback by her demeanor, felt compelled to comply, nodding eagerly as he awaited her words. Your demeanor resembles. Ming-Ji, discussing others behind their back is not your style. The abruptness of her statement, while seemingly casual, carried an air of unassuming calm that made him feel breathless. Instinctively, Li Xun called out, Immortal Master Qingyin. Turning, he beheld the ethereal figure standing in the void. Who but Qingyin could it be? Today, she donned a flowing garment reminiscent of Ming-Ji's. A somewhat oversized blue robe swaying in the breeze, her dark tresses simply tied back, cascading softly along her shoulders, remaining still. Standing in the air, she resembled a serene and silent specter, enigmatic yet breathtaking. Ming-Ji showed no embarrassment at Qingyin's remark. She merely inclined her head slightly, chuckling. My apologies. Immortal Master Qingyin. Qingyin seemed unfazed by her attitude, directing her gaze towards Li Xun. Her eyes bore a distinct quality from Ming-Ji's. While Ming-Ji's gaze was akin to a sharp sword, slicing through all obstacles, Qingyin's lacked such edge. Yet, when she cast a fleeting glance, it rendered one momentarily blank, as if the very fabric of thought had unraveled. Li Xun now found himself ensnared by this sensation. The carefully crafted words he had prepared vanished in an instant, leaving him awkwardly bowing, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, Ming-Ji appeared to let out a sigh. A hint of a smile graced Qingyin's lips, a smile Li Xun was all too familiar with, occasionally. In quiet moments, he recalled this smile, both tender and mocking. But what was she pitying? What was she mocking? Li Xun found no answers. Yet his fascination with that smile remained undiminished. It was Qingyin's voice that pulled him back from his days, in merely 3 to 5 months. Your cultivation has progressed significantly, remarkably grounded. You are indeed a commendable candidate for practicing the spiritual heart technique. You flatter me, immortal master. Li Xun promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. I must thank you for your guidance. Qingyin was unfazed by such remarks. She cast a glance at Li Xun before turning to Ming-Ji and inquired, Did you gift him the Qingyu? Ming-Ji smiled gently. Among the 3 generations of disciples, he is the only one practicing the Lingxi technique. Who else should I bestow it upon? It is indeed quite generous. Qingyin responded lightly, and then turned to Li Xun. You possess the Fengling needle, do you not? The fact that Linga bestowed it upon you indicates their considerable regard for you. It seems I have been rather stingy. Before Li Xun could express his trepidation, she produced a piece of jade and flicked it toward him. Li Xun had no choice but to catch it, hearing Qingyin say, This jade, when placed against your heart, possesses remarkable efficacy in dispelling evil and warding off demons. It also offers some protection. Accept it as a gift. As Li Xun examined the jade in his hand, he noted its deep azure hue and crystalline clarity, intricately carved with a protective mythical beast, its horns exuding an aura of divinity. Upon closer inspection, the engravings appeared profoundly complex, unmistakably not an ordinary object. Furthermore, it emanated a fragrant aroma, and to his surprise, it still radiated warmth in his palm. A shiver coursed through Li Xun's body as he pondered. Could this be a personal item of Qingyin? Ming-Ji's expression turned slightly astonished. It is the jade of evil dispelling. Today, Master Qingyin is truly generous. She then addressed Li Xun. This jade of evil dispelling is one of the most renowned protective treasures in the Xian realm. Wearing it provides immunity from 100 evils, wards off all toxins and malevolent entities, and proves remarkably effective in calming the mind during cultivation. With it, the risk of falling into madness is greatly diminished. Given the circumstances, Li Xun was loath to return it. He would rather swallow it whole than part with such a treasure. Aware that both female cultivators were not to be trifled with, he relinquished his pretense and bowed deeply in gratitude as he accepted the jade. The jade was already strung with a ribbon, and he hung it around his neck, resting it against his chest. However, upon contact, an unusual sensation arose. Within his heart, the chaotic fire and blood phantoms trembled, inexplicably shrinking significantly, while a refreshing energy seemed to emanate from the jade, coursing through his heart, akin to a cool pearl rolling inside, providing immense comfort. Li Xun could not suppress a shiver as he felt every pore in his body open, a gentle coolness flowing in and out, as if countless tiny hands were massaging him, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, otherwise, he might have embarrassed himself in front of the two celestial masters. The jade's cooling effect settled within his heart, circulating harmoniously, returning the fire and blood phantoms to their normal state, albeit with some subtle changes. There was no time to examine it closely. Li Xun merely glanced inward briefly before stepping back, overwhelmed with joy at the realization of the jade's potency, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Qingyin once more. Qingyin, accepting his bow, simply remarked, "That will suffice." To Li Xun's perception, her demeanor toward him seemed unchanged by the gift. How peculiar. At that moment, Qingyin addressed Mingji. "Aren't you descending the peak? Why linger?" Her words were direct, yet Mingji bore no offense. She brushed aside the hair blown into her face by the wind, her gaze sharpening as it flitted between Li Xun and Qingyin, before breaking into a smile. "Indeed, I should take my leave. Li Xun, do you have any plans?" What plans could Li Xun have? The objectives of his ascent had been nearly fulfilled, and the rewards far exceeded his expectations. In the midst of this sudden happiness, he found himself at a loss for words. However, he need not speak, for Qingyin interjected, "Come with me." Li Xun was momentarily taken aback, while Mingji showed no surprise, merely lowering her head, obscuring her expression. Yet, she soon lifted her gaze and smiled. "In that case, I shall descend first. Please convey my regards to Master Zhong." With a nod to Li Xun, her sword energy surged forth, and in an instant, she vanished without a trace. It seemed that his appearance had caused them considerable distraction. Li Xun was no fool. In fact, his cunning rivaled that of anyone else. From the echoes of Qingshu's words 7 years ago, reminiscent of an old acquaintance, to Mingji's 2 near revelations, the underlying questions had become increasingly evident. Mingji had likely intended to inquire about that person, but was halted by Qingyin, suggesting that the individual in question had a closer connection to her. Who could it be? As he mulled over this, Qingyin instructed him to stow away the Qingyu, then employed a cloud summoning technique, beckoning Li Xun to ascend. Uncertain of her intentions, he dared not question her under her indifferent gaze. Obediently standing upon the cloud with hands respectfully at his side, Qingshu had once mentioned that cloud summoning was slower than flying with a sword, but that distinction only applied under comparable conditions. On that day, Qingshu's cloud summoning took an entire night to descend the mountain. Now, Qingyin's technique exhibited an equally impressive speed. The cloud ascended, swiftly leaving their previous location behind, rendering Li Xun's sword flight speed comparable to that of a bird against a snail. Qingyin settled comfortably, while Li Xun remained rigid like a pillar. Eventually, it was Qingyin who urged him to sit, and only then did he nervously take a seat at the corner of the flying cloud, maintaining a respectful distance from her. Due to the angle, Qingyin revealed only her profile to him, yet that was enough to satisfy Li Xun. During this silent journey, stealing glances at the enchanting figure beside him was an immense pleasure, especially with the jade imbued with her fragrance resting against his chest. Suddenly, Li Xun comprehended the feelings that Shanji experienced in the presence of senior sister Chibi. Was it possible that he, for a youth of 16 or 17 years, contemplating such matters was indeed burdensome? In the face of this unexpected conundrum, all prior learning seemed futile. In his younger days within the palace, he had encountered various distorted and brutal scenarios, yet they paled in comparison to his current situation. What a nuisance! It was only at this moment that Li Xun's youthful nature shone through. Amidst the tumult of emotions, he lost track of time and place, allowing his facial expressions to shift with his feelings. This disarray of emotions lingered for quite some time until a sudden brightness jolted him back to reality. It seemed that something had changed in the external environment. Curiously, he scanned his surroundings. At first glance, nothing appeared different, but upon closer inspections, he discerned an astonishing density of spiritual energy in the air. The sunlight, cascading from above, exhibited an unnatural refraction, indicating that the spiritual energy here had thickened to near corporeality. Qingyi noted his confusion and casually explained, above 500,000 miles at Ziwang Peak, the concentration of spiritual energy fluctuates with the passage of time, exhibiting tidal variations. It is thinnest during the midnight hour and most abundant at noon. Such a place truly exists? Li Xun was astonished, but upon reflection, he realized that Ziwang Peak was no ordinary height, and any phenomena occurring there were to be expected. However, Qingyi's words stirred a sense of something he felt he had forgotten, something of great significance. What could it be? At that moment, Qingyi glanced at him again and inquired, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Li Xun couldn't possibly respond, so he humbly replied, "I am unaware, Master. Master Zhongyin has been at the peak these past few days, and I am bringing you to meet him." "Master Zhongyin." Li Xun nearly tumbled down from the clouds, utterly shocked to find it was Zhongyin. At that moment, he wished to see him the least. There exists only one Zhongyin, a legendary sword master who has traversed the realms for a millennium without a single defeat. Since his descent from the mountain 1200 years ago, he wielded the Zhan Kongdivine sword, challenging cultivators from all corners of the world, and has never known defeat. He cleaved through Zhugo sect's soul-hunting trio, shattered the 7 underworld star formation of the Mingwang sect, confronted the 4 great demon swords of the heavenly demon sword sect, battled the nefarious master ghost, and ventured into one of the 6 forbidden lands, the Star River. His innumerable exploits have rendered him unparalleled in the past several millennia. Notably, he is the sole individual to have vanquished all 3 scattered immortals of the transcendent realm. The most legendary tale recounts how, a millennium ago, he single-handedly stormed the Wuhui realm, forcing the Jade scattered immortal to flee for miles. All these deeds have forged Zhongyin's formidable reputation. Undoubtedly, he stands as the idol of every disciple of the Mingxin sword sect, and even Li Xun himself is no exception. Yet, despite this admiration, Li Xun was resolute in his desire to avoid an encounter with him at such a time. According to legend, Zhongyin had the ability to ascend to the heavens in broad daylight hundreds of years ago, yet he chose to remain in this realm due to certain matters of grave importance. Even so, he possesses the powers of an immortal, though it would be an exaggeration to claim he could foresee events 500 years hence. However, the most renowned aspect of his skills is his unparalleled ability to discern the hearts of men. With a mere glance, he can unveil the most concealed corners of one's soul, leaving no secrets hidden from his gaze. Yet, Li Xun is precisely the type of individual burdened with countless secrets, many of which are unspeakable. How could he dare to confront Zhongyin? Even if Zhongyin's gaze were not as exaggerated as the legends suggest, with his nearly celestial cultivation, could he not penetrate the secrets harbored within Li Xun? Blood nightmare, fire, ghostly energy, any one of these revelations would spell doom for him. Months prior, when he had an audience with the sect leader, Qingming Daorun, he felt a profound sense of unease. Now, standing before one whose cultivation far surpassed his own, how could he possibly escape? The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him. Even entertaining the wild notion of leaping off the cloud and fleeing on his sword, this frantic thought flickered in his mind before it deflated, and he suddenly realized the troubling sensation he had felt earlier. The time for blood nightmare to devour his heart was approaching. How could he employ the eagle-feeding method at this moment? And if he refrained, how could he conceal his internal abnormalities from others? As this thought emerged, his heart raced violently. He was doomed. Despair filled him as he shut his eyes, yet the unfolding events were not as dire as he had imagined. His heart merely raced a couple of times, and though the blood nightmare seemed agitated, it lingered around his heart's core. That faint chill emanating from the jade amulet appeared to have a remarkable effect. Just as when he first donned the amulet, the blood nightmare and fire suddenly contracted before gradually returning to a state of calm. But where was the blood nightmare devouring his heart? To his astonishment, the daily, uncontrollable blood nightmare was suppressed. Li Xun was unsure if this would lead to any after effects, but at that moment, he could not think beyond the present. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was simply too exquisite, rendering him oblivious as he clutched the jade amulet, lost in reverie. Is he so delighted to see you? The gentle voice of Qing Yin pulled him back from his daze. Li Xun shuddered and gasped, struggling to formulate a response, but in his haste, his mind was a whirl of confusion. Fortunately, Qing Yin seemed to understand his state, her gaze curiously fixed on his hand gripping the jade amulet. Is your heart troubled? No, not at all. Li Xun quickly shook his head in denial, but it sounded rather abrupt. So he swiftly modified his statement. My heart merely raced a bit. This jade. He was at a loss for words, fearing that if he admitted the recent change was a reaction to the malign, he would inadvertently reveal too much, leaving him momentarily speechless. It turned suddenly cold, did it? Perhaps due to sitting upon the clouds. Qing Yin's smile mirrored the ethereal nature of the clouds beneath, blurred and ever-changing. After a brief hesitation, Li Xun nodded in affirmation. Without a hint of concern, Qing Yin continued. This amulet has the power to calm the mind. You were quite agitated earlier. While it is fundamental for cultivators to remain unperturbed by external distractions, it is a challenging feat henceforth. This jade shall serve as your guide, reminding you to maintain tranquility and remain unfazed by glory or disgrace. You must strive diligently. Li Xun exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing he had transcended this hurdle, and promptly bowed in acknowledgement. As they spoke, the flying cloud traversed another stretch, gradually slowing its pace. Qing Yin rose leisurely, standing at the edge of the cloud, gazing at the scenery below, beckoning Li Xun over. Look over there. Her ivory fingers, as pure as jade, directed Li Xun's gaze towards a distant bamboo grove. This grove appeared peculiar, emanating a faint azure glow from afar, ethereal and illusory, unlike any mundane entity. This bamboo forest, known as the Qing Yin Barrier, was a naturally occurring spiritual manifestation where Zhong Yin resided. Li Xun's face twitched as he barely managed to conceal his alarm from Qing Yin. He has spent less time outside these past years, having resided here for 9 out of the last 10 years. To meet him, you need only come here. Meet him. Li Xun's mind raced, contemplating how to evade this impending calamity when suddenly he felt a gentle push on his back. The force was not great, yet it disrupted his balance, causing him to plunge down from the cloud. Li Xun let out a cry, his true essence surging within him, longing to take action. But the peculiar force, though subtle, deftly nullified his attempts to stabilize himself, rendering him as helpless as a stone plummeting downward. It was Qing Yin. The thought flashed through Li Xun's mind. What could she be plotting? As his body tumbled through the air, he caught a glimpse of the cloud drifting away, merging into the horizon, never to be seen again. At that moment, his back collided with the sharp tips of the bamboo grove. Was this truly the end? This fleeting thought was interrupted as a unique, ethereal energy surged from below, gently cradling him with a soft touch. As he descended, a faint aroma of bamboo wafted into his nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. Moments later, he landed on the ground, unharmed and unbothered. What was happening? Now within the bamboo grove, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing the bamboo stalks towering 7 or 8 zhong, lush and vibrant, with a sheen that suggested they were crafted from jade, untouched by the mundane world. Indeed, this was a realm of the immortals. Considering Zhong Yin's status, it was no surprise he resided in such a place. He lightly tapped the bamboo, feeling its smooth, hard surface, a coolness seeping into his fingers, and when struck firmly, it produced a melodious sound akin to jade clashing. What mysterious properties might this precious bamboo possess? As he pondered, he strolled through the grove, soon noticing a distinct sensation. While he had previously felt an astonishing abundance of elemental energy in the world outside, here it felt almost tangible, as if the very essence was condensed into substance, making his movements feel as though he were wading through water, encountering a gentle resistance. The density of this energy left Li Xun astounded. Now he understood why he had not met his demise earlier. The overwhelming elemental energy was akin to an invisible lake, cushioning his fall from such heights, preventing his death. Though he realized Qing Yin meant no harm, Li Xun remained perplexed as to her intentions in so carelessly pushing him down. There must be a deeper significance behind her actions. As Li Xun grew increasingly tense, his inherently clear-minded nature emerged, prompting him to cast aside his unwarranted anxiety and fear, focusing instead on what he might say upon encountering Zhong Yin. After walking only a few dozen steps, still grappling with his thoughts, he was suddenly struck by the sight before him. A clearing in the woods, adorned with a bamboo hut constructed entirely from the forest's bamboo. Though modest in size, The hut exhibited meticulous craftsmanship, showcasing a remarkable level of dedication in its design. Outside, a set of bamboo furniture was arranged, with tea utensils crafted from the same material. Steam curling from a freshly brewed cup of fragrant tea. A few paces away from Li Xun stood a bamboo writing desk, upon which lay a sheet of paper. A figure in white stood before it, brush in hand, engaged in painting. This must be Zhong, yet Li Xun could hardly fathom meeting him under such circumstances. Perhaps he should be grateful that he did not have to confront those reputedly penetrating eyes directly. However, the unexpectedness of the scene rendered him more flustered. Had he not just managed to compose himself, he might have revealed his unease. Now, he merely stood with hands at his sides, watching the artist at work. Li Xun had no expertise in painting, but to his untrained eye, Zhong Yin's strokes were remarkably swift, with the outlines emerging almost instantaneously. After sketching 7 bamboo stalks, Zhong Yin paused, leaving a significant expanse of white on the paper. Li Xun was left utterly bewildered by this choice. Though not versed in the art, he understood that composition was paramount in painting. Even if an artist employed the technique of leaving blank spaces, such an uneven distribution was generally a significant faux pas. What was Zhong Yin attempting to convey? While he pondered this, Zhong Yin abruptly lifted his gaze. Unprepared for this moment, their eyes met. Initially, Li Xun's mind blanked, but a chill surged through his chest, coursing upward to his crown. This sudden sensation felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, snapping him back to reality. Without hesitation, he knelt, bowing his head in reverence. Disciple Li Xun greets the immortal master. May I inquire if you are the 6th granduncle? Zhong Yin, being of the same generation as Qing Ming, held the 6th rank, prompting Li Xun to ask for confirmation to avoid any misidentification. I am Zhong Yin. His voice was melodious, slightly delicate, yet resonating with a profound tension. You are a disciple of the 3rd generation? Rise and speak. Li Xun complied, standing but still too apprehensive to raise his gaze, focusing instead on his toes. Zhong Yin continued, you possess the Qingyu sword and the phoenix feather needle. Yet you are a disciple of Ling Gu or Ming Qi. My master is indeed Ling Gong. Li Xun's response was somewhat formal, a reflection of his nervousness as he hastily clarified his position. It was Master Qing Yin who sent me here to pay my respects to the 6th granduncle. Qing Yin? Zhong Yin seemed to ponder this for a moment before instructing, lift your head. Uncertain of the outcome, Li Xun cautiously raised his eyes, and their gazes met once more. He immediately felt overpowered and instinctively sought to avert his gaze, but in that fleeting moment, he glimpsed Zhong Yin's face. Contrary to his renowned reputation, the visage appeared rather ordinary, neither striking nor commanding, merely refined, with indistinct features that were not easily recognizable. However, his stature was remarkably tall. Towering over Li Xun by a head, and standing amidst the bamboo, he resembled the surrounding tall green stalks, exuding an air of uprightness and quiet dignity. Strangely enough, the pressure he felt in Zhong Yin's presence was less intense than with Qing Su and others. At least, he did not feel breathless under the weight of expectation. Could this truly be Zhong Yin? The thought flitted through his mind, only for him to notice a subtle shift in the expression on the other's face. You are Li Xun. His tone was somewhat ethereal, yet Li Xun did not dare to neglect the moment, fully aware that the man's countenance might betray some confusion. Indeed, I am, he affirmed. Zhong Yin shook his head slightly, a countenance of solitude and desolation. Li Xun let out a nervous chuckle, replying honestly, this is what Qing Su and Qing Yin have alluded to. At that moment, he heard Zhong Yin sigh, and the already fragile state of his mind was further unsettled. However, the jade talisman at his chest emitted a cooling sensation, steadying his heartbeat. Zhong Yin then shifted the topic. Regardless of how you arrived here, your presence signifies a connection. Come, observe my painting. Could this be considered a gesture of intimacy? Li Xun felt a flicker of hope, sensing he had passed a preliminary test. Establishing a good rapport with this esteemed sword master was paramount. But how to navigate this delicate interaction? Lost in thought, his feet obediently carried him to the writing desk. Zhong Yin picked up his brush once more, sketching several more bamboo stalks, and then a figure. The composition became clearer. Previously, the 7 stalks formed the foreground, while the additional bamboo and figure in the background suggested someone observing from behind the bamboo. The interplay of bamboo shadows and the hazy outline of the figure evoked a sense of moonlight illuminating a serene night, where both the bamboo and the person seemed to coexist in a tranquil harmony. Though not an expert, Li Xun found the artwork peculiar, sensing a sudden shift in layout. The background arrangement was commendable, but the brushwork seemed to falter, the interplay between the figure and the bamboo, suggesting an intricate play of moonlight. While the overall composition felt rather ordinary. As expected, Zhongyin sighed and set the painting aside, replacing it with a fresh sheet. The next piece was notably superior. The bamboo shadows danced with a delicate balance of light and dark, and upon closer inspection, a refreshing aura emanated from it, as if the viewer were beckoned to step into the painting itself. Li Xun couldn't help but murmur his admiration. Zhongyin paused, turning to him. "Do you like this piece? Consider it a gift." Li Xun was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Zhongyin's brushwork was highly coveted. Although not a secret manual of sword techniques, the mere reputation of its creator rendered this painting priceless, a splendid adornment for his abode. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Without pretense, Li Xun bowed in gratitude. Zhongyin continued, "However, I would like to hear your thoughts on the brushwork and composition. Was this a test?" Li Xun felt a surge of anxiety. His knowledge of painting was rudimentary, gleaned from lessons in his youth, and he wondered if such worldly insights would hold merit in the realm of the profound. What if he faltered? Despite his inner turmoil, he approached the artwork without hesitation. Concentrating intently, after only a few strokes, he let out a soft gasp. Zhongyin smiled from the side. "What do you think?" Li Xun, engrossed in the painting, did not respond, yet his fingers trembled with excitement. Eventually, he found himself mimicking the strokes in the air, producing a faint sound of resonance. Zhongyin was momentarily taken aback, then offered an appreciative remark, but Li Xun was oblivious to it, his mind wholly absorbed in the painting. What was this? It was not merely a depiction of bamboo. It was an intricate depiction of sword techniques. Li Xun had developed an acute sensitivity to the art of talismanic runes and the subtleties of brushwork. He could almost discern the origin and trajectory of the brushstrokes. Thus, he recognized the painting's ingeniousness at a glance. With his level of understanding, he could transcend the physical representation, delving into the underlying essence. The outer strokes followed a fluid path, while his internal energy resonated with deeper meanings, undergoing a unique transformation. Halfway through the painting, his internal energy surged like boiling water, swirling with clouds and mist, traversing through his meridians without hindrance. Gradually, his energy subsided, yet it had become significantly more refined, harmonizing with his inner mantra. As it flowed, it took on a sharpness akin to a sword, piercing through several barriers with remarkable force, surging powerfully within him. In the blink of an eye, he had gazed upon the painting for the fourth time, feeling a surge of inspiration that gradually coalesced within his mind. Just as he was lost in this fervor, a sudden tap on his shoulder jolted him, scattering the brilliance that had illuminated his thoughts. He was so close. Li Xun stood dazed for a moment. Then, filled with indignation, he whirled around, eager to confront whoever had interrupted him, only to be met by the gentle, jade-like gaze of Zhongyin. A bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. He quickly bowed, his anger dissipating in an instant. "Do not delve too deeply into this. Such inquiries may harm rather than benefit you." Observing Li Xun's bewildered expression, Zhongyin smiled faintly, rolled up the painting from the table, and placed it in Li Xun's hands. "Do you know what your greatest flaw in cultivation is?" Li Xun shook his head, lost in thought. "Your exploration of the principles of the law is profound, unmatched by many on the mountain. However, your sensitivity to circumstances remains rather juvenile. Without a balance between the internal and the external, one merely sits in meditation awaiting death, never achieving the great way. In simpler terms, you know how to wield a sword, yet you do not understand how to use it effectively." Li Xun was utterly perplexed. How to wield a sword and how to use it? Weren't they the same? How can they be different? Just like this painting. You understand the nuances of brush strokes, the weight and shades, the rhythm and changes. But when it comes to picking up the brush, can you paint? No. Though the methods of cultivation vary slightly, they can be comprehensively understood from within to without. You grasp the symbols and principles too hastily, while your external skills lack foundation. The disparity between the two is too great to yield any benefit to you. Do you comprehend this? Li Xun, immediately humbled, bowed deeply and expressed, "I shall strive to enhance my external skills henceforth." Zhongyin nodded. "That is correct. Your vision is astute, yet it remains myopic. You can discern the true essence of the painting, yet you fail to perceive the corresponding movements of the body. In future observations, reflect upon the bodily changes that align with the true essence. Only then will you walk the righteous path. After imparting this wisdom, he pointed out several potential pitfalls. Li Xun nodded continuously, recognizing Zhong Yin's unparalleled teaching prowess. Compared to others like Qing Su, Qin Yin, Lin Gu, and Ming Ji, Zhong Yin's explanations were vividly clear, yet beneath the simplicity lay profound depths requiring personal contemplation. To converse with him was worth more than a decade of study. This was the essence. Li Xun was utterly in awe, wishing he could remain on the peak to absorb this sage's teachings day and night. In just a moment of discourse, it felt as though he had been spared 3 years of arduous training. However, despite his desires, Zhong Yin showed no intention of prolonging the visit. As the explanation concluded, he remarked, "In this ink bamboo painting, I have recently created a sword technique known as green smoke bamboo shadows during my leisure time. It can lead one from the superficial to the profound, akin to new shoots breaking through the soil, steadily rising. I shall now pass this on to you, and upon descending the peak, present it to your master for further guidance in your cultivation. Go now, do not keep Qing Yin waiting." Qing Yin? Li Xun suddenly recalled the one who had cast him down from the world. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. What could Qing Yin possibly want? Had she merely wished to present him before Zhong Yin, hoping for some insights? He felt that the elegant and aloof master was utterly inscrutable, beyond his comprehension. Zhong Yin's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Qing Yin. He regarded Li Xun with a contemplative look. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Li Xun, disciple here. Your master Qing Yin has an eccentric temperament. Even her peers find her challenging. As for you juniors, should she ever act in a manner that incites your ire, remember today as conversation and do not take it too seriously." Li Xun, feeling his legs weaken, half kneeled on the ground. "I dare not. Master Qing Yin is an elder, I enough." Zhong Yin interrupted, smiling faintly before turning to enter his dwelling. Li Xun heard him utter one last remark. "Rise, for Qing Yin surely does not appreciate such a spineless demeanor." As the bamboo door closed, silence enveloped him. Li Xun stood there for a long while before finally rising, a bitter smile on his face. If I were to be more resolute, would she then take a liking to me? This question lingered in his mind, one he dared not voice, leaving him to ponder in silence, lost in daydreams. After wandering through the bamboo forest for several hundred steps, Li Xun found no end, yet he discovered a few naturally fallen bamboo branches. These branches, slender yet vibrant green, shimmered subtly, feeling quite refreshing in his grasp. He tested their resilience, finding them remarkably pliable. When he twisted one 3 or 5 times, it snapped back with a hum as soon as he released it. It took 3 strikes with his sword to sever one. This was indeed a treasure. Reluctant to part with it, he held it tightly while searching for more. As for the ones standing there, he dared not touch them. Should they be Zhong Yin's cherished possessions, he could easily be sent tumbling down the peak with a mere breath. After searching nearby without further success, Li Xun realized that lingering any longer would be embarrassing. He took to the skies on his sword, and as he broke through the bamboo forest, a popping sound echoed, and his body felt suddenly light. How should one cultivate in such a place? Although cultivators refine the essence of heaven and earth for their own use, there must be a limit. The concentration of energy in the bamboo forest was almost tangible. If one were to truly practice refinement here, likely 9 out of 10 would fall into chaos. Perhaps only a half-immortal like Zhong Yin could dare to reside in such a place. Lost in thought, his sword light spiraled in the air. Before departing, he had heard Zhong Yin mention that Qing Yin awaited him outside. Although he suspected it might have been a casual remark, Li Xun dared not disregard it, opting to float aimlessly in the sky. Heaven knew how arduous this task was. When he first arrived, Qing Yin had said that the energy of heaven and earth ebbed and flowed with time, but he had felt nothing. Now, after circling a few times, he finally grasped the concept of tidal changes. As noon passed, the concentration of energy in the environment began to decline from its zenith. This decline was not linear. Rather, it resembled the retreat of the tide, surging briefly before receding significantly, a complex interplay. This proved challenging for Li Xun. The essence of sword control hinges on harmonizing with the energy of heaven and earth. He had only practiced for a few days. In such an unstable environment, maintaining equilibrium was already a feat, let alone achieving steadiness. He swayed haphazardly, appearing as though he were intoxicated, at risk of plummeting at any moment. For others, falling would be inconsequential, yet Li Xun pondered further. Although this place was difficult to control, It was perhaps the ideal setting for honing his sword skills. Practicing here for a while could equate to a month of training elsewhere. Thus he persevered, refusing to descend. All his thoughts were concentrated on the azure jade in his hand. His mind sharpened, leaving no trace of energy fluctuations unnoticed. Time slipped away unnoticed until he felt a surge of progress, his inner essence nearly depleted, prompting him to finally halt. As he landed, something felt amiss. He turned sharply and was taken aback. Not far from the edge of the bamboo grove sat Qing, seated on the ground. Her hair unbound and cascading like a waterfall before her as she slowly combed it. The scene bore a striking resemblance to their first encounter when she had adorned herself by the water, exuding the same aloofness and captivating grace, her feminine allure subtly radiating, drawing the eye without overt display. How could Li Xun possibly resist such a sight? Observing her demeanor, one could only wonder how long she had been seated by the forest's edge. In contemplating the various humiliations he had endured in midair, Li Xun felt his face ablaze. Utterly unable to lift his gaze. Perhaps it was for the best, as it effectively concealed his recent indiscretion. Instinctively, he wished to kneel and offer his apologies. Yet the words of Zhongyin suddenly flickered through his mind. Do you dislike the spineless? Reflecting on their previous encounters, he discerned that Qing indeed disdained those who bowed in submission. If he were to be overly pretentious, he feared he would gain nothing. This thought barely flickered in his mind before he altered his posture, merely offering a respectful salute. Forgive me, esteemed master. I momentarily lost my composure and kept you waiting. Qing, however, did not deign to glance in his direction, her aloofness even more pronounced than before. She inquired, is that painting from Zhongyin? Li Xun promptly affirmed, stepping forward respectfully to present the artwork. Yet, Qing did not hasten to accept it. Instead, she leisurely coiled her hair into a bun before finally taking the painting from him. This act, though seemingly dismissive, was imbued with grace, for she, as an elder, exhibited an elegance that captivated Li Xun, rendering him oblivious to any discomfort. As she delicately unfurled the painting, she remarked, this is the second piece. Li Xun stood dumbfounded, and upon observing his expression, Qing recognized her accuracy. She gently shook her head and returned the painting, stating, to receive this depiction of bamboo shrouded in mist is indeed your fortune. Take it with you down the mountain. Was it truly over? Li Xun felt somewhat taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless, forgetting to move. Qing rose slowly, disregarding him, her gaze lost in the depths of the bamboo grove, seemingly contemplating something profound. Not daring to intrude, Li Xun awaited a moment of clarity, realizing he could no longer linger. He bowed again and began to retreat. Stop! Qing Yin's sudden command halted him, and he turned in astonishment as she beckoned. Come here. Like a marionette on strings, he approached, maintaining a respectful distance. However, the subsequent turn of events left him utterly bewildered. Qing Yin reached out, her hand gently caressing his face. Li Xun shivered, his mind swirling in confusion. He felt her cool, delicate fingers, and upon contact, a tingling sensation coursed through him, spreading throughout his being. In a daze, he heard Qing Yin speak. Thus, your appearance shall change, and you will no longer face such troubles. A change in appearance? Li Xun's heart raced, yet before he could voice his inquiry, Qing Yin conjured a mirror of water, urging him to gaze upon his reflection. To his astonishment, he beheld a visage altered, though the contours and features remained intact, an uncanny resemblance that left him momentarily unrecognizable. In that instant, he comprehended Qing Yin's intent. She had altered his likeness to prevent future complications, noting his striking resemblance to another. He heard her instruct. This transformation will naturally unravel when you reach the infant transformation stage in your cultivation. By then, you shall no longer be troubled by this. As she glided a few steps along the edge of the bamboo grove, she vanished with a soft pop, like a fleeting bubble. Li Xun stepped forward, pausing, his hand unconsciously brushing the spot where Qing Yin had touched him, savoring the lingering fragrance, momentarily entranced. In this world, there exist three realms: the mortal realm, the transcendence realm, and the celestial realm. While they may seem distinctly separate, the divide between the transcendence and mortal realms is not as pronounced as some might presume. The distance between these realms is not as insurmountable as many imagine. Their relationship is one of coexistence and overlap, with what mortals deem celestial mountains and spiritual veins often being points of intersection. Within the Xiahua mountain range, there are three locations that connect to the mortal realm. At this juncture, Li Xun and his companions had chosen one such path to descend into the mortal realm. It was not until the day of their departure that he learned Lin Ji's reluctance to partake in the water mirror assembly was not solely due to his despondency. He discovered he was not the only disciple accompanying Lin Gu. Among the second-generation disciples were the non-direct descendants, Minglan Daoist and Master Yu Mingfeng. And from the third generation, there were 15 others, including Li Xun himself. To his surprise, the sister Qi Bai, who had left a deep impression on him, was also part of the group. It became evident that their journey was not merely to attend the assembly. They would also engage in cultivation and practice in the world, accumulating external skills. Thus, as the leader of this entourage, Lin Gu was not only the full representative of the Mingxin sword sect at the Water Mirror Assembly, but also acted as a caregiver, bodyguard, and mentor to the 18 members of their party. No wonder Lin Gu was so reluctant. As Lin Ji's disciple, Li Xun felt somewhat sympathetic towards him. Of course, those on the mountain were also aware of Lin Ji's temperament, and thus he was assigned 2 capable assistants, Minglan Daoist and Yu Mingfeng, who managed the internal affairs of the sect. Lin Gu could delegate various tasks to them, allowing him to focus solely on protection and guidance. With a month and a half remaining until the Water Mirror Assembly commenced, they had ample time. Among the group, Li Xun was the youngest, while the others had cultivated for 70 to 80 years, naturally possessing much greater prowess. However, among the third-generation disciples, only Qi Bai and Li Xun were direct descendants. The others hailed from collateral lines. The distinction between direct and collateral lines within the Mingxin sword sect was not overly pronounced. Typically, those like Qi Bai, who had diligently cultivated and were favored by the esteemed Xuanjiao sword, were considered the most exemplary cases. Direct descendants were generally those with exceptional aptitude and righteous character, capable of carrying forth the sect's traditions. Benefiting from the guidance of distinguished masters, they were often slightly ahead in subtle aspects compared to their collateral brethren. Moreover, only direct descendants had the opportunity to inherit the sect leader's position. Collateral disciples, on the other hand, were those who had not been chosen by the previous generation of direct line masters. Some had taken on non-direct teachers, while others remained at the Qi Yuan Hall, absorbing knowledge from the Mountain S masters. Regardless of lineage, the methods of cultivation were fundamentally the same, and the disparities were not insurmountable. While they may not ascend to leadership, practitioners of the way were generally indifferent to such superficial titles. Consequently, there existed no insurmountable discord between direct and collateral disciples, maintaining stability within the sect. Li Xun was quite mindful of these matters within the sect, understanding that his actions and demeanor influenced his standing among his elders and peers. Thus he exercised great caution. During these past few days, he had adopted the demeanor of a younger brother, appearing innocent and unassuming, mingling comfortably with the group of over a dozen, behaving appropriately and speaking sweetly, earning no ill will. Among them, only Lin Gu might have discerned some of his underlying intentions. However, since Lin Gu had only this one disciple, despite his usual aloofness, his act of gifting Li Xun the rare Feng Ling needle indicated that he held some affection for him. Thus, as long as the youth's actions bore no malicious intent, Lin Gu merely offered gentle admonishments and allowed him to proceed. Yet, upon descending the mountain and spending day after day together, Lin Ji's expectations of Li Xun became even more stringent. Li Xun had received the Qing Yin bamboo shadow sword technique from Zhongyin, which Lin Gu entrusted to him upon arrival at the lower peak. While others remained oblivious to Zhong Yin's intentions, Lin Gu, as Li Xun's mentor, could hardly be so. The painting was, in essence, a subtle critique of Lin Ji's somewhat biased approach to teaching, urging him to amend his ways. Although Lin Ji's state of mind was despondent, he still held a certain admiration for the esteemed immortal, his master uncle on the peak. Upon receiving the sword technique sent by Zhongyin, he understood what he needed to do. From that moment onward, Li Xun dedicated 3 hours each day to practicing external skills. His 7 years of training at the Sitting Forgetting Peak had fortified his body to the pinnacle achievable at his age. The subsequent focus was on how to wield this body with finesse, achieving a harmonious unity of body and intention. The Qingyin Bamboo Shadow Sword Technique, a true masterpiece imparted by Zhongyin, was profound in its progression from simplicity to complexity, and from the inner self to the outer expression. After a month of diligent practice, though he had not achieved any remarkable accomplishments, Li Xun felt a new level of mastery over the true breath within him. Especially during movement, The transitions of true breath became effortless, akin to the ease of using his fingers, with each subtlety executed far better than before. The more he improved, the more devoted he became to his training. 300, 301, 302. Li Xun was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, yet his breathing remained steady and rhythmic, his hands as steady as iron, not betraying the slightest tremor. He silently counted in his mind, thrusting the sword out stroke by stroke, from raising his wrist, to the thrust, to the retraction. These 3 actions were executed with unwavering consistency and no hint of slackness. He was not merely thrusting the sword. The true breath flowed with each extension of the long sword, cleansing within him, a far greater exertion than mere muscular effort. After 500 thrusts, both his physical stamina and true breath reached their limits. As he lifted the sword once more, his wrist could no longer endure the strain, and he could not maintain his grip. Junior brother's son, perhaps you should take a break. Chi Bai, having watched him practice tirelessly, felt a pang of sympathy and spoke up. Li Xun paused, surprised to see Chi Bai, and then smiled. Sister Chi. Chi Bai was renowned on the mountain for her gentleness and lack of contention, and Li Xun was disinclined to harbor any romantic thoughts towards such a female cultivator. Thus, he found their interactions to be the most relaxed and carefree. Among their group, only Chi Bai and another female cultivator named Chi Yun were the subject of admiration. However, despite Chi Bai's beauty and grace, she was already taken, her partner Wen Hai being the foremost disciple of the 3rd generation, instilling a sense of caution in those who might entertain thoughts of courting her. Consequently, the petite and charming Chi Yun became the primary target for the male disciples. In this manner, Chi Bai received much attention while also being spared from the burdens of warding off advances from male disciples, making her one of the most leisurely individuals among them. In fact, aside from Lin Gu and the other 3 immortal masters, Chi Bai was the most accomplished cultivator in their group, having begun her studies in the transformation of the infant chapter last year, and was already a prominent figure in the transcendent realm. Her sect likely sent her down the mountain not only for her own growth, but also to assist in caring for the younger disciples. Chi Bai's expression of concern was indeed dutiful. Li Xun complied, sheathing his jade sword and bowing slightly. Thank you for your concern, sister. Chi Bai returned the gesture with a smile, observing him drenched in sweat, and added with genuine care. Junior brother, you have perspired excessively. You should wash up at the back. It won't be long before we have a meal, and appearing like this before the elders is hardly dignified. Li Xun nodded slightly, intending to head over, when he heard Chi Bai inquire, Junior brother's son, the sword technique you just performed, could it be the Qingyin bamboo shadow created by Uncle Zhong? Upon hearing this, Li Xun felt a swell of pride, though he did not show it on his face, merely responding, Indeed, it is Qingyin bamboo shadow. I am fortunate to have received the immortal master's favor and learned this technique. How could I not strive diligently in my practice? Chi Bai smiled faintly. Speaking of that, it reminds me, back on Guixiao Peak, you observed me execute the Pihua sword technique just once, yet you were able to deduce its intricacies. Thanks to your insights, I gained clarity, and I have yet to express my gratitude for your guidance. Li Xun was taken aback, unaware of the subsequent developments from that day. After Chi Bai recounted the events, he finally understood. He was hesitant to accept any claims of guidance, quickly deflecting with modesty, suggesting it was merely coincidence. However, Chi Bai was convinced of his exceptional talent and shared insights and doubts regarding the sword technique, engaging him in a fruitful exchange. Li Xun was naturally elated. Over the past month, he had been pondering the mysteries of Qingyin bamboo shadow, making significant progress, and his understanding had transcended mere expertise in the fluctuations of true breath. Chi Bai's insights often pinpointed crucial aspects and nuances of the sword technique. With each question she posed, Li Xun found himself increasingly engrossed, ultimately sitting cross-legged on the ground to contemplate, completely forgetting about his earlier intent to wash up. Such is the nature of cultivators, once captivated. They often lose awareness of the world outside, retreating into seclusion for decades. In this regard, Li Xun exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned practitioner. It was not until someone came to urge them to eat that they both awakened from their reverie, exchanging amused glances, at which point Li Xun realized his sweat had long since dried. Chi Bai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I completely forgot to remind junior brother to wash up first. Not at all. These past days of immersing myself in sword practice have left me restless. Sister, you have truly saved me. Li Xun's words held a deeper meaning. referring to the earlier incident when he had been unable to intervene during their encounter with the malevolent dragon, as Lin Gu had restrained him. Though Qi Bai was gentle in nature, she was also astute, and she chuckled softly at his words. Junior brother, you've been cultivating for less than 10 years. Even with extraordinary talent, you're still somewhat inexperienced. Acting hastily is unwise. Just as yesterday when Master Uncle restrained you, it was for your own good. I believe Master Uncle brought you down the mountain to ensure you undergo trials. The malevolent dragon was formidable, but should you encounter other creatures or malevolent disciples that match your cultivation level along the way, I trust Master Uncle would not prevent you from slaying demons and accumulating experience. Little did she know that her casual mention of slaying demons sent a shiver down Li Xun's spine. He understood that he was fundamentally different from earnest cultivators like Qi Bai. The actions he had taken, while not overtly egregious, had already defied the sect's rules and betrayed his masters. Ultimately, with a Lingxi technique, a Yin Ming record, and a heart that had never truly been loyal to the sect, he would find no favorable outcome in any faction. In time, he might even be seen as the very demon that deserved to be eradicated. As Qi Bai continued to engage him warmly in conversation, he couldn't help but ponder whether she might one day employ the same means used to slay the malevolent dragon against him. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he lost all desire to converse and quickly found an excuse to excuse himself. The evening meal was tasteless. He swallowed a few fruits before retreating to a corner to concentrate on his cultivation. Perhaps only in such moments could he genuinely forget everything outside and experience the transcendent freedom that came with being a cultivator. However, that night was destined to be anything but peaceful. It was a moonless night, with only a few faint stars twinkling. Cultivators, accustomed to the elements, especially those of high cultivation, needed no shelter. They could simply sit amidst the mountains and forests, setting up a few restrictions to manage for the night. Li Xun had lived this way often atop sitting forgetting peak, and the others were not strangers to this lifestyle, including Qi Bai and Qi Yun, who appeared unfazed. The place where everyone sat quickly fell into silence. Time passed, and suddenly, Li Xun felt a tap on his shoulder. His golden core leaped, halting the flow of true breath, and he opened his eyes. Lin Gu stood before him, his brow furrowed, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Get up. We have a visitor. Li Xun was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the term friend used by Lin Gu was far from a cordial address. A sense of unease gripped his heart as he grasped the hilt of his sword. At that moment, everyone had awakened, and several disciples with higher cultivation levels immediately positioned themselves around the others, creating a protective circle. Daoist Minglan and Yu Mingfeng approached Lin Gu, their expressions far from pleasant. Daoist Minglan, tall and slender with black hair and beard, emanated an aura of ethereal wisdom. However, his countenance was grave. Martial brother, we just encountered the heart transformation fire. It seems to belong to the Wuxin sect. Wuxin sect? Lin Ji's expression remained impassive as he gazed into the distant darkness, where a flickering pale flame danced sporadically. Yu Mingfeng, of average height with a rugged appearance, did not exude the typical demeanor of a cultivator. Nevertheless, his prowess ranked just below Lin Gu among the group. He narrowed his eyes at the eerie glow in the distance. The heart flame 8 transformations. An elder from the Wuxin sect has arrived. But who could it be? Lin Gu maintained his languid demeanor, turning to Li Xun and saying, "Step into the circle, be aware of your position." Li Xun, being astute, understood without further explanation and complied. As he passed the perimeter of the circle, he caught a glimpse of Qi Bai smiling gently at him. Being the youngest and least skilled, he naturally stood in the very center of the circle. Even so, he felt a twinge of anxiety, his hand resting firmly on the sword hilt, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the pale flame in the distance extinguished. In the blink of an eye, a low chuckle echoed through the night. The Mingxin sword sect. Oh, the Mingxin sword sect. Still clinging to that self-righteous flaw. Amidst the laughter, a figure clad in a white robe floated gracefully to a distance of several dozen paces from them. In the dim light of the night, Li Xun could only vaguely discern the contours of the figure's face. Yet for Lin Gu and the others, the features were unmistakably clear. "Ah," the figure exclaimed, fixing his gaze upon Lin Gu with a subtly complex expression. "How many years has it been? Heavenly Heart Sword Lin Gu, what brings you down the mountain to make an appearance?" Lin Ji's lips twitched slightly, followed by a low chuckle. "Ah, so it is you, Xin Jizi. After a century, you have not made any progress." No wonder the Wuxin sect is increasingly inept. As Lin Gu indicated, the man was Zhenjizi, an elder from the Wuxin sect, one of the 10 mountain sects in the Shuangguan realm. While he held the same rank as Qingxiu, his cultivation was significantly inferior, even less than Lin Ji's. Of course, that was a matter from a century ago. His face was long and gaunt, with pronounced cheekbones, devoid of any color, rendering him rather unattractive. Yet his voice resonated powerfully, carrying across the surroundings. Not at all. In the path of cultivation, a century without advancement is quite normal. Unlike you, Lin Gu, who back then was utterly exposed, hiding behind the skirts of a demoness, dragged out by everyone. Each word was a sharp jab at Lin Ji's vulnerabilities, laced with bitterness and cruelty. While such matters were often understood in whispers among the mountain dwellers, few dared to broach the subject before Lin Gu. Even if they did, they would typically employ euphemistic language, fearful of provoking him. Little did they expect that the very first cultivator he encountered after descending the mountain would be so acerbic and unrelenting. Li Xun finally comprehended another reason for Lin Ji's reluctance to descend the mountain. Although he was positioned within the inner circle and could not discern Lin Ji's expression, he sensed that Lin Gu must be seething with rage. No one could remain indifferent to such humiliation, especially someone as proud and concerned with reputation as Lin Gu. At that moment, even if Lin Gu chose to remain silent and drew his sword to strike, Li Xun would not be surprised. Before Lin Gu could unsheath his sword, the senior disciples surrounding Li Xun had already drawn their weapons, their voices filled with fury, as if they were poised to overwhelm Zhenjizi and tear him apart. Although Li Xun felt somewhat indifferent, he still felt compelled to put on a show, taking a couple of steps forward, only to be halted by two senior brothers beside him. Zhenjizi appeared unfazed by the actions of the younger disciples, standing alone before Lin Gu and the others. He clearly had his own confidence, presumably believing that if Lin Gu truly could not withstand the provocation and drew his sword, he would not fear the confrontation. A century ago, he may have struggled against the Heavenly Heart sword, but could he still falter against a man now deemed a failure? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Gu chuckled softly. Back then, when the various sect friends rescued me from the abyss of desire, allowing me to preserve my heart and cultivation, I have never forgotten that. His laughter had an unusual quality, resonating deeply as if it reverberated from his chest. Although the audience felt this statement might indicate weakness, the eerie timbre of his voice imbued his words with an intangible pressure, rendering them hesitant to underestimate him. After a brief pause, Lin Ji's voice grew clearer and higher, infused with indignation. Yet I find one matter perplexing. Zhenjizi, you were not a child back then. So why do you possess the same narrow-mindedness as the younger generation? Reflecting on that year's Water Mirror Conference, who was so adamant? Ahem. Suddenly, a somewhat forced cough interrupted Lin Ji's words. Taoist Minglan, with his emaciated countenance and flowing beard, fixed a cold gaze upon Zhenjizi. Zhenjizi, you are lacking in propriety. The hardships faced by my martial brother Lin are well understood by the leaders of all sects, including your own. How is it that, after a century, you feign ignorance? Such an attitude would surely bring shame to your sect's leader, even if he were present. Li Xun felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that the three were engaged in a cryptic exchange. He found it entirely normal. The world was rife with matters that appeared grandiose on the surface, yet were shrouded in intrigue. Even if the incident involving the phoenix from a century ago held some secrets, it was hardly remarkable. As he pondered, he noticed a hint of embarrassment flicker across Zhenjizi's face. Minglan's words were not sharp, but rather straightforward and unadorned, yet because they were grounded in truth, they left Zhenjizi unable to refute them, making him appear unreasonable. Nevertheless, Zhenjizi was a person capable of both holding on and letting go. Aware that he could not gain any advantage in this matter, he chose not to pursue it further. His elongated face slightly wrinkled. He managed to muster a smile. Not at all. I was merely jesting. The reason for my visit today is indeed significant. A reason? Yu Mingfeng's face bore a hint of mockery. What necessitates the presence of the elder from the Wuxin sect along with over 20 brothers? If it truly is a matter of such gravity, I implore Elder Zhenjizi to report to our sect leader at Lianxia Mountain. He will surely provide you with an explanation. From Lin Ji's Zhenjizi to Minglan's Dao brother, and finally to Yu Mingfeng's elder, the titles escalated in politeness, yet the underlying meanings grew increasingly cold and rigid. Zhenjizi chuckled heartily, the smile fading from his gaunt face. May I inquire, Did you not slay a dragon at the sandy riverbank the other day? At this moment, Lin Gu appeared to have regained his usual languid demeanor, and his inner thoughts were beyond the comprehension of others. Upon hearing Zhenjizi's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, that did occur." Yu Mingfeng seamlessly interjected, "This foul dragon wreaked havoc at the sandy river, committing countless atrocities. As cultivators, it is our duty to slay such creatures, and it aligns with the principles of the heavenly heart. Elder, what brings you here regarding this foul dragon?" Before Zhenjizi could respond, Yu Mingfeng's capable face displayed a hint of exaggerated concern. Could it be that the dragon has some past connection with the elder? The expression on Xingz's face grew increasingly pallid, with an otherworldly white light flickering in his sunken eyes. He let out a low grunt, disregarding Yu Mingfeng's mockery, and ominously declared, "I care not for your slaying of that Jiao, but within it lie 3 Jiao pearls, coveted treasures of my sect." His words were starkly candid, brazenly revealing his intent to seize what belonged to another. Jiao pearls. The Taoist Ming Lan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Those are merely commonplace items. When has the Wuxin sect ever lacked for such trivialities? Xingz remained silent, a chilling laugh escaping him, his gaze subtly shifting. Li Xun felt a jolt in his heart. While Jiao pearls might be regarded as extraordinary treasures in the mortal realm, they were but mundane objects in the Tongxian realm. Although they possessed some effects of enhancing vision and physical vitality, they paled in comparison to the solid gains from one's own cultivation, often treated as mere playthings. Among their group, no one regarded these pearls with any esteem. Just yesterday, Lin Gu had presented them to Li Xun for his amusement, and now they lay nestled in his embrace. If it were up to him, there would be no need to engage the Wuxin sect over such trifles. Regrettably, in the eyes of the elders who prioritized the sect's reputation above all, this matter transcended the mere issue of 3 Jiao pearls. The 3 exchanged glances, each sensing an underlying mystery. In the center of the circle, Li Xun reached into his garment, touching the 3 Jiao pearls. Their cold, slippery texture contrasted with the smoothness of his jade talisman, prompting him to harbor an impulse to discard them. However, lacking experience, he could not discern any peculiarities about the pearls, and so he set the matter aside. Upon lifting his gaze, he caught sight of Xingz's bizarre stare. "He is watching me." Li Xun's instinct screamed. Could it be that he knew I possessed the Jiao pearls? A cold sweat broke out on his back, and his grip on the sword hilt tightened. Is it possible that the Jiao pearls are telepathically linked to him? He was not alone in this thought. Upon witnessing Xingz and Apos' strange gaze, Lin Gu and the others felt an unease that drew their attention backward. At that moment, Xingz let out a strange shriek, launching himself into the air. "You dare to destroy my Jiao pearls." A blinding white flame erupted from his body, crackling ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Amidst the noise, 2 sparks broke free, soaring over Lin Gu and the others, descending upon the disciples. What a fiery wrath! Yet the elder was rather hasty. Yu Mingfeng sneered, taking the lead to counter, leaping backward as his sword energy hissed, spinning like a shuttle towards the 2 sparks. Taoist Ming Lan shouted in anger, unleashing his own sword energy as he soared into the air, directly confronting the heart fire spewed forth by Xingz. The Wuxin sect, even among the various sinister sects, was known for its peculiar and arcane methods, adhering to the principle of balancing excess and deficiency. In their practices, one must first sacrifice a portion of their own organs, such as the heart, lungs, spleen, or liver, to gain corresponding abilities. Through secret methods, these organs could be refined into a core that continued to function and supply vital energy without compromising the physical body. Though Xingz held the title of elder, his cultivation was merely at a mid-level within the Wuxin sect, having practiced for 700 or 800 years. While his internal organs were all refined away and devoid of physical form, his skills in the flesh and bones remained superficial, lacking a harmonious unity between inner and outer realms, thus affording him no absolute advantage in cultivation. Taoist Minglan was merely known for his adept management of internal affairs within the sect, possessing comparable cultivation to Xingz, though still a distance apart. However, he was backed by Lin Gu. Even if Lin Gu had languished for a century, his foundational strength remained, and together, they could potentially withstand Xingz's onslaught. The fire surged violently before receding, revealing Yu Mingfeng's sword energy cleaving through the 2 sparks of heart fire. He landed before the gathered disciples, commanding, "Form the formation." With the exception of Li Xun, who remained still, the others took their positions around him, dispersing like stars in the sky, swords drawn, their energies palpable. This was a minor star formation, appearing loose but possessing its own intricate workings. Anyone familiar with the mind-heart-sword sect's techniques could unite into a formation effortlessly, making it a practical method for group combat and defense. In a realm where individual confrontations were the norm, this minor formation of the mind-heart-sword sect provided a superior technique for lower-ranked disciples to defend against formidable foes. At that moment, the hidden members of the Wuxin sect numbered over 20, granting them a numerical advantage. If they failed to form a united front, their demise was all but assured. Positioned at the heart of the formation, Yu Mingfeng occupied the central star's place, with Li Xun beside him to orchestrate the formation's movements and fend off troublesome adversaries. Sure enough, shortly after the disciples formed their formation, the air was filled with the shrill cries of sword-wielders descending from all directions. Before they arrived, the sky was blanketed in the Wuxin sect's unique heartfire, casting a searing white glow over all. Without waiting for Yu Mingfeng's command, the disciples instinctively knew their roles, unleashing their sword energies to slice through the heartfire, scattering it into fragments. At this juncture, Yu Mingfeng turned to Li Xun and inquired, "Are you familiar with this formation?" Li Xun hesitated and replied honestly, "This is my first time seeing it, but..." Yu Mingfeng interrupted, nodding, "I understand. This formation must not waver. Do your utmost to keep pace with me. If you cannot, just say so." With that, he drew his sword and brandished it skyward, unleashing a torrent of azure sword energy that soared into the heavens with tremendous ferocity. This technique was akin to the sect's thousand-peak swordplay, bearing similarities to Li Xun's own green smoke bamboo shadows. Yet, the maturity of this technique far surpassed Li Xun's current capabilities. The sweeping strike disrupted the encircling formation of the Wuxin sect disciples, scattering them without inflicting harm, yet creating space for movement within the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Mingfeng shouted, "Ascend." 16 individuals simultaneously took to the skies, with Li Xun being the sole one requiring the treading sword technique to lift off, rendering him nearly defenseless in the air. Most of Yu Mingfeng's focus was on fending off enemies, yet he kept a watchful eye on Li Xun's condition. Seeing him handle himself adequately, he felt a measure of relief. His thoughts lingered on the notion that as long as Li Xun remained protected within the formation, he would encounter no issues. Once Lin Guo and Daoist Ming Lan dealt with XINGZ, their situation would inevitably improve. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, the earth shuddering as the soil split apart, hurling dirt and stones into the air, engulfing the recently airborne disciples. The turn of events was so abrupt that even Yu Mingfeng was caught unprepared. The flying debris, though lacking lethality, clouded the area in dust, obscuring vision and compelling everyone to shield themselves with their swords, shattering the formation's integrity. A pang of anxiety surged within Yu Mingfeng as he immediately thought of Li Xun, the one with the perilous 3 Jiao pearls. Disaster struck. A shadow shot up from the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, Yu Mingfeng unleashed a burst of sword energy to intercept the figure, while instinctively reaching out to grab Li Xun. Yet, his hand met only emptiness. With the protected individual lost, the minor star formation collapsed in an instant. At the very moment the earth cracked beneath him, Li Xun sensed the impending danger. His instinct was to cry out for help, but before he could utter even a syllable, a sudden pain gripped his ankle, as if a powerful hand had seized him, constricting like an iron hoop. Immediately thereafter, a surge of true essence permeated his body, swiftly sealing dozens of acupoints along his meridian, rendering him weak and helpless as he fell, devoid of any strength to retaliate. The chasm between him and his opponent was insurmountably vast. In that fleeting moment of being restrained, Li Xun's mind momentarily blanked. After all, it was his first encounter with a situation where he had no opportunity to strike. Yet, in the next instant, clarity returned with a resounding realization. Succumbing to despair was never in his nature. Concurrently, through various senses and conjectures, a vivid image formed in his mind of the unfolding events around him. Li Xun understood that the seemingly indifferent members of the Wuxin sect were merely a first layer of deception, while the one who had broken through the earth to create such a tumult was the second layer. The true lethal strike lay with another individual who had infiltrated from below. Once the foremost individual diverted Yu Mingfeng's attention, this silent figure emerged from the earth, swiftly subduing Li Xun. The situation was dire, yet not entirely devoid of hope. Amid the chaotic melee, everyone was ensnared. But Yu Mingfeng appeared to retain a slight edge in cultivation. At least, Li Xun and his captor were now engaged in a one-on-one confrontation, ensuring that for the time being, matters could not worsen. Moreover, Li Xun possessed a magic treasure. As this thought crystallized, a warmth enveloped him from above. The foamling needle, which he had been using as a hairpin, poured a stream of heat downwards, dispersing throughout his meridians. Elation surged within him, for this was the protective function of the foamling needle. He had only recently discovered several of its capabilities. The foamling needle could counteract the invading true essence within his body, though counteract might not be entirely accurate. The heat emanating from the needle seemed capable of dissolving any foreign true essence. Given time, it could gradually consume such intrusions, proving especially effective against true essence that locked the meridians. This warmth coursed through Li Xun's body, and wherever it passed, the invasive true essence that had bound his meridians dissipated like snow in boiling water. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden core within his Huangting surged, and the previously descending Qingshan jade traced an arc close to the ground, sweeping past him. From being entirely subdued to launching a sudden counterattack, Li Xun's movement was unexpected, catching the individual grasping his ankle off guard. With a flick of his sword, a muffled groan followed, warm liquid splattering onto the assailant's legs, causing him to reflexively release his grip, and Li Xun felt a sudden lightness. At that moment, he dared not dwell on anything else, nor consider the outcome. True essence erupted within him, forcing a shift several feet in the air, as the Qingshan jade returned to his hand with a low hum. And utilizing the momentum of this strike, he ascended further. A deep, hoarse roar echoed, and a searing wind brushed past his feet, sending chills down his spine. He could not afford to be complacent. With a vigorous thrust of the Qingshan jade, several beams of azure sword light fanned out before him, releasing a faint mist. This was the Qing smoke barrier, a defensive technique from the Qing smoke bamboo shadow sword art. The subtle azure smoke, though not conspicuous amid the swirling dust and debris, emitted a unique true essence from the Mingxin sword sect, more apparent than any beacon. Li Xun's maneuver was undeniably perilous. Had the enemy arrived before his allies, he might not have withstood a single blow. Fortunately, his gamble paid off, as Yu Mingfeng's voice echoed from above, "Reach out." In the blink of an eye, Li Xun extended his left hand, and in the next moment, Yu Mingfeng grasped it, propelling him upwards into the clear skies, swiftly escaping the shroud of dust. Below, the sound of swords clashing echoed, accompanied by several muffled groans, leaving uncertainty about who had suffered misfortune. Li Xun's ascent reached its zenith, and at that moment, he regained his composure, once more taking flight on his sword. His movement stirred the entire situation. The murky, fog-laden dust below was shattered by successive waves of sword energy, while dozens of sword lights shot skyward, converging around Li Xun. The pearls, Yu Mingfeng, bloodied at the corners of his mouth and appearing disheveled, recognized the gravity of the situation. He urged Li Xun to relinquish the perilous items. Losing the pearls was far more favorable than sacrificing a life. Li Xun, understanding the stakes better than Yu Mingfeng, did not hesitate. He swiftly produced 3 dragon pearls, their emerald glow flickering as he hurled them skyward with all his might. This revealed Li Xun's astuteness. Had he directly thrown the pearls to Yu Mingfeng, not only would he risk their safe capture, but he might also inadvertently draw himself into the fray, jeopardizing his own life. Tossing them upwards was far wiser, allowing Yu Mingfeng, the swiftest on his sword, the greatest chance of securing them without chaos, and with any luck, the 2 Wuxin sect masters below would not even graze his attire. Though the dragon pearls did not illuminate the surroundings like the night bright pearl, they emitted a soft glimmer, making them quite conspicuous against the dark night. With this throw, Li Xun extricated himself from the most precarious situation. A quick glance revealed that nearly everyone's gaze had shifted to the heavens. He remained vigilant, steering his sword in a diagonal ascent, tracing a grand arc while skillfully avoiding the central battlefield where fierce combat raged. At this moment, with the celestial array disrupted, his decision was undoubtedly the most prudent. High above, the dragon pearls flickered twice before Yu Mingfeng grasped them in one hand, stowing them away. As the 2 Wuxin sect masters trailing closely behind were still left in the dust, Yu Mingfeng silently praised Li Xun's cleverness, maintaining his high speed in a grand spiral, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rent the skies as he charged back into the fray. Li Xun breathed a momentary sigh of relief. All present were embroiled in their individual battles, with formidable experts like Qi by managing to ensnare 3 opponents, ensuring he would not attract trouble for the time being, allowing him to focus on the broader situation. The chaos below was not the crux of the matter. The real significance lay in the duel between Minglan and Zhenjizi. At this juncture, due to a disparity in cultivation, Minglan found herself at a distinct disadvantage, while Lin Gu appeared disinclined to intervene. Zhenjizi, facing an opponent of lesser cultivation, exuded an air of composure. In the Wuxin sect's fate-transforming technique, he specialized in the heart, using it as the core around which his true essence circulated. The heart, associated with fire, birthed a heart flame that coursed through his body, manifesting as a unique form of true essence, immensely potent. Most critically, should the heart flame penetrate an opponent's body, it would wholly consume their heart, transforming it into pure life essence for the wielder's gain. Minglan was acutely aware of the peril posed by Zhenjizi's heart flame, which compelled her to adopt a defensive stance, fortifying her defenses to an impenetrable state. Though she struggled under the pressure, Zhenjizi found himself unable to breach her defenses for the time being. Particularly concerning was Lin Gu, who stood aloof, seemingly uninterested in interceding. Yet how could Zhenjizi trust him? Even a century prior, Lin Ji's reputation was commendable, but after so long, and given the events that transpired, who could ascertain his true nature now? Filled with trepidation, Zhenjizi refrained from unleashing his full power. In truth, he was awaiting favorable news from another front. However, when the dragon pearls vanished into the ether, he nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The realization that the pearls had changed hands extinguished his hopes of reclaiming them, igniting a furious resolve within him. Although the distance between him and Minglan had widened to several dozen paces, his offensive grew increasingly ferocious. Under his control, the heart flame had turned a brilliant white, almost transparent, and with each successive wave of attacks, he exhibited an unabashed display of power. The temperature of the heart flame was exceedingly high. Everything it touched ignited, including earth and stone. Previously, Zhenjizi had held back, refraining from unleashing the heat of the heart flame, but now he could no longer afford such restraint. With 3 distant strikes, the heart flame erupted like a ghostly fire rising from the depths of the earth, each explosion reverberating, forcing Minglan to stagger backward, while a radius of several hundred feet was engulfed in flames. This time, it also swept Lin Gu into the inferno. Zhenjizi had been closely observing Lin Ji's movements, and this explosion of the heart flame was also a test. In his eyes, after Lin Gu was caught in the flames, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, a resonant sword energy emanated from him, extinguishing all the encroaching sparks, causing Zhenjizi's eyelids to twitch in surprise. Lin Gu finally regarded him with a serious demeanor. After extinguishing the threatening flames, he remained silent, merely gazing at Zhenjizi, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Zhenjizi's wariness escalated, and he dared not be negligent. With a fierce howl, he formed a seal with his fingers, enshrouding himself in the heart flame, obscuring his features. Behind this seemingly self-immolating blaze, Zhenjizi clenched his hands tightly and, with a slight rub, conjured a sphere that mirrored the color of the heart flame. The heart flame from within him surged into the orb, and in the blink of an eye, the flames around Zhenjizi had vanished. While the orb in his hand radiated like a small sun, its brilliance too intense to behold. This soul fire orb was a rare treasure of the Transcendence realm, capable of accumulating firepower and facilitating control. With the emergence of the soul fire orb, the external flames diminished significantly, yet the orb itself blazed with increasing intensity. At this moment, Minglan had regained his composure and was eager to rejoin the fray, but Lin Gu shook his head, saying, "Let me handle this. You should ensure the safety of the other disciples." Acknowledging the futility of his efforts, Minglan did not insist, and instead flew toward the battlefield on his sword. Realizing that with such a formidable expert joining the fray, it was only a matter of time before the tide would turn. Lin Gu turned his head slightly, frowning, and spoke. "Zhenjizi, do you still wish to continue this fight?" Zhenjizi allowed the soul fire orb to swirl around him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I know you are here for the Water Mirror Conference and had no intention of troubling you. However, since you devoured the Jiaozhu and refused to return it, what recourse do I have?" Lin Gu responded with a sardonic smile. "Devoured? My Mingxin sword sect slays evil flood dragons, accumulating merit. What concern is it of your unconscious sect? Did you lend a hand? Or was this flood dragon raised by your sect? Otherwise, how can you speak of devouring? Without waiting for Xinjuzi's reply, Lin Gu continued, just now, you claimed my disciple destroyed your Jiaozhu, but I know he merely held the orb close without moving it. So how can there be any talk of destruction? However, there is something you may wish to know, Xinjuzi. Xinjuzi remained silent, the soul fire orb moving with increasing speed. Lin Gu smiled slightly and continued, my disciple has recently attracted the favor of an elder and obtained a rare treasure, which he keeps close to his chest. You may have heard of it. It is the esteemed protective talisman known as Jade to repel evil, reputed to transform myriad poisons and dispel 1,000 evils. How infuriating! With Lin Ji's words, Xinjuzi's already pale face became even more vivid with emotion. He let out an enraged howl, and the brilliance of the soul fire orb diminished as a beam of light, as thin as a finger, shot forth, sharp as a sword, aimed directly at Lin Ji's chest. Lin Gu sighed, his finger enveloped in sword energy, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the air, causing a series of explosive sounds as the beam of light was deflected, its destination unknown. Lin Gu shook his head slightly, just as I suspected. When I slew the evil flood dragon, I wondered how such a beast, with only a few hundred years of cultivation, possessed 3 Jiaozhu. It turns out there were methods from your esteemed sect behind it. That orb must have been implanted before the Great Tribulation, its malevolence suppressed. I shudder to think how many innocents it has slain to reach such a level. To evade the tribulation, you placed the orb within the flood dragon, using that malevolent creature to wreak havoc, continuing to accumulate resentment. Once the time was ripe, slaying the dragon for the orb would not only spare you from divine punishment, but might even yield some merit. What a clever scheme, what meticulous calculations. Xinjuzi's expression twisted, realizing that Lin Gu had struck a nerve. He understood that the objective for the night was now unachievable. But how could he return empty-handed to face his sect leader? Regrettably, that Jiaozhu was first obtained by us and entrusted to my disciple, nestled against his chest. In close proximity to the jade to repel evil, though only 2 days had passed, the malevolence within it must have dissipated significantly. Xinjuzi, what use is it to seize this worthless thing? Lin Ji's analysis was entirely accurate. Indeed, 2 of the 3 Jiaozhu were implanted postnatally, specifically to evade the Great Tribulation. Executed through the remarkable powers of the sect leader, Qi Wu Dao Run, who embedded them within the flood dragon. They had originally intended to wait 100 or 200 years until sufficient resentment had accumulated before extracting them for cultivation. But the flood dragon's audacity led it to provoke the esteemed figures of the Mingxin sword sect. At the time, disciples from the unconscious sect were present to guard the flood dragon. But before Lin Gu and his companions, even if they had intervened, they would have faced certain death. They dared not reveal themselves, hastily sending word to the mountain to dispatch a powerful expert, which is how Xinjuzi was sent as a rescue. They had prepared thoroughly, gathering detailed intelligence on Lin Gu and his party, aware of the Jiaozhu's location and crafting a nearly foolproof plan. However, once the plan was set in motion, they suffered successive setbacks. First, the accumulated malevolence within the Jiaozhu had dissipated significantly, though Xinjuzi had sensed something amiss. He had assumed it was due to the distance until he approached his target, realizing the orb's value had plummeted. Even if he could retrieve it, its utility was uncertain. Then there was the boy holding the Jiaozhu. Though his cultivation was shallow, he slipped away like an eel. The 2 who emerged from the ground were among the more formidable disciples of the unconscious sect's 3rd generation, yet they were utterly outmaneuvered by the boy, who seized the opportunity to change the orb's ownership. Lastly, there was Lin Gu. Since the incident with the phoenix a century ago, the people of the Transcendence realm believed he had fallen into irrelevance, his cultivation stagnating or even regressing over the past century. The once spirited Tianqin sword had become a pitiable creature merely waiting to die on the mountain. Yet, upon confronting Lin Gu, they realized how drastically the rumors had misled them. A century ago, when Lin Gu clashed with Xinjuzi using the flowing water immortal sword, he had maintained the upper hand, each move profound and dignified, leaving Xinjuzi speechless in defeat. Now, before this man, Xinjuzi felt a chilling dread rising from the depths of his heart, a sensation far more daunting than facing any notorious figure of an evil sect. Were it not for the strict regulations of the Mingxin sword sect, he would almost believe this man had succumbed to demonic ways, aligning himself with some malevolent faction. Xi Juzi cautiously manipulated the soul fire orb, hesitant to act as recklessly as before, instead probing Lin Ji's aura through the orb. But Ling Gu would not allow him this advantage. With a flash of sword energy, he severed Xi Juzi's probing. The sword energy within him was nearly imperceptible yet unfathomable, causing Xi Juzi's brows to furrow deeply, uncertain how to respond. Just as Xi Juzi hesitated, Ling Gu moved. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a faint shadow that darted toward the heavens. In the brief moment Xi Juzi was caught off guard, Ling Gu was already hovering 10 feet above him, his form whirling as 36 layers of sword energy intertwined, rotating like a wheel. Amidst a low hum, a series of crosscuts ensued, resembling the maw of a ferocious beast, ready to devour him whole. As Xi contemplated the sudden move of Feng Yi, Ling Gu executed an extraordinary maneuver. In a moment of haste, he let out a peculiar cry, causing the soul fire pearl to roll upwards, from which it split into more than a dozen slender beams of flame. These beams intertwined rapidly in the void, forming a vast net that briefly halted the onslaught of sword energy. The sound produced by the clash of sword energy and fire resembled the strange noise of a resilient rope being snapped. Ling Gu, with his ethereal form, was propelled into the air by the rebound of the sword energy, while Xi felt the immense rotational force of that sword energy, which compelled him to spin on the ground for several rounds before he could barely dispel the residual energy. Ling Gu offered no respite. His hand moved gracefully as if strumming the strings of a zither. With a flick, a series of resonant sounds erupted, and the once tranquil void appeared to be seized by an unseen force, akin to a heavy blanket being vigorously shaken. The ensuing waves of disturbance emanated from Ling Gu, sweeping towards Xi, waves spanning 1,000 miles. Xi shouted, realizing that this was a remarkable sword technique from the Mingxin sword sect. A direct hit could potentially shatter him into oblivion. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and, without holding back, unleashed a gentle explosion from the soul fire pearl. The surrounding flames surged dramatically, swelling to the size of an infant's head, before commencing a rapid spin with a resonating hum. Layer upon layer of fiery currents erupted from the pearl, expanding like swiftly rippling waves, quickly forming a fiery barrier above him, perfectly aligned with the rapidly vibrating sword energy. With a sound akin to fine silk being torn apart, Xi recognized the impending danger. His tall, slender frame darted low, and as he managed to escape a few feet away, the fiery wall was torn apart, scattering embers across the ground, leaving him infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. Who was the fool that claimed Lin Ji's skills had diminished? Even a century prior, during their battle, he could withstand for nearly half an hour. The disparity was now glaringly evident. At this juncture, the fight had not afforded him a single opportunity for retaliation. The oppressive nature of Lin Ji's tactics revealed their vast difference in prowess. Realizing this, Xi lost all desire to continue the battle. The situation around them was also deteriorating, with numerous disciples being forced to retreat, some bloodied and fleeing in haste. Grinding his teeth, he emitted a sharp cry signaling retreat. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, withdrew in an orderly yet chaotic manner. Ming Lan, Yu Ming Feng, and others had no intention of antagonizing the Wu Xian sect, instructing their disciples to refrain from pursuing with lethal intent. Consequently, the retreat of the Wu Xian sect was relatively unimpeded, vanishing into the shadows within mere moments. Li Xun, feeling emboldened, approached Ling Gu, having witnessed the latter's swift dispatch of Xi's tactics with a mix of astonishment and respect. He deemed it prudent to remain by Lin Ji's side, considering it the safest option. This skirmish, albeit brief, was not a life-and-death struggle, aside from Ling Gu. Yu Mingfeng had sustained internal injuries, and Ming Lan was nearly exhausted from the fray. Furthermore, among the 14 third-generation disciples, 8 had suffered minor injuries. Qi Bai had showcased her remarkable prowess, single-handedly fending off 3 opponents, managing to exit unscathed, proving herself a formidable talent among the third generation. As the group reconvened, Li Xun expressed his regrets to Ling Gu. "I am inept, causing Uncle Yu to be injured, and all we could do was flee." "Nonsense," Yu Mingfeng interjected, his face slightly pale, yet grinning broadly. "Brother Lin, your disciple is truly exceptional. To have evaded the clutches of 2 formidable opponents from the Wu Xian sect." He turned to Li Xun. Do not underestimate those two who sprang from the earth. They are brothers, Gong Wu and Gong Lu, both of considerable strength among the third-generation disciples. Li Xun felt a swell of pride, though he merely lowered his gaze. Lin Gu continued, "Enough of that. You have practiced for less than a decade and have just begun to wield a sword. What can you achieve? Understanding the situation and retreating without causing trouble for others is the wisest course of action." That technique with the pearl was executed quite well. If Li Xun maintained a morose demeanor in light of Lin Ji's rare praise, he would indeed be foolish, as joy illuminated his face. And he retreated modestly to the side. After commending Li Xun, Lin Gu appeared in good spirits and summoned several disciples, casually pointing out their shortcomings observed during the fierce battle. It then became clear to everyone that while Lin Gu had been engaged in the fray, he had also been able to keenly monitor their performance, his insights unparalleled, justifying his title as the foremost among the 7 swords of Lianxia, who could claim he had stagnated over the past century. Of course, such thoughts were only whispered among the younger disciples, who dared not voice them aloud. While their peers had no such reservations, Ming Lan, adjusting her slightly disheveled beard, smiled and remarked, seeing Brother Lin's enhanced skills, "It is evident that the past century has not been wasted. I am certain the sect leader and our esteemed mentors would be greatly pleased." Yu Mingfeng nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled something and produced the Jiao pearl from his robe, handing it to Lin Gu. "You should take this pearl, for who knows if the Wu Xian sect will remain persistent." When they first acquired these pearls, none had anticipated their underlying mysteries. Now, upon closer inspection, they could sense the general circumstances within. Lin Gu shook his head slightly. "The malice within this pearl has been diminished by the jade exorcism, and it is unlikely that the Wu Xian sect will mobilize again. Let's soon hold on to it. In a few days, the remaining malice will dissipate, preventing further disturbances." In the presence of others, Lin Gu always referred to Li Xun as son heir, yet in private, their interactions were devoid of formalities, which was quite peculiar. Though Li Xun felt a lingering danger, he obliged Lin Ji's request and accepted the Jiao pearl, tucking it back into his robe. Lin Gu glanced at the sky, sighing, "We must find another place to rest." With a snap of his fingers, he sent forth a beam of sword light, dispatching a message to the sect to report the events of the night. With the sect's backing, it was unlikely the Wu Xian sect would dare to make further moves. In truth, such battles over treasures were a common occurrence in the Tongxian realm, and Lin Gu and his companions had long grown weary of them, no longer taking them to heart. For Li Xun, however, this was his first encounter with such sect conflicts, and he found it quite novel, thus gaining valuable insight. Fortunately, none had sustained injuries severe enough to hinder their ability to wield swords. Under Lin Ji's guidance, the group soared several hundred miles, eventually landing in a secluded forest. Lin Gu instructed everyone to rest while he took Li Xun to set up protective barriers as a precaution. The recent skirmish had made everyone acutely aware of Lin Ji's exceptional capabilities, instilling a newfound respect that rendered them more compliant than usual. Setting up barriers was Li Xun's favorite task, and as his understanding deepened, Lin Gu no longer dared to offer unsolicited advice in this area. Perhaps in a particularly good mood, Lin Gu even encouraged Li Xun to contribute his ideas, while he himself toiled, expending true energy to establish the barriers. Li Xun felt invigorated by this rare opportunity, working diligently alongside Lin Gu to fortify the defenses, ensuring they were as impenetrable as a fortress, fully encompassing the area above and below. He felt a sense of accomplishment, believing it to be a rare masterpiece. With Lin Ji's robust support, even if Xian GZ were to return, it would take considerable time to breach their defenses. Once the barriers were in place, Li Xun felt a wave of satisfaction as he admired his handiwork, unable to detach himself from his creation. Lin Gu watched with a smile, and at that moment, the bond between the master and disciple felt warmer than ever before. Li Xun was perceptive and astute. He understood that a few flattering words at this moment would yield far greater effects than on ordinary days. Thus, while relishing his own enjoyment, he often extolled his master with phrases like "Your true breath is remarkably profound and pure, and your sword techniques are executed with divine mastery." When he recounted how the Heartbreaker had been vanquished in just 2 moves, Lin Gu smiled and interrupted his flattery, saying, "Since you witnessed everything from beginning to end, how do you think I managed to defeat him?" Li Xun was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was being tested and could not respond carelessly. After careful consideration, he replied, Master, your offensive was fierce, and you seized the initiative between the two moves. Furthermore, your cultivation is superior to that of the Heartbreaker, which is why you triumphed. Li Xun nodded slightly. You perceive quite clearly, yet you also practiced the Lingxi technique. Did you not sense any peculiarities when I struck? Peculiarities? Li Xun scratched his head. The two sword techniques you employed were unfamiliar to me. It's hard to discern any oddities. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Master, your true breath. He had deduced the so-called peculiarity. It was the extraordinary purity of Lin Ji's true breath. Logically, the true breath of the Lingxi technique should become more refined with practice, ultimately possessing the quality of being as light as a filament, with the essence of a gentle touch. However, Lin Ji's two strikes, while indeed remarkable in their profundity, lacked the ethereal quality characteristic of a master of the Lingxi technique. Lin Gu displayed a hint of self-mockery at the corners of his lips. If Ming Ji were here, perhaps she could have dealt with the Heartbreaker within 3 strikes. Yet, amidst 100 strikes, she would surely vanquish him. Should we encounter a first-rate expert 10 times stronger than the Heartbreaker, neither of us would stand a chance. Yet, Ming Ji would undoubtedly withdraw unscathed, while I, at most, could only engage him in a mutually destructive encounter. Li Xun was baffled. Lin Gu abruptly changed the subject, asking, when you climbed Wang Peak all those years ago, did you encounter any sheer cliffs? If you were unable to ascend, what would you do? Li Xun pondered Lin Ji's words and replied absent-mindedly, naturally, I would take a detour to seek a path upward. That is the proper way. But if you take a detour, would you not lose time? Wouldn't climbing the sheer cliff save you a great deal of effort? That is indeed true. Master, you mean. Lin Gu sighed deeply and then smiled, precisely. I am the fool who does not take the winding road, but strives directly up and down. Halfway up, I find myself with no path ahead or behind. In the short term, I may appear to be above you, but once you discover the right path, it won't be long before you leave me far behind, while I remain suspended in midair, unable to advance or retreat. This is the foolish path of seeming progress while actually retreating. I have walked this path, while your senior sister Ming Ji has taken the correct way. Do you remember the words I once shared with you? Li Xun recalled the 6 words. Learn from the 4th. Do not learn from me. He sensed a certain danger in the atmosphere and felt compelled to offer some words of persuasion. However, Lin Gu waved his hand before he could speak, turning his back and walking deeper into the woods, leaving only his voice trailing behind. What I can teach you is but this much. In the future, you should learn more from the 4th. As for me, his words trailed off, abruptly interrupted by a long sigh that lingered among the flora. For some unknown reason, Li Xun's heart raced violently, but soon the jade talisman around his neck emitted a cool aura, dispelling that feeling as quickly as it had come. The journey continued, and the Wuxin sect did not provoke them again. Instead, the sect communicated via flying swords to relay some matters and informed them that the issue with the Wuxin sect had been taken over by the sect, so there was no need for concern. With no lingering worries, the journey felt akin to a leisurely outing. Occasionally, they sought out malevolent creatures to hone their skills. Li Xun finally engaged in combat, assigned by Lin Gu to confront a malevolent spirit with 200 to 300 years of cultivation, prior to which he had also taken his jade talisman and forbade any assistance from others. After 2 hours of intense effort, using the subtle variations of the Qingyan bamboo shadow sword technique, Li Xun managed to wear down the malevolent spirit to death, emerging unscathed and earning resounding praise. From that point on, Lin Gu no longer impeded his enthusiasm for slaying demons and allowed him to participate in more perilous endeavors for the sake of training. After a few skirmishes, while Li Xun did not make significant progress in cultivation, he did accumulate some experience in combat and a more refined grasp of sword techniques, thus achieving the goal of his training. One day, as they soared through the clouds, Lin Gu suddenly recalled something and made a gesture, prompting everyone to descend on their swords and land atop a high peak. Initially, everyone assumed Lin Gu had discovered something significant. However, upon landing and surveying the surroundings, they found the thick clouds obscured the view below, and there were no remarkable signs in sight. Just as they were puzzled, Lin Gu stood at the edge of a cliff and called for Li Xun. This is Tiandu Peak. Do you know what is closest to it? Li Xun was momentarily stunned, gazing at the thick cloud layer below, unable to respond initially. Lin Gu shook his head with a smile, lightly sweeping his robe, and unleashed a torrent of sword energy that parted the clouds, revealing the scenery below. Li Xun gasped, as with his vision, He could clearly see the landscape beneath the clouds for dozens of miles. Through the layers of mountains, he glimpsed a majestic city sprawling on the surface, its outline a deep emerald hue. Memories from 8 years past surged back into Li Xun's mind, and he stared blankly at that location. There lay the starting point of his life, the 8 years of noble existence, Songjing. This was indeed the capital of the earthly empire, Songjing. Oh, is this the hometown of junior brother Sun? The lively Qi Yun exclaimed, her eyes darting toward the city. Her keen eyesight far surpassed Li Xun's. While he could only discern the silhouette of the city walls, she could make out the bustling scene within. So many people. At this time, the empire was flourishing. Its national strength robust, peace reigning across the 4 seas. As the most prosperous metropolis, the capital boasted a resident population of over 2 million, equating to the total population of the entire Tongxian realm. While Qi Yun and her companions traversed the earthly realm, they often flew over desolate mountains and wilds, which, though swift, deprived them of experiencing the splendor of the earthly realm. Now, faced with such a proximity to the grandeur, they found it quite novel. Li Xun, however, understood Lin Ji's intentions. He was clearly seizing this opportunity to allow him to return home for a visit. At that moment, Li Xun felt that Lin Ji's care for him was no less than that of any master-disciple relationship. However, instead of feeling touched, he was gripped by a profound tremor of fear from deep within. These cultivators, astonished by the earthly splendor, had no inkling that hidden within this city of earthly glory lurked a formidable demon. Perhaps that demon was currently casting its blood-red gaze upon their every move. It awaited the unsuspecting lamb to present itself willingly. Junior brother Sun? Junior brother Sun? Have you become foolish with joy? Qi Yun chuckled, gently nudging him, pulling Li Xun from his stupor. Realizing he had lost his composure, Li Xun quickly feigned embarrassment, first responding to Qi Yun and then turning to Lin Gu with a bow of gratitude. Thank you, master, for your kind intentions. His voice caught in his throat, an inexplicable emotion rendering him speechless. Even he found it peculiar. Was his acting truly so masterful? Could he cry so naturally? At that moment, Lin Gu displayed no signs of indulgence. His expression remained nonchalant. You may linger at home for 2 days, but you must leave with us afterward. After the Water Mirror Conference, you may return home for a month to fulfill your filial duties. After that, you likely won't have the opportunity again. While his tone was cool and indifferent, the affection he harbored was evident to all. Li Xun was taken aback. He had initially intended to concoct some excuse about a tight schedule to avoid the situation, but Lin Ji's arrangements were so astute that he found it impossible to decline. Even Ming Lan and Yu Mingfeng praised the plan as exceptionally good. Several disciples who were familiar with him began to extend their congratulations, and the collective enthusiasm made it impossible for Li Xun to harbor any thoughts of refusal. Thus, the itinerary for the next 2 days was firmly established. Ming Lan stroked his beard and chuckled, suggesting that they need not take to the skies on their swords but could leisurely descend the mountain, allowing them to appreciate the beauty of the earthly realm. This proposal was unanimously accepted, and the group cheerfully sheathed their swords and ambled down the peak. It was deep autumn, and the air on the mountain was crisp and dry, with leaves fluttering down, as tourists were already scarce. And this place was an inaccessible peak for monkeys. The group walked for a while without encountering a single mortal. They figured they would have to reach the main road at the foot of the mountain to truly witness the wonders of the human world. They were in no hurry, casually discussing the landscape with high spirits, particularly captivated by the blood-red maple trees beneath Tiandu Peak, which painted the mountainside in breathtaking beauty, compelling them to pause and admire. However, Li Xun's heart was heavy with worry. He was burdened by the immense threat posed by the blood-scattering man while forced to wear a facade of cheerfulness before others. After walking only a short distance, he felt utterly exhausted, and his face began to darken. Fortunately, everyone assumed he was merely feeling a twinge of nostalgia upon nearing home, and suspicion did not arise. Yet Lin Gu, observing Li Xun's expression, felt a stirring in his heart. At his level of cultivation, even without mastering esoteric techniques that transcend time, he often experienced intuitive insights that could guide him away from calamity. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a change in Li Xun's demeanor, which was becoming increasingly rigid. A subtle thread of unending cause and effect stirred the heavens, resulting in a faint explosion above Lin Ji's head. Just then, Qi Yun exclaimed, "What beautiful leaves! Oh, wait, it's feathers." Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat as he looked up to see a resplendent red feather, exquisite like jade, floating down from the sky. It was as if he had plucked it from a dream. He deftly caught the base of the feather, and a familiar essence surged through his fingers. In an instant, a flame ignited at its tip, incinerating the entire feather without leaving a trace. Lin Gu was momentarily stunned. Above, the sky turned a fiery crimson, the color spreading from the distant horizon. It appeared slow, yet in the blink of an eye, the expansive fire clouds enveloped the entire sky. What had once been a clear day was suddenly ablaze, a deep red like blood. The sky was on fire, and the boiling clouds obscured everything in sight. Within the thick layer of clouds, enormous bubbles erupted with a rumbling sound, resembling molten lava rolling within a volcano. The density of the bubbles surged to an astonishing level in an instant, causing the fire clouds to bulge into grotesque shapes, reminiscent of a burned face. With countless blisters bursting forth, showering the world with fiery rain. Tiny sparks cascaded down like raindrops, creating a gentle patter, but the outcome was undoubtedly a nightmare. In a heartbeat, everything around them ignited. The beautiful maple forest was truly ablaze, and countless trees became torches, bursting into flames with a resounding roar. The cracking of branches echoing through the air. A searing wave of heat struck them, turning everyone's faces a bright red, obscuring their true expressions. Yet, Minglan's voice had morphed into something unrecognizable. He screamed like a madman, no longer the ethereal figure he usually presented. Fire clouds for 1,000 miles. Heavens! Run! Get out of the forest. The disciples were already paralyzed with fear, and upon hearing his words, they wasted no time in employing the fastest means of escape, flying on their swords. 5 individuals took to the skies in an instant, propelled by Ming Lan's urgent shout. But below, his voice twisted into a distorted plea. Do not fly. Just as he uttered those 3 words, a thunderous clap resonated from the sky, a deafening sound that left everyone dazed. Amidst this cacophony, the 5 who had soared into the air disintegrated into mere ashes in the torrent of flames. Scattered by the scorching winds, Qi Yin let out a piercing scream. Before her cry could fade, Yu Mingfeng swiftly grabbed her, covering her mouth and bellowing, "Get down. Leave the forest. Do not fly. Above us is 100 calamities and 1,000 layers of fiery hell. Beware of the flying disaster fire. Do not confront it head-on." With that, he hurled Qi Yin out of the forest, and the remaining disciples rolled out like tumbling gourds, scarcely having time to mourn their fallen comrades before they had to fight for their own lives. Li Xun did not immediately drop to the ground, behaving contrary to his usual self. The reason was that he had caught a glimpse of the complex emotions flashing across Lin Ji's face: ferocity, despair, and hopelessness, all of which vanished in an instant, replaced by an eerie calm. Then, Li Xun felt a sharp pain in his leg as Lin Gu kicked him down. As he fell, he sensed Lin Gu touch his head, extracting the phoenix feather needle and placing it into his embrace. Use this to protect your heart. Combine it with the jade exorcism, and perhaps it will save your life. Once we exit the forest, run without looking back. Before Li Xun could inquire further, Lin Gu kicked him away with remarkable precision. He felt no pain, yet the force propelled him swiftly out of the forest, landing in the middle of the mountain path. The last of the 3rd-generation disciples to emerge was Qi Bai, who was thrown out by Yu Mingfeng and Ming Lan, landing beside Li Xun. Her face was flushed from the firelight, yet it could not conceal the near desperation in her eyes. 100 calamities and 1,000 layers of fiery hell. How could this be? Hearing her murmurs, Li Xun recalled Lin Ji's directive, and his heart chilled. He grasped Qi Bai's wrist tightly, urging, "Master wants us to flee quickly." Before he could finish, he seemed to hear a cold snort, followed by a flash of light before his eyes. Instinctively, he shouted, but then felt a chill at his heart where the jade exorcism lay, followed by the phoenix feather needle vibrating violently. With a sudden explosion, Li Xun felt an unbearable heat envelop him, and the suffocating wind sent him rolling to the ground, nearly tumbling into the ravine beside the mountain path. At that moment, he heard Qi Bai's agonized groan, followed by a surge of strength pulling away from him. He let out a pained cry as she broke free, tumbling into the ravine below. In such dire circumstances, she had fallen hard, seemingly without a chance for survival. Cursed fate. Li Xun lay on the ground, mouth full of dirt, and as the dizzying sensation began to fade, he strained to open his eyes and take in the scene. Yet what he beheld nearly drove him to madness. The mountain path was desolate, a remnant of black ash swirling into the sky with the hot winds. Among the 10 third-generation disciples who had escaped to the mountain path, only he and the terrified Li Xun remained. Aside from Bai, who was likely lost in the ravine, there were no traces left of the others in this world. The maple forest continued to burn, its flames contrasting with the boundless fire clouds above, revealing an impending doom, with only the sound of snapping branches echoing in the silence. The world before Li Xun was shrouded in searing smoke, twisting like a surreal dream, rendering everything indistinct. Straining to focus again, he caught sight of a fireball descending from the sky. Unlike the previous fiery blaze that engulfed everything in molten gold and iron, this fire emitted a radiant brilliance. Revealing layers of nearly transparent light, the flames contained and restrained. Yet, upon touching the ground, a low, sibilant sound resonated, and the surrounding maple forest was reduced to ashes, unveiling the bare mountains beneath. Li Xun's vision cleared, and the three figures, previously concealed within the woods, now stood revealed. However, they brought him the most direct form of terror, arranged in a triangular formation. Only Lin Gu remained somewhat steady. Ming Lan and Yu Mingfeng swayed unsteadily, resembling intoxicated souls, taking a few feeble steps before their bodies suddenly glowed. Li Xun's eyes nearly burst with horror. Countless flames erupted from their skin, thin and sharp like daggers, effortlessly tearing them apart and subjecting them to merciless refinement. With only two low moans, Ming Lan and Yu Mingfeng vanished forever from the world. Li Xun's legs weakened, and he lost the strength to flee, merely gazing at Lin Gu, hoping this sole remaining mentor could grant him a sliver of hope. As if sensing his thoughts, Lin Gu turned to him, a faint, bitter smile gracing his pale face. Then, under Li Xun's despairing gaze, he staggered, kneeling on one knee. The radiant fire from above dimmed, followed by a resounding sound as he shook off the flames. Li Xun stared blankly, catching sight of a figure clad in a crimson cloak, billowing gently in the wind, its hue strikingly vivid. This figure turned its back to him, facing Lin Gu. Although he could not discern the person's features, the slender silhouette beneath the cloak exuded no air of menace. A name flickered in Li Xun's mind. Only she possessed such mastery, capable of effortlessly slaying over a dozen disciples of the Mingxin sword sect, as if brushing off dust. Feng Wang, you truly remain in this world. Lin Ji's voice was remarkably frail, clearly exhausted from warding off the fiery onslaught. Was this the same person who had driven away the Heartbreaker just days prior? The chasm between him and this figure was tenfold compared to that which lay between him and the Heartbreaker. The cloak fluttered slightly as the figure seemed to make a gesture, and the tumultuous fire clouds dispersed in an instant, restoring normalcy to the mountains, devoid of any embers. Yet, the ash-laden maple forest and the 15 cultivators who met a similar fate could never be restored. Then, Li Xun heard a low, melodious sigh. Lin Lang. Over the past century, you have grown increasingly feeble. The meaning behind this lament was elusive, yet just hearing the voice conjured an image of a dignified beauty in Li Xun's mind. Only such a presence could match the languid, yet subtly profound tone of that voice. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Lin Ji's reaction paled in comparison to hers. Kneeling on one knee, he struggled to rise, but ultimately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath before uttering, Feng Wang. Have you come to kill me? Feng Wang, the central figure of the killing phoenix incident a century ago, was known as the demon phoenix in the realm of transcendence. While she referred to herself as the Zi Xia Yuanjun, once a pair of companions with Lin Gu, their bond was tacitly accepted by his sect. But due to her practice of the demonic jade art, Lin Gu abandoned her, and she was besieged by 33 sects deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thousands of elite cultivators had set up an insurmountable array, yet she managed to escape, vanishing without a trace ever since. Now, a century later, upon her return, she had slain 15 disciples of the Mingxin sword sect as a sacrificial offering, and now added 3 more without difficulty. Indeed, throughout this century, I have constantly contemplated this. Yet, as you are on Lianxiao Mountain, I could not defeat Zhongyin, hence I refrained from approaching. If she had spoken with a shrill and piercing voice, Li Xun would not have been surprised. However, her tone carried a lingering, gentle warmth, and the calmness of her words felt profoundly unsettling. Lin Ji's voice trembled visibly as he gasped. So, the moment I descended the mountain, you were aware and rushed to kill me. Naturally, the demon phoenix seemed to chuckle softly, her laughter as gentle as flowing water. Lin Lang, from the day you abandoned my mother and me, I have awaited for over a century. How could I wait any longer? Huh. Lin Gu suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice becoming hoarse as he exclaimed, "Ridiculous. How can you claim I abandoned you? Heh, the demonic jade art. Do not forget the demonic jade art." The demon phoenix sighed gently, her voice imbued with compassion. Such a flimsy excuse to deceive children may suffice for the younger generation. But how can you, who participated in that water mirror conference, believe this? Or do you force yourself to believe it to ease your burden? Lin Ji's laughter abruptly ceased, and the demon phoenix continued softly. Humans and demons are destined to part ways. If you desire offspring, the demonic jade art is indispensable. If I truly wish to practice demonic arts, a mere yuan embryo would suffice. Why endure 3 years of pregnancy and endless suffering? Others may be oblivious, but surely you are not? Lin Ji's breathing intensified, yet he remained silent. The demon phoenix spoke as if recounting a commonplace matter, her tone unwavering. In the end, as the impending calamity approaches, my child was born against the will of heaven, destined to face disaster. With a child, the heavens remain unpredictable, and calamities may arise, potentially claiming countless cultivators in the realm of transcendence. Without that child, everything returns to normal. Wasn't this exactly what was discussed at the water mirror conference? Lin Ji's breath halted. Meanwhile, Qi Yun's breathing quickened, evidently shaken by this newfound information. At that moment, Li Xun had the opportunity to glance at her, relieved to see she appeared unharmed, albeit pale and breathing erratically, indicating significant internal injury. Although Li Xun was astonished by the demon phoenix's revelations, he found them manageable. In his view, this explanation was far more coherent, with clear and precise interests, far superior to the alleged practice of demonic arts leading to suffering for all beings. Furthermore, ever since hearing the Heartbreaker's words days prior, he had prepared himself for the truth. The more he considered, the more he found Lin Ji's reaction peculiar. He could not quite pinpoint why it felt so strange. After a long pause, Lin Ji's increasingly frail voice finally spoke. "You are fully aware?" This statement undeniably affirmed the truth in the demon phoenix's words. Lin Gu let out a bitter laugh. "What options do I possess? Back then, my master spoke with me for an entire day and night, detailing the child's faults, and I could not muster the courage to voice my thoughts. I wished to discuss it with you, but seeing your expression, how could I even begin? The obligations to his sect were insurmountable. How could he defy his master's orders? He still yearned to return to the mountain for guidance from his 6th master, yet after merely 1 day's delay. News of your entrapment in the 10,000 Great Mountains reached me. At that moment, what was I to do? Stand against my masters while alongside you? Or slay you on the spot? Feng Wang, do you know the anguish I endured back then? Do you understand the torment I faced?" Lin Ji's words were filled with sorrow and despair, yet those present discerned a deeper meaning beneath them. Ultimately, this was not merely a lamentation of a dying man. It was a cry of despair, even a plea for mercy. Qi Yun's breathing grew increasingly erratic, and Li Xun furrowed his brow, feeling an indescribable strangeness within himself. The reaction of the demon phoenix was indeed peculiar, her tone imbued with a hint of confusion. "Are you begging for mercy?" After a brief pause, receiving no response from Lin Gu, she gently shook her head, her voice laden with an ethereal haze. "I still recall, a century ago, you were exceedingly stubborn. Despite my superior cultivation, you never bowed before me." Her words trailed off, yet Li Xun comprehended her meaning. "Lin Gu, what trickery are you up to?" "Phoenix." Lin Ji's voice began to tremble, a subtle quiver that Li Xun could not discern as excitement or fear. "I know I have wronged you, but our child." His voice suddenly fell, and Li Xun could not help but lean closer to listen, only to be pierced by a deafening shriek that shook his very mind, leaving him momentarily convinced his head would explode. With a pained groan, Li Xun pressed his hands tightly against his ears, his vision blurring as the world around him swayed. And he collapsed once more. Beside him, Qi Yun fared worse, collapsing backward with a thud, unconscious. To this day, Li Xun remains oblivious to the exact nature of the incident, yet one thing is certain. Lin Gu was anything but the coward he had just portrayed. To put it more bluntly, what had just unfolded was a ruse, a performance. As the echoes of the shriek faded, Li Xun, amidst a buzzing reverberation, vaguely heard a sound nearby, a dull thud. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld Lin Gu sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, face down. After a brief moment of closing his eyes, he opened them again, and his vision improved significantly. Now, his attention was drawn not to Lin Gu, but to the demon phoenix, who had turned to face him. Li Xun could swear, among all the women he had encountered, she was the singular one capable of donning a crimson robe with an air of cold dignity. The primary cause of this effect was undoubtedly her skin, resembling ice and snow, so exquisitely translucent that words failed to capture its delicate luster. It appeared as though her skin emitted a radiant glow, sculpted from flawless jade. Her eyes were slightly elongated, elegantly slanted, framed by long brows, a true embodiment of the description of phoenix eyes and moth brows. Such features possessed a hint of allure. Yet her ink-black eyes, deep and inscrutable, consumed all essence, evoking a sense of trepidation. The graceful curve of her lips, slightly downturned, suggested a character that was both formidable and unyielding, seemingly born to conquer. When a faint smile graced her lips, transforming her entire countenance, Li Xun found himself captivated by her unmatched beauty, yet a chilling sensation surged from the depths of his heart. Just moments ago, it must have bin Lin Ji's sudden attack. Li Xun pieced together the events. From the moment Lin Gu encountered the demon phoenix, he had begun his act. He was never truly in such a dire state. His apparent humility, even his desperate pleas, were merely tactics to lower the phoenix's guard. Then, seizing a fleeting opportunity, he had surged forth to strike. But the outcome was dire. Lin Gu was now less than 3 feet from Li Xun, and he could feel the weight of his labored breaths alongside the spreading pool of blood beneath him, which could not be merely an act. In this grave situation, Lin Gu was laughing, struggling to prop himself up, wiping the blood from his lips. His voice, though feeble, bore a demeanor entirely different from before, a quality Li Xun had never witnessed in him. He candidly admitted to his flawed tactics. Regrettably, I still fell short. Now, the killing blow is yours. The smile of the demon phoenix was profoundly nuanced, as if the chill that enveloped her was slowly dissolving within that smile. Her voice returning to its previous softness. Lin Lang, while your nature remains unchanged, your thoughts have grown considerably deeper. Li Xun felt a chill creep into his heart at their exchange. It appeared they treated the earlier ambush as a mere game, each displaying their cunning, shrouded in enigma. While Lin Gu was undeniably ruthless, the demon phoenix's calm demeanor indicated she had long been prepared for such a scenario. In the face of such circumstances, even with a blood feud, the atmosphere felt eerily sinister, leading Li Xun to question whether they had ever truly been a pair of lovers. In response to the demon phoenix's musings, Lin Gu merely smiled. Not at all. You still surpass me. In truth, I have long suspected that, given your former temperament, you would never have granted me the opportunity to utter such nonsense. Moreover, you have been vigilant throughout. And had it not been for the mention of our child, I doubt I would have had any chance to act. Who is your master? The demon phoenix smiled gently, her demeanor soft and yielding, devoid of any sharpness. Why not simply ask me who it was that facilitated my escape back then? Li Xun's heart stirred at her words. He was aware of the events from back then, which seemed to involve a coalition of 33 sects unleashing the deadly heavenly punishment array. There appeared to be no flaws. Yet the demon phoenix had vanished without a trace, suggesting that a certain sect had acted as an insider to aid her escape. Over the century, the identity of that sect had remained a matter of contention, fueling suspicion between the righteous and the wicked. Now, was the demon phoenix about to reveal that answer? Lin Gu nodded calmly. To that sect, daring to risk the world's wrath to let you escape, and enabling your calamity to vanish without a trace, such astounding methods, I, Lin, greatly admire. The demon phoenix tilted her head slightly, as if sighing, before softly chanting. Heavenly sound transforms into the essence. The 3 caves return to truth. Li Xun was still in a state of bewilderment, yet from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Ji's pallid face, suddenly flushed with crimson, only to fade away in an instant, leaving a ghastly pallor in its wake. Li Xun could sense Lin Ji's body trembling slightly, a clear indication that this was not mere theatrics. Suddenly, Li Xun awakened. Heavenly sound transforms, essence returns. Could this be related to the jade-scattering man? In an instant, his perception of Lin Gu shifted dramatically. If moments ago he had been unnerved by the underlying schemes, now only pity remained. At this point, Lin Gu no longer needed to feign, his voice hoarse. Indeed, the jade-scattering man possesses profound cultivation and holds the power to defy destiny. His words trailed off as he could no longer contain himself, slamming his fist into the ground, growling. Why would you seek his aid? The suddenness of his outburst startled Li Xun, the raw rasp of his voice akin to a searing iron pressed against flesh, sending chills coursing through Li Xun's body. No man could maintain his composure upon discovering he had become a coward. Lin Gu was remarkable, yet he managed a forced smile. The demon phoenix, however, truly laughed. If my husband cannot save my mother and me, I naturally must seek someone who can. What is wrong with that? This marked her first time addressing Lin Gu as husband, yet the utterance pierced Lin Ji's heart like a sharp blade, an unbearable humiliation. The tumultuous change in Lin Ji's expression was evident. His eyes reddened, resembling a beast poised to devour, a dangerous aura prompting Li Xun to instinctively retreat. In that moment, disaster struck. Lin Ji's fiery gaze locked onto him, momentarily bewildered before turning tenfold more furious. Li Xun felt like a frog caught in the gaze of a serpent. His body paralyzed. He could only silently scream, "What does this have to do with me?" Fortunately, that piercing gaze did not linger long, and it seemed Lin Ji's senses were returning, leaving only a groan of despair in its wake. Yet, Li Xun did not feel any relief. Rather, he was even more on edge than before. As the gathering concluded, the enchanting phoenix cast a glance towards him, laden with intriguing implications. "Is he your disciple?" Indeed, Li Xun, mustering his courage, lifted his gaze to meet the phoenix's countenance. Just then, their eyes locked, and a shiver coursed down his spine, rendering his neck immobile. Escaping her gaze was simply impossible. He was bewildered by the peculiar glimmer in the phoenix's eyes. This silent exchange lasted but a fleeting moment before she diverted her attention to Qi Yun, saying, "This female disciple appears quite charming. Is she also your disciple?" "Not at all. You," he began, but was abruptly interrupted as the phoenix extended her hand and effortlessly summoned Qi Yun from a short distance, lifting her into the air. The tall phoenix held the petite Qi Yun aloft, her toes hovering above the ground. Startled, Qi Yun regained her senses only to find herself face to face with the architect of her greatest nightmares. Despite her decades of cultivation, she could not withstand such terror. She let out a scream and instinctively struck out, "Fool!" Li Xun shut his eyes, unable to bear the foolishness of this woman. A sharp, cracking sound echoed as Qi Yun's arm shattered under her own blow, yet she had no opportunity to scream in agony. The phoenix gently gripped her neck, observing her face as it turned a shade of blue, and softly inquired, "Do you know why you are still alive?" Tears streamed down Qi Yun's cheeks, her fear rendering her speechless. Subsequently, the phoenix tossed her beside Li Xun, casually remarking, "Unless absolutely necessary, I do not slay women. As for your disciple, it is because he possesses the phoenix feather needle within him. Having spared 2 lives is excessive. I require only one. Just one person to publicly reveal Lin Lang's demise, and the others shall serve as mere sacrifices." Li Xun's heart raced, and in the next moment, an overwhelming heat surged within him, while his mind remained frozen in ice. With a resounding thud, Qi Yun was hurled to the ground, mere inches from him, within reach. Lin Gu coughed lightly, a flush of color rising to his face. "Phoenix, you have become rather decisive. To treat such a junior with such contempt, is it really necessary to humiliate him further?" The phoenix smiled lightly. "How is this humiliation? If he were truly resistant to reason, my actions would merely be self-deprecating. But look at his face, is it not amusing?" Li Xun could hear the words, his face flushed with heat and then chilled. With Qi Yun beside him, devoid of any means to defend herself, he realized that if he raised his hand and struck down, as the phoenix suggested, his life would be preserved. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. The phoenix's assertion held some truth. Were he a person of integrity, he should have immediately taken his own life, leaving this chance for his companion. Yet, this hesitation, regardless of his internal conflict, laid bare the darkest aspects of his humanity. Individuals like Li Xun often enshroud their secrets, fearing any glimpse of vulnerability, for revealing even a fraction signifies a devastating failure. And at this moment, he was losing miserably. For an instant, he nearly tore away all pretense, striking Qi Yun down, and then, relying on the phoenix's whim, live on in abject humiliation. However, buried within, a long-suppressed fervor, a youthful defiance, suddenly erupted, piercing through his mind. He roared to the heavens, striking his palm against his forehead. His internal essence erupted chaotically. In the tumult, time began to slow, and memories from the past 17 years flashed rapidly through his mind. The fleeting glory of youth, 7 years of suffering, and now, life and death intertwined. A slender thread of hope drifted like dust in the wind around him, yet offered no chance of grasping. The chaotic gusts of his palms stung his face, and that pain pierced his heart like an icy needle from the Arctic, freezing the remnants of his youthful zeal. Fantasies he had long entertained surged forth, filling his mind to the brim. The freedom he sought, the strength he desired, the immortal path he envisioned, all erupted within him. If he wished for these dreams to manifest, how could he possibly perish now? How could he die? With a sharp crack, the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated as Li Xun fell backward, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Moments later, he sobbed, his face contorted in anguish, wailing in despair. Yet, the phoenix merely remarked with indifference, "Is this your disciple?" Lin Gu chuckled softly, though the laughter held no warmth. It was a peculiar moment for mirth. Li Xun found himself unable to cry any longer. He had never truly felt the urge to weep. His earlier display was merely a desperate attempt to mask his embarrassment. He had thought he concealed it well, but upon hearing their conversation, he realized that to them, it was merely a farcical display. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, closing his eyes tightly, wanting nothing more than to vanish into the ground and never resurface. At that moment, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted into his nostrils, mingling with the earthy scent of dust, creating a peculiar aroma. He paused, realization dawning. It was the scent of the phoenix. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes to behold the fiery red of her skirts, layers of delicate gauze cascading like dancing flames, instantly captivating all of his senses. "You seem familiar, my disciple." Such words had long since ceased to affect him, yet the phoenix's subsequent actions were entirely unprecedented. She lifted him, though not as high as Qi Yun, allowing his feet to still touch the ground. This proximity afforded him a close inspection of her visage. And even at such a short distance, he found no flaw upon her countenance, only the unfathomable depths of her eyes sending tremors through his heart. The phoenix released him, allowing him to stand unaided. Li Xun exerted considerable effort to steady his trembling legs, striving to maintain his balance. Though the chattering of his teeth and the rustling of his garments betrayed the overwhelming fear that engulfed him. Observing his demeanor, the phoenix chuckled. "Why so tense? Just look at your master." Li Xun complied, turning his stiff neck, but before he could focus, he felt something soft against his cheek. His eyes widened in shock. His body stiffened like wood, and he vaguely heard the phoenix's playful voice. "Lin Lang, does this feel familiar?" Familiar? The only valuable thought flickered and vanished. And in the ensuing moments, he fixated solely on one notion. She is pressing her face against mine, with her face pressed against mine. As this thought solidified in his consciousness, he felt himself weaken, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, instinctively overwhelmed by corporeal sensations, only for his fear to surge back like a tidal wave. Why was she doing this? The cold laughter of Lin Gu echoed in his ears, mingled with a hint of gritted teeth. Li Xun initially assumed it stemmed from Lin Ji's disdain for his complicity in the phoenix's humiliation, but he quickly dismissed this notion. Lin Gu was not so petty, but what could be the reason? His mind swirled in confusion. Yet, amidst this haze, a sudden clarity struck him. A flash of insight illuminating the darkness like a lightning bolt in the night, illuminating everything in a blinding white light. Is it the Jade Scatterer? Damn it! My face resembles that of the Jade Scatterer. Li Xun collapsed to the ground, his heart a tumult of astonishment and deep-rooted fear, inundated by successive waves that threatened to drown him. This transformation had sapped him of his last vestige of strength, yet his mind remained astonishingly clear. For only this answer made the most sense. He immediately recalled the Qingyin immortal on the Sitting Forget Peak. Why had she regarded him with such peculiar favor? Why had she urged him to meet Zhongyin, and why had she altered his visage? The unusual attitudes of Qing Su and Ming Ji only compounded his realization. Undoubtedly, the most damning evidence lay in the cryptic dialogue between the demon phoenix and Lin Gu, akin to a riddle. Only the Jade Scatterer could serve as this pivotal nexus, placing him at the center of all anomalies, through which all clues converged and could be untangled. Furthermore, this was the outcome after his visage had been altered. What if he had not changed? The very thought sent a chill through Li Xun, as if he were submerged in icy waters, his blood congealing. The demon phoenix sighed softly, remarking on his lack of prowess compared to that person, yet bearing the same visage. Wasn't he that a death wish? Upon hearing the word death, Li Xun's heart plummeted into a frigid abyss. Was this truly the reason the demon phoenix sought to slay him? He longed to flee, yet found himself utterly immobilized. unable even to wiggle a finger. He wished to rely on Lin Gu, but how could the latter muster any energy to assist him now? Li Xun sensed that Lin Gu, grievously wounded and further provoked by the demon phoenix, had long been broken in spirit. Though he still feigned bravado, life had drained from him, seemingly hoping to enrage the demon phoenix, merely wishing for a swift end. Yet how could he have his wish fulfilled? Indeed, the demon phoenix relished Lin Ji's bitter laughter, her tone growing increasingly light, far more disconcerting than her previous cold indifference. At that moment, she uttered, "Lin Lang, why not choose a messenger for your demise?" Li Xun's mind exploded with this revelation, his heart convulsing violently before expanding with intensity. His once limp body tensed as if stone, beginning to tremble even more violently than before. Silence enveloped the mountain path for what felt like an eternity. Every breath was stilled, and just as Li Xun teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Gu finally spoke, his voice weary and hoarse. Devoid of the calm he once feigned. "Your life lies in your hands. Words are futile, so do as you please." After a pause, he suddenly smiled, his laughter tinged with unspoken bitterness. "Phoenix, such delay is truly uncharacteristic of you. That as well, Lin Lang need not fret." The demon phoenix replied coolly, casting not another glance at the prostrate Li Xun as she turned away, releasing a surge of true essence that awakened Qi Yun. It was time to afford this girl an opportunity as well. The demon phoenix's spirits lifted, and thus, Li Xun's chance for survival was halved. He buried his head, too afraid to look up, merely hearing Qi Yun emit a groan followed by an uninterrupted scream. The noise was unbearable. As the demon phoenix spoke, the air seemed to heat instantly, and the world fell silent. Li Xun's body shivered. Despite his downcast gaze, he caught a glimpse of something dark graze the ground, drifting into the distance. The demon phoenix murmured, "You have my pity. I ultimately prefer tranquility." Due to Qi Yun's folly, Li Xun unexpectedly secured the sole chance at survival. Alive? The thought flickered through Li Xun's mind. Moments ago, he had felt like stone, and now he seemed to melt into the very mountain path beneath him. This was a complete release, all his muscles relinquishing control. His vision clouded by a veil of white, rendering the world surreal. Then, warmth spread below, a stream cascading between his legs, instantly saturating his garments. The pungent odor wafting through the mountain trail. Li Xun could no longer contain himself, breaking into sobs. This time, however, it was genuine, perhaps due to the stench that enveloped him. The demon phoenix flicked her sleeve, casting him aside, her attention wholly on Lin Gu. After weeping for a while, Li Xun gathered the courage to sneak a glance at their expressions, and the angle was just right. At that moment, he saw the demon phoenix's face softened with affection, while Lin Gu appeared composed. Suddenly, Lin Gu broke into a smile, one that bore a hint of emotion. Yet, incongruous with that smile was his next utterance. "Phoenix, let me guess, what manner of death have you prepared for me?" The demon phoenix's bright eyes twinkled, her expression growing ever gentler as she replied with a smile, "Very well." If one were to observe without listening, Li Xun would surely believe they were engaged in flirtation. Such an enigmatic scene left him questioning the sanity of the pair. The demon phoenix, being an ancient creature, was inherently different from ordinary mortals. But what could explain Lin Ji's demeanor? Lin Gu replied calmly, "This is easy to guess. Your torturous methods include 100 calamities fire, purgatory fire, great brightness fire, and 7 emotions fire, among others. I surmise you would not wish for my swift demise, and while you possess countless ways to torment me, ultimately, it is merely to vent your long-held grievances. You not only harbor hatred towards me, but also towards my sect. Thus you would seek to humiliate me and bring misfortune upon my master. Keeping my disciple alive aligns with your intent. In this light, the 7 emotions fire, capable of controlling one's mind and gnawing at the 6 desires, is indeed a clever ploy." With that said, he shook his head and smiled, choosing to remain silent. Observing the demon phoenix's shifting expression, it was evident that Lin Gu had hit the mark. The demon phoenix's face displayed surprise, declaring, "If Lin Lang can ascertain this merely through conjecture, I cannot accept it." Lin Gu smiled silently. "You are not wrong. There is indeed another basis. My disciple, Qi Bai, is imprisoned upon the rock face, unable to escape. I imagine this too is your doing." At this, Li Xun felt a jolt, only to hear the demon phoenix laugh softly, and without knowing how, a figure began to rise slowly from the mountain ravine. It was Qi Bai. Qi Bai appeared disheveled, her robe in disarray. revealing patches of her snowy skin singed by the flames of calamity. Though restrained, her mind was clear, and traces of tears still lingered on her cheeks. Li Xun understood well that those tears were not shed for him. She had undoubtedly heard every mortifying detail of his recent disgrace. This thought made him bury his face again, a wave of heat washing over him. Lin Gu and Apos. S tone remained unchanged, employing and Apos, 7 emotions fire and Apos. Here is quite insidious. Phoenix, you have picked up some rather undesirable habits in the realm of night. The demon Phoenix replied coolly, those who dwell in darkness are bound to be tainted. Having seen much, I naturally learned a thing or two. As they spoke, Chibai had been brought into the demon Phoenix's grasp. She felt limp, like a doll, entirely at the mercy of the demon Phoenix. The demon Phoenix's slender fingers glided down her face, caressing her similarly pale skin, an indescribably alluring gesture. Chibai, unaware of the other's intentions, sensed the lurking peril, and this peculiar form of contact only heightened her trepidation. Lin Ji's brows twitched slightly as he remarked, even the ancient demon lords seldom resort to such tactics. The demon Phoenix wore a smile that hinted at unfathomable depths, which promptly morphed into an icy demeanor. I have taken to it, finding this method rather effective. Lin Lang need not doubt. Her fingers trailed down Chi Bai's face, traversing her neck, resting at her chest's sensitive region. Although Chi Bixin was filled with trepidation, she could not help but feel a flush of crimson rise to her cheeks. She wished to struggle, but found herself unable to move even a finger. She could only submit to the gentle caress of the upon her chest, unable to suppress a gasp that escaped her lips. Unbeknownst to her, the constraints on her voice had been lifted. Truly, she was a pitiable sight. They seemed to exhale a sigh, and upon hearing this, Li Xun felt a chill seep into his bones. The S demeanor was exceedingly strange, and her intentions were glaringly evident. The 7 emotions fire. Li Xun cast a furtive glance at Lin Gu and then at Chi Bai, already discerning the S ulterior motives. Certainly malicious. Lin Gu was a venerable elder, while Chi Bai was a junior disciple. In the esteemed Mingxin sword sect, which revered the respect of teachers and the importance of the path, should anything transpire between them, regardless of the cause, the consequences would be unbearable. Inflicting torment upon Lin Gu was secondary. The true peril lay in the possibility of tarnishing the sect's reputation, a stain that could not be easily erased. At such a moment, how could the Mingxin sword sect still claim to be the foremost sect in the East? Though the S scheme was despicable and unbecoming, it struck at the heart of the matter. Contemplating this, Li Xun's heart stirred once more. If that were the case, Chi Bai would not meet her demise. Leaving her alive would render her a conundrum akin to the one faced a millennium ago by Qing Yin, a challenge that the sect could scarcely withstand. A millennium ago, there had been Zhong Yin, who had emerged to dilute that stain. But what of today? Moreover, for Li Xun himself, his current role was exceedingly awkward. He existed as irrefutable evidence, his survival serving the purpose of rendering this episode an undeniable fact. As long as he remained, the Mingxin sword sect could not absolve itself of suspicion. Yet, when that time arrived, what would he become? One could only imagine the dismal days that awaited him. Perhaps it would have been a wiser choice to perish just now. Though he was currently free, he felt utterly weakened. The so-called courage had long since drained away with that pool of filth. He could only comfort himself with the thought, as long as I do not die, there is still a way, perhaps due to having seen through everything. Lin Gu appeared remarkably composed in contrast. He glanced at Chi Bai, unperturbed and unhurried. This method is indeed insidious. However, if I am hopeless for survival, can I not seek death? The S deep, enigmatic eyes sparkled with fiery light, and she merely smiled coldly. How could you so easily depart from this world? With that, she flicked her finger, igniting a green flame upon it. At this moment, Lin Gu suddenly trembled violently, and from beneath his shoulder blades, 2 tendrils of the same colored flame burst forth, intertwining into a chain-like form, as if tangible, with a soul-locking chain embedded within him. Seeking to sever oneself for liberation would not be so simple. Lin Gu's face turned pale, although he had collapsed to the ground. His body still struggled to hold itself upright, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the bent down, gently placing Chi Bai beside him. The proximity between them was striking, their breaths audible, yet Chi Bai lay between them, a barrier of sorts. Their gazes met momentarily. Lin Gu's expression remained serene, while they wore a gentle smile, exuding grace in myriad forms. Following this, They pointed a finger to Lin Ji's forehead, and Li Xun heard a hissing sound. Witnessing Lin Gu's previously clear eyes becoming clouded and murky in an instant, the S hand glided across his face, and within her gaze resided a myriad of tender emotions, as she sighed softly. Indeed, a fortuitous day. Lin Lang, you may now relish these final days. No sooner had her words fallen than Lin Gu's eyes reflected a glimmer of chilling light. Without a hint of hesitation, the S profound fire essence erupted with intensity, her body retreating like a comet streaking against the heavens. Yet, it was too late. An icy essence pierced into her lower abdomen, though it penetrated only a few inches. The insidious and fierce energy inflicted the most grievous harm upon her fiery constitution. This was a technique specifically designed to counter her, meticulously arranged to target the flow of her internal energy and the vulnerabilities of her meridians. Had it not been for the subtle changes in her cultivation over the past century, that strike would have undoubtedly dealt her an irreparable blow. Even so, she spat a small mouthful of blood, the vivid red droplets splattering upon the rocks, creating a cascade of crimson blossoms. Lin Gu staggered to his feet, his complexion still pale, yet the clarity in his eyes burned with a fierce light, rendering it difficult to gaze upon. At that moment, the two stood 10 paces apart, coldly confronting one another. After a lengthy silence, Lin Gu revealed a faint smile. Phoenix, even if my days are numbered, I do not wish to meet my end in such a manner. For reasons unknown, Li Xun sensed an unusual timbre in Lin Gu's voice. They wiped the blood from her lips, her face betraying her astonishment. How did you accomplish this? As she spoke, the soul-locking chains of azure flames surrounding Lin Gu suddenly transformed into a myriad of fire sparks, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Gu pointed to his head, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. It is through this. I have spent a century contemplating what methods to employ should I encounter you, day and night. I have considered nearly every detail. If I could not resolve even this, then that century would indeed have been wasted. He frowned slightly, but then continued. So, was your initial ambush also intended to undermine my spirit? From that moment on, you began plotting against me? Lin Gu smiled without replying, and in the next instant, he swayed and crossed the distance of 10 paces in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Li Xun felt a flash before his eyes, and a violent gust of wind erupted around them, sweeping across the ground and sending him rolling like a tumbleweed, nearly plunging him into the ravine. The tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When Li Xun opened his eyes again, all that remained was an empty mountain path, with thunder rumbling ominously overhead. Occasionally, a wave of residual force would sweep down, etching deep grooves into the nearby rocks. Flee, while they are engaged in battle. This thought flashed through Li Xun's mind, but upon raising his head, he saw Qi Bai. She lay constrained upon the mountain path, yet the fierce wind had swept her over 10 paces away, perilously close to the edge of the ravine. To save or not to save, this conflict was fleeting. He mustered his strength to rise and sprint toward Qi Bai. As he ran, he summoned his green jade sword. The distance of 10 paces was crossed in the blink of an eye, and without pausing, he scooped up Qi Bai and held her tightly in his embrace. Leaping towards the ravine, an emerald glow flashed beneath his feet, and his essence erupted instantaneously, propelling him into the depths in an attempt to escape. At that moment, Lin Gu's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated behind him. Where do you think you are going? Li Xun froze, then turned abruptly, and upon confirming the speaker's identity, joyously exclaimed, Master. This heartfelt call rang true, devoid of any pretense. Though Lin Gu appeared disheveled and bore numerous wounds, there was nowhere to be seen. Had he indeed driven her away? Li Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him, but quickly realized that his actions might appear rather ungrateful in Lin Gu's eyes, causing him to feel embarrassed. He hastily sheathed his sword and ascended the mountain path, just as Lin Gu reached for Qi Bai from his grasp, effortlessly lifting the constraints upon her. As soon as the restrictions were lifted, Qi Bai freed herself and fell to the ground, her eyes glistening with tears. Master. Before she could finish, her voice caught in her throat, overwhelmed with emotion. Though she exhibited a degree of strength, had it been anyone else, witnessing the demise of over a dozen companions would have likely led to a complete psychological breakdown. Compared to her, Li Xun felt somewhat lacking in fortitude. Guilt surged within him. He dared not meet her gaze, his thoughts racing to how he might salvage his honor upon returning to the sect. However, in his ear, he heard Lin Gu say, You two, flee separately. Those words left them both stunned, and they looked up at him, only to see fine strands of blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his appearance utterly tragic. Yet even so, he managed to reveal a faint smile. I just tricked her into retreating, but she won't be deceived for long. She will soon return. If you flee separately, perhaps one of you may escape. Chi Bai cried out, Master, and attempted to speak again, but Lin Ge seized her shoulder and flung her towards the mountain gorge, a gesture far more powerful than any words. Chi Bai understood Lin Ji's intent without doubt, barely pausing for a moment. A streak of rainbow light shot up from the deep gorge, momentarily hesitating at the mountain path's height before erupting into brilliance and piercing the clouds. She wishes to draw her attention. Lin Ge cast a cold glance at his disciple. Li Xun immediately shrank back, but then he heard Lin Ge chuckle. Indeed, you resemble me most. Enough of this. There is no time for contemplation. Survival is paramount. You must go. Li Xun, trembling with fear, recognized that this was not the moment for lengthy discussions. Gritting his teeth, he bowed his head in respect and turned to flee. Yet, his mind buzzed with a cacophony of emotions, the amalgamation of which he could not articulate. Li Xun lacked Chi Bai's noble composure. As he flew on his sword, he dared only to keep the sword light low, skimming the treetops, which tested both his sword mastery and courage. However, the looming threat of death spurred him to extraordinary feats. He felt his speed was akin to flying high above, and within the span of a mere incense stick. He had traversed several hundred miles along the mountain range. Even if that demon phoenix pursued him, it would take some time before it could catch up. At this point, he sensed a tightening in his chest, likely due to the anxiety consuming him, which accelerated his breathing far beyond the ordinary. He needed to slow down, gradually regulating his breath and stabilizing his mind. In this moment of calming, the wonders of Yu by Siem manifested, a refreshing coolness swiftly filling his heart's core, easing the frantic beating of his heart and allowing clarity to return to his mind. Once he regained his composure, Li Xun found his swordplay became more agile. Yet his thoughts remained restless, replaying each moment of the prior events like a lantern show, particularly pondering the enigmatic figure of Yu Sanren, which seemed laden with profound significance. He recalled the moment he sat on the forgetting stone, contemplating his past lives, and acquired the semblance of solitude. At that time, Qing Yin and Qing Ming believed he was the reincarnated form of some cultivator who had failed to transcend, with all three lives extinguished, retaining only a thread of consciousness. If that cultivator was indeed Yu Sanren, then all would be elucidated. Yet, judging by the attitudes of Qing Yin, Lin Ge, and especially the demon phoenix, it was evident that Yu Sanren was very much alive. What then did this imply? Li Xun sensed that unraveling this mystery would illuminate much of his future path. His mind churned with thoughts as his sword soared, unimpeded, covering yet another 100 miles, nearing the Tian-Du mountain range, allowing him to gradually relax. Surely, at this distance, he should be safe now. Li Xun began to contemplate the layout of the border between the human realm and the Xian realm. The most pressing matter was to return to the mountain and report this calamity. Only then would his life be truly secured. As he mused, a light laugh rang above him. Where are you going? Just moments before, that very call had filled Li Xun with joy. However, upon hearing it now, a chill coursed from his tailbone to his forehead, his muscles stiffening. He slipped, crashing against the mountain. Sounds of snapping branches filled the air, and he could not tell how many wounds he sustained. Li Xun collided with the roots of a tree, stars swirling in his vision, while the air around him grew heated. Do not kill me, he screamed, feeling a warm liquid trickle down his forehead, likely from a head injury. But he disregarded the pain, struggling to rise and flee through the dense forest. The mottled shadows of the trees transformed into fine threads, whipping against him like a cloak of despair. The rising temperature of the air continually reminded Li Xun that the deadly threat still loomed. At this moment, even the wondrous effects of Yu by Xie could not quell his near-manic state of mind. In a state of frantic confusion, Li Xun could no longer distinguish between shadow and substance, and in a daze, he crashed into a tree trunk. The combined new and old injuries rendered his vision dark, and his body went limp. This impact shattered the last remnants of his fighting spirit. Blood dripped from the corner of his eyes onto the ground, and through a narrow slit, he glimpsed a garment of the same hue as his blood, its delicate fabric fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. Spare me, he murmured, laboriously turning half over, yearning to grasp that hem of fabric, a desperate plea to reclaim the life he sensed was slipping away. The fabric danced back a step, eluding his grasp. Yet, Li Xun could feel that the one wielding dominion over his fate observed him with a curious gaze. Perhaps she was contemplating whether to grant him mercy, or perhaps considering where to strike. Fear burgeoned within him, saturating his being in an instant. And he even felt a peculiar tingling sensation spreading from deep within, gradually permeating his body. What was it that rendered him so weak and feeble? He shifted slightly in his prone position, ultimately flipping over to lie face down on the ground. Lord Yuanjun, have mercy. Please, have mercy. He must have been wailing. Yet his voice echoed as if from a distant abyss, resembling the faint buzzing of a fly. He had finally knelt in supplication, doing what he had previously desired but lacked the courage to enact. The only consolation in his heart was that if he did not kneel, the weight of fear would strip him of any semblance of normalcy. In kneeling, with his limbs and head pressed to the ground, he felt a flicker of safety. As his wounds met the tainted earth, a fresh wave of searing pain surged, but it paled in comparison to the humiliation within, and that humiliation, when weighed against the value of life itself, was trivial. In that moment, he was alone, and thus, the question of saving face became moot. With all restraints to his survival instincts severed, he found no reason to maintain even a shred of dignity. How noisy! The demon phoenix uttered disdainfully, silencing his near-sobbing cries with a single stroke. Pressing his forehead against the ground, his body stiffened, and he dared not move. After several breaths, this tension morphed into trembling. The more he tried to suppress his fear, the more pronounced the tremors became, until he could no longer restrain himself, causing his entire body to rustle the surrounding foliage, producing a soft rustling sound. Though the noise was minimal, it seemed far more terrifying than a clap of thunder in light of the demon phoenix's earlier admonition. He strained to turn his eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of the demon phoenix's expression, but despite his utmost effort, all he could see was that blood-red garment, along with a fleeting glimpse of exquisitely crafted footwear. The crimson hue resembled a wisp of ethereal demon flame, slowly devouring his hope and secreting foul ichor into his nearly withered heart. You wish to live? The demon phoenix's voice revealed no discernible inclination, yet it bore an unparalleled provocation. Li Xun trembled violently, his feeble body squirming on the ground for a moment as he laboriously shortened the distance to the demon phoenix, before finally raising his face with great difficulty. His visage was smeared with mud, tears, and mucus, obscuring any trace of his former handsomeness, leaving only dishevelment and humility. He repeatedly cried out, I wish to live, I wish to live. I beseech you, great Yuanjun, show mercy, I implore you. The demon phoenix regarded his pitiful countenance with considerable interest, lowering its head to observe him closely, remarking, if that madman were to see you in such a state, he would undoubtedly be most infuriated. Li Xun sensed that the so-called madman referred to Yushan Ren. If Yushan Ren were to witness someone bearing such a resemblance to him in such a debased and wretched condition, he would likely strike him down immediately to spare his own dignity. The demon phoenix continued, what a pity that Lin Lang is not you. Otherwise, the situation would surely be different. Li Xun comprehended the deeper implication of this statement. It suggested that if Lin Ge could shed all dignity and sink to such depths as he had, the demon phoenix might not even recognize the difference. Regrettably, Lin Ge still harbored a shred of pride within him. At this, Li Xun felt an even heavier weight in his heart, yet could not voice his feelings, merely continuing to bow and plead for mercy. The demon phoenix, unwilling to linger in their entanglement, retreated a short distance to avoid contact with his filthy hands, casually instructing, go retrieve the sword. Upon hearing this, Li Xun felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had once again been granted a reprieve. The azure jade sword lay several paces away. He crawled and rolled towards it, grasping the weapon and hastily returning to kneel on the ground. The demon phoenix reached out and seized the azure jade, examining it briefly before shaking her head. What a shame for such a fine sword. However, her words bore no intent to humiliate Li Xun, for he was unworthy of her consideration. Yet, this straightforward comment was the most painful of all. Li Xun had long since grown numb to her words and cared little for what she said, his focus solely on her expression. More obedient than a pampered pet in the capital. Go see your master for the last time, she said, her tone surprisingly laced with a hint of compassion. Of course, this pity was not for him, Li Xun. After some time, he returned to the mountain path, which had now transformed entirely. The narrow trail had been cleaved in two by immense force, the surrounding cliffs riddled with gaping wounds, loose stones continually cascading from the crumbling mountainside, giving the impression that Tiandu Peak was on the verge of collapse. Lin Ge lay amidst a pile of rubble, his limbs grotesquely contorted by external force, his bones shattered beyond count, motionless as he lay there. The corners of Li Xun's eyes twitched violently, yet he dared not move, instead gazing at the demon phoenix in hopes of gleaning some information. She, however, offered no indication, leaving Li Xun frozen in place, every part of his body prickling with discomfort. The oppressive silence lingered for a long while before he summoned the courage to approach Lin Ge, the crunching of gravel beneath his feet echoing like a mournful prelude to calamity. As he drew within a few paces of Lin Ge, he sensed that his master had become aware of his presence. Lin Ge seemed to attempt to turn his head, but had lost the capacity to do so. Seeing him in such a state made Li Xun's heart ache, and he nearly rushed forward. However, in that moment, his attachment to his own life proved stronger. A gust of wind swept by, and the demon phoenix approached Li Xun's side, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "Look, he is right there. If you wish to live, your fate lies in his hands." Her voice held a raspy quality, imbued with an enchanting allure that pierced directly into Li Xun's mind. After issuing a few brief commands, she observed the confusion on Li Xun's face transform into astonishment, then smiled faintly before stepping back. Li Xun stood there, feeling a chill as the azure jade sword returned to his grasp. The demon phoenix gave him a gentle push from behind, a silent encouragement and the ominous tolling of death's bell. He trembled slightly and took a step forward, closing the distance to Lin Ge, where he could even see the slight twitching of his master's muscles. Their gazes met, and though Lin Ge's eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, the moment he locked eyes with Li Xun, there was a flicker of clarity before they dulled again. Whether it was an illusion or not, Li Xun detected a glimmer of pleading in Lin Ge's eyes, a silent desire for a swift end. If Li Xun were to drive the sword into his heart, he could fulfill that wish. Yet, what of Li Xun's own life? His lips quivered, and from the moment he had knelt before the demon phoenix begging for mercy, he could no longer be swayed by Lin Ge's silent plea. Otherwise, what could restore the dignity and identity he had utterly lost? He softly uttered, "Master, forgive me." With that, he flicked his wrist, and the flash of the sword cut through the air, scattering bits of fabric in all directions. As the clothing around Lin Ge's lower body was swept away, exposing him in all his vulnerability, Lin Ge let out a low howl. His bones were shattered to a large extent, and even his neck had sustained grave injury, making it difficult for him to exhale. Yet, in this moment, he managed to emit such a clear cry, indicating his emotional state had reached an extreme. Li Xun closed his eyes, stepping back, but barely took a half step before being blocked by the demon phoenix. "Open your eyes." Her voice bore an irresistible authority, compelling him to comply. As he did, Lin Ge let out another cry, this time significantly more hoarse. With a single glance, Li Xun grasped the gravity of the situation, his face paled, a blend of red and white washing over him. After a moment, he remembered to avert his gaze. Lin Ge writhed, struggling for a moment before losing consciousness. "Lin Lang." Awaken, the demon phoenix spoke softly, her voice like water, as she brushed her sleeve across Lin Ge's face, rousing him from his stupor. Lin Ge muttered a few incoherent sounds, and Li Xun, listening nearby, discerned the faint echoes of "kill me." This proud man, who once held his head high, could no longer endure the humiliation and begged for mercy from his foe. He merely wished for death. Yet, the demon phoenix had deprived him of that right. She settled herself gently, as if reclining on a soft embroidered couch, wrapping her arms around Lin Ge's upper body, cradling him as though she were a tender lover attending to her beloved. Li Xun watched this scene unfold, feeling his heart freeze. He observed the demon phoenix's slender fingers glide down Lin Ge's face, caressing his chest and abdomen, finally resting upon his loins. This tableau, once steeped in eroticism, now suffocated him with its weight of despair. For at that moment, Lin Ge's most masculine symbol of identity and dignity was all but extinguished, shriveled like an underdeveloped bean. Trembling pathetically, an unmistakable sign of unnatural change. A sharp, piercing scream erupted, echoing like a thin needle thrust into the air. Li Xun felt as though every part of him had been impaled by its sound. The demon phoenix chuckled softly, her fingers playfully toying with him, akin to a child with a cherished toy, as Lin Ge's cries became fragmented and ultimately faded into a hoarse whisper. Li Xun endeavored to avert his gaze, his body completely drenched in cold sweat, his ears buzzing. In a daze, he could only hear the demon phoenix uttering, "Indeed, you are no match for him." Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. If he were to encounter setbacks, he would merely refine his skills through arduous practice, striving to surpass his adversaries and reclaim the lost dignity tenfold. But you are different. You possess no patience. For the sake of your grievances, you cannot even wait 100 years. You dissipate your essence, seeking only to transform your true self, hastily advancing your cultivation, yet rendering yourself neither man nor woman. Linlang, do you still consider yourself a man? Viperous woman. This was perhaps the last coherent utterance from Lin Gu, a cry wrung from flesh and blood, imbued with profound suffering and resentment. Even Li Xun felt his muscles twitch and a chill envelop him. However, the demon phoenix merely smiled in response. At this moment, the couple, once united a century ago, had torn away the final veil of warmth, laying bare the darkest aspects of their hearts before one another. Suddenly, Li Xun found himself at a loss for breath. Lin Gu was ultimately left behind amidst the rubble, perhaps because the demon phoenix had lost all interest in tender sentiments. She rose, wiped her hands with a clean silk handkerchief, and then reduced it to ashes with flames. The last trace of movement from Lin Ji's chest ceased. Yet the robust vitality of a cultivator clung to him, slowly disseminating the final humiliation throughout his entire being. "Come here," the demon phoenix commanded Li Xun. Her smile resembled the biting cold of an early winter wind, penetrating deep into his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he approached, stopping a step away from her. The demon phoenix was slightly taller than him, and his timidity accentuated this disparity. She lowered her head slightly, gazing directly into his eyes. Li Xun could not withstand the intensity and hastily averted his gaze, adopting a posture of humility. Yet, in the next moment, her slender, jade-like hand pressed gently against his chest, and he could feel the immense heat within it, capable of reducing him to ashes. He looked up in horror and cried out, "Do not kill me." The demon phoenix responded with a smile, "Who wishes to kill you?" As her words fell, an overwhelming force surged from her hand, striking Li Xun's chest. He felt a sudden constriction, and his body involuntarily flew backward, as if riding on clouds. At that instant, a resounding slap struck his face. "If you dare approach within 10 miles of me again, I shall make you wish for life, yet find no escape in death." Li Xun spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his face as he tumbled down the peak of Tiandu, the slap even breaking the skin on his face, causing his head to swell significantly. In a daze, he recalled that the spot where he had been struck was precisely where his face had brushed against the demon phoenix's side moments ago. Then, he truly lost consciousness, indifferent to the possibility of his body being reduced to a mere pulp. The autumn rain fell incessantly, gradually forming a curtain, and a deepening chill seeped through the downpour. In recent days, the road to Tiandu Peak had seen a dwindling number of carriages and horses. However, amidst this stretch, a procession of nearly 100 individuals, with dozens of horses and a few carriages, advanced through the rain in an orderly fashion. The central carriage, resplendent in its oil-green hue, was drawn by 4 horses, exuding an air of great nobility. From within the central carriage emanated intermittent weak coughs, hoarse and lacking vitality, clearly belonging to an elderly individual suffering from ailments. The cougher spoke, revealing herself to be an old matron. "I did not expect the journey to be so arduous on a rainy day." A young woman's voice replied, "This is a dirt road. Not far ahead lies a stone-paved path, which will be much smoother. Your Highness, please endure a little longer." After a pause, the voice continued, "These autumn rains are quite bothersome, and the weather is unpredictable. Your Highness, given your frail constitution, there is no need to personally come for this pilgrimage. Should you fall ill, it would be exceedingly difficult to treat." The old matron scoffed coldly. "I only thought you all lacked sincerity. My child said to let go, but now that I wish to summon them back, who is willing to do so?" Upon hearing this, the carriage fell silent. The old matron, seething with anger, did not relent, adding, "Even if I were to die, I would go underground to meet that foolish old man and implore the king of hell to grant my pitiful grandson eternal life, so he may no longer suffer in this world." As she spoke, she could not help but choke back tears, and those inside the carriage offered words of comfort, only to be scolded back into silence. Behind them, the sound of hooves approached, and a rider galloped up from the rear. As he passed by the carriage, a mere glance silenced the guards accompanying it, who dared not show any disrespect. The rider did not pause and swiftly rode to the front, calling out, "Lord Gong." The addressed man turned, revealing a ruggedly handsome face, but his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. He was accompanied by his deputy, Zhang Ji, who also smiled and said, "What brings you to call upon me, my brother?" Zhang Ji's complexion was a yellowish hue, displaying signs of illness, yet the flickering light in his eyes made him difficult to gaze upon. His prowess surpassed that of Lord Gong by several degrees. He slowed his horse, first bowing respectfully before saying, "My lord, judging by the rain's intensity, it seems unlikely to cease tonight. The roads will be exceedingly slippery, and it will be impossible to return to the city today. Therefore, we should perhaps make some preparations." Lord Gong stroked his beard, nodding. "What you say is wise. Please ask the Taoist in the temple to prepare a meal for us. Moreover, we must ensure that nighttime guards are vigilant and unerring. Perhaps, dear brother, you should go ahead and make the arrangements." Zhang Ji agreed and was about to quicken his horse when something caught his eye, prompting a startled exclamation. He slowed his pace slightly, and Lord Gong also noticed the anomaly, similarly exclaiming softly. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Zhang Ji, who understood and urged his horse to gallop ahead. After covering a few paces, Zhang Ji raised his whip, striking it sharply in the air, producing a sound like thunder, and then unsheathed his waist knife, increasing the horse's speed once more. Lord Gong closely observed his movements, having already drawn his great bow, nocking an arrow, while the surrounding guards unsheathed their swords, ready to respond to any unusual movements. Zhang Ji reined in his horse and approached, exclaiming, "Lord Gong, there is a Taoist collapsed by the roadside. I cannot tell if he is alive or dead." Lord Gong cursed his misfortune and waved his hand, "Throw him further away, lest he startles the Empress Dowager." At this moment, from within the luxurious oil-green carriage, a maid peeked out and called out, "Lord Gong." The Empress Dowager inquires if there are any disturbances ahead. Lord Gong glanced back, casually responding, "Rest assured, Your Highness, it is merely a fainted Taoist blocking the road." The maid retracted her head but soon poked it out again, crying, "Lord Gong, the Empress Dowager summons you. She has instructions." Lord Gong was momentarily taken aback, yet said no more, promptly dismounting and approaching the carriage, replying, "What does the Empress Dowager wish to convey?" Inside, the old matron cleared her throat before speaking. "Our ascent today is for the purpose of revering the deities and seeking blessings. We ought to engage in more good deeds. That Taoist should be taken in and sent to Ling Tai Temple, where the master of Songfeng can arrange for him." Lord Gong hesitated briefly, then acquiesced, instructing the guards to lift the Taoist onto a horse to accompany Zhang Ji to Ling Tai Temple. After this brief interlude, the group continued their winding journey. It was unclear how much time had passed when Li Xun awoke from his stupor. He blinked, his mind still foggy, merely sensing a layer of blankets covering him, though his clothing remained damp and uncomfortable from the warmth of his body. What was even more distressing was how hauntingly familiar this sensation was. The crumbling mountain path, the burning maple forest, the ashes of friends and mentors, and the unprecedented humiliation. All of these sensations surged through his mind like a violently erupting volcano. A searing heat coursed through his body, prompting him to cry out and leap to his feet. The feeling of disgrace still raced within him, so intense that for a moment, his vision swam in a sea of crimson. In a daze, he heard someone cursing, followed by two fists striking his face, though the force behind them was pitifully weak. Despite his current frailty, his innate energy retaliated instinctively, leaving the reckless assailant to suffer the consequences. With a loud crash, it seemed someone had broken through the door, and this noise jolted Li Xun back to the present. His vision gradually returned to normal, revealing a frightened yet delicate face of a maid. Beside her, just outside the open door, a figure struggled to rise. "Where am I?" Li Xun stared at the maid, his mind racing to piece together his surroundings. The maid, terrified, shrank back against the wall, unable to utter a word. Growing impatient, Li Xun commanded, "Speak." "Ling Tai Guan." She managed to gasp, summoning all her strength. Hearing this, Li Xun furrowed his brow. It must be a Taoist temple in the mortal realm, for such a feeble person could not exist elsewhere. He pondered, "How did I end up here?" The maid hesitated, then replied, "You fainted on the road. Out of kindness, we brought you here." Her words seemed deliberately vague, and Li Xun understood that she was likely trying to conceal her identity, perhaps out of respect for a noble family. He paid it no mind, lowering his gaze to check his vital accessories. The phoenix feather needle and jade talisman were intact. Yet the jade sword was missing, and he could not see it within the room. Li Xun contemplated questioning the maid, but decided against it, stepping out the door instead. Noticing the figure still struggling to rise, he nudged him lightly with the tip of his shoe, releasing a surge of true energy. "Where's my sword?" he inquired. The man, clad in armor, appeared to be a top-tier guard. He responded with a fierce glare, but no words. Li Xun, uninterested in a confrontation, felt no concern for the jade sword's whereabouts. This sword was attuned to his spirit. In the mortal realm, no one could steal it from him. Observing the guard's expression, Li Xun smirked coldly. "If you won't speak, I shall take it myself." With that, he focused his thoughts, and his energy radiated outward. Sensing the sword's resonance several dozen feet away, the sound of its song guiding him, he did not even take a step. Instead, he invoked the sword's essence. And in the blink of an eye, the jade sword flew into his hand, a shimmering aura trailing behind it. The guard's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Amused by the man's ridiculous expression, Li Xun felt a slight lifting of his spirits. Yet, he soon realized that his previous actions had been somewhat brutish, especially considering that it was this very person who had rescued him from the road. Taking a moment to collect himself, he spoke. "I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger. I shall repay your master's kindness in the future. Farewell." He nodded and intended to soar into the sky on his sword, but reconsidered, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention. Instead, he exerted force beneath his feet, leaping onto the wall, preparing to depart on foot. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled his ears, a bowstring being drawn, yet no arrow was loosed. Li Xun frowned, looking towards the sound, and saw a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion aiming a bow at him, casting a cold glare in his direction. Just then, it became evident that the sound had summoned dozens of burly men wielding bows and arrows, all unsheathing their weapons, ready for confrontation. Li Xun realized that if the yellow-faced man gave the order, a barrage of arrows would rain down upon him simultaneously. To be honest, while Li Xun had achieved some level of mastery in his cultivation, he had never faced a multitude of powerful bows before and felt a twinge of anxiety about his ability to defend himself. He also found it strange that in the mortal realm, the possession of bows and crossbows was strictly forbidden. Only soldiers were permitted to wield them, as civilians found in possession would face severe punishment. He had assumed that his saviors belonged to a noble family, with guards to protect him. Yet the level of vigilance seemed excessive. Tension was one thing, confusion another, but the most pressing concern was how to respond. Li Xun steadied his breath, fixing a cold gaze on the man several dozen paces away, firmly grasping the hilt of his sword. Should the man dare to issue the command to fire, he would be the first to sever the man's head. For Li Xun, a distance of several dozen paces was merely a heartbeat away. Under his unwavering stare, the man shifted slightly, clearly sensing the tension. He then lowered his bow and called out, "You Taoist, how rude. My master rescued you from peril. Yet you harm my household staff and attempt to leave without explanation. What reason do you have for such behavior?" "Taoist?" Li Xun twitched his lips, recalling his cloud robe, which indeed resembled a Taoist attire, and considering his identity as a cultivator, it was understandable that he was mistaken. Not wishing to escalate the situation, he noted that the man showed no signs of immediate aggression, which eased his mind somewhat. Without further deliberation, he replied, "I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot afford delays. I have already apologized to your guards for any rudeness. I believe I have not committed any grave offenses. Yet here you are threatening me with arrows. What reasoning is this?" The man chuckled, his demeanor visibly softening, yet he did not lower his weapon. Just as he was about to say more, he noticed someone approaching and turned to call, "Lord Gong." Li Xun redirected his gaze and saw a bearded man climbing onto the rooftop. A frown creased his brow. Why did this man appear so familiar? As he contemplated, their eyes met, and the man's piercing gaze was intimidating at first glance. This familiarity only deepened his confusion until he noticed a thin scar running from the corner of the man's eye to behind his ear. This scar illuminated his memory like a beacon, and he felt a lump in his throat, nearly collapsing. He murmured, "Gongwei." The bearded man froze momentarily, a glint of recognition flashing in his eyes. "You recognize me?" he asked. In response, Li Xun let out a low, suppressed cry. His heart was no longer in doubt. In a swift motion, he leaped into the air, soaring over 10 feet high, and the jade sword swiftly left its sheath. A flash of azure light marking his departure as he soared away, leaving the guards dumbfounded, as if caught in a dream. Uncertain of how far he had flown, Li Xun felt a torrent of emotions surge within him, overwhelming his senses. Memories from his childhood flooded his mind as vividly as a revolving lantern, ultimately centering on that shallow scar. Gong Wei, how could he ever forget this man? Especially that scar at the corner of his brow, which remained etched in his memory. He recalled that fateful afternoon when his father had introduced this man, praising him for his unmatched bravery and strength. Out of sheer curiosity, Li Xun had asked the bearded man to draw a bow hanging on the wall. The bow, taller than him, was effortlessly drawn into a perfect arc before it snapped, the recoil striking him across the face and leaving that very scar. In those days, he had admired this man's stoic strength, and the scar, a painful reminder of his childhood curiosity, remained deeply ingrained in his memory. As he grew older and gained experience, the innocent emotions of his youth had long since faded away. However, this scar, this individual, particularly the series of increasingly blurred figures trailing behind him, suddenly overwhelmed him. Gong Wei, the captain of the royal guards, was present, indicating that someone of importance from the royal palace was here. Who could it be? Unable to descend any further, he sheathed his sword's light and halted in a field, gasping for breath. He meticulously organized the information he had received upon regaining consciousness and ultimately concluded, it must be a lady from the family, visiting the mountains to pray for blessings. But which member of the household could it be? The visages of relatives he had not seen for nearly 9 years flooded his mind, each one indistinct, yet causing his heart to race. He could only vividly recall his grandfather's delirious demeanor and his father's stern, cold face. The rest, including his mother, grandmother, several aunts, younger brother, and sister, remained mere shadows, as ephemeral as mist, dissipating with the slightest breeze. Return. This was his foremost thought upon regaining clarity. The notion that the closest blood ties in this world lay just dozens of miles away ignited a fervor within him, a wildfire of longing to reunite with his family. Was it his mother or the elder consort? He walked back, pondering ceaselessly, waves of warmth surging through his chest. He began to contemplate what he would say upon meeting them. After 9 years apart, what reasons could he offer to convince his family that he still existed? How could he articulate the emotions he felt at that moment? What would he say to his mother? To the elder consort? And if it were other aunts, what then? He also wondered what his mother would say upon seeing him. What about the elder consort? The other aunts? And how would his father react? What expression would his grandfather bear? How would the myriad guards and servants of the royal palace respond to a young master who had been missing for 9 years? Despite his intelligence far surpassing that of his peers, he felt a tinge of anxiety at the prospect of encountering all these situations, his palms unknowingly damp with sweat, discomforting. Instinctively, he wiped them on his clothing. The rough texture of the gravel stung his palms. Suddenly, he halted, looking down at his attire, a robe woven from cold jade silk. While it was not entirely shabby, following the recent upheaval, it was in tatters, stained with mud and remnants of blood, particularly from the waist down, where an unsettling odor lingered. Could he truly present himself in such a state? Hesitation clouded his gaze. Abruptly, a flash of crimson caught his eye, followed by a thunderous sound echoing in his ears. He shouted and turned to flee, but after just a few steps, he stumbled and fell, rolling twice on the ground, the accumulated rainwater unceremoniously drenching him anew. Before him, a vibrant red maple leaf floated down, twirling in the breeze, its stem pointing directly at his pale face. Li Xun stared blankly at the leaf for a long moment before burying his face against the ground, slowly releasing a breath. Tears streamed down unabated. After several sobs, he could no longer suppress a hoarse wail. How do I return? How do I return? What is he? The young master of the Fuang Palace? A ragged little Taoist, devoid of any semblance of nobility? The legitimate disciple of the Mingxin sword sect? He had just aligned himself with the enemies of his master, leaving his mentor restless in death. Who is he? To others, he appeared as a penniless beggar, a traitor who sold out his master to survive, a madman with delusions of becoming a young master of the royal palace. How would he return? He staggered to his feet, took 2 wobbly steps, and finally steadied himself. The autumn rain, which had paused, began to fall once more. He exhaled sharply, smiled faintly, and walked slowly into the curtain of rain. No turning back. In Songjing City, the Eastern District was predominantly home to high-ranking officials and nobility. The busiest time of day was during the morning court sessions. Even before dawn, one could witness the bustling scene of carriages and palanquins weaving through the streets. The deputy minister would yield to the minister, the minister to the chancellor, and the chancellor to the prince. Amidst the chaotic flow of vehicles, certain routines maintained an order that belied the apparent disarray. Li Xun crouched in the shadow of a wall, observing coldly. He stood a mere 5 feet from the nearest wheel, yet the elite guards flanking the carriages never glanced in his direction. Even if they did, they would only perceive a perfectly normal shadow cast by the high walls. The forbidden patterns of the Mingxin sword sect, applied to these mortals, were indeed like pearls cast into darkness. It took nearly half an hour for the stream of carriages to disperse, and only then did Li Xun rise, keenly assessing the direction, moving along the wall for cover. The shadows of the high walls and grand courtyards served as his best concealment. He stealthily traversed several streets, a familiar yet strange feeling enveloping him. Childhood memories, both vivid and indistinct, troubled him, but after a brief moment, he finally arrived at his destination, the Fuwang Palace. This was the residence granted to the Fuwang by the current emperor, among the most opulent in the eastern district. Even the household servants stationed at the grand entrance could dwarf those lacking courage. I have returned. Gazing from afar at the gates of the Fuwang Palace, a whirlpool of emotions surged within Li Xun. Yet, all feelings stirred only a ripple, swiftly settling back into the depths of his heart. Contemplating such matters in the face of life and death felt utterly absurd. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and halted. Not out of concern for the gatekeeper, but due to an inexplicable discomfort that gripped him. The blood nightmare stirred. With over 2 hours remaining until the daily heart-devouring time, it had begun to grow restless. Moreover, this was under the suppression of the jade talisman. Li Xun even sensed that the blood nightmare seemed to have awakened. It appeared to resonate with something beyond, slowly opening its eyes. This abrupt change sent a shiver down Li Xun's spine. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, running several streets before stopping. The blood nightmare returned to its usual state. Li Xun pressed his hand against his chest, unable to articulate his thoughts. In truth, his actions were utterly ludicrous. His return was precisely to find the blood disperser, to fulfill a 10-year pact, and alleviate the torment of the blood nightmare. Yet at the critical moment, why did he feel the urge to flee? This was partly due to his lack of faith in the blood disperser's promise. On the other hand, he felt an indescribable trepidation within. Completely detached from rational deduction, he was consumed by an innate fear of the impending outcome. Glancing back at the Fuwang Palace, he could not discern whether it was an illusion, but he felt as if a layer of crimson mist shrouded the palace in the emerging dawn light, within which countless vengeful spirits seemed to writhe and wail. He shuddered, and, upon looking again, saw only the faint red glow of the newborn sun. Even so, he felt the little courage he had painstakingly mustered evaporate in that instant. Like a fugitive, he dashed away into the distance. This year's snowfall arrived particularly late, descending reluctantly just days before the winter solstice. The entire Songjing city was buried under a blanket of snow, temperatures plummeting, and countless beggars in the southern streets succumbed to the cold. On ordinary days, one might simply summon a few officials to clear the bodies and dispose of them outside the city. However, today, such a casual approach was utterly unthinkable. Before dawn had broken, the Chief Minister of Justice personally led a team, collaborating with the Imperial Guards, to sweep through the entirety of the southern city. As if casting a net to catch fish, conducting no less than 3 thorough inspections. Upon encountering frozen corpses, they were promptly dragged outside the city for careful burial. Noticing some unruly characters from the underworld, without hesitation, they apprehended them. Within merely 2 or 3 hours, the vast southern city had been cleared to resemble the imperial city. Under heavy guard, any idlers roaming the streets were seized by the constables and taken to prison, while the common folk found themselves confined at home by the imperial guards. Unable to venture out freely, was the emperor embarking on a royal outing? Li Xun pondered in the shadows, recalling a similar scene from memory. With tomorrow marking the winter solstice, it seemed likely the emperor was headed to the southern suburbs for a heavenly sacrifice. The ceremony for offering sacrifices to heaven is profoundly solemn. Even the supreme ruler must reside early at the southern palace, engage in incense burning and bathing, abstain from indulgences, and partake in simple vegetarian meals for several days to demonstrate sincerity. Yet, the emperor Li Xun hastily departed only a day before the winter solstice, disregarding the decorum of fasting amidst the opulence of the forbidden palace. Had the absurdity of earthly emperors reached such a nadir? However, this thought flitted through his mind, for his own troubles remained unresolved, leaving him no leisure to concern himself with royal matters. What troubled him now was the citywide lockdown due to the emperor's outing. A person of his uncertain identity and lacking proper credentials would find it impossible to justify his presence if confronted by officials. Consequently, his movements were significantly hindered. With no other recourse, he resorted to playing hide-and-seek with the city guards, striving to avoid the heavily patrolled streets and lingering in inconspicuous corners. It had been over a month since the calamity at Tiandu Peak. During this 30-plus day period, Li Xun had been meandering within Songjing. Aside from the first day when he contemplated fortune at the Prince of Fu's residence, he had otherwise remained holed up in the southern city, pondering strategies for survival. Yet, how many perfect plans could exist in this world? The foundation of every tactic lies in the comparison of strengths between both parties. If the disparity in strength is minimal, one may compensate with cunning. However, if the differences are vast, it becomes akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree, regardless of the multitude of strategies devised. They would prove futile. Li Xun and the blood-scattering man exemplified this disparity, for no matter how meticulously Li Xun planned, a mere finger from the blood-scattering man could extinguish him. Such a chasm could not be bridged by mere strategy. Li Xun understood this reality, yet his mindset resembled that of a gambler who, having lost all but his last chip, bets on the most improbable outcome, hoping to recover all his previous losses. Supporting this belief, apart from his desperate lack of options, was the ample time he had fought to secure over the past year. There remained a significant span until the blood-scattering man's decade-long pact. Having let a patrol of soldiers pass, Li Xun emerged from the shadows of the street corner, gazing at their retreating figures with an impassive expression. At this moment, his appearance had transformed from a ragged state. Throughout this past month, he had managed to amass some wealth through his cunning skills, acquiring a substantial fortune. Human psychology is peculiar. Although Li Xun did not qualify as a gentleman, he hailed from a noble lineage and had always looked down upon theft. However, once a threshold is crossed, control often slips away. Li Xun was no exception. His initial theft, a reluctant act aimed merely at obtaining some silver coins and a decent garment for modesty, had led to an unprecedented thrill and benefit. Once tasted, restraint was no longer possible. Within a single month, he had committed numerous thefts across the capital. Although the gains were modest, his impulsive nature often led him unceremoniously into others' homes, taking what he needed with greater ease than in his own backyard. Now, Li Xun was attired like a young nobleman, wearing a brocade robe adorned with shoe embroidery and a belt of pearls and jade. This style, once as natural to him as breathing in his youth, felt no less comfortable now. He concealed his jade sword in a secret place, mitigating any suspicion from the soldiers. After wandering the southern city, he found no suitable refuge. All inns and taverns had been thoroughly searched by constables and soldiers, without proper travel permits or valid documentation. One was summarily taken in for questioning. This predicament forced Li Xun to drift through the city like a wandering spirit, contemplating whether to venture into the looser confines of the western or northern city to find a place to rest for the night. While he weighed his options, an unexpected commotion erupted in the southern city, concentrated in a few blocks, and Li Xun found himself caught in the midst of it. Sensing the opportunity, he swiftly slipped into the shadows. In a matter of moments, the streets became densely packed with people, a throng of commoners converging, pressing against the walls, while in front, the fully armed imperial guards formed a human barricade. Initially perplexed, Li Xun soon understood the situation upon witnessing the helpless yet eager expressions on the faces of the crowd. This was merely a show of officialdom. It appeared these citizens were being gathered for the purpose of proclaiming "Long live the Emperor." Caught in the surge of humanity, Li Xun could no longer conceal himself and chose to reveal his presence, blending into the throng without attracting the attention of the imperial guards. His keen ears soon caught the distant sounds of approaching royal ceremonies, followed shortly by the thunderous shouts of "Long live," echoing through the crowd. Uncertain of who started it, the citizens on both sides suddenly knelt, and Li Xun furrowed his brow and followed suit, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. As the procession drew closer, the cries of "Long live" grew louder, and the crowd began to stir, with some attempting to rise to catch a glimpse. The imperial guards swiftly raised their halberds, producing a resonant sound that effectively quelled the unrest. Yet the buzzing of excitement persisted. Around him, many were engaged in conversation, speculating on the emperor's appearance and the auspicious signs surrounding him, foolish remarks that elicited laughter. However, some shared tales about the emperor's eccentricities, including rumors of the harem. amusing anecdotes from the court, and various preferences of the emperor. The street chatter, while somewhat absurd, was nonetheless entertaining. During his month-long stay in Songjing, Li Xun had not merely been consumed by deep thoughts. He often visited taverns and similar establishments to unwind. He had long heard of the emperor's great faith in alchemy, having generously rewarded various Taoist practitioners in recent years, especially those claiming to concoct elixirs of immortality. Rumor had it that 2 years prior, a remarkably powerful state sorcerer had been appointed, capable of summoning winds and conjuring soldiers, performing feats of magic, and reputedly able to create potions for eternal life. Such a figure seemed the quintessential charlatan one would expect to find in the company of a foolish monarch. Reflecting on his childhood encounters with those so-called princes and the current antics of the emperor, Li Xun could not help but smirk coldly. However, what truly piqued his curiosity was the tale of the state sorcerer, who was said not to be a male Taoist but a young woman, whose beauty captivated the capital. This added a layer of tantalizing intrigue to the stories of the emperor's alchemical pursuits. Long live! The uneven chorus of praise erupted, quickly merging into a resounding tide, filling the streets with cries of long live. The imperial procession had passed through this segment of the street, while behind, the ornate canopies were held aloft, their brilliant yellow hue strikingly conspicuous. Li Xun, with his keen eyesight, quickly discerned that beside the ornate canopy, symbolizing imperial authority, there lay a pale blue tasseled canopy, its splendor rivaling that of the emperor's own. According to the conventions of the Great Zhou, when the emperor ventured forth, only the empress was permitted to accompany him in a phoenix carriage. All ministers were required to follow on foot. The hue of that canopy indicated it was not the empress, yet who could stand on equal footing with the emperor? The Grand Master's transcendent umbrella. Had the Grand Master arrived as well? The crowd stirred with a subtle anticipation for the rumored female Grand Master. Amidst this minor commotion, the Emperor's dragon carriage passed by. As expected, in order to maintain the dignity and mystique of the sovereign, or perhaps out of safety considerations, only a vague silhouette could be seen behind the tightly drawn silk curtains, which at first glance revealed nothing extraordinary. However, a figure beneath the grand canopy, a few paces behind the emperor, exuded a charisma far surpassing that of the emperor himself, thus drawing the gaze of all on the street towards her. Li Xun, intrigued, turned his attention in that direction. What met his eyes was still a layer of gauzy curtain, yet this pure white, nearly translucent veil could hardly obstruct the gaze of the onlookers. Li Xun disregarded it as inconsequential, his piercing gaze fixated on the countenance of the female Grand Master. A mist swirled before his eyes, reminiscent of the delicate vapor rising over a morning lake, elusive yet disorienting. Through this haze, all he perceived seemed almost ethereal. Li Xun was momentarily dazed, his thoughts muddled by this peculiar sensation. In the next instant, he realized he had yet to behold the Grand Master's visage. What was happening? As he attempted to organize his chaotic thoughts, the azure canopy drew near. Frowning, he cast another glance in that direction, and at that moment, his heart lurched. Simultaneously, the jade talisman emitted a response, a cooling aura swirling within his heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being with unprecedented intensity. Li Xun felt an icy chill coursing through him, perhaps due to the talisman's effect, but more importantly, a frigid current surged from the depths of his being, a force so potent that even the jade talisman could not withstand it, radiating throughout his limbs. A soft gasp echoed in his ears, its clarity akin to the sound of cold droplets falling from stalactites deep within a cavern. A gentle resonance that sent shivers through every pore. Just as he closed in on this sensation, he inhaled nothing but a chilling breeze. In that instant, Li Xun felt as though the very blood within him was freezing solid. His eyes widened as he beheld the Grand Master's umbrella, now directly in front of him. Through the thin veil, a pair of bright eyes gazed back at him. Those eyes held a hint of curiosity, yet predominantly reflected an indifferent disdain for the lives of those before her, as if she held their fates in her grasp. Confronted by such a gaze, Li Xun nearly cried out in fright. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had encountered the celestial phoenix. As his gaze faltered, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, so weak that he could scarcely move a finger. With the emperor's retinue fading into the distance, the citizens began to rise, leaving under the watchful eye of the imperial guards. Li Xun, like a specter, drifted along with the throng, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could such a terrifying presence exist in the capital? Who was she? This place was no longer tenable. As his mind gradually cleared, a warning reverberated within him. The female Grand Master was certainly not of this earthly realm, even within the realm of the profound. She must be of a caliber akin to a mythical phoenix. If she were to dismiss him, it would be one thing, but should she take an interest, the consequences would be dire. Li Xun sensed that neglecting the path of ascension to become a Grand Master and instead descending to the mortal realm, especially with such an unsettling gaze, could not bode well. Perhaps it was best to seek refuge elsewhere? He contemplated. Remaining in the capital was untenable. Living in disguise like a hunted animal, fearing the blood scatterer might detect his whereabouts. Now, fortuitously meeting this unfathomable female Grand Master only compounded his peril. Should he stubbornly stay, his life would surely be at risk. Moreover, deep within, another thought gnawed at him. What if he encountered someone he knew? The news of Lin Ji's demise had likely reached Qi Bai on the mountain, creating a significant stir within the sect, and they would undoubtedly dispatch someone to Tiandu Peak to investigate the details. With Tiandu Peak only a few dozen miles from Songjing, a swift flight could bring a senior or fellow disciple to cross his path while he wandered the streets. What would he say then? How would his masters and seniors perceive him? These were realities Li Xun could neither confront nor evade. In recent nights, he often gazed at the sky, fearing a flash of his sect's sword light might come his way. The mix of guilt, shame, and fear had become an unbearable burden. Departing now might be the best choice. As for the blood nightmare incident, time remained. Lingering here would yield no progress. A brief escape might do him good. Resolute in his decision, he promptly prepared his belongings and made his way towards the western city, since the eastern city was inhabited by the blood scatterer. The northern city was near Tiandu Peak, and the southern outskirts, where offerings were made to the heavens, housed the mysterious female Grand Master. After much consideration, it seemed the western city was his safest option. Li Xun dared not fly, opting instead to take the jade talisman and hasten his steps, determined to exit the city before nightfall, and then flee as far as he could before returning after some time. As the emperor's procession passed, the southern city gradually regained some vibrancy, and he began to see more pedestrians on the street. Li Xun, the affluent young master, walked with his head down, finally attracting little attention. Having achieved some success in his cultivation, he discreetly employed his footwork, appearing to walk normally while actually moving swiftly. In just half an hour, he reached the western city gates, and as dusk approached, he dared not delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to step through the city gate. Once outside, he could find a secluded spot to fly away on his sword. No one would be able to stop him then. At this moment, the gates of Songjing were under strict control, with a lax approach to those exiting but rigorous scrutiny for those entering. Fortunately, Li Xun passed through successfully, exhaling a sigh of relief as he swiftly distanced himself from the gates. As the number of pedestrians dwindled and darkness enveloped the sky, Li Xun gripped the hilt of his sword, scanning for a quiet place to prepare for his departure. Was he truly leaving? A voice, both familiar and foreign, echoed in his ear. At first, he could not discern its gender, only that it was a soft, melodious tone, as cold and profound as an underground river. Shrouded in mystery, he froze, swallowing hard before turning his head to locate the source of the voice. Standing 10 paces away was a female Taoist, her smile radiant, her features reminiscent of the ethereal visage he had glimpsed in the street, indistinct and elusive. Her hair was styled in a bun, adorned with a purple phoenix hairpin, and she held a soft silk duster in her arm. Dressed in a plain woven robe and a dark Taoist cloak, the wide sleeves fluttered gently in the winter breeze, as if she were about to take flight. At first glance, she resembled a figure of profound wisdom. Li Xun struggled to conjure a smile, hoping to ease the tension, but his expression was as stiff as a mask. Under the inscrutable smile of the female Taoist, he felt as though all his secrets would be laid bare, leaving him as exposed as a naked man in the frigid wilderness. He was no stranger to eloquence, yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless, rendered mute by her gaze, rendering all flattery futile. The female Taoist scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes revealing an unnameable emotion. Finally, she spoke again. "Are you a disciple of the Mingxin sword sect?" Li Xun felt no surprise at her ability to discern his origins. He merely nodded stiffly. Initially, he intended to inquire about her background as well, but lacking the courage, he abandoned the thought. The female Taoist took a few steps closer, narrowing the distance between them, and asked, "What brings you, a mere child without a mentor, to this place?" "I." Li Xun opened his mouth, but suddenly a thought struck him. His mind raced, and though his response was quick, he altered his words at the last moment. I do not know. This statement, seemingly disjointed and nonsensical, was the worst he could utter, yet his expression revealed a sense of inner turmoil, rendering his words sincere and unfeigned. The female Taoist, intrigued, stepped forward and smiled. At such a young age, what burdens weigh upon your heart? Perhaps you might share them with me? Li Xun's face betrayed hesitation and a hint of shame, rendering him speechless. Observing his demeanor, the female Taoist's curiosity diminished slightly, and she remarked with a smile, in this world, there is nothing that cannot be spoken of. As fellow practitioners, if you truly face difficulties, I might be able to assist you. Her tone was earnest, yet filled with uncertainty. Li Xun felt a surge of frustration, yet he dared not feign further. With reddened eyes, he choked out, I no longer wish to pursue the Tao. This statement, a response to her earlier words about shared practice, unleashed a torrent of suppressed grievances and fears, overwhelming him with emotion, and he began to weep uncontrollably. Amidst his sobs, he recounted the events atop Tiandu Peak. In his narrative, he portrayed himself as a terrified cultivator, fleeing from the overwhelming presence of the demon phoenix, unable to return to the mountain, and thus forced to wander the mortal realm. Most of his words were grounded in truth, though he omitted certain details, such as transgressions against his master and the pleas for mercy that had occurred, knowing that the female Taoist would likely not discern their absence. He was acutely aware that they were only a few dozen miles from Tiandu Peak, where the celestial demon had unleashed chaos, and even ordinary folk had witnessed the devastation. The subsequent fierce battle had shattered half of Tiandu Peak, a fact that could not be concealed. Thus, he decided it best to voice his account to alleviate her suspicions. Moreover, he was nearly certain that the female Taoist before him did not hail from a righteous sect within the realm of the transcendent. Despite her outwardly gentle demeanor, her peculiar mannerisms and cunning speech hinted at a less than virtuous background. For this reason, he defined himself as a timid youth, hoping that this self-designation would allow him to retreat strategically while diminishing her doubts. His tears flowed for a considerable time as he spoke, intentionally weaving his narrative with disjointed phrases. However, because his account was predominantly truthful, it could withstand scrutiny. Once he ceased weeping, the female Taoist responded with a calm, I see, her tone indifferent, yet Li Xun felt the pressure of suspicion lift significantly, indicating she had come to believe him. He had performed his part well, but the subsequent events were beyond his control. After experiencing so many life and death moments, he understood that acceptance of fate was his only recourse. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, straining to hear her judgment. You are quite an interesting child, not at all like those simpletons obsessed with slaying demons. Such individuals were rare indeed. The female Taoist's tone remained elusive, yet her words seemed to favor Li Xun. However, her final declaration left him astonished. Cultivation is not an extraordinary affair. If you choose not to pursue it, so be it. Should you wish to cultivate again in the future, it is not impossible. I could use an intelligent disciple to assist me. Would you be willing to accompany me for a time? Though couched in politeness, she offered him no true option for refusal. Fortunately, Li Xun had anticipated such an eventuality. Knowing she would not easily let him go, he maintained his composure, feigning hesitation before humbly responding, I have nowhere to turn. I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to be taken in by you, esteemed master. After uttering these words, he looked up and hesitantly asked, May I inquire your esteemed name, master? The female Taoist smiled faintly, and as her visage gradually became clearer, Li Xun felt a jolt in his mind. The phrase delicately featured, with brows like painted landscapes, could scarcely capture her beauty. She possessed a serene and profound demeanor that transcended mere attractiveness. Perhaps it was her pair of mesmerizing, ever-changing eyes that infused her regal aura with an air of somber foreboding, as if she were shrouded in a veil of dark clouds, capable of enveloping the entire world in her shadow. Gazing into her eyes, Li Xun could only envision an overwhelming tempest, the mournful wails of the frigid wind, and the desolate expanse of an icebound wilderness. In a daze, he heard her say, You may have heard of me within your sect. Among the 33 sects of the Transcendent, there are 1,000,000 cultivators who refer to me as Insanren. Li Xun's countenance turned ashen in an instant. The imperial city was as deep as the ocean, where commoners were forbidden entry. As a symbol of imperial authority, this place was not one ordinary folk could tread upon. They could only gaze longingly at the high vermilion walls, imagining the splendor within. Li Xun, however, was familiar with such sentiments. In his youth, he was among the favored sons of several princely houses, frequently entering the forbidden palace under the guise of accompanying the crown prince. He had visited this place countless times. Yet today, he entered not as a princely heir of royal blood, but as a mere disciple, relying on his master's influence to gain access. The passage of 10 years felt surreal, lingering in his thoughts. The Qingjin Hall, the Yangxin Hall, Xiuxin Garden, and the Weiming Lake, each familiar sight swept before his eyes, unchanged after a decade. Perhaps the only difference was the gaze of the palace eunuchs and maidservants, now tinged with reverence, awe, and even fear, directed toward him. Of course, he understood that much of that attention was focused on the female national master walking leisurely 2 steps ahead. Today, she donned a different attire, adorned with a white rhinoceros horn hairpin, from which dangled a pair of silken ribbons that swayed in the wind. Her figure was accentuated by a jade-colored Taoist robe, enhancing her graceful silhouette. Over the robe, she wore a translucent, gauzy cloak that billowed like ethereal clouds, imparting an impression of ascendance. While lacking the grandeur typical of national masters, she exuded an air of aloof detachment, untouched by worldly concerns. As he followed her, Li Xun felt a profound sense of admiration, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Such thoughts were hardly unwarranted. As one of the 3 great hermits, Sanren held a position on par with the leaders of the 33 sects, perhaps even higher within the realm of the transcendent. Li Xun realized he seemed particularly fated to encounter the 3 great hermits, having been coerced by Xue Sanren, resembling Yu Sanren, and now being taken in as a disciple by Sanren. He might well be the first in a millennium to experience such a sequence. Yet, he harbored a lingering question. There was not merely Sanren in the capital. Given her high-profile actions, did the elusive Xue Sanren remain unaware? If he were aware, what consequences might follow? The thought of a confrontation between rulers flickered in his mind before fading away. At this moment, the 2 had circled around the mysterious lake and arrived at their destination, Xinyao Pavilion. National Master, you have arrived. A stout man stood up inside the pavilion, towering like a wall, though his voice lacked vigor, revealing that his physique was not as robust as it appeared. Dressed in bright yellow dragon-patterned robes, Li Xun recognized him as Emperor Longqing. He had gained more weight and appeared older. Li Xun sighed inwardly. When he had departed 9 years ago, Longqing was already portly but still in his prime, with a healthy complexion and a resonant voice. Now, however, his face lacked luster, his voice was hoarse, and wrinkles had unabashedly claimed his features. At just over 40, such a state was hardly auspicious. As Longqing spoke, the 2 approached. Sanren, proud as ever, merely nodded to the emperor, regarding it as a proper greeting, while Longqing showed no offense, instead being exceedingly respectful. Li Xun, skilled in reading people, discerned how to respond appropriately to Sanren's demeanor. When Longqing's gaze fell upon him, he remained silent, merely clasping his hands with an impassive expression. The more indifferent he appeared, the less Longqing dared to underestimate him, prompting the emperor to turn to Sanren and inquire, "National Master, who is this?" Sanren smiled slightly and replied, "This is my disciple, surnamed Li. Your Majesty may call him Taoist Li." This remark, though somewhat disrespectful, did not anger Longqing. Instead, he smiled at Li Xun and remarked, "This Taoist brother is of the same lineage as I. I have studied under the National Master, making us contemporaries. May I ask your age?" Li Xun cast a pitying glance at him. Was this truly the emperor of the Great Zhou, the embodiment of the 9-5 supremacy? He had lowered himself to address an unknown Taoist as a brother. Such an image was hardly fitting for someone tasked with governing a realm and its people. Though he held such thoughts, his face remained impassive as he replied, 70. The response startled Longqing, his expression shifting from surprise to delight. "Taoist brother, your methods of preserving youth are remarkable. Your appearance belies your age." Li Xun managed a slight smile, for he could not help but find amusement in the situation. While it was not uncommon for Taoists to maintain their youth, could the emperor truly lack discernment? A mere 17-year-old was able to toy with him so easily. The fate of the Great Zhou was indeed precarious. Unaware of Li Xun's inner musings, Longqing displayed great warmth towards him, even taking hold of his arm to invite him to sit. Glancing quickly at Sanren, who smiled without objection, Li Xun felt reassured. However, before taking his seat, he still inclined his head in a gesture of respect towards her. Only then did Sanren approach Longqing and say, "My disciple," though still lacking in skills. has considerable understanding of the art of health preservation. However, he is rather reclusive and not adept at socializing. I hope your majesty will be understanding." Upon hearing the phrase art of health preservation, Longqing's face lit up, his gaze towards Li Xun shifting markedly. Noticing his reaction, Li Xun's heart stirred, and he reconsidered Longqing's intentions. Clearly, he sought something from him. Observing the emperor's frail form, Li Xun began to gauge the little lifespan Longqing had left. Longqing, oblivious to the fact that this young man had already tolled the death knell for him in his mind, looked at Li Xun with fervent eyes and earnestly said, "In recent years, I have placed great importance on health preservation and have dabbled in alchemy. Unfortunately, despite having renowned masters, my dull aptitude has hindered my progress. If Taoist brother has the time, I would be grateful for your guidance, and I shall show my gratitude handsomely." With such an empty vessel, he still wished to pursue the Tao? Li Xun felt disdainful, but then recalled that this man was, in fact, his own uncle. The bond of blood was indeed delicate, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. Yet, maintaining his composure, he responded with a restrained air that bore a hint of the aloofness of a recluse. Of course, he would not let Longqing off so easily. Under the emperor's earnest insistence for a toast, he revealed a few tricks of alchemy, employing a spiritual elixir to further convince Longqing of his abilities. Throughout the small banquet, Li Xun observed the subtle exchanges between Longqing and Yin Sanren. It was evident that the emperor harbored intentions towards the exquisite Yin Sanren, but such primal desire was deeply masked by fear, likely a result of previous misfortunes. This line of reasoning seemed sound. After all, what sort of man was Yin Sanren? If this mundane emperor were to take advantage of her, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. As the drinking continued, Longqing's plump face flushed with an unnatural hue, revealing the dire state of his health. Just as Li Xun lamented this, Longqing exclaimed, "National Master, I have been diligently practicing the dragon and tiger solidifying yang technique you taught me these past few days, and I feel I have made some progress. Might I trouble you to assess my cultivation?" Yin Sanren glanced at him and smiled gently. "The method of inner cultivation lies in stability. Your Majesty has only practiced for a few months, so the requisite proficiency is still lacking." Longqing's face fell at her words, but he quickly asked, "How much longer will it take?" "With the aid of a spiritual elixir to strengthen his foundation, Your Majesty's progress exceeds that of ordinary practitioners. At this rate, it would take approximately another 6 months." Longqing grimaced, exclaiming, "National Master, you are well aware of my condition. Surviving the next 3 months would be a remarkable feat. How could I endure for another 6? Yin Sanren merely smiled in silence at his lamentations. After a lengthy period of complaints, Longqing's eyes suddenly brightened. "Ah, the elixir from the National Master. When will you be able to refine the primordial chi pill?" Yin Sanren replied nonchalantly, "It should be ready around the turn of the year. Once the various tributes arrive in the capital, I can select the finest medicinal materials to begin the refining process." Li Xun's heart stirred at the mention of refining pills. Could it be so simple? The turn of the year was merely a month away. "Excellent." Longqing beamed, his face glowing even more as he raised his cup to toast the two of them repeatedly. Yin Sanren limited herself to 3 cups, while Li Xun, preoccupied with his own thoughts and enjoying the rich flavor of the imperial wine, drank a few more. His face flushed with a rosy hue, though he remained sober. He was already strikingly handsome, and though he was somewhat diminished in radiance, the blush lent him an allure not often seen. Longqing suddenly noticed this and was momentarily taken aback, laughing. "Taoist brother, your visage seems familiar. Could it be that we share some celestial bond from a past life?" Li Xun felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively growing wary. His features bore some resemblance to his father and brothers. Even as he matured and his appearance altered, certain nuances might still linger. It mattered little if the foolish emperor learned of this, but if Yin Sanren were to discover it, it could unravel everything. The thought of the deadly blood curse weighed heavily on him, causing cold sweat to break out. The more he considered it, the more he sensed a change in Yin Sanren's gaze. Contemplating the dire consequences, he felt a mix of anxiety and urgency as he devised a plan to navigate this unexpected crisis. Just then, a young attendant approached. Bowing first to Yin Sanren before addressing Longqing, "Your Majesty, the princes and ministers outside have been waiting for quite some time." Longqing shot him a glare. "Fool. I am currently seeking counsel from the National Master on celestial arts. How could I be bothered by their idle chatter? Go, let them wait." The young attendant, drenched in cold sweat, bowed and prepared to take his leave, only to be called back by the enigmatic figure known as Sanren. Matters of the court should never be underestimated. His Majesty must attend to state affairs. My disciple and I will prepare for alchemical endeavors. As for the various materials, I hope His Majesty will exert himself to procure them. Longqing dared not intervene, merely responding, "Of course, I will certainly do so." Sanren ceased further conversation, leading the way as he took his leave, with Li Xun naturally following suit. Before departing, he cast a sidelong glance, noticing Longqing standing respectfully, watching them leave. As they wandered through the garden, Li Xun walked with his head lowered, his mind preoccupied with the unusually submissive visage of Longqing. Suddenly, Sanren broke the silence. "Aren't you unaccustomed to this?" "Huh." At merely 17 or 18 years of age, and with only a decade of cultivation experience, Li Xun must have found it strange to witness an emperor, a true dragon among men, display such deference in public. Li Xun struggled to find words. Yet, Sanren's observation had unearthed much of his inner turmoil, perhaps also hinting at a sense of melancholy. "It seems you do not yet consider yourself a true cultivator," Sanren remarked. Li Xun had never anticipated that Sanren would engage in such intimate conversation under these circumstances. Even the slightest shift in demeanor held profound significance. Regrettably, her interest seemed to wane after just a few words, and silence enveloped them once more. At that moment, a procession approached. Li Xun absent-mindedly lifted his gaze, only to find himself frozen in place. Leading the group was a figure draped in a resplendent purple robe, adorned with a golden crown, exuding an aura of authority that rendered him impossible to overlook. Taking a deep breath, Li Xun recognized that familiar square face, stern yet commanding, which had remained unchanged despite the passage of nearly a decade. This was none other than his father, Prince Fu Li Xun. When their eyes met, Li Xun briefly acknowledged him before shifting his focus to Sanren. A swell of emotions surged within Li Xun, leaving him at a loss for words. Li Xun's lips curled into a faint smile as he addressed Sanren. "Greetings, National Master. Have you finished your discussion with the Emperor?" Sanren responded coolly, appearing disinclined to engage further. Li Xun took no offense and turned his attention to Li Xun, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "This is..." Sanren slightly altered her previous remarks, meant to intimidate Longqing, and repeated them, though their effect on Li Xun remained uncertain. Li Xun's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts, and Sanren seemed indifferent to it. However, Li Xun felt an unsettling numbness in his limbs, grateful that his own expression remained inscrutable, preventing him from embarrassing himself. He observed as Li Xun nodded at him before stepping aside to allow the officials behind him to greet them. Aware that he must not reveal any hint of unusual behavior, he found his gaze involuntarily drawn to Li Xun. It was only when another figure appeared that his attention shifted. This newcomer, a youth several years younger, stood shorter than the surrounding adults and had been concealed behind Li Xun and Apos' imposing figure. As Li Xun moved aside, the boy and Apos' presence became apparent. Clad in a blue robe embroidered with bamboo patterns and adorned with a jade crown set with pearls, his appearance radiated opulence. Despite his youthful visage, his eyes were as clear and deep as an autumn lake, revealing depths beyond comprehension. Upon recognizing the faintly familiar features of the boy, Li Xun experienced an unexpected shiver. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the youth glanced over, a hint of curiosity gracing his expression, yet his eyes scanned Li Xun coldly, missing nothing in the details. In that moment, Li Xun felt as though he was gazing into a mirror, seeing a version of himself from his time in the royal palace, when he had yet to encounter true power. Exhaling the pent-up chill from his chest, Li Xun regained his composure and met the boy's gaze. A flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, prompting the youth to hastily avert his own. Still too green, Li Xun silently critiqued, and his mood lightened considerably. Yet, almost simultaneously, an icy sensation crept down his spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. Li Xun's neck stiffened. Even without turning around, he could sense Sanren's keen interest. This was disastrous. Throughout the court and beyond, all were aware that the emperor's favored individual was none other than the beautiful yet inscrutable national master, whose powers were as unfathomable as her beauty. The lavish treatment she received, evidenced by the splendid residence bestowed upon her, spoke volumes. While the residences granted by the court were typically modest, Sanren was uniquely favored. Residing in Jingyuan, one of the 7 renowned gardens of the capital, previously the home of an esteemed elder minister who had retired to his hometown. Although her abode was exceptional, Yin Sanren led a rather unpretentious life, having dismissed a significant portion of her staff, leaving only a handful to maintain the premises, allowing her to live in a tranquil and unassuming manner. To Li Xun, however, traversing the spacious courtyard and hearing the echo of his own footsteps felt eerily ominous, especially knowing that lurking behind those walls was a figure as terrifying as a demonic specter, Yin Sanren, arguably the most enigmatic among the three renowned cultivators in the realm. She was notorious in the world of cultivation, known for her unpredictable actions and her merciless nature. Unlike the lecherous Yu Sanren or the bloodthirsty Shui Sanren, her infamy stemmed from the sheer horror of her methods, which left her victims in unspeakable agony. The renowned Tianjun Hejian, known for his formidable strength, had once single-handedly repelled numerous experts from the Mingwang sect, yet after narrowly escaping Yin Sanren 2 centuries prior, he became a shadow of his former self, reduced to a quivering wreck at the mere sound of a woman's voice. Such methods instilled terror and suspicion, casting her as an unparalleled demon in the three realms, her notoriety surpassing that of the other two. Faced with such a figure, Li Xun felt a sense of pride merely in being able to walk normally. At this moment, summoned here, he was acutely aware that Yin Sanren had likely discerned something in his demeanor towards Li Xun. Now, the only question that remained was whether he would maintain a candid demeanor. Gazing at the ajar door before him, Li Xun felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee, despite knowing that he would likely get no further than a mere mile from her grasp. Resolutely, he steeled himself and approached, knocking on the door. "Come in." Yin Sanren's voice floated lazily from within. With his head lowered, Li Xun stepped inside. The room was a study, well lit, though slightly dimmer than the outside. Instantly, he spotted Yin Sanren seated at a desk, examining a piece of jade with great care. The sunlight cascaded onto the writing desk, scattering ethereal beams that cast a delicate sheen upon her skin, a luminous aura that rendered her beauty almost too radiant to behold. How could such a captivating figure ever be associated with the notorious evils of the world? Li Xun found himself baffled. Standing before the desk, he called out, "Master Uncle." This was merely a pretense taught to him by the enigmatic Yin Sanren to deceive Long Qing, a formality that, under the current circumstances, felt oddly appropriate. Yin Sanren did not correct him. Instead, she casually replied, "Sit." Li Xun inhaled slowly and took a seat on a nearby round stool. Yin Sanren's slender fingers glided from the hilt of her sword to its tip, and he noted that the path traced was identical to the one he had carved on the returning dragon trough. "This sword must be Qingtian, the one that Mingji is renowned for," she remarked. Li Xun nodded cautiously. While Qingtian was commendable, there were certainly swords of greater merit in the realm of Tongxian. However, the Fengling needle and the jade Pixiang were treasures of notable worth. She seemed to be well acquainted with the artifacts adorning Li Xun. Confusion clouded his thoughts. He could not discern her intentions and could only respond with meek agreement. At that moment, aside from the Qingtian sword in Yin Sanren's possession, the Fengling needle and the jade Pixiang remained with Li Xun, though he would not dare to oppose her should she desire them. The Fengling needle had appeared only once in nearly a millennium within the Tongxian realm, gifted to him by Lin Ge. The jade Pixiang was renowned for its invulnerability to all malevolence, its ability to calm the heart and steady the mind unmatched. Legend had it that it was a token of love bestowed by the divine sword Zhong Yin to the fairy Qingyin, and he possessed it as well. Yin Sanren finally lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glimmering with an inscrutable smile, suggesting that he was quite favored upon Lianshan Mountain. Li Xun forced a smile, uncertain of how to respond. The nuances in Yin Sanren's tone indicated layers in her words, and he sensed her piercing insight. No amount of evasion would stand against her soul-searching gaze. He had no desire to experience the terrifying Lotus 8 seals. In that fleeting moment, Li Xun made up his mind. Just then, Yin Sanren continued with a cheerful tone. "Compared to the realm of Tongxian, the habits of this world do hold some utility. Master Uncle, save me." Li Xun suddenly knelt, crying out for help, his forehead knocking against the ground repeatedly. This act was rather unexpected. Yin Sanren paused mid-sentence. Yet she bore no anger, only observing him with keen interest. After bowing 3 times, he rose and tore open his outer garment, revealing his chest, even exposing the jade Pixiang. "Master Uncle, please grant me a life," he implored, tears streaming down his face. Yin Sanren let out a soft sigh, rising to approach him. Her finger, as delicate as a jade shoot, lightly brushed against his bare skin. The icy touch sent a shiver through him. Her smile began to fade as she discerned something unusual. This sensation felt eerily familiar. Li Xun struggled to contain the dark fire swirling within him, intensifying the aura of blood that lingered inside. Thanks to his progress in the underworld records and the secret techniques imparted by Mr. Ghost, he could manage it. But soon he felt his strength waning. Even if he ceased to feign composure, his voice trembled as he confessed, "I dare not hide it from you, Master Uncle. Before I ascended Lianxia Mountain, I resided in this Songjing city as the son of the current Duke of Fortune." He finally revealed his identity, and Yin Sanren, in a cooperative manner, let out a soft gasp of surprise. Drawing upon the courage he had accumulated, he continued, "Initially, I had no intention of pursuing the path of cultivation. However, 9 years ago, an individual—" At that moment, his voice faltered, as the horrific visage of the blood scatterer flashed in his mind, and the blood demon still lay dormant within him, causing the courage he had mustered to evaporate entirely. Perhaps had he dared to utter even a fragment of truth, he would have triggered the blood scatterer's restraints, leading to a tragic demise. He could only wear a mournful expression and look up at Yin Sanren, pleading, I cannot utter their name, lest my life be forfeit. Master Uncle, please understand." Yin Sanren's gaze turned icy, and under her penetrating stare, Li Xun felt an overwhelming chill seep into his very being, leaving him as stiff as a statue of ice. This oppressive silence lasted only a few breaths before her faint smile dissipated the chill that filled the room. "There is no need for you to speak. I already know who is responsible." With a slight smile, she added, "Good, very good. I did not expect to encounter an old acquaintance here." As she spoke, her fingers withdrew from his chest, but lingered on his face, gliding over his now cold skin and leaving a faint white mark. "You are indeed clever. No wonder you thrive on Lianxia Mountain. I was deceived yesterday. But it is not unjust. Clever individuals often behave this way, and I am well aware." Hearing her tone, which suggested she bore no ill will, filled Li Xun with relief. Just as he was about to speak, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and before he could react, his face was struck by a powerful slap, sending him flying out of the door, blood spilling from his mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Yin Sanren's voice echoed from within the room. "Since you are clever, do not overreach. Think carefully about what else you have concealed from me. If you cannot speak it, then write it down. I hope your memory serves you well." Li Xun clutched his face, the sensation of numbness overwhelming half of it. That slap had likely shattered the muscles on his cheek. Yet, he dared not cry out in pain, hastily bowing his head in submission before turning to leave. He had witnessed Yin Sanren's capriciousness firsthand, and knew that lingering any longer might lead to the dreaded Lotus 8 seals being unleashed upon him. Stumbling away, he sensed the peculiar gazes of those around him, but he had lost even the strength to feel anger or shame. The world before him was half shrouded in darkness and half drenched in blood-red hue. When Li Xun returned to the study, the light had dimmed considerably. Yet the room was illuminated by a pearl the size of a fist, shining as brightly as day. Beneath its glow, Yin Sanren's delicate features appeared to radiate light, an exquisite beauty beyond compare. Li Xun dared not look at her, lowering his head to place the written confession upon the desk, and without waiting for her to speak, he knelt once more. "Rise." Yin Sanren's tone was languid, devoid of any hint of anger, just as it had been before she delivered that resounding slap. A chill ran through Li Xun's heart, and though he wished to remain on the ground, fearing a misstep, he hesitated and ultimately stood, bowing to receive her admonitions. Yin Sanren was perusing the stack of confessions, and Li Xun, terrified of lacking detail and incurring her wrath, had nearly chronicled every interaction with the blood scatterer, a feat only possible due to his exceptional memory. In that moment, the only sound in the study was the gentle rustle of paper, akin to countless tiny insects crawling within Li Xun's heart. Life and death hung in the balance. Time passed agonizingly, and outside, darkness enveloped the sky. A maid arrived with tea and snacks, yet Li Xun remained motionless. Yin Sanren read through the stack of papers at least 4 or 5 times, after which she closed her eyes, deep in thought, the silence stretching for over half an hour. Li Xun understood that she was assessing the blood scatterer's intent to formulate the most appropriate response. Finally, he noticed Yin Sanren stir. Her wide sleeves stirred a gentle breeze, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. "Enough, follow me." She stood and walked directly outside. Li Xun felt a surge of trepidation, cautiously trailing behind until they reached the courtyard, where he mustered the courage to inquire, "Master Uncle, where are we headed?" The enigmatic figure smiled faintly and replied, "You addressed me as Master Uncle just right. We are going to see your master." Master? For a fleeting moment, Li Xun struggled to comprehend. But in the blink of an eye, his legs weakened, and he knelt once more, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, spare me." The enigmatic figure paused, intrigued, and asked, "How could I possibly harm you?" As Li Xun met her gaze, a realization dawned upon him. She had never regarded him as a person worthy of respect. To her, he was akin to a pet, cherished for amusement, but ultimately inconsequential. Nevertheless, he still managed to amuse her, so she likely would not hastily threaten his life. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his concerns. "If that person sees me bringing you, he will unleash his blood curse, and I shall undoubtedly perish. Did you not bring the Lingxi talisman? If he kills you, where will he find another?" Her nonchalant response elicited a bitter smile from Li Xun. If the blood scatterer could indeed obtain a Lingxi talisman and spare his life, why had he lingered in the capital for a month, only to find himself in this predicament? He wished to speak further, but the enigmatic figure suddenly leaned down and grasped his collar. Their faces were mere inches apart. Breaths palpable. Startled, Li Xun instinctively recoiled, yet she held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. He heard her chuckle, "You are rather clever. Yet how is it you failed to utilize the treasure upon you?" "Huh." Her finger pointed to the jade talisman resting against his chest, and she mused, "Jade talisman. Jade talisman, repelling all evil, rendering the 100 demons harmless. With this jade in your possession, unless that man is truly willing to endure 100 years of hardship and the backlash of his actions, risking his life to kill you, do you believe he would?" Li Xun lowered his gaze in astonishment, unable to fathom that the talisman possessed such power. Suddenly, he recalled the strikingly composed woman atop the sitting forgetting peak, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The enigmatic figure, having said her piece, waved her wand and continued onward, prompting Li Xun to hurry after her. Although the eastern city was a place of high-ranking officials and royalty, brimming with vigilance, carriages still traversed the streets. Amidst the backdrop of vehicles, the sight of two walking Taoists was particularly conspicuous, especially the captivating presence of the enigmatic figure, soon drawing the attention of everyone around. What had initially been an orderly flow of traffic descended into chaos. Who would dare disregard the living immortal beside the emperor? Within moments, over a dozen high-ranking officials dismounted their carriages to greet her. Sensing something amiss, Li Xun seized a moment to quietly ask, "Master Uncle, how shall we proceed?" "To meet your master. Of course, we shall go openly. What else would you suggest?" Li Xun nearly fainted at her words. In a moment of desperation, he grasped her robe. "Master Uncle, that person is within the Duke of Fuxiang's residence. Are we truly just going to show up?" She did not shake off his hand, merely smiling gently. "Is it forbidden for me to visit the Duke of Fuxiang?" Her words were not particularly severe, yet they rendered Li Xun speechless. In truth, even within the most fortified sanctums of the 33 sects of the transcendent realm, her desire to enter would pose no difficulty. Suddenly, he grasped the meaning behind her earlier remark about him not yet being a true cultivator. Someone of her caliber paid little heed to the powers and might of the mortal realm. She regarded mortals much like one would observe ants, clearly from a different plane of existence, and thus, why bother? Though they were vastly unequal in power, Li Xun was fundamentally not so different from her. No wonder she expressed such sentiments. In her eyes, he must have appeared as an odd cultivator indeed. It was evident that he was not yet prepared to rise above the majority. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the Duke of Fuxiang's residence. The enigmatic figure entered as if stepping into her own home, waving her wand as she crossed the threshold. An unwitting guard attempted to intervene, but froze in place under her fleeting glance, nearly succumbing to fear. Disregarding the thoughts of the ordinary onlookers, the enigmatic figure led Li Xun forward, moving with an effortless grace that allowed them to swiftly penetrate the depths of the estate. Despite her outward calm, her speed was remarkable, and a relatively astute doorkeeper pursued them, yet found himself increasingly distanced. Once inside, Li Xun felt his breath cease. As though he had plunged into the depths of a murky abyss, his eardrums throbbing with a pressure that resonated within his mind. Was the air within the Duke's residence thicker than that outside? As he pondered in a daze, he failed to notice the enigmatic figure halt abruptly, causing him to collide with her. Yet, just before their skin met, her wand pressed against his throat, pathetic. Although she did not turn to face him, Her reproachful tone held a strangely affectionate quality. Stunned, Li Xun watched as she gazed skyward, murmuring softly, "What a splendid arrangement. What a clever tactic." Li Xun followed her gaze and initially felt nothing, but the more he observed the night sky, the stranger its hue appeared, dark red, deepening to purples and blacks, as if layers of crimson were piling upon one another. With this realization, he scrutinized the sky further, perceiving it to be washed by waves of blood red. An overwhelming aura of slaughter wafting through his senses, chilling his heart. The enigmatic figure turned back with a smile. "See, he knows you have arrived." No sooner had she spoken than Li Xun felt a constriction in his chest, followed by a low, sinister chuckle that seemed to rise from the depths of his heart, pulsating throughout his being. Li Xun was taken aback. In that instant, the jade talisman on his chest emitted a resonant hum, unlike anything he had ever experienced, clear yet faint, rising from within and reverberating through him. In that haze, he found himself transported back to the sitting forgetting peak, beside the mist-enshrouded hot springs. Listening to the ethereal sounds of chimes, and catching sight of a graceful figure emerging from the fog. A single clear note shattered the scene, dispersing it into countless fragments that scattered into oblivion. He cried out, jolting awake. Before him stood a woman of equal beauty, yet distinctly different charm. Observing him with keen interest, Li Xun felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into the abyss, drenched in cold sweat, his clothes feeling as though they had been soaked through. With trepidation, he asked, "What just happened?" The enigmatic figure lightly tapped her wand, smiling gently. "Your master merely wished to greet you, nothing more." "A greeting?" Li Xun touched his chest, suddenly aware that the once cool jade had grown warm. Upon inspection, he discovered faint blood-red patterns emerging upon its surface. Initially startled, he observed as these unusual markings swiftly faded, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Pour him and his precious drop of blood," the enigmatic figure inexplicably remarked, waving her wand as she continued onward. Li Xun felt unusually weak, as though walking on cotton, his steps uneven as he followed her. In that moment of delay, word had reached the inner courtyard of the Duke's residence. A group of individuals holding lanterns emerged from a side corridor, locking eyes with the pair. Li Xun's heart sank. The foremost among them could only be his father, Li Xun. Li Xun's expression revealed no trace of joy or anger, and his pace remained steady and unwavering. Approaching within 3 steps of the two, he finally called out, "Greetings, National Master." The enigmatic figure returned the gesture with a bow, appearing to show even more respect than he had towards Long Qing. "The prince is in good health," which is indeed commendable. Li Xun stood silently beside them, not deigning to respond, his demeanor lacking any semblance of vitality. Li Xun disregarded him entirely, focusing intently on the eyes of the National Master, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It has been 2 years since the National Master entered the capital, yet you have never graced my residence. Today, you find time to visit. Why not inform me beforehand so that I might prepare a humble meal in your honor?" The National Master smiled faintly. "There is no need for the prince to go to such trouble. My visit today is merely to see an old friend, and does not concern you." This remark was rather weighty. Within the Fu Wang residence, Fu Wang held the utmost authority, and such words left Li Xun feeling somewhat sidelined, imbued with an implied disdain that was quite disrespectful. Despite his considerable composure, Li Xun could not help but feel a slight change in his expression upon hearing this. Nevertheless, being no ordinary person, he managed to suppress his anger in the blink of an eye, his tone turning icy. "Oh?" The prince is surprised to learn that there is an old friend of the National Master within the estate. There is no need for you to seek him personally. Simply take a seat in the hall and inform me of your esteemed friend's name, and I shall send someone to invite him. The National Master's smile brightened suddenly, radiating like a myriad of blooming flowers, captivating and enchanting, causing even Li Xun to momentarily lose his composure. In the brief interval of collective astonishment, the National Master took another step forward and swiftly departed. Li Xun heard a voice drift back to him. "My old friend is rather peculiar. The prince cannot summon him." Frowning, he noticed the diminutive Taoist named Li, who had been trailing behind the National Master, lingering behind and regarding him with a rather peculiar expression. A thought sparked within him, and he smiled. "Brotherly, whom does the National Master seek?" Li Xun, taken aback by Li Xun's unexpected inquiry, felt a jolt of anxiety, nearly calling out "Father." Fortunately, he restrained himself, daring not to linger, merely shaking his head before hastily following the national master. Li Xun, surprised that such a seemingly insignificant Taoist would dare to address him so, felt a surge of anger, his expression settling into a cold smile. A calamity to the nation. A scourge. I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. He mused, preparing to follow when an idea struck him. He called over one of his retainers and whispered a few instructions before proceeding. Ahead, a nimble servant had already reported the national master's whereabouts. Li Xun, listening intently, found himself engulfed in profound confusion. What could she possibly want in the back garden? Passing through an arched doorway, their destination came into view. Li Xun's tumultuous emotions began to settle, only to be crushed anew by the impending threat. Before him stood an expansive cluster of artificial hills, looming ominously in the night, resembling a ferocious beast baring its fangs to the approaching visitors. The national master halted, gazing into the distance from the archway. Li Xun, standing behind her, felt his heart racing violently, the rapid thumping draining his energy. If he remained here any longer, he might soon lack the strength to flee. Li Xun approached from behind, accompanied by two attendants who brought lanterns, their dim light filtering through the lattice of the courtyard wall, casting mottled shadows upon the garden within. The night grew increasingly foreboding. A gust of wind extinguished the lanterns. Two attendants gasped in unison, and Li Xun could sense the rhythm of Li Xun's heart faltering in that very instant. Heat surged through Li Xun, a primal urge erupting from his throat, compelling him to murmur, "Stand back." He felt Li Xun's astonished gaze upon him, the warmth of his eyes somehow reaching him. His heartbeat began to stabilize, and he slightly inclined his body towards Li Xun. "Your Highness, for safety's sake, might we move to the front courtyard?" Before Li Xun could respond, the national master chuckled once more. "If the prince wishes to remain here, let him do so. If you truly care for him, then protect him." Li Xun's astonishment deepened. Li Xun even began to suspect whether he had sensed something amiss. At that moment, the national master flicked his dust whisk, producing a sharp sound in the air, and then strode forward. Li Xun took a deep breath and stepped forward. Li Xun remained motionless, while in the distance, a synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed, the clashing of armor faintly audible. As Li Xun advanced another step, the world around him fell into a sudden silence. In his vision, there was naught but a mountain, a figure, and the vast sky. Then, in the next moment, a flash of crimson fabric was swept away by the night wind before him. The scent of blood permeated the garden. A coarse, menacing laugh echoed in Li Xun's ears. "Good lad, you have some nerve." Accompanying this laughter, a towering figure emerged from the artificial hills, the night wind rustling the blood-stained robes, each sound piercing Li Xun's heart. Feeling as though he had plunged into a nightmare, Li Xun struggled to raise his head, hearing the cracking of his neck bones, only to once again behold those blood-red, blazing eyes, blood scatterer. Li Xun's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel once more. At that moment, the national master beside him lightly waved her dust whisk, her smile radiant. "Wei Buffon, have you developed quite the audacious demeanor over these years? Upon meeting an old friend, do you not even offer a greeting?" On the hill, Blood Scatterer erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound reverberating throughout the courtyard, shaking it to its core. He stepped forward, his massive frame descending from the hill, now merely a few paces away from the national master. No matter how thick-skinned Wei Buffon was, he would not dare to flaunt himself before the national master. "I merely found it curious that this young lad possesses such remarkable courage," he remarked. "However, in light of recent events, it appears rather commonplace. After all, these men have latched onto the national master's coattails. Though lacking in tiger's courage, they possess a modicum of audacity." The national master, unperturbed by his barbed words, merely smiled slightly. "While you find it unremarkable, I am intrigued. For so many years, I have only heard of Blood Scatterer leaving behind rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, but never of earth rats digging holes. What? Did you suffer a wound from Zhong Yin's sword and lose your nerve?" A fierce glint flashed in Blood Scatterer's eyes, his facial muscles twitching momentarily before morphing into a grotesque grin. "Nonsense, merely cultivating my character. Even the act of killing becomes tiresome at times. Even you, after rolling in bed for a year and a half, would surely grow weary." As he spoke, he gestured towards Li Xun, adding, "Is this not a fresh young prince to savor, a delightful change of pace?" The national master also cast a glance at Li Xun, her smile unwavering. Wei Killing Star's loquaciousness surely rivals the blood demon transformation technique in terms of trouble. Enough. This is your disciple, and I have brought him to you. What right have you to feasting on him, even as a familiar face? Blood Scatterer chuckled, not denying the implication. Gazing at Li Xun as a butcher would eye a pig or cow awaiting slaughter, contemplating where to strike. Li Xun swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet he ultimately stood firm. The gazes of both scatterers bore down upon him, more piercing than 1,000 blades, breathlessly inhaling and exhaling until he could breathe normally. He finally mustered the strength to speak. Master. Master. Compared to addressing Lin Go, this utterance felt insincerely forced, yet Blood Scatterer showed no concern. Once the words were spoken, matters became decidedly easier. Li Xun stole another glance at the national master, noting her poised elegance, and felt a glimmer of hope. He then bowed to Blood Scatterer. Master, I have retrieved the Lingxi technique. Blood Scatterer's thick brows arched. You have retrieved it? The Lingxi technique. Listening to the hint of doubt and surprise in the words of Blood Scatterer, Li Xun unexpectedly felt a flicker of pleasure and pride. Indeed. As a disciple who had learned the Lingxi technique atop Lianxia Mountain, I present it to you for your esteemed review. Applause rang out beside him. As Scatterer gently clapped his hands, to acquire one of the 4 methods and 3 techniques beneath the very gaze of Zhong Yin and Qing Ming. Wei Bufan, you have taken on a remarkable disciple. As his uncle, I too share in this glory. The glimmer in Blood Scatterer's eyes betrayed his disrupted plans. Evidently thrown into disarray by the exchange between Li Xun and Scatterer. Ordinarily, he would have countless strategies to deal with Li Xun, but tonight, the presence of a fellow cultivator of similar prowess, Scatterer, thwarted all his schemes. He had long been aware of Scatterer's high-profile status in the capital, and with a keen sense of the blood nightmare, he recognized Li Xun's presence nearby. Yet, only upon entering the prince's estate did he realize that Li Xun had climbed to such heights, allying himself with Scatterer. Initially, he had intended to use the blood nightmare embedded in Li Xun's heart to teach the boy a lesson. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this seemingly inconsequential junior possessed a formidable protective artifact, and in a moment of negligence, he suffered an unexpected setback. Had things remained as he envisioned, he imagined Li Xun would return empty-handed, fortuitously encountering Scatterer, and becoming so enraptured by her charms that he would divulge his secrets. In such a scenario, he would have ample justification to dispose of this waste, confident that Scatterer would not lift a finger for a mere junior. Yet, at this moment, Li Xun boldly invoked the Lingxi technique, which truly threw him into confusion. He cared not for the distinctions between the Lingxi technique and the Lingma technique. He was determined to kill Li Xun without a moment's hesitation. However, he now found himself compelled to consider Scatterer's presence. It was not fear of her that gripped him, but the realization that a full-blown conflict could obliterate the intricate web of schemes he had meticulously woven over the years, something he could not afford to overlook. He suddenly found himself wishing that Li Xun would fabricate a lie regarding this matter. However, observing the genuine fear in Li Xun's eyes, devoid of any pretense, Blood Scatterer understood that the boy spoke no falsehood. But how could this be? Why had he allowed Li Xun to secretly learn the Lingxi technique in the first place? As thoughts raced through his mind, he caught a glimpse of Scatterer's enigmatic smile, causing a shiver of alarm to run through him. This was not good. The cunning little vixen harbored ulterior motives. In the realm of transcendence, the 3 scatterers were equally renowned, their powers comparable, and their schemes similarly intricate. Yet, while Jade Scatterer was proud and seldom resorted to treachery, Blood Scatterer, though hot-tempered and cunning, was not adept at manipulation. Only Scatterer reveled in the art of plotting against others, making her the most cunning schemer in the world. How could Blood Scatterer not be wary of such a character? In the blink of an eye, he had resolved his course of action. Although he was uncertain where the flaw lay, he realized that the intricate plan he had labored over had been unraveled by Scatterer. If he persisted in his charade, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Being a master of rare caliber, he was capable of decisive action, free from hesitation. He let out a long, hearty laugh. Excellent. I never would have imagined that a pampered little prince could manipulate the hearts and minds of the Mingxin sect so adeptly. Truly splendid. He continued to praise. Yet the weight of his words was unbearable for Li Xun, who trembled in fear. Blood Scatterer's booming voice was loud enough to echo throughout the entire estate. Li Xun could feel the increasingly complex gaze of Li Xun not far away. However, the situation demanded his full attention, and he quickly composed himself, adopting a submissive demeanor as he bowed his head to listen. Blood Scatterer, however, paid him no further heed, turning instead to Een Scatterer. Lady Een, your arrival truly illuminates this humble abode. How about we step inside for a cup? Een Scatterer responded with a gentle smile. Just some green tea will suffice. I find myself in the mood for a change. Blood Scatterer laughed heartily, sweeping his robe and turning to leave. Li Xun, startled by a sudden surge of courage he could not explain, called out, Master, this blood nightmare. Blood Scatterer halted and turned back, his copper bell-like eyes flashing with a fierce light, cutting off Li Xun's words. Yet, he did not press the matter, instead chuckling. What is the rush? The blood nightmare has been in your heart for 9 years, nourished by your essence day and night. Now to remove it is akin to extracting your very heart. Are you willing? Li Xun hastily shook his head. Blood Scatterer's smile brimmed with mockery. Then it is settled. Having promised you, I shall not go back on my word. No need for all this chatter. The last statement turned sharp, compelling Li Xun to lower his head in submission. Blood Scatterer ignored him thereafter, directing his gaze back to Een Scatterer, gesturing for her to follow as they retreated behind a rockery. Li Xun stood rooted in place, uncertain whether to pursue. As he was lost in thought, the clanking of armor suddenly grew clear behind him. He turned to see fully armed guards, torches raised high, storming through the archway, illuminating the garden as brightly as day. From above, archers took their positions, and the atmosphere thickened with the tension of drawn swords and taut bowstrings. What is happening? Are they here to kill? Li Xun scanned his surroundings, unarmed and feeling a knot of anxiety tighten within him. Yet, this anxiety was a far cry from the terror he felt in the presence of Blood Scatterer. To be cautious, he activated his internal energy, drawing a few intricate symbols on the ground to encircle himself, unseen by the soldiers. At that moment, Li Xun spoke up. Li Daozhong, can you explain to me the relationship between the intruder in my garden and the national master? I do not recall having invited this individual, entering without notice. They are either a thief or a conspirator. I demand an explanation. A reason to act openly, perhaps? Li Xun understood this was, in fact, a reason to invite death. No matter what, he could not allow his father to walk willingly into danger. Thus, he could only force a bitter smile, spreading his hands in response. Shouldn't the prince possess a princely demeanor? Both of these individuals are transcendent beings, usually indifferent to worldly matters. If there has been any offense, it was certainly not their intention. Silence fell outside, and then the soldiers parted, creating a narrow path for Li Xun, who strode forward. Halting 20 steps away from Li Xun, he spoke again, his tone considerably gentler. Li Daozhong, as you are new to the capital and unaware of the nuances, I do not wish to hold it against you. Today, I aim to deal with that intruder, but blades are blind, and I fear it may lead to collateral damage. If you are wise, you will know how to proceed. Not collateral damage, but rather like a moth drawn to flame, wouldn't it? Li Xun found himself devoid of even the strength to smile wryly. Observing Li Xun's self-assured demeanor, he knew that no further words would bear fruit. With a resigned sigh, he let the energy within him surge, finally activating the ground's binding symbols. In that instant, a cool breeze swept through the garden. A cacophony of bowstrings snapping echoed like a clumsy musician's performance, mingled with the agonized cries of soldiers and the soft thuds of falling arrows, bizarre yet comical. In that fleeting moment, dozens of bows atop the surrounding heights snapped their strings simultaneously. The world's most fearsome instruments of death had instantaneously rendered themselves useless. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's expressions transformed. Sorcery. The call of a name resonated like a thunderclap among the crowd, instantly igniting a tumultuous stir. The soldiers in the front row involuntarily took a half-step back, only serving to exacerbate the chaos. The once tense atmosphere swiftly devolved into pandemonium. The cacophony of voices reached Li Xun's ears, akin to celestial music. No one could fathom the delight swelling within him, as if aided by divine intervention. He deftly manipulated the wind patterns while severing 53 bowstrings, signifying his mastery over the true essence within him, an indication of profound expertise in the arcane arts of forbidden patterns. Yet, these feats paled in comparison to the value of the astonished, fearful, and bewildered gazes directed at him. The hundreds of intertwined stairs formed an intricate web, each strand connected to his most sensitive nerves, with each tremor delivering unparalleled ecstasy. In that moment, he felt as though he had grown taller, surveying the mundane with an air of superiority. He could even, with slightly unsteady fingers, caressed the necks of those around him. A sudden breeze swept through, dispelling this layer of euphoria. Now, when he looked at Li Xun, the previous helplessness had transformed into an undercurrent of sharpness. "My prince, there is no need for such concern." Li Xun remained silent, yet his mind raced to assess the lethal potential of the bizarre spell at play. As a prince, he had encountered many formidable figures in his lifetime. Yet he had never heard of anyone capable of severing bowstrings from such a distance without moving a muscle. This surely transcended the realm of mere skill. At this juncture, Li Xun comprehended the significant misjudgment he had made regarding the enigmatic figure known as Insanrin. Perhaps it was the cautionary tale of the late King Fu that clouded his judgment. He had always regarded practitioners of the arcane arts as charlatans, deceiving not only his father but also his son. However, he now understood that this individual was no mere illusionist or seducer. Even if she were not the living deity she claimed to be, she undeniably possessed formidable power. This strength, whether it could be harnessed for his own purposes or not, could never be positioned as an adversary. With this realization, Li Xun gained clarity and recognized the recklessness of his earlier actions. He was a man of decisive nature. With a path for retreat laid before him, he promptly withdrew. "It appears I have indeed misunderstood." Li Xun gestured for his guards to step back and approach Li Xun, saying, "I was unaware of the temperament of such a revered master as the national teacher. My actions may have been somewhat rash, and I hope the national teacher will not take offense. Li Daozhong, please join me in requesting the national teacher's forgiveness." Li Xun could only manage a wry smile. Whether Insanrin took offense or not was for her to decide. Li Xun's assumptions were, after all, overly presumptuous. Yet, in the presence of his father, what could he possibly say? He could only hope that Insanrin would indeed display magnanimity and not hold Li Xun accountable. He dared not speak too boldly, merely responding ambiguously. Li Xun observed this demeanor and could discern a hint of Li Xun's current mindset. When the two demonic figures had conversed earlier, their voices, though not soft, had somehow remained indistinct. Yet, Li Xun's expression of reverence tinged with fear was crystal clear to him, revealing a complex relationship with those two practitioners. Li Xun was not a fool. The peculiar attitude of this young priest, along with Insanrin's seemingly casual yet suggestive words, coupled with the faint echoes wafting from the garden, led him to contemplate a possibility. If one were to set aside rationality and rely solely on instinct, he could almost ascertain the likelihood of this possibility being true. However, once reason was factored in, the matter grew intricate. The timing was truly inopportune. Li Xun scrutinized the young priest before him. Was he 70, or perhaps merely 17? "Li Daozhong, the night is deep and the wind is chilly. Why not join me for a cup of hot tea in my chamber?" Li Xun's heart raced, almost prompting an immediate acceptance, but the inscrutable nature of the two practitioners inside dampened his courage. Just as he was about to decline, a gentle push from behind startled him. Though the force was slight, it was executed with remarkable finesse. Given Li Xun's solid footing, he could not help but take a step forward. Being exceptionally astute, he quickly grasped the intent of the two practitioners. Though perplexed, a sense of gratitude welled up within him. At that moment, he found himself devoid of any reason to refuse. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully to Li Xun. "In that case, this humble Taoist shall graciously comply." The room referred to by Li Xun is, in fact, a small pavilion within the garden, located merely 200 paces from the rockery. As they settled into the pavilion and lit the lamps, the rockery outside faded into a mere indistinct silhouette, merging with the encroaching darkness. The notion that distance can alleviate pressure seems to hold some truth. As they moved away from the rockery, Li Xun felt an unconscious sense of relief. At that moment, Li Xun instructed a servant to brew tea, leaving only the two of them in the pavilion. Li Xun's gaze fell upon him once more, as if appraising him, a mixture of assessment and anticipation flickering in his eyes. A warmth surged within Li Xun, compelling him to rise abruptly, startling Li Xun. Before Li Xun could react, Li Xun had already adjusted his attire, knelt, and softly proclaimed, "I, the unworthy son Li Xun, pay my respects to you, my esteemed father." Li Xun visibly gasped, swiftly reaching out to grasp Li Xun's shoulder. "Li Daozhong, this." The cautious and formal address struck a chord in Li Xun's heart, making him almost wish to rise and depart immediately. Yet, having progressed thus far, he found himself unable to withdraw. He lifted his gaze to meet Li Xion's slightly flustered expression, but before he could speak, the pavilion door swung open and a figure entered, exclaiming, "I heard father is entertaining guests here." The sentence abruptly halted as Li Xun turned to see Li Xun, 2 years his junior, yet already the heir to the royal household, fixating his gaze on Li Xun's shoulder, where Li Xion's hand still rested. The sudden turn of events cast a momentary silence over the pavilion. This silence was soon shattered by Li Xion's irate voice. "What are you doing here?" Li Xun appeared unfazed by Li Xion's anger. His cool, autumn-like eye swept over Li Xun, and though the smile faded, he remained composed. "I heard father and Li Daozhong were conversing, so I brought some fragrant tea." He revealed an exquisite tea packet, rendering Li Xion momentarily speechless. However, Li Xun continued with a teasing inquiry. "What kind of performance are you two putting on?" His words, spoken with a playful tone but sharp as a blade, seemed to strip Li Xion of some dignity. Li Xun remained silent, while after a brief hesitation, Li Xion regained his usual calm demeanor. He looked at Li Xun and shook his head slightly. "Xunger, your timing is impeccable." It seemed he intended to withdraw his hand from Li Xun's shoulder. But after a slight movement, he paused, then sighed. "Come, meet your brother." Li Xion's demeanor left Li Xun somewhat stunned, and one could only imagine the astonishment of Li Kong. Although he was also a product of Li Xion's careful nurturing, believing that a seemingly mysterious Taoist was his own brother would require a considerable mental adjustment. His reaction was commendable, for in the face of such an unbelievable reality, he managed to inquire, "What exactly is going on?" Indeed, even Li Xion sought to comprehend the situation. Thus, both their gazes converged upon Li Xun. For Li Xun, the looks exchanged between father and brother were not something to be reminisced about fondly in the future. He met their gaze, and in that moment, they all recognized a profound commonality among them: rationality, an icy clarity of thought, without sufficient reason to convince others. Who would believe you? Was it due to your kneeling? Or perhaps that indescribable bond of blood? After all, he was the heir of the royal household. Such thoughts flashed through Li Xun's mind like lightning before settling down again. He exhaled a heavy breath and rose. He did not wish to lose face before his younger brother. Standing upright, Li Xun towered over Li Xun by a full head. His robust physique, honed from years of training on the mountain, far surpassing that of the pampered child raised in the royal household. Though clad in modest Taoist robes, he exuded an air of elegance that contrasted with the young prince's opulence. Li Xion's gaze shifted briefly between his two sons before settling into a tranquil demeanor, revealing no hint of his thoughts. Li Xun's demeanor, however, was less composed, his eyes flitting between his brother, revealing a hint of scrutiny. Li Xun disregarded this, organizing his thoughts before narrating his experiences from the age of 8 up to the present with clarity and coherence. Naturally, given the presence of two outsiders, he could not divulge every detail. The mysterious realm of the transcendent, beyond the imagination of mortals unless experienced firsthand, warranted some alterations in his account. Despite these considerations, he managed to articulate his narrative in a logical and coherent manner. According to his account, at the age of 8, he had taken a blood disciple as his master, embarking upon the path of cultivation at Li Xun Mountain. Over the course of 8 or 9 years, he had recently sought an audience with his uncle, In Sanren, and thus had the opportunity to descend the mountain and reunite with his family. The perils and hardships he faced, along with his own misdeeds, were glossed over with a deft touch, not merely to preserve his dignity, but also to avoid the taboo of emotional manipulation. Yet, this effort felt rather complex. His narration lasted no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, yet 9 years had flown by in an instant. With the intricacies of his journey impossible to convey fully, Li Xun's cleverness lay in the way he summarized his years on the mountain, contrasting it with the vivid recollection of being rescued by the old dowager, only to flee in shame. This incident was already known to Li Xion and the others. The sequence of events and factual corroboration rendered the situation self-evident, far more compelling than any tearful plea for sympathy. By the conclusion of his tale, Li Xion was visibly moved, and as Li Xun shared some details from his childhood, Li Xion sighed deeply, grasping Li Xun's arm. "Sooner, you truly are sooner." At this moment, tears were expected to flow, yet Li Xun found himself unable to muster them, realizing that such an act seemed inappropriate given the circumstances. "Is it truly you, elder brother?" Li Xun's tone, filled with heartfelt astonishment, was indeed touching. More importantly, It provided Li Xun a reprieve from his own emotional turmoil, allowing him to redirect the conversation with a brotherly demeanor. Songer has grown so much. Fate dictated that the heartfelt reunion of the three could not endure for long. A distant bell tolled, its sound filtering through the garden like a prearranged signal. In response to the sound, the three of them steadied their emotions, extricating themselves from the realm of unfamiliarity. As their gazes met, an unspoken understanding passed among them. "Oh, Sunner, you have such a hard heart. The old dowager has been yearning for you these past years. If you have the opportunity, you ought to visit her. And do not forget your mother." Li Xun concluded this statement with a measured tone, and upon receiving Li Xun's acknowledgement, he suddenly shifted the topic. "Now that you have descended the mountain, do you plan to return?" Li Xun paused, the atmosphere within the pavilion growing heavy, almost suffocating, compelling him to speak. "I have come down this time under the orders of my master." As he uttered meaningless pleasantries, he discreetly observed the expressions of his father and brother. Li Xun maintained his usual composed demeanor, while Li Xun's eyes sparkled with a hint of calculation. Li Xun, uncertain of his brother's thoughts, and even his own, found himself at a loss. Thus, he could only speak in vague terms. "While I am down here, I listen to my master's and uncle's directives. Whether I return to the mountain depends on the plans of you two elders. I suppose I will not be going back any time soon." At last, the child could fulfill his filial piety towards his relatives. However, when he mentioned recently not returning, he distinctly perceived a flicker of vigilance and estrangement in Li Xun's gaze, albeit fleeting. The ensuing conversation veered away from familial warmth and brotherly affection. As Li Xun began to inquire about the two wandering sages, Li Xun, wishing to prevent any foolish overreach from his family, tread carefully. He could not be too overt under the watchful eyes of the two sages. After a brief contemplation, he relayed, based on his experiences and the rumors he had heard on the mountain, a portrayal of the sage's temperaments and daily conduct in a manner palatable to an ordinary person. Naturally, he omitted the most sensational details, rationalizing the timing, and for sensitive matters that required delicacy, he adhered to the teachings of the spring and autumn annals. Trusting that his father and brother were astute enough to grasp the nuances of subtle praise or criticism embedded in his words. This exposition consumed more time than reciting his own experiences, and Li Xun frequently interjected with questions, further prolonging the discourse. Just as Li Xun was emphasizing the dangers posed by the sages, a sudden sound pierced the air. Though not particularly loud, it startled him, causing him to spring up. Under the astonished gazes of his father and brother, he managed a strained smile, stating, "My masters are calling for me." Without further delay, he summoned his resolve, called out a hasty farewell, and hurriedly exited towards the garden's rockery. His swift pace soon left Li Xun and the others trailing behind by several steps. Upon reaching the foot of the rockery, he found Sanren standing there with a gentle smile, holding a whisk in his arm, its delicate threads still swaying slightly. It was this very whisk that had produced the earlier sound. Standing 5 paces away, Sanren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze fixated on Li Xun, his blood-red eyes unsettling to behold. To claim that Li Xun was unperturbed would be a falsehood, yet, after numerous encounters, he maintained his ability to converse. He first bowed in greeting to both sages before inquiring, "What instructions do my masters have?" Hearing his smooth address, Sanren smiled faintly and turned his eyes toward Sanren. Sanren withdrew a piece of silk from his wide sleeves, unfurling it against the wind to reveal a dense array of crimson characters. "If you wish to preserve your life, invest more thought into this." With that, he let go, and the silk fluttered down gently into Li Xun's hands. Glancing at it, Li Xun saw it was filled with profound phrases, mostly pertaining to cultivation. Suggesting it was a highly sophisticated technique, he was taken aback. Sanren remarked with a gentle smile, "With this blood godchild, your master-disciple relationship is now firmly established. This is the source of your master's blood demon transformation technique." At this revelation, Li Xun was once again astonished. However, when he glanced at Sanren, he was compelled to lower his gaze under the chilling intensity of his stare, his hand holding the silk trembling involuntarily. Blood godchild? How could it be the blood godchild? Li Xun had certainly heard of this infamous demonic technique within the realm of cultivation. Whether it was the so-called immortal blood demon body or the widely criticized blood nightmare clone, both were fearsome methods that could silence even the most boisterous of children. Moreover, Shui Sanren's unique approach to the blood demon transformation technique was reputed to be the most terrifying demonic power in nearly 10 millennia. In terms of value, the blood godchild was not far inferior to the Yiming record, and now, this tome of demonic knowledge was in his possession. Naturally, it was not the complete work. Yet even this fragment should not be carelessly bestowed upon him by Shui Sanren, as if it were refused. To put it bluntly, a weasel does not wish a chicken well. A conspiracy, a scheme. Sweat had begun to bead in his palms, but fearing he might smudge the characters, he hastily adopted a respectful demeanor, folding the silk and tucking it into his robe, then bowing deeply in gratitude. These actions, however, elicited only a cold chuckle from Shui Sanren, intensifying Li Xun's unease. At this moment, Li Xun and Li Xun had approached. Shui Sanren did not even spare them a glance, turning away to depart, his blood-red robe flickering in the darkness before vanishing from sight. With his departure, Li Xun felt a slight relief. After all, he had passed this trial. Yet, the inscrutable nature of Yin Sanren still rendered him unable to truly relax. Until Yin Sanren spoke. In the coming days, I shall be secluding myself with your master to contemplate certain techniques, and we will not see any outsiders. Should anyone come seeking, you shall attend to them on my behalf. With your abilities, you should be more than sufficient to handle such mundane matters. This was an absurdity. Who would seek the national master, aside from the emperor? What capabilities did he possess to act in the national master's stead? Was it the tricks he had performed earlier? Li Xun was not entirely devoid of self-awareness. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of urgency, raising his head to respond, but was subdued by a mere glance from Yin Sanren, forcing him to bow his head in acquiescence. Yin Sanren cast a glance at Li Xun, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to Li Xun and remarked, "Seeing you share a kinship with the prince, you should frequent here more often when time allows." The implication was clear to all. The earlier tense atmosphere in the garden, fraught with murderous intent, was to be dismissed as if it had never occurred. How cordial, how amicable. Thus concluded Yin Sanren's visit. As the host, cast aside, presented the most sincere smile, personally escorting the national master to the gate, watching as he and his reclaimed son vanished into the darkness. Li Xun and Li Xun remained silent at the gate for some time before Li Xun finally spoke in hushed tones. "Disperse the sentinels around the national master's estate. They are of no use there." Li Xun, his eyes gleaming, turned to his father and quietly inquired, "Should we inform the old Empress Dowager regarding the prince's affair? How could this be concealed?" Li Xun replied calmly, casting a glance at his son, "Just ensure that the household staff is well managed. Even if this news spreads, we need not concern ourselves." Receiving an answer that did not meet his expectations, Li Xun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and wished to inquire further. But Li Xun turned away, leaving only a vague silhouette behind. In recent months, the idle chatter among the citizens of Songjing City had multiplied. Beyond the recent extraordinary phenomena like the sky encompassing fire clouds and the celestial calamities at Tiancong Peak, the emergence of a favored young national master had also captivated public attention. It was said that this young national master shared the same surname as the reigning emperor and was the favored disciple of the most trusted female national master, possessing celestial powers and having received true teachings, truly remarkable. Furthermore, he seemed to possess the art of youth preservation, appearing strikingly youthful and handsome, like a graceful young lad, without a trace of age. However, unlike the enigmatic female national master, this young national master, Li Daoren, was considerably more approachable to the populace. In recent days, many had spotted the legendary Li Daoren strolling through the streets alongside the prince, the heir, and ministers, actively engaging in the vibrant life of the capital. Consequently, rumors regarding the young national master proliferated almost daily, each retelling a new version, far more credible than the increasingly mystical tales surrounding the genuine national master. After Yin Sanren cast aside his responsibilities and retreated into seclusion, Li Xun had effectively become the national master's representative in the capital. Although Yin Sanren typically showed little concern for court affairs, his profound favor with the emperor naturally attracted several opportunists, forming a significant faction. However, due to Yin Sanren's lofty demeanor and inscrutable nature, despite their yearly tributes, these individuals could never obtain a definitive assurance, leaving them feeling quite hollow. Coincidentally, at this juncture, Yin Sanren withdrew into seclusion and sent forth a remarkably youthful young Taoist, suffice it to say, aside from the muddled emperor, who was enchanted by the arts of Taoism. No one in the capital would believe he was 70 years old. The enigmatic figure of the enigmatic sage has intrigued many, leading to an increase in the number of ministers visiting the National Master's residence over the past few days. Li Xun found himself inundated with invitations to banquets and gatherings. Faced with this unprecedented situation, and after consulting the sage, he pondered briefly before employing a strategy that left everyone astounded. In a matter of days, the entire capital was abuzz with the revelation that this young Taoist was indeed a remarkable individual, in stark contrast to the aloof and unpredictable temperament of the sage. This young Taoist was a seasoned veteran of the bureaucratic arena. While being adaptable is commonplace in the political sphere, few possessed the sharp wit and cunning that this young man exhibited. Though he spoke little, each of his words struck with precision, and he deftly navigated critical matters without causing offense. However, should anyone dare to overstep their bounds, his counterattacks were incisive and formidable, embodying the very essence of the national master himself, bolstered by a formidable background. After attending numerous banquets, no one in the capital dared to claim they had fully discerned the depths of this young Taoist. Yet, there was a vague consensus that he seemed to have established a closer rapport with the Prince of Fortune's household, particularly with the heir, Li Xun. Could it be that the prince, who traditionally held disdain for so-called immortals and mystics, had inadvertently forged an alliance with the national master? Such a notion sent shivers down the spines of the seasoned bureaucrats who sensed the underlying currents of power. Consequently, in recent days, there had been a surge of individuals seeking to cultivate favorable relations with the young national master under various pretenses. Today, a group of young nobles from the capital invited Li Xun to join them in a snow-viewing excursion, prompted by the heavy snowfall of the previous night. Out of respect for Li Xun's presence among them, Li Xun acquiesced. Once they crossed the city gates, the group of over a dozen young men unleashed their enthusiasm, galloping across the snowy landscape. The previous night's snowfall had transformed the fields beyond the city walls into a shimmering expanse of white, with the occasional rabbit or bird darting through the snow, creating a delightful scene. Among them, a certain Lu Tai, a hereditary marquis accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, exclaimed in delight, "What a pity we didn't bring bows and arrows. How splendid it would be to hunt some rabbits or deer here." Another chimed in, laughing, "Of course, the primary goal is to showcase our Marquis Lu's exceptional archery skills to win the favor of fair maidens, isn't it?" A third added with a chuckle, "Alas, let us not speak of such matters of life and death in the presence of the young national master. Do you not fear that he might summon a thunderbolt upon us?" Laughter erupted among them, and while Li Xun found little humor in their banter, he smiled faintly in acknowledgement. As time passed, Li Xun's demeanor had subtly shifted. Though he was but a novice in the realm of the Tao, significantly overshadowed by the masters of the craft, he was, in the mortal realm, a disciple of the national master, a confidant of the emperor. The princes and ministers regarded him as a luminary, with many depending on his favor for their livelihoods. He was acutely aware of the treacherous machinations within the court, where today's friends could swiftly become tomorrow's foes. Yet, he remained unconcerned, confident in his position. In the mortal realm, no one could threaten him. The feeling of looking down from a position of power was exhilarating. With absolute strength as his shield, maintaining his dignity became less significant. However, if such stature could command respect or instill fear, why not embrace it? Unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards others had subtly transformed, and in such circumstances, maintaining a degree of reserve became essential. Thus, he would never stoop to inquire about trivial rumors. Fortunately, with Li Xun accompanying him, this astute lad soon found an opportunity to ride alongside Li Xun and remarked with a playful smirk, "Today, dear Taoist, we must extend some courtesy. Aside from enjoying the snow, we ought to appreciate the beauty of the ladies as well." Li Xun feigned confusion, prompting Li Xun to elaborate. "Today marks the day of the river goddess festival, and the young ladies of the capital, like blooming flowers, will gather by the Taikong River to make wishes. They rarely venture out, and only during these days can we behold their grace." Realization dawned upon Li Xun. Indeed, this custom existed in the capital. These young nobles had ulterior motives. But why invite him along? Were they expecting him to read fortunes? Little did he know that this was merely a small ploy within the political arena. Over the past few days, as he interacted with officials from the capital, his smooth and cunning demeanor had become apparent, yet his preferences and aversions remained elusive. In the bureaucratic world, some were greedy, others lascivious, some sought fame, and others craved power. The interplay of wealth, desire, and influence could be easily identified in individuals. However, in Li Xun, the officials found themselves perplexed. With the national master backing him, he lacked nothing in terms of reputation and power. What remained were only wealth and allure. After several days of probing, they discovered that gifts of jewels and treasures elicited no discernible response from him. He accepted or declined without distinction, revealing that material wealth held no allure. Others attempted to present him with ancient texts and esoteric tomes, yet what could he possibly lack in that regard? With texts such as the Lingxi Sutra, the Yearning record, and the Blood Goddess script at his disposal, he had encountered the finest teachings of the Tao. These mundane offerings merely prompted a chuckle as he flipped through their pages. This only served to deepen the official's confusion. With no appeal found in wealth, fame, or power, the only avenue left within their reach was the pursuit of beauty, leading to today's snow-laden escapade. At the banks of the Taikong River, the capital's beauties converged in droves, and should the young Taoist exhibit any interest, it would signify that he was not without flaws. This plan, known only to a select few within the group, was set in motion as they encountered several carriages heading toward the riverbank, some of which were adorned with exquisite ladies. The young nobles, bold as they were, often delighted in startling or captivating the maidens from their luxurious vehicles, hoping to entice a curious heart or two. Watching their antics, Li Xun felt an indescribable sensation within. Youth is fleeting, while the path of the Tao stretches infinitely. How could a frog in a well comprehend the vast ocean? How could a summer insect discuss ice? He could not delineate a clear hierarchy between their lifestyles, yet in the hearts of many, the immortal path of unaging and undying was the pinnacle of aspiration. If only the journey could be smoother and more agreeable, he would gladly embrace it. Alas, such simple desires eluded him. As he pondered, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. The mighty river flowed eastward, surging down from a narrow gorge before cascading downwards, with the turbulent waters gradually calming over the broad expanse of the river ahead. From this vantage point, he could see several groups of early arrivals setting up incense altars along the riverbank, bowing in prayer. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "Let us head to Guanapo. It's a prime spot that shouldn't be claimed by others." With a collective cheer, the young men turned their horses around and raced off. Li Xun gazed ahead and spotted a high vantage point, indeed an excellent place for admiring the scenery. In a brief moment, the crowd of horsemen swiftly ascended the naturally formed earthen slope. A few, overconfident in their equestrian skills, showcased their prowess by trotting back and forth at the edge of the slope, earning themselves some playful applause. Li Xun, devoid of any competitive spirit, was merely curious and rode his horse to the brink of the slope. Upon looking down, he realized that this spot was adjacent to the river, and due to the elevated terrain, there was a nearly Tinjiang drop to the great river below, presenting a magnificent view of the surging waters. Li Xun, lacking the same riding prowess, had dismounted early for safety and approached with a smile, saying, "We arrived early this time, so there's no need to fight for a good spot." Brotherly, look down river for more than 10 miles. The carriages of every household are visible from here, and one can also witness the grandeur of the great river flowing eastward. It is undoubtedly the finest vantage point. Li Xun glanced at him, yet showed no intention of dismounting, responding with a smile. "I, as a Taoist, appreciate the snow and the water, while you all seem intent on admiring beautiful women. What joy can there be in such aimless observation?" From behind, Lu Tai laughed heartily. "Brotherly, you don't understand. We are not here to admire beautiful women, but rather to seek them out." Another chimed in with a grin. "With so many carriages on the riverbank, do we have time to search for each one? It would be a waste of time, and God forbid we get entangled with an undesirable." Amid the laughter, someone remarked, "In the capital, each noble family has its own distinct carriage and horse. The saying goes, the young master rides a blue steed, while the maid rides a lacquered carriage. Observing people by their carriages and horses is truly an art." Li Xun listened initially, but as he gazed into the increasing flow of carriages and the gathering crowd, his mind began to wander, dismissing their chatter. How trivial. Just moments ago, he lamented the fleeting nature of these mundane lives, akin to ants. Now, from his elevated position, he mused that if he extended his hand, splayed fingers might encompass both the carriages and the crowds. Did those carefree, ethereal cultivators, soaring beneath the vast azure sky and gazing down upon the myriad beings of the world, not entertain similar thoughts? As he gazed towards the distant Chizhou, where smoke curled into the air and a cup of seawater spilled forth. He realized that only those who soared above the earth, riding the winds, could harbor such reflections. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of ambition welled within, nearly overflowing his chest. Though he was a mere junior, he was nonetheless a member of the immortal cultivators. He too could ride the winds on his sword, traverse thousands of miles in an instant. He could feast on the wind and drink the dew, untouched by worldly affairs. He could raise his hand to shift mountains and drain seas. To the casual observer, ants are but lowly creatures. Yet, do cultivators not regard mortals similarly? Allowing a frog in a well to envision the vastness of the sea might be termed delusional. Conversely, for a great whale to ponder the frog's existence could be deemed absurd. Absurd indeed. In a daze, the mocking smile of Sanren became all too vivid. Not only would Sanren laugh, but Li Xun himself could not help but chuckle heartily. He truly laughed, increasingly joyfully, until he threw his head back and laughed at the heavens, his heart brimming with delight, resonating with his laughter as it soared into the azure. The roaring of the mighty river gradually waned beneath his laughter, eventually fading into silence. No one knew what Li Xun found amusing, yet that did not deter their merriment. Thus, on the viewing wave slope, laughter echoed in harmony, creating a splendid spectacle. Li Xun, unperturbed by them, reveled in his mirth, but after the laughter subsided, his perspective on the world had fundamentally changed. Though the heavens remained the same and the world unchanged, viewing it from a different angle unveiled subtle, wondrous transformations, as if an entirely new realm unfolded before him. Upon raising his gaze, the mountains, rivers, and streams of people no longer resembled their former selves. The sense of distance blurred. Everything seemed near yet unreachable. What, then, held significance in this world for him? Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment ignited within him. In his chest, a wave surged forth, dissipating a cloud of murkiness, replaced by a refreshing essence that mingled with the coolness of the jade talisman, nearly indistinguishable from one another. This essence, upon lightly brushing against the golden core of his true breath, merged seamlessly, flowing throughout his being. In that fleeting moment, the already stable accumulation phase of the Lingxi technique experienced a breakthrough. Li Xun sensed that the benefits extended beyond mere cultivation. He felt as though he had suddenly shed 3 gene of weight. With the river breeze, there was an exhilarating lightness urging him to soar. An uncontrollable impulse surged within him. He placed his fingers on the saddle and began to pulse in a wonderful rhythm, each change reflecting the ebb and flow of his inner essence. This enchanting cadence, manifested in soft sounds, enveloped him, stirring a sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness within his heart. Brotherly, Li Xun, beside him, tentatively called out. After his earlier laughter, Li Xun fell into a peculiar silence, creating an awkward atmosphere among the slope's occupants, prompting a reminder. Awakened by the voice, Li Xun realized he had lost composure. However, his current mood overshadowed trivialities. He merely smiled, saying, "You all go on and admire the beautiful women. What need do I have for a Taoist to accompany you? Are we here to observe feng shui?" Regardless of whether his words were amusing, another wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. A few eager souls had already spotted promising matches from the high slope and quickly galloped down to pursue their fortunes. Those remaining were more calculating and seasoned, including Li Xun and Lu Tai. Among them, Lu Tai, of higher rank and greater years, subtly assumed the role of leader. He exchanged knowing glances with a few companions and rode forward, smiling. "The riverbank is filled with lovely ladies. Yet, brother, you seem utterly unmoved?" Li Xun glanced back at him and replied with a faint smile. "As a practitioner, one learns to be indifferent." His words implied that after witnessing extraordinary beauties in the realm of transcendent beings, such as Qingyin, Mingji, and even the enchanting Sanren, the allure of worldly appearances faded. However, Lu Tai and the others interpreted his words as a lack of interest in women. Most accepted this notion, but Li Xun, who knew him well, found it hard to believe. How old was he? Li Xun thought to himself, smirking inwardly. Can a 17-year-old truly claim to be indifferent to feminine allure? At that moment, as companions on the same path, he should not have echoed Lu Tai's sentiments. Yet, an uncontrollable wave of emotions surged within him, leading him to blurt out, "Isn't Brother Li teaching the emperor about yin and yang in the palace?" This remark, bordering on impertinence, was delivered in a joking tone, not overly crossing the line. Existing in a gray area, Li Xun, upon hearing this, met his gaze and nodded with a smile. What you say is accurate, my lord. Yin and yang are merely matters of men and women, and this is no secret. However, for those of us beyond the mundane, are not matters of men and women also reflections of yin and yang? With that cryptic statement, the intimate atmosphere they had been attempting to cultivate was instantly dispelled. Lu Tai and the others exchanged glances, ultimately departing on horseback amidst peals of laughter. As Li Xun dismounted, he fell behind. Just as he was about to mount again, Li Xun suddenly remarked, "You are still young. Do not dwell too much on matters of love." This was purely a brotherly admonition. Yet it struck a chord deep within Li Kong. No matter how mature he appeared for his age, his face flushed with embarrassment. When he turned back, he found Li Xun gazing at the vast landscape, his Taoist robe billowing in the gusty river wind, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if he might truly be swept away by the breeze. Li Xun was at a loss for his feelings at that moment, only managing a vague response before he fiercely cracked the whip and sped away. The day's outing had brought joy to many, yet for some schemers, Li Xun's actions shrouded their future plans in an impenetrable fog. Li Xun, however, was indifferent to the troubles he caused others. He returned to the Master of State's residence, where, as per routine, he should have met with visitors or checked on the situation in the palace. Yet today, he felt no inclination to do so. He summoned the steward of the residence, instructing him that he was fatigued and would not see any guests, not even if summoned by the emperor. After expressing these thoughts devoid of any semblance of a servant's humility, he swiftly returned to his chamber and began to meditate, attuning himself to the changes within his true essence. How long had it been since he last engaged in such practice? At least 2 months, he reckoned. Ever since Lin Ji's demise atop Tiandu Peak, he had not formally cultivated again. He had only resorted to meditation to pass the time when idle, neglecting the daily sword practice he had once diligently adhered to under Lin Ji's guidance. Although external factors played a role, it was ultimately his own inner laziness and despondency that bore the brunt of the blame. Just a few hours prior, he might not have recognized this truth, but now, a moment of clarity atop Guantao Slope felt like a fierce wind dispersing the fog, illuminating the path ahead. Upon understanding the vast difference between a giant koan and a frog in a well, he felt a profound shame for his own self-indulgence. How could a great koan, capable of soaring through the skies, willingly wallow in the mud like a frog, gazing upward? The insurmountable chasm between the two could never be bridged by mere wealth or fame. Perhaps in the mortal realm, he might live more easily and pleasantly. Perhaps in the realm of profound mysteries, he would endure humiliation and fear for long stretches. Yet, for the sake of that insurmountable level, which symbolized nobility and greatness, he ultimately chose the latter. Indeed, he had yet to conquer the fear instilled by the demon phoenix, and had not escaped the tight grasp of the two scattered ones. These difficulties might not be resolved suitably for quite some time. But what of it? He refused to be a mere mortal, to become an ant in the eyes of others. He aspired to stand at the pinnacle of this world, akin to Qing Ming or Zhong Yi, or even like the scattered ones, and that was enough. He craved such elevation. Hence, he must strive. He must grow stronger, exceedingly strong. He would explore every means available to enhance his strength, for he possessed both the conditions and the belief. One day, he would, like those truly carefree and transcendent cultivators, gaze down upon the myriad beings from the heights of the boundless void, all within his grasp. This was Li Xun, a fledgling in the realm of cultivation, driven by raw desire and fervent dreams. Fortuitously, he was the kind of person willing to labor tirelessly for these aspirations. Thus, from this moment forth, attuning to the transformations within his true essence, Li Xun exhaled a sigh of relief. While on the mountain, he had heard countless times the adage that cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. Yet, in retrospect, such wisdom from the ancients might not necessarily hold true. 2 months without systematic cultivation had perhaps caused some stagnation within his true essence. But after circulating it vigorously around the golden core for several cycles, such minor disharmony faded away entirely. Moreover, perhaps the fleeting shift in his mindset atop Guantao Slope had borne fruit. His true essence now flowed with a newfound vitality, more dynamic than before. If previously he had commanded his true essence like a scholar following the military manual step by step, now it resembled the commanding presence of a renowned general with innovative tactics. This subtle shift transformed the aspect of his golden core's true essence into something remarkably different. This sensation echoed the guidance Lin Gu had once imparted to him, yet this transformation felt more organically aligned with his own reality. The process of cultivating the Lingxi method was lengthy and required immense focus. On this arduous journey of foundational cultivation, two principles remained paramount: rigor and efficiency. Rigor tested the practitioner's will and belief, while efficiency gauged intellect and insight. Li Xun's tenacity was unquestionable, his belief was adequate, and his intellect was not a concern. However, it was his insight, though he may possess a modicum of understanding. He lacked the profound enlightenment that comprehends the universe. He was cunning and astute, with meticulous thoughts. Yet these qualities were not flaws. However, on the path of cultivation, distractions were the greatest hindrance. His myriad thoughts could easily scatter his focus. And if his mind remained divided, how could he grasp the subtle mysteries that dwell amidst the vast cosmos? If he continued down this path, he might steadily advance, methodically laying the groundwork for his cultivation, and eventually, through elusive opportunities, struggle forward on the path of immortality. Yet, he must relinquish any dreams of truly comprehending the boundless and infinite heavenly principles. Nevertheless, the heavens are inscrutable. Just as today, when Li Xun's mindset transformed, a spiritual seed, perhaps even a demonic one, emerged from the infinite void, responding to his newfound awareness, and directly pierced the depths of his youthful spirit. In that instant, Li Xun attained enlightenment. Ultimately, he grasped something profound, and regardless of what that insight entailed, it could be encapsulated in a single phrase: the way of heaven is boundless. The heavens granted Li Xun an opportunity, a chance to break through his own barriers and courageously tread the path of immortality. The profound insight he lacked found its inception at that moment, clearing away the most fundamental obstacles on his cultivation journey. The first true step in his cultivation was firmly planted at that instant. Li Xun observed the flow of his true essence, leaving no subtle change unnoticed. The movement of true essence was not akin to ordinary rivers or streams, visible and tangible. Instead, it embodied the changes in qi, the constant connection between the human body and the primordial energies of the universe, a delicate sensation interwoven within the body's meridians, ceaselessly flowing and intertwining, creating waves of response. A truly wise cultivator must not be beguiled by superficial phenomena. He should penetrate the intricate appearances to uncover the subtle truths within. Thus, at this moment, although Li Xun sensed only the vibrant flow of true essence, his mind, in its hazy reverie, captured a profound mystery emanating from the depths of his being. The true essence circulated around the golden core within the Huang Ting, exhibiting a pattern of regulated flow and transformation. The intricate transitions of qi within were likely innumerable. To attempt to account for each would be as futile as a dreamer chasing phantoms, let alone identifying the most pivotal among them. However, perhaps due to the auspicious aftermath of his enlightenment today and the momentary clarity of his mind's eye, Li Xun seized upon this almost imperceptible opportunity. It was the core of the Golden Dan, the most spiritual and refined essence within his body, undoubtedly a treasure of utmost importance to any cultivator. In a more pragmatic sense, it is the most pivotal spirit seed within the foundational stage of the Lingxi technique. The foundational phase of the Lingxi technique can be broadly categorized into 4 levels: nurturing, refining, transforming, and deriving. At this moment, Li Xun was merely in the gradual nurturing stage. However, the unexpected discovery of the spirit seed significantly accelerated his cultivation progress. In Li Xun's perception, that tiny spirit seed resembled a faint ember, meandering unpredictably within the golden core, while the golden core itself loomed vast like an infinite void. It was precisely due to its erratic movement that the vital energies within his body began to undergo subtle transformations, changes he had never previously recognized. The profound sensation was enigmatic, and he could not ascertain how long it would last. Thus, he refrained from wasting any more time and promptly employed a unique mental technique from the Lingxi technique to connect his consciousness with the spirit seed. From that moment forth, the spirit seed would no longer elude his grasp. Letting out a deep sigh, Li Xun opened his eyes, only to find that the outside world had succumbed to darkness, leaving the room shrouded in pitch black. Just as he contemplated lighting a lamp, a sudden brightness illuminated his surroundings. Yin Sanren stood a short distance before him, regarding him with a curious gaze. Upon noticing his wide-eyed expression, she bestowed upon him a knowing smile. "You have been diligent." Her words inadvertently stirred a sense of guilt within Li Xun. Deep down, he was determined to conceal his progress and breakthroughs from Sanren. Perhaps this was a form of self-preservation, or perhaps other mixed emotions clouded his thoughts. In such a hurried situation, he could not articulate his feelings, and instinctively muttered, "Ah, no, just practicing casually." Seemingly indifferent, Sanren simply nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, Li Xun dared not be careless. He hastily rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, "Is there something you wish to command, Master Uncle?" Sanren's thoughts were always elusive, and her gaze shifted across Li Xun, causing the temperature of the air in the room to plummet. Panic surged within him. He was uncertain of the reason behind this change, but the sensation. Strangely, Sanren's aura seemed to project only this much, and within his highly agitated mind, one question reverberated. Has there been any change in the palace these past few days? No, Li Xun replied promptly. In reality, the rotund Longqing had been quite honest lately, merely engaging him in discussions about health cultivation. Li Xun had even used the elixirs provided by Sanren to impress him, leading to a relatively easy life. Smack! A resounding slap. Li Xun was instantly stunned. Sanren smiled faintly, retracting her hand and turning to exit. Once outside, she leisurely remarked, "Do you wish to know why you were struck? Follow me." With that, she disappeared into the surrounding darkness, leaving Li Xun, like a fool, to follow her while rubbing his face. The Forbidden Palace at night lacked the solemnity of day, but it was rife with mystery, resembling a lurking beast poised to devour the unwary. As Li Xun and Sanren traversed the shadows, he found himself bewildered. What could be the purpose of venturing into the depths of the palace at such a late hour? Especially since their entrance had been abrupt and unannounced. This seemed rather improper. Sanren remained silent, and he dared not ask, simply trailing behind her in silence. It was only when Sanren came to a halt that Li Xun ventured to inquire, "Master Uncle?" She waved her wand dismissively, silencing him, and gestured for him to look into the distance. Straining his eyes under the faint starlight, he could only discern the swaying silhouettes of trees and the scattered snowflakes stirred by the night breeze. Nothing else was visible. Scratching his head, he turned back. Sanren smiled slightly, pointing to a location and stating, "That is where the palace's treasury resides, a collection of worldly treasures worth millions. Are you tempted?" Li Xun shook his head. Worldly treasures, in essence, were merely jade, stones, and paintings, perhaps valuable in the mortal realm, but in the transcendent realm, they were mere trifles, unworthy of grand esteem. With a clear understanding of his own calculations, he found himself unmoved by such matters. Yet, just as he completed his shake of the head, an unsettling feeling surged within him, but having already acted, he could not retract his response, only accepting it. Meanwhile, his mind raced, pondering the cause of his discomfort. Sanren paid no heed to Li Xun's thoughts. Her eyes sparkled with an ominous depth, reminiscent of the beautiful, yet lethal coldness following a heavy snowfall. Just a glance from her was enough to send a shiver down Li Xun's spine, nearly causing him to falter. In his trepidation, he heard Sanren's haunting voice. "Indeed, you are indifferent. However, there are still those who care." Li Xun was momentarily taken aback, glancing anew at the location she indicated, yet still found nothing amiss. With a faint smile, Sanren urged, "Follow me." She glided forward, her movements fluid and graceful, as though she were strolling through the night. Yet, at the moment she began to move, Li Xun distinctly heard a pained groan emanating from the air around them, as if it were burdened beyond measure. In a daze, Li Xun felt as if he were witnessing a tempestuous blizzard. Two shadowy figures, emerging from nowhere, suddenly appeared in the void. Their eyes wide with shock and despair as they turned toward him, only to instantaneously lose their vitality. Their lifeless bodies were as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing to the ground at unnatural angles. Yet upon impact, there was no sound, an eerie silence that sent chills down his spine. Throughout this harrowing scene, Sanren exhibited no sign of exerting force, yet she had undeniably claimed the lives of those two individuals. Li Xun gasped in horror, finally catching a glimpse of the unfathomable extent of Sanren's power. Sanren showed no sign of acknowledgement toward the lifeless bodies, treating them as mere fallen leaves. She maintained her serene pace, gradually approaching the treasury. After several deep breaths, Li Xun quickened his steps to catch up. At this juncture, even Li Xun, with his modest abilities, sensed something amiss. Since the two deceased had fallen, the air around them had thickened, and the atmosphere felt entirely different. This taste was a subtle emotional reaction, expressed through synesthesia. The air now resembled boiling water infused with a copious amount of lime and several drops of foul venom. Then, with a resounding pop, the toxic broth erupted. It was as if a brick had been hurled at Li Xun's head, leaving him dazed, and as his mind buzzed chaotically, Sanren's unplaceable laughter pierced through. His consciousness began to fragment, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, when suddenly, a melodious sound, a gentle drop of water striking the surface of a centuries-old pool in a tranquil cavern, snapped him back to clarity. Opening his eyes, he witnessed another figure being hurled away in agony. Though you remain indifferent, it does not imply that everyone in the transcendent realm shares your sentiment. Sanren's voice was particularly soothing, penetrating Li Xun's heart, especially those lazy souls who seek to gain without effort, treating this grand palace as their personal storehouse, which is exceedingly irksome. With that remark, the last shadow crumpled to the ground like mud, every bone in their body shattered beyond recognition. Li Xun lay prostrate on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. The brief skirmish he had just witnessed, though far less formidable than the cataclysmic inferno at Tiando Peak, yielded results that were not significantly inferior. Throughout the encounter, he had not observed any sign of the mysterious figure, Sanren, making a move. Yet, the 4 cultivators from the Tongxian realm fell lifeless before him, each meeting their end in an astonishingly diverse manner, a truly bizarre spectacle. The palace was indeed a place of unrest. As Sanren's gaze shifted back to Li Xun, looking down upon him with an enigmatic smile, he inquired, "Was that slap appropriate?" Li Xun shook his still dizzy head and gradually rose to his feet. Yet, upon hearing Sanren's words, he found himself devoid of even the strength to muster a wry smile. His eyes darted to the 4 utterly lifeless thieves, sending a chill coursing through him. These 4 had been utterly powerless against Sanren, not even afforded the chance to retaliate. Nevertheless, to Li Xun, each one of them was an adversary he must confront with his utmost effort. The most alarming aspect was that cultivators from the Tongxian realm had descended to the mortal realm to commit thievery. Who would believe such a thing unless they witnessed it with their own eyes? Yet, he found himself unable to voice this incredulity, feeling both unwilling to concede and resigned to a vague acquiescence as he changed the subject. "Master, who are these individuals?" "Just some aimless spirits without any affiliations," Sanren replied, seemingly untroubled by his inquiry. He deftly redirected the conversation. "Killing them will not invoke any trouble. Henceforth, you may use them for your training." Li Xun smiled wanly in response, but he remained perplexed as to why these supposed scattered cultivators would venture into the imperial city. Did they not feel any shame? In response, Sanren elucidated, "Though the mortal realm lacks truly precious items, the royal family harbors numerous exquisite treasures. These individuals possess neither allies nor mentors, nor do they wield the immense powers that could collect such rarities. Only the millions of commoners under the court's domain can procure them. The situation is naturally different for those with affiliations." Li Xun blinked, pondering what these treasures could possibly be that only millions of commoners could gather. However, as Sanren remained tight-lipped, he felt compelled to follow her as they ascended the steps to the inner treasury. Upon reaching the top, he observed more than a dozen guards sprawled out haphazardly, each one unconscious. Sanren showed no inclination to rouse them. With a flick of her dust brush, the large lock on the treasury door fell away, and the door swung open. Inside lay a spacious hall, furnished with a few neatly arranged sets of tables and chairs. As Li Xun surveyed the room, he caught sight of several slender silvery strands darting through the darkness, followed by the distinct sound of mechanisms whirring. At the side of the hall, a shadow revealed a hidden passageway. This was, indeed, the true entrance to the inner treasury. To Li Xun, these mechanisms were merely novelties, lacking in intrigue. However, the heavy breathing emanating from the passageway brought him back to reality. It dawned on him that the genuine guardians were concealed here. While they may have been ineffectual, they were certainly preferable to the living targets outside. A small eunuch's head emerged from the tunnel. Upon seeing the 2 in the hall, he was clearly taken aback and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, National Master. Greetings, Masterly." Sanren did not spare him a glance, proceeding down the passage. Li Xun gestured for the eunuch to clean up the scene outside, and the young attendant, quick-witted, nodded in compliance. Once Li Xun entered the passage, he discovered it did not lead to a single location. At a glance, he saw more than a dozen dark tunnels branching off in every direction, the destinations unknown. This was likely another layer of security. Unless a thief possessed extraordinary luck or insider knowledge, they would surely become lost within these winding paths. There are a few items in the inner treasury. You should come and check them often, Sanren remarked casually as she guided him down one of the tunnels. Check. It's a matter of life and death. Listening to Sanren's nonchalant words, Li Xun felt a chill run down his spine, simultaneously lamenting internally while nodding vigorously. Sanren seemed to possess an uncanny ability to penetrate the depths of Li Xun's thoughts, fully aware of his trepidation. After he acquiesced, she continued, "Of course. Your cultivation is quite lacking. Encountering a powerful individual would pose a challenge. I will provide you with several magical artifacts and impart a secret technique to bolster your defenses." Li Xun felt a slight sense of relief wash over him and sincerely remarked, "Master, you are most wise." As they conversed, they traversed through 4 tunnels until they finally arrived at the inner treasury, a royal stronghold exuding an air of grandeur. The heavy stone door was pushed open by over a dozen strongmen using a winch, its weight undoubtedly exceeding thousands of pounds. Li Xun contemplated his own abilities and deemed it rather challenging to enter silently. The inner treasury extended deep underground, its construction monumental. Within, various rare treasures were meticulously categorized. Even a single item could be worth a fortune. The royal gold was piled high, and though it served little practical purpose, the sight of it gleaming in abundance was undeniably magnificent. Li Xun casually wandered through the treasury until he reached a lower chamber designated for alchemy. Here lay an assortment of pills and rare herbs accumulated over generations by the emperors. No need to look further. It's all worthless trash. Sanren corrected Li Xun's gaze, directing it toward a stone table behind the alchemical furnace. On the table rested 2 items, an exquisite transparent crystal vial, which itself was a treasure, containing a little less than half a vial of peach-red liquid, shimmering with a subtle pearlescent glow, tinged with a hint of green. Beside it lay a rusty iron plate, roughly an inch thick, with its edges jagged and incomplete, appearing to be nothing more than scrap metal. The stark contrast between these 2 objects was undeniably jarring. Li Xun immediately grasped that these were the items Sanren intended for him to safeguard. Instinctively, he sensed that they were anything but ordinary, yet he could not discern their value, leaving him to look toward Sanren. Unfortunately, she was not inclined to elaborate this time. She merely reiterated, "In the coming days, I must attend to matters outside the capital with your master. I cannot oversee these 2 items, so it falls upon you to bear this responsibility." Li Xun's eyes widened in surprise. "Master, where are you going?" Only after he uttered those words did the notion suddenly strike him. They were leaving? Why not seize this opportunity to escape? After all, the threat of blood nightmare had been eliminated. Yet, at that moment, Sanren's gaze flickered toward him, her smile taking on a more nuanced tone. "Do you truly wish to know?" Li Xun's heart skipped a beat, and that fleeting thought shattered like glass. He was no fool. Recognizing the futility of his inquiry, he hastily shook his head. Satisfied with his compliant demeanor, Sanren ceased her probing and assured him, "There is no need for concern. Simply take care of these items. With my artifacts, you should be able to manage ordinary situations." Li Xun pondered inwardly. But what if they were not ordinary situations? Naturally, he did not dare voice this concern. Instead, bowing his head in acknowledgement and following Sanren as she exited the treasury. Upon leaving the inner treasury, Sanren took a different route than the one they had arrived by. Li Xun dared not question her, closely trailing behind. After a few steps, Sanren unexpectedly tossed a small bag over her shoulder without looking back. Inside are some minor magical tools. While their power is modest, they are simple to learn and use. If you apply your wits, they should suffice for your current circumstances. Li Xun hurriedly expressed his gratitude, contemplating what treasures might lie within, when he heard the enigmatic figure of Sanren begin to speak. "I shall impart a fragment of my teachings to you. The essential incantation will be conveyed only once, and should you fail to grasp it all, refrain from further inquiries." Startled, Li Xun hastily stowed away his belongings, focusing his mind to absorb the teachings. As Sanren strolled leisurely, she articulated the essence of her methods, commencing with a comprehensive principle, encompassing approximately 3,000 to 5,000 words, followed by an elaborate exposition that totaled no less than 10,000 words. Fortunately, Li Xun possessed an exceptional memory. allowing him to retain every detail without omission. True to her word, Sanren spoke but once and offered no further elaboration. Upon completion, she inquired how much he had remembered. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Xun exhaled a sigh of relief. I am humbled, yet I managed to commit it to memory. Subsequently, he recited the entire principle and exposition, nearly 20,000 words, flawlessly. Of course, the flow and punctuation bore a certain stiffness, which was unavoidable. Suddenly, Sanren halted her stride, causing Li Xun, preoccupied with recollection, to nearly collide with her. Though he managed to stop just in time, the tip of his nose brushed against her fragrant shoulder. Overcome with fear, he took a step back and apologized profusely. Sanren turned her gaze towards him, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue, which was undeniably captivating. Excellent. I am relieved to find I have not taught a fool. After a brief pause, she continued, this is merely a foundational outline. Upon your return, I shall provide you with a comprehensive compendium of various applications, which you must diligently study. With that, she resumed her pace. Li Xun expressed his gratitude once more. Yet he pondered her words, uncertain whether to feel joy or astonishment. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he called out, Master, what exactly is this incantation? Sanren continued walking, merely smiling. The transformation of the universe, the dominion over the six energies, the path of yin and yang, the gateway to myriad wonders. Let us call it the six transformations of yin and yang. The first half of her statement echoed a passage from the principle, presented at this moment with remarkable clarity. Although Li Xun had only grasped it superficially, he found himself inadvertently immersed in contemplation. As for the latter part of Sanren's cryptic statement, he paid it little heed. There followed a lengthy silence until Li Xun was abruptly roused as they reached the end of the passage. Observing the faint light emanating from the lifted ceiling above, he was struck by curiosity. This did not resemble the place they had entered. Soon enough, his observations confirmed his suspicions. The opening of the passage was no longer the empty hall he had first encountered. Instead, the room was brightly lit and adorned with exquisite decorations, with tables and furnishings meticulously arranged, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. The items on display were rare treasures, thoughtfully positioned, indicating that this was not merely a residence, but likely that of a noble consort. The two found themselves in a small hall, adjacent to a folding screen that separated them from the outside. The screen was painted with a floral motif, executed with exceptional skill. At that moment, the shadows of Li Xun and Sanren were cast upon it, merging together. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xun felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This was not good. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure emerged from the other side, evidently drawn by the silhouettes on the screen. It was a young palace maid, around 14 or 15 years old, with a fair visage, yet still retaining a childlike innocence. Upon spotting the two, her eyes widened in shock, followed by a startled exclamation, Assassin! Fool! Li Xun inwardly cursed, wondering how she could fail to recognize such a prominent figure as Sanren, a favored individual in the emperor's court. Such a shout, if it attracted the guards, would be troublesome enough, but if it incited Sanren's ire, it would spell disaster not only for the young maid, but also for her esteemed mistress. He glanced towards Sanren, only to discover, to his surprise, that she seemed unfazed, even smiling at the maid. Assassin? Where? Could it be that Sanren favored young maidens? This thought flickered through Li Xun's mind, and he considered that, given Sanren's nature, it was not entirely implausible, prompting him to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, he deemed it necessary to speak up. Stepping forward, he declared in a commanding tone, Silence. The national master is present. The young maid, though not entirely foolish, widened her eyes even further, gazing at Sanren, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand, her body collapsing against the screen. Sanren merely smiled, no longer regarding her, as she stepped around the screen, surveying her surroundings with evident interest. This place must be the Orchid and Musk courtyard. Perhaps the residence of Consort Qin? As her words fell, a soft voice resonated in reply. The national master has only visited once. Yet I feel greatly honored by your remembrance. The voice was delicate and melodic, conjuring an image of a gentle and docile beauty. Yet its calm and composed tone belied any notion of fragility. Curiosity piqued, Li Xun turned towards the source of the voice, and like the naive young maid, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the stunning figure emerging from the shadows of the lamp. A breathtaking beauty, who could rival any from the realm of the transcendent. The sight of her gliding towards him was akin to witnessing the misty rain of Jiangnan in spring and autumn, infused with the fragrance of flora, enveloping him in a refreshing aura that stirred his spirit. In contrast to the radiant and sharp beauty of Mingji, which emanated a sense of danger and invigorating coolness. This woman embodied an entirely different essence of beauty, one characterized by softness and gentleness. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and the candlelight occasionally caught a glimmer in her eyes that radiated warmth akin to spring water. Though her figure was slender and well-proportioned, the mere glance evoked a sense of tenderness and vulnerability, eliciting a longing to embrace her and cherish her. Such a beauty exists in the mortal realm? Li Xun could scarcely contain his admiration, yet he found himself pondering why this gentle and demure maiden regarded Yin Sanran with a gaze that seemed far from benevolent. Nonetheless, even if her look was not one of goodwill, it wielded little threat, especially as Yin Sanran appeared indifferent. Her gaze sweeping past Consort Qin with a piercing intensity that far surpassed the maid's. "It is rather late. Why does the lady remain awake?" she inquired, her tone carrying an air of feigned ignorance, as her observation of Consort Qin's attire suggested she was well aware of the answer. Perhaps due to the late hour's chill. Consort Qin was draped in a luxurious mink cloak, its exquisite fabric complementing her figure. Yet beneath the cloak, her attire was quite scant, consisting only of a thin peach-colored silk dress, indicating she had been preparing for bed before the commotion drew her attention. Though Li Xun was not particularly swayed by beauty, he could not resist stealing a few glances at her garment. Such opportunities were rare. Sensing Li Xun's gaze, Consort Qin instinctively tightened her cloak, and in the flickering candlelight, it was difficult to discern whether her cheeks flushed. However, her voice remained remarkably composed. "Since the national master can patrol the palace at such an hour, I too can afford to remain awake a little longer. Would you care for some tea?" At this moment, Li Xun understood clearly that Consort Qin was speaking as if in direct opposition to Yin Sanran, though she could not possibly be aware of Yin Sanran's true identity. Her audacity to confront someone favored by the emperor only heightened Li Xun's admiration for her. The attitude of the enigmatic sage towards her was so amiable that it incited jealousy in Li Xun. Even at this juncture, there was not a hint of displeasure. Instead, she smiled and said, "It is late, and I would not wish to intrude further. Let us consider this a pass for now. In the future, when time permits, I shall certainly come to share a cup of tea." Such a meticulously courteous response left Li Xun utterly astonished. When had the sage ever been so polite to anyone? Could it be that this Qin concubine possessed some extraordinary qualities? With this question lingering in his mind, he exited the orchid musk courtyard alongside the sage. As was the case in the inner palace, all the palace guards displayed no signs of surprise upon seeing the sage, as if her leisurely stroll through the forbidden palace was the most natural occurrence. This must be a part of the sage's mystique. Li Xun found it unsurprising and instead grew more intrigued by the distant orchid musk courtyard, or rather, the beauty residing within it. He couldn't help but glance back, at which point the sage turned and asked, "What? Are you interested?" Li Xun shook his head vigorously, yet as he did, thoughts of the pristine figure beneath the snowy fur cloak and the soft allure emanating from her sheer garments invaded his mind. His throat tightened, and a slight ache crept into his jaw. Fearing further inquiry from the sage, he decided to take the initiative. Clearing his throat, he countered, "Why does the Qin concubine show such disrespect towards you, master?" Though his words seemed to express concern and a desire to curry favor, in truth, even Li Xun himself might not fully grasp the motive behind his question. After all, an unparalleled beauty often carries an air of arrogance. The sage's voice suddenly became low and husky, infused with an unusual resonance in the thick of night. Among the thousands of beauties in the Forbidden Palace, there are not many like her. As Li Xun pondered the depth of her statement, the sage abruptly halted, turning to smile at him. "Are you truly uninterested in her?" Just as he was about to shake his head, he caught a fleeting glimmer in the sage's eyes, which sent a jolt through him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Unbidden, he found himself saying, "Master, you must see. Even on the mountains, such unparalleled beauty is seldom seen." Indeed, the sage's gaze softened, and her tone turned gentler, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The recent generations of female disciples in the Mingxin sword sect had indeed been few. Yet, they were all remarkable in their own right. One need not mention Qingyin. Among the second-generation disciples, Mingji boasted an ethereal grace, while Mingru radiated elegance and charm. "It seems you are quite familiar with them?" What reputation did the sage hold? Although her words were filled with praise, those aware of her past would understand the underlying implications. Li Xun, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he recalled Qinin and Mingji's kindness towards him, could only respond vaguely. Yet, he could not help but follow the sage's train of thought. Despite his discomfort, he had to concede that her descriptions of the female elders hit the mark. Imagining the appearances of these revered figures from this perspective was a novel experience for Li Xun, evoking a subtle sensation within him. When he turned his thoughts back to the Qin concubine's beauty, it took on a completely different flavor. At that moment, the sage casually tossed a thunderous suggestion. If you truly have interest, you could stay overnight tonight. Li Xun felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his body jolting as he exclaimed, "How could that be? Why not?" The sage replied with the ease of sipping tea, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I stayed there for a night and saw nothing remarkable." Li Xun's mind reeled, finally comprehending the Qin concubine's demeanor. He stared blankly at the sage's elegant visage, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the two exquisite beauties engaged in clandestine activities amidst the dim candlelight of the night. An inexplicable fire surged within him, engulfing him in an instant. The sharp sting of a slap jolted him from his reverie. He shivered, looking up to see the sage's face, a smile barely concealed, and the delicate hand that could have easily led to his demise. With a teasing expression, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" "In nothing," Li Xun stammered. His garments suddenly dampened, his legs trembling. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to prostrate himself. Should he be honest or maintain his customary faade of humble loyalty? Fortunately, the sage's slap seemed more playful than punitive, reflecting her usual demeanor. Observing Li Xun's pale countenance, she retained her smile. "This matter is yours to navigate. I shall not intervene. Just remember, during my absence with your master, those two items." Relieved to have escaped a dire predicament, Li Xun nodded earnestly. This was all that mattered. Understanding the gravity of the situation was sufficient. The sage reached out, affectionately patting his cheek, yet Li Xun felt his robe soaked through. This night's tribulations would prove more impactful than he had anticipated. The reason was simple. He was overwhelmed, to the point of forgetting everything. From that night onward, Li Xun acquired an additional responsibility within the palace. After attending to the emperor, he would inevitably stroll through the forbidden palace. Regardless of his intentions, a man behaving so liberally within the palace would inevitably attract gossip. However, with the emperor indifferent, what could anyone do if there was dissatisfaction? The days of carefree revelry had become untenable. Aside from the life-threatening duties within the palace, his recently resumed training had consumed the last vestiges of his leisure. The intensity of training on the mountains needed to be rekindled, and the newly acquired techniques post-descent demanded considerable dedication. After several days, Li Xun felt that even 12 hours in a day were insufficient. Thus, he began devising every possible means to carve out some time. At this very moment, having just navigated through the clumsy inquiries of the emperor, he seized a fleeting moment to wander the garden path, not idly, but rather, retrieving the blood god child, examining it closely as he walked. The crimson characters were striking, yet Li Xun paid them little mind, engrossed in his study. It must be said, blood god child rightfully deserved its reputation as one of the most formidable demonic arts in the transcendence realm. Although the sage had only imparted the most rudimentary techniques, confined to alleviating the blood nightmare within him, the insights gleaned from it were profoundly enlightening. The cultivation methods of blood god child differed greatly from those of Lingxi Ju and Yuming Lu. Its unique practice involved a special technique that harmonized the practitioner's physical form with their true breath, generating a blood deity, which could then be refined through training to enhance its essence and capabilities, ultimately achieving the supreme blood magical body. Not only would it be indestructible, but it would also allow for a complete fusion of true breath, body, and spirit, enabling effortless transformation. The superficial techniques taught to Li Xun by the blood sage could not reach such exalted heights. Yet they would enable him to merge the blood nightmare lurking within him with his heart, granting him a semblance of the blood magical body's capabilities. For cultivators, the allure of such supreme methods was akin to the attraction of beautiful women for lecherous men or gold and silver for the avaricious. Having recently awakened to his identity as a cultivator, Li Xun found it nearly impossible to resist such temptations. As he contemplated the intricacies of the art, he strolled along, oblivious to his surroundings. Naturally, The eunuchs and palace maids made way for him, so he encountered no issues during his walk. However, should one encounter another who is equally inattentive, the consequences could be quite different. Alas, with a startled cry, Li Xun felt a jolt, and upon looking in astonishment, he noticed a young palace maid seated not far away, her youthful visage adorned with a puffed expression of anger as she gazed in his direction. Their eyes met, and the young maid, taken aback, hastily rose to offer her respects, declaring, "Greetings, Master Li." Li Xun, not yet so petty as to be irked by such a trivial affair, casually responded and was about to depart when a sudden thought struck him. This maid bore a slight resemblance to someone familiar. He halted and called out, "Which household do you serve, and what is your name?" Startled once again by his voice, the maid turned, her apprehension easing upon seeing Li Xun's amiable expression. Children, when calmed, often become a tad presumptuous. She grinned and bowed once more, saying, "I am Xing, in service to the Empress Qin. We met just a few days ago." The mention of the Empress Qin made Li Xun and Apos' grip on the silken cloth tighten involuntarily. Indeed, she was the young maid whose piercing gaze had once referred to him as an assassin. Empress Qin, as the name echoed in his mind, he envisioned the gentle yet resolute beauty, reminiscent of spring waters. The spectacular moment from that night, with the flickering candlelight, and the ambiguous phrases exchanged along the dimly lit path, including the final, undeniable evidence, all came flooding back. He inhaled slowly, allowing the coolness to seep deeply into his lungs. Compared to Qing Yin and Ming Ji, Empress Qin left Li Xun with a distinctly different impression. But what exactly was that difference? With this intriguing question lingering in his mind, he waved to Xing to take her leave, intending to turn away when once more he felt a surge of impulse. Thus, a substantial shadow trailed the innocent young maid, who remained blissfully unaware. After navigating a few twists and turns, the Lanshi courtyard came into view, and Li Xun boldly revealed himself, entering the courtyard almost simultaneously with Xing. The eunuch stationed at the entrance wore a perplexed expression but dared not impede their passage. It was only at this moment that Xing sensed the shift in dynamics. She abruptly turned, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Li Xun, exclaiming, "Master Li." Observing her flustered demeanor, Li Xun's mood unexpectedly lifted, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. He couldn't help but smile, saying, "I am parched and have come here for a cup of tea." At this moment, a nimble eunuch dashed inside to inform Empress Qin of the commotion outside. Just as Li Xun spoke, a pristine white hem of a gown fluttered at the entrance of the hall, and in the next moment, a pair of delicate, gentle eyes were cast upon him. Instantly, all of Li Xun's attention was drawn to her. Today, Empress Qin appeared nothing like that disheveled figure from the previous night. She was adorned in an elegant long dress of white and azure, the intricate blue patterns woven into the fabric resembling ivy, lush and vibrant. Her sleeves were crafted from layers of sheer gauze, embroidered with motifs of birds, exuding an air of refined elegance and tranquility. Her hair was simply styled into a neat bun, radiating both simplicity and grace. Overall, her appearance managed to obscure some of her fragility, presenting the regal demeanor of an imperial consort. Yet, the impression she had left on Li Xun that night was indelibly etched in his memory. Thus, her current regal demeanor felt somewhat diminished in comparison. Though he could not articulate why, Li Xun felt remarkably buoyant. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said with ease, "It has been a few days. I trust the Empress as well?" Empress Qin responded with a graceful and captivating demeanor, her attitude respectful yet maintaining a certain distance. "Master Li, may you be well." Li Xun reiterated his reason, albeit in a more tactful manner. "I was suddenly struck by thirst and thought it fitting to visit an old acquaintance. So I took the liberty of asking for a cup of tea, and I hope the Empress does not take offense." As he spoke, he scrutinized Empress Qin's expression, keenly observing the slight furrow of her brow, revealing her beauty. He understood that his reasoning was rather flimsy in the vast imperial palace. Could it truly be that they were lacking a cup of tea for him, Li Xun? However, he was confident that Empress Qin would not hold such a trivial matter against him, a newly favored figure. Indeed, after a brief frown, Empress Qin revealed a warm smile, graciously welcoming him. "You are too kind, master. I happen to have some recently received tea leaves, if you do not mind their simplicity. They will suffice to quench your thirst." With that, she gestured invitingly, though not towards the inner chamber, but to a side corridor. Li Xun, unbothered by the direction, also extended his hand and led the way. The place where Empress Qin entertained guests was a quaint plum blossom pavilion situated at the rear of the Lanshi courtyard. The attendants were quite swift, setting up the tea service and igniting the stove to boil fresh snow water within moments. Outside the pavilion, several branches of wax plums were planted at a slight angle, blooming fiercely in this season, their petals dusted with remnants of snow, creating a charming contrast of pink and white. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xun could not help but exclaim, "Plum blossoms against the snow, in this chill of winter. It is not the time for tea, but for wine." Empress Qin smiled at his words. "You are indeed a connoisseur, master." Speaking of wine, there happens to be a jar of Huang Mei wine hidden in this courtyard, though it is still young, merely 2 years old. Li Xun raised his hand to interrupt her, exclaiming joyfully, "Then there is no need for tea. I shall have the wine." To enjoy wine while gazing at the plum blossoms amidst the snow brings such delight. His jest was unmistakable, causing the palace maids and eunuchs present to shift uncomfortably. Yet Empress Qin feigned ignorance, gracefully ushering Li Xun into the pavilion to take a seat, instructing the eunuch to fetch the wine. She then took a seat at the opposite side of the pavilion, maintaining a composed demeanor. Li Xun had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such astute tactics, as she had not afforded him a single opportunity to assert himself, though truth be told, even if he had the chance, he might not have been able to rise to the occasion. His visit to the Lanshi courtyard was merely a whim, not a calculated endeavor. Empress Qin treated him with utmost courtesy, observing proper etiquette. Thus, not only were his intentions thwarted, but even if he had entertained any notions, he could not act upon them in this moment. Therefore, although his demeanor remained relaxed and casual, internally he felt a tinge of awkwardness, sensing himself at a disadvantage. To alleviate this pressure, he began to scrutinize the woman across from him with a more audacious gaze, only to find himself sorely disappointed. Empress Qin appeared naturally equipped to manage such an atmosphere, adept at filtering out the impudence in his gaze. And in the midst of their conversation about the snow-draped plum blossoms, she maintained a delicate balance of warmth and decorum, ensuring the distance between host and guest remained intact. Truly remarkable. Feeling a bit restless, Li Xun's wandering gaze could not help but stray, and in doing so, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. On a frigid winter day, it was commonplace for people to draw their arms into their sleeves to ward off the chill, but there ought to be no reason for trembling. Though Empress Qin's gauzy sleeves appeared delicate, they were woven by skilled artisans, renowned for their warmth. And Li Xun had encountered such fabrics in the Wang residence. Moreover, the pavilion was warmed by a fire, creating a spring-like atmosphere, so it should not be cold. Yet, why was Empress Qin's arm, the one concealed at her side, quivering ever so slightly? Li Xun's heart stirred, and he nonchalantly shifted his gaze away, his thoughts turning to another anomaly. Just moments ago, he had praised the attendants for their swiftness, yet now, after several times the previous duration, why had the Huang Mei wine still not arrived? As his mind focused, a sense of awareness emerged. The progress he had made in his cultivation was becoming evident. His spirit, like an expansive fishing net, enveloped the Lanshi courtyard and its surroundings. Just as he anticipated, he soon observed a eunuch stealthily opening a door. After a brief moment, he chose a direction and dashed away with great haste. In that direction, it must be the Hall of Nourishing the Heart, where Lanshi cultivates, isn't it? Oh, now I understand. Li Xun's heart was illuminated as he instantly pieced together the entire sequence of events. Unable to contain his joy, he burst into hearty laughter, causing the plums outside the pavilion to tremble and the lingering snowflakes to dance. Queen Qin cast a puzzled glance, her expression betraying her ignorance of the fact that her plans had been thoroughly unraveled by Li Xun. With a subtle smile, he suddenly drew the sword from his waist. Addressing her, "Your Majesty has graciously bestowed upon this humble Taoist the treasures of this pavilion, plums, and wine, yet I have failed to repay your kindness, for which I am deeply ashamed. If your Majesty does not mind, I would like to perform a small trick for your amusement." Before Queen Qin could respond, Li Xun activated his sword technique, commanding the emerald blade to soar from its sheath, transforming into a beam of light that vanished in an instant. Queen Qin's expression shifted, and in the blink of an eye, the emerald returned to Li Xun's hand. He spoke again, expressing his regret. "I have not practiced in many days, and a mishap occurred. I hope your Majesty does not hold it against me. However, I must trouble you to send a few strong eunuchs to fetch someone from 100 paces outside the courtyard, for I have inadvertently harmed someone, and fortunately, it did not cost a life." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Queen Qin's face. Indeed, he soon witnessed her panic, which only elevated his spirits. At that moment, the Huangmei wine finally arrived. Li Xun, disregarding the need to warm it, uncorked the bottle and poured 2 cups, raising his glass in a toast. "It is still early, and I wish to indulge in a little inebriation. Your Majesty, please." Queen Qin, suppressing her fear, maintained a calm facade and softly replied, "I beg your pardon, but I am not skilled in drinking. If you do not mind, I would prefer to toast with tea." At the peak of his exuberance, Li Xun merely chuckled at her refusal. "Your Majesty claims the wine is too young to intoxicate, since it cannot inebriate. A few cups should pose no issue." Just as Queen Qin prepared to decline, Li Xun's unwavering gaze bore down upon her, radiating an irresistible force. Her face paled, and she lowered her head. In that instant, Li Xun found himself addicted to this compelling dynamic. Recognizing that she could no longer refuse, she took a deep breath. Revealing the hand she had kept hidden, she lightly swayed her filled cup, spilling a few drops, seemingly oblivious to the act, and slowly raised the glass to her lips, covering her mouth with her sleeve before downing the contents in one go. Li Xun exclaimed in delight, following suit and draining his own cup. When he turned to look at Queen Qin again, he was struck by the sight of her gracefully extended sleeve and her slightly tilted cup, utterly devoid of any spilled wine. At that moment, the tremors in her arms ceased, and 2 rosy clouds bloomed on her porcelain-like cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Li Xun was momentarily entranced. A sudden flash of realization shattered the last veil of confusion in his heart. He comprehended the nature of his feelings towards Queen Qin. She was the sovereign of his soul and body. It was only in the presence of this enchanting consort that he could truly experience the essential desires of a man, the yearning for dominion and the exhilaration of achievement. Before her, he dared to be audacious, to indulge, to press for wine, and to tease. In the company of another, even one as alluring as Qingyin or Mingji, would he possess such audacity? Li Xun's relationship with Queen Qin mirrored that of the enigmatic Yin Sanren with him, both being formidable and irresistible sovereigns. To command her to live or die was the only choice. It was only through Queen Qin that Li Xun could discover his own vanity, as long as he wished. This beauty, equally captivating as Yin Sanren, yet infinitely more delicate, would belong entirely to him. This thought crystallized with unprecedented clarity. Resembling a flickering specter in the dark, ominous and mysterious, yet possessing a soul-piercing power that surged into his very core. Li Xun's breathing grew heavy. At this moment, the pavilion held only the 2 of them. The tasks of warming the wine were automatically delegated to Queen Qin. He could not help but admire this seemingly fragile woman, whose courage in the face of insurmountable odds was enough to make any man feel ashamed. The only sounds in the pavilion were the bubbling of the boiling water and the gentle clink of pouring wine. Queen Qin focused intently on warming the wine, while Li Xun devoted himself to admiring her beauty. With her head bowed and eyes downcast, she did not glance at him. One hand held the wine cup, while the other held her sleeve, gracefully rising to fill his glass. The sight of her, as if scattering 1,000 silver stars, was utterly enchanting. Li Xun swallowed hard, raising his cup to drink deeply. The Huangmei wine was not meant to intoxicate, yet Li Xun was determined to become inebriated. By the 5th cup, he achieved his goal. As he reached for the wine cup, he inadvertently grasped Queen Qin's delicate fingers instead. They both froze momentarily. Queen Qin instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but it was impossible. With a gentle yet firm grip, Li Xun enveloped her entire slender hand within his grasp. In that silent pavilion, this scene unfolded like a mute play. Feeling the cool, silken touch of her hand, Li Xun was overwhelmed with desire. As if his entire being had melted, his senses heightened and intoxicated by her fragrance. This only intensified his grip, as he yearned to melt her hand into his. In a daze, he recalled Yin Sanren's assessment of Queen Qin, an unparalleled beauty. Just the touch of their fingers was enough to bewitch the senses. How accurate Yin Sanren's words were. He raised his gaze to Queen Qin, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, reflecting her utmost fear and helplessness. Despite this, she bit her lip, desperately holding back her tears, striving to pull her hand away. This blend of fragility and stubbornness ignited a fire within Li Xun, overwhelming him entirely. Outside the pavilion, faint cries could be heard, yet he remained oblivious. He suddenly stood, refusing to release her, and circled around the stone table, pulling Queen Qin into his embrace amidst her soft gasps. Gazing down at the trembling beauty in his arms, Li Xun's sense of triumph was indescribable. At last, Queen Qin spoke, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Master, this cannot be. Li Xun, feeling the fiery passion within him rise and fall, found his voice hoarse as he chuckled softly. Why can the national master indulge, yet I cannot? Queen Qin and Apos' body stiffened momentarily before going limp, yet her trembling intensified. With their bodies so close, every flicker of her emotions was palpable to Li Xun, pushing him to the brink of restraint. Having reached this point, he spoke no more, leaning down to passionately kiss her slightly parted lips. Queen Qin gasped, her taut body instantly relaxing, and tears finally escaped her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. As their lips parted, Li Xun inhaled deeply, swiftly lifting Queen Qin into his arms and striding out of the pavilion. Outside, several palace maids and eunuchs, including Xinger, stood frozen in shock. Upon witnessing Li Xun emerge from the pavilion, Xinger fainted in terror, prompting Li Xun to burst into wild laughter as he embraced the beauty and made his way into the inner hall. When Li Xun reached the pinnacle of his desires, the overwhelming sense of achievement and pride as a man filled him with satisfaction. Perhaps this was merely a fleeting impulse, not a standard for his usual conduct. Yet the undeniable reality remained. He had claimed the emperor's woman. This realization was extraordinarily peculiar, akin to an ever-expanding force that filled the voids within his heart, leaving not a trace behind, and it surged with an insatiable momentum. Regardless of how the old man Longqing reigns over the myriad nations and commands the populace, in Li Xun's eyes, he is nothing more than a cuckolded old turtle. The so-called son of heaven holds little significance to him. Not only has he taken his woman, but the old man himself must also rely on my whims, like a jester struggling for survival amidst layers of deceit. The most esteemed individual in the mortal realm is thus trampled beneath his feet. The Qin concubine, like a dying swan, stretches her neck in a mournful cry before collapsing softly, as if melting into water, unable to move even a finger. Li Xun's pride swells boundlessly within him. Amidst the soft, delicate breaths of the beauty, he rises from the bed, leisurely dressing himself until he is impeccably attired. Only then does he look down again to find the Qin concubine, exhausted to the point of slumber, sprawled across the bed, revealing large swathes of her snowy back, still marked by remnants of their shared ecstasy. Tears linger in the corners of her eyes, not yet dried. A stirring occurs within Li Xun's heart, and he purses his lips, etching two deep lines upon his face. Similarly, the sight of those tear stains unexpectedly imprints a profound mark upon his soul. Though he cannot articulate the sensation, he senses a slight diminishment in his previous delight, yet this minor melancholy is swiftly cast aside. With a flick of his sleeve, he turns and exits the chamber. Outside, the eunuchs and palace maids are petrified, and upon seeing Li Xun, they merely bow their heads and plead for mercy. This reaction is quite understandable. Should the day of reckoning arrive, Li Xun, the living deity, may escape unscathed, but these servants would undoubtedly meet their doom. Their awareness of this reality saves Li Xun the effort of consideration. Amidst the knocking of kneeling attendants, he strides out of the Lanshi courtyard. He does not dwell on the potential consequences of his actions, not due to a lack of foresight, but rather, in this world, even when circumstances shift, what can one truly do? With this thought in mind, Li Xun cannot help but burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the imperial palace, stirring commotion in its wake. Half an hour later, at the Fuwang mansion, in the study, Li Xun is meticulously perusing letters sent from the provinces under candlelight. After a prolonged examination, his vision begins to blur, prompting a slight furrow of his brow as he shifts his perspective. Just as he prepares to read again, a knock sounds at the door. Responding, he soon sees Li Xun enter, softly addressing him as father. Li Xun sets down the letters, observing the fluctuating expression on Li Xun's face under the dim light. And he sighs inwardly, speaking in a calm tone. What is it at this late hour? Father, the crown prince. Li Xun deliberately pauses. Noting the attentive look on Li Xun's face, he clenches his teeth silently and continues. The crown prince seems to have stirred up some trouble in the palace. Li Xun's brow furrows tightly. Trouble? Speak further. Li Xun elaborates. Half an hour ago, the guards heard the crown prince laughing loudly within the palace, so clearly that it reached the imperial ears, and it is said that it startled the emperor. Li Xun lets out a soft "oh," evidently perplexed by this news. Observing his father's expression, Li Xun suddenly leans closer, lowering his voice. It is said that the crown prince spent nearly 4 hours in the Lanshi courtyard this afternoon and only emerged after nightfall, at which point he began to laugh. Li Xun's gaze abruptly sharpens. After a long pause, he shifts his focus back to Li Xun and speaks evenly. What do you think? Li Xun is taken aback. He did not expect Li Xun to return the question. However, he quickly regains composure and replies. The crown prince does not seem like one who would be interested in women. Yet it is rumored that the Qin concubine possesses unparalleled beauty, her radiance unrivaled in the harem. He circles back to the topic of feminine allure. Li Xun gazes at his younger son, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The boy is intelligent enough, yet his perspective remains somewhat limited, having never ventured beyond the confines of the palace, which has stunted his worldview. He worries that he may not be able to bear the weight of responsibility in the future. Though these thoughts cross his mind, Li Xun's expression remains unchanged as he gently advises. Regardless of whether it pertains to women, Songer, your brother's boisterous laughter in the imperial city, heedless of his surroundings. Do you not have other considerations? Li Xun is no fool. He comprehends the implications of Li Xun's words. Immediately, he aligns with Li Xun's thoughts. Surely, the crown prince must have some backing. But has the national master gained such power? Li Xun nods slightly before shaking his head. Power? Perhaps it is more akin to a divine influence. Indeed, a vast and formidable one. Li Xun lowers his head, concealing the pallor creeping onto his face from his father's scrutiny. This sudden emergence of the crown prince is no longer merely a theoretical threat, but has solidified into a tangible force occupying a significant place in Li Xun's mind. The most terrifying aspect is that, even now, he remains oblivious to the deepest desires lurking within his elder brother's heart. Those one cannot see through are the most fearsome. Li Xun's voice pulls him from his momentary confusion as he hears, "Tomorrow, you shall visit the national master's residence and invite your brother to this place for a brief audience." Perhaps even Li Xun himself does not realize that. When discussing Li Xun, he unconsciously added a word of invitation. However, Li Xun hears it, and it resonates clearly. In contrast to Li Xun's anxiety, Li Xun is in high spirits. These days mark a period of his flourishing success. That night's laughter within the palace not only failed to bring him trouble, but also, due to this miraculous ability of communication across distances, has further solidified Longqing's trust in him. As for the Qin concubine, he savors the pleasures of her company, visiting her almost daily, naturally drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Yet, at this moment, he is Li Xun, the second most favored individual before the emperor, following the national master. Endowed with extraordinary powers, a pillar of support within the court that everyone aspires to align with. Even if there are a few keen observers who would dare to voice their suspicions, life within the palace is delightful, and the world outside is not without its merits. Perhaps sensing the immense energy radiating from him, Li Xun's demeanor has become notably more amiable, genuinely resembling a father concerned for his son, often summoning him to the royal mansion for shared familial moments. However, the most significant factor contributing to his buoyant mood is not these interactions. In the past week, both the Een Scatterer and the Blood Scatterer have seemingly vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. This is akin to having two great mountains lifted from his back. While unease still lingers, the sudden lightness envelopes him, making it impossible to suppress his elation. He even maliciously contemplates whether these two fiends might turn against each other and perish in their conflict. Were it not for a modicum of rationality remaining in his mind, he might have already soared to the heavens, oblivious to the world below. Time flies particularly swiftly during moments of joy. In the blink of an eye, winter has passed its midpoint, and the festive atmosphere in the capital gradually thickens. However, following several heavy snowfalls, the chill in the air has intensified. That evening, Li Xun sits in the study, perusing the manuscript of the 6th Imperial Yin-Yang transformation. This method of cultivation is as profound as the Lingxi technique, with the principles of Yin and Yang transformation being exquisitely intricate and exceedingly difficult to comprehend, requiring utmost focus and dedication. Yet tonight, he lacks the inclination to immerse himself in such study, unable to absorb even a single word. At this moment, the lingering fragrance of the Qin concubine envelopes him, faint but persistent, penetrating to his very core. Beneath this delicate aroma, even the characters on the manuscript seem to morph into the elegant curves of a beauty, conjuring images of her soft, jade-like form. along with the exquisite features of her face, marked by both anguish and joy. He chuckles softly, though not loudly, yet in the stillness of the night. It carries on the cold breeze, ringing distinctly in his ears. This laughter startles him slightly, bringing him back to reality. Indeed, now is not the time for such thoughts. He shakes his head, forcing himself to redirect his focus back to the manuscript. As Li Xun gazed upon the characters representing yin and yang, his mind began to drift, leaping from the path of yin and yang to the light-hearted banter shared on the Guantao slope, and then swiftly to the complexities of male-female relationships. A sudden surge of warmth pierced through his chest and abdomen, causing his hand to tremble, and the manuscript slipped from his grasp with a rustling sound. Alas, after spending so long amidst the frivolities of beauty and charm, could he truly lack this little patience? After finally carving out some free time to delve into his studies, his thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, leaving him in a state of great agitation. He cast the manuscript aside on the desk, contemplating a breath of fresh air outside. But just as he rose, an idea sparked within him. Yin and yang. Was the Six Guardians' method of transformation truly merely a cultivation technique? Or was there more to it? In a fleeting moment of inspiration, the well-rehearsed incantations surged through his mind. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Of course." He immediately returned to the desk, rifling through the manuscript until he reached the section detailing practical applications. Among the lines, he found a glaring entry regarding the supplementation of yin and yang, the fusion of opposites, and it stood prominently, filled with terms such as true yang, true yin, absorption, and supplementation, all of which left Li Xun's mouth parched. So, this was intended for supplementation purposes? In the past, Li Xun might have dismissed such notions, for he practiced only the most esteemed techniques within the realm of Xian, rendering these matters unnecessary. Yet now, having recently experienced the affairs of the world, he found himself keenly aware of their implications, and the seemingly ambiguous methods ignited a fierce and uncontrollable desire within him. Had he not just returned from the Lanshi courtyard that very night, he might have leapt upon his sword to validate this technique immediately. He downed the now lukewarm tea in one gulp, his heart racing with agitation, and shouted, "Bring forth assistance." The National Master's residence was not particularly bound by strict rules, but recently, having enjoyed the Emperor and Apos' favor and bestowed with numerous maidservants, even at such a late hour, there were attendants waiting outside, poised to respond. The one who entered at his summons was a graceful maid, hurrying into the room, performing her duties with reverence. However, after standing in silence for a considerable time without hearing a word, her curiosity got the better of her, and she dared to look up, only to be met with the sight of Li Xun's deep, fiery eyes. She involuntarily held her breath, as a maid trained with utmost rigor. She was acutely aware of her master's current thoughts. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head, though her heart did not resist entirely. After all, this man was a living deity, immensely favored by the emperor. Yet, why had the silence suddenly fallen? With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, she glanced up again, only to be startled by the empty space at the desk. Li Xun had vanished without a trace. Cursed be this folly. Li Xun expelled the pent-up anger from his chest, feeling somewhat relieved, then vented his frustration by kicking the corpse nearby several times, finally feeling a bit more at ease. This unexpected turn of events had left him seething with anger. Just as his passion flared, intent on subduing the beautiful maid, an alarm echoed from the inner palace. He had guarded the treasury for 8 days, and now, the first opportunity for business had arrived unexpectedly. He had no choice but to brave the cold winds and rush into the inner palace, barely managing to block an intruder before they could breach the inner treasury's passage. Li Xun certainly did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he cleverly utilized the mechanisms of the passage and the powerful restrictions he had previously set, ensnaring the intruder within. Under the simultaneous activation of numerous restrictions, even if the intruder possessed immense strength, they could not even crack the surrounding stone walls. This rogue was a typical loose cultivator. Compared to Li Xun, their cultivation was indeed profound, yet lacking the guidance of a master. Their techniques were flawed and full of openings. Li Xun observed from the shadows for quite some time, and upon identifying the intruder's fatal flaw, he unleashed the venomous artifact gifted by the Yin Scatterer, seizing an opportune moment to pierce through their heart with a single strike. Under normal circumstances, this should have concluded the matter, but Li Xun could hardly anticipate the intruder's tenacious vitality. which allowed them to retaliate with a desperate blow just as Li Xun approached to inspect. This was a last-ditch effort, a strike born of sheer desperation, had it landed. Li Xun might not have emerged unscathed. Yet fortune favored Li Xun. For the moment the intruder launched their palm, he recognized it as the Baiyin palm, a technique he had learned during his studies of the yang and yin arts. His true energy reacted instinctively, and without a moment's hesitation. He unleashed the soul transference technique from the Yin Ming record. He had mastered this technique, and in an instant, he transformed his entire true energy into the ethereal Yin fire. The palm struck Li Xun's chest, although his clothing remained intact. The overwhelming Yin fire surged into his body. With a forceful kick, Li Xun sent the intruder flying several feet away, their internal organs shattered, leaving them lifeless. The rogue must have found it unfathomable that, after being struck by the Baiyin palm to a vital area, their opponent still had the strength to counterattack. Such is the path of the unorthodox. Li Xun, hand upon his chest, scoffed in disdain while secretly feeling relieved. He wondered from where the intruder had acquired such half-baked knowledge of the Yin fire. Although their true energy was well-directed and reasonably pure, the subtleties were completely distorted. It must be noted that Li Xun was a direct disciple of the Yin Ming record, possessing a wealth of techniques memorized in his heart. Even without direct practice, he could render the most authoritative verdict. The Yin Ming record contained the majority of spells from the two major sects, the spectral devourers and the ghost cultivators. It encompassed general principles, exegeses, and practical applications, allowing Li Xun to cultivate systematically. Thus, he could immediately discern that the intruder's desperate strike with the Baiyin palm was fundamentally flawed. The ethereal fire was a quintessential technique of the unorthodox path, known for its rapid advancement. Consequently, its essence was comparatively inferior to other techniques. However, the ethereal fire possessed an innate superiority over many spells. Its essence lay in subtlety, obscurity, and an almost formless quality, being deep and unfathomable. During cultivation, one must not be seduced by the illusion of rapid progress, but should focus on probing the depths of the unknown. The deceased rogue evidently did not grasp this principle, fixated solely on increasing their cultivation, which ultimately diminished the efficacy of the ethereal fire. Ironically, they encountered Li Xun, a true practitioner, who forcefully invaded their body with the Yin fire, much of which Li Xun deftly dispelled, leaving only a slight injury to the lungs, a considerable misfortune for the rogue. Yet Li Xun felt quite vexed. Aside from the chaotic skirmish with the Wuxin sect and the desperate pleas for mercy against the demon phoenix, this marked his first official encounter with an adversary. Though his tactics were unsavory, he could not afford to be picky. To his astonishment, despite his advantageous position, he had suffered such a setback. After kicking the corpse a few more times, he finally ceased, feeling slightly nauseated. Yet, an idea struck him, suppressing his disgust. He reached into the corpse's clothing, extracting its possessions. Most were worthless trinkets, but after sifting through, he discovered a small plaque made of an unfamiliar material, inscribed with the characters 100 ghosts, and a potion that was still somewhat presentable. However, the manual he had hoped for was nowhere to be found. Li Xun paid little heed, pocketing the plaque and elixir, and was just about to call for a guard to dispose of the body when the alarm resounded once more. Li Xun could not contain his frustration. Is this never-ending? The alarm was a mechanism he had set up near the inner palace, a sophisticated detection system designed to sense the true energy responses from the Xian realm. This very rogue had been detected by Li Xun due to this system, ultimately leading to their demise. Though he cursed aloud, he dared not delay, quickly summoning a guard to handle the corpse while he hurried into the inner treasury, making his way to the heart of the intricate mechanism, unleashing a series of true energy signals to activate a cleverly arranged trap set by the Yin scatterer. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from a bronze mirror on the wall. As the luminescence faded, indistinct images began to materialize on its surface, gradually becoming clearer. This was the art of the water mirror, said to be perfected to the extent that one could observe the entire realm of Tongxian through it. The practitioner known as Yin San merely imitated this skill, lacking such profound capabilities. However, it sufficed for observing the surroundings of the inner treasury. Li Xun deftly manipulated the water mirror, swiftly switching through various images until he located his target. In that moment, he inhaled sharply. There were not just one, but 5 intruders, the 4 men and 1 woman, all youthful in appearance, yet in the realm of Tongxian, retaining a youthful visage was commonplace. Once a certain level of cultivation was achieved, age became an inconsequential factor. It was entirely possible that among these 5, there was an ancient being who had cultivated for a millennium, their power rivaling the forces of nature. Li Xun's scalp prickled with unease. He was acutely aware of his own strength. His meager cultivation barely allowed him entry into the realm of Tongxian, rendering him a target for anyone. Perhaps, with the mechanisms surrounding the inner treasury and Insan's sinister artifacts, along with some cunning, he might manage to evade 1 or 2 of those specters for a brief period. However, if their numbers increased or their strength escalated by even a notch, he would surely meet his demise. He needed to inform Insan promptly. Li Xun extracted a slender, translucent sword from his pocket, no longer than his little finger and as delicate as a gossamer wing. This was a communication sword entrusted to him by Insan for emergencies. As long as Insan was within 1,000 miles, he could arrive swiftly within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Yet, within that span, he would have to contend with the enemies on his own. Gritting his teeth, Li Xun flicked his fingers, sending the flying sword soaring forth. The small blade curved through the air like a fish, vanishing in an instant. Just then, the 5 figures stepped into the open space before the inner treasury. Li Xun took several deep breaths, clapped his hands thrice, and the images in the bronze mirror rippled. When they stilled, a voice emerged. "Hey, where did that figure go? I distinctly saw him riding his sword over here, and the true energy response has vanished as well. What on earth is happening, senior brother?" The speaker was the only woman among the 5. The water mirror's portrayal, though not as vivid as first-hand observation, allowed Li Xun to infer from her silhouette and voice that she was indeed a remarkable beauty, seemingly quite young. Furthermore, her tone belied the notion that they were there to commit theft. This realization eased Li Xun's tension, yet another implication in her words immediately heightened his alarm. Senior brother? They belonged to a sect. This was entirely different from being a solitary cultivator. Among the 33 sects of the Tongxian realm, none could be taken lightly. Even a formidable figure like Insan would need to exercise caution when facing a sect alone. He held his breath, concentrating intently on their conversation. The brother, being questioned, chuckled and replied in a gentle tone, "We were delayed on the road, so it's only natural we couldn't find anyone. But that's unacceptable." The beautiful sister's voice held a hint of playful reproach. Just a glance at that person's sword light reveals their intentions are far from upright. Who knows what they might do here? Senior brother, we ventured out to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. Indeed, but that does not mean you should stir up trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the other male cultivators erupted into laughter. The beautiful sister, feigning indignation, did not hold it against the senior brother but instead made mock threats toward the others, endearing herself further. Li Xun couldn't help but smile at the scene, realizing they posed no immediate danger. Yet before he could fully process this thought, he heard the senior brother say, "Of course, sister, you are correct. That person's sword light is indeed unwholesome, clearly indicating they are not of the righteous path. Therefore, there may be someone lurking nearby, spying on us." Huh. At the beautiful sister's startled exclamation, the senior brother suddenly stomped his foot. Li Xun felt a surge of dread. He cried out in alarm, "This is bad." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a powerful shockwave surged from the depths of the stone passage, reverberating through the entire inner treasury in an instant. Li Xun's body was propelled upward, followed by a crushing sensation in his chest, as if struck by a mighty blow, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The bronze mirror trembled violently, its image again becoming indistinct. In his dazed state, he caught a glimpse of the senior brother turning his face, piercing eyes seemingly locking onto Li Xun's visage, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. As his voice echoed faithfully through the water mirror, "Who dares to spy in the shadows?" In an instant, the water mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces, scattering shards everywhere. Li Xun's heart sank into despair. He knew not the capabilities of the others, but he recognized that this senior brother, with a mere stomp, could unleash a formidable true energy that penetrated dozens of fathoms of earth, accurately striking its target. Such power was likely on par with certain second-generation disciples of the Mingxin sword sect. Even among the third generation, only Master Wenhai could rival him. What terrified him even more was that, until now, he remained oblivious to how this intricate water mirror technique had been discovered. Should he be pursued by this individual, even 10 Li Xuns would meet a grim fate. He must flee. The thought flashed through Li Xun's mind as he shoved open the door and dashed outside. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The guards and eunuchs stationed outside lay unconscious, evidently. That earlier stomp was not solely directed at him. Even the senior brother's strength had not yet reached the delicate mastery of seamless entry and exit, resorting instead to indiscriminate destruction. Consequently, the enemy's power had diminished a notch. Li Xun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a measure of calm wash over him. However, the undeniable fact remained that this person was far beyond his capabilities. If there were another companion of similar strength among them, Li Xun would be in grave peril. Who on earth were they? Which sect did they belong to? With such questions swirling in his mind, Li Xun cautiously advanced toward the outer treasury. As he reached the entrance, another thought struck him. He couldn't afford to provoke Insan. Although these individuals did not seem intent on plundering the treasures of the inner treasury, the items stored in the alchemy chamber were still rather conspicuous. He stomped his foot in frustration and turned back, descending to the 4th level of the inner treasury. He hastily snatched 2 critical items from the stone table in the alchemy chamber before fleeing once more. This delay had considerably closed the distance between him and the approaching enemies. Yet, contrary to his expectations of an overwhelming onslaught, the pressure was not as fierce as he had imagined. Based on his sensing, influenced by the complex passageways, the adversaries advanced at a measured pace. It seemed that his prior leisure in setting up barriers to disrupt mental probing had borne fruit. Since the situation was not as dire as he had envisioned, Li Xun's spirits lifted considerably. With his mind settled, he pondered more freely, glancing at the items in his grasp, the crystal vial and the iron plate. His curiosity piqued. What treasures could these 2 items be that warranted such significance for Insan? If they were indeed precious, why not keep them close at hand? The more he contemplated, the greater his curiosity grew. He paused, shifting his gaze between the 2 items. The iron plate was grimy and obscure, so he set it aside for the moment. He shook the crystal vial containing a peach-red liquid, noting no immediate reaction. Leaning closer to sniff it, he detected no unusual odor. After a moment's deliberation, he pinched the cork with his fingers and gently twisted it open. At that moment, chaos erupted. A peculiar scent wafted forth, tinged with a faint metallic tang, yet not overwhelmingly so. Then, a rich fragrance enveloped him, and unable to resist, Li Xun inhaled deeply. The instant he did, calamity struck. The ethereal, shadowy fire within him ignited explosively, as if drenched in oil, roaring to life. The fire pearl, which had lain dormant in his heart, seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, expanding and contracting violently over a dozen times, overwhelming even the jade charm of exorcism, emitting a shrill, piercing wail. The reaction of the jade amulet was more intense than ever before. Li Xun thought it might explode. His head felt like it would burst. At the moment when his internal energy was in chaos, his mind was assailed by a piercingly sharp wail, nearly rendering him mute, and in an instant, it almost turned him into a fool. Fortunately, he possessed the jade amulet, a rare treasure, and had practiced the finest techniques of the mystic realm. Though his cultivation was lacking, he at least retained some measure of composure. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he instinctively pressed down on the bottle's cork. And with a resounding thud in his mind, the shrill wailing miraculously ceased. The fire pearl returned to normal, the jade amulet's long cry faded away, and a wave of refreshing energy surged into his body, healing the damage he had just sustained. Li Xun spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, staring at the crystal bottle in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this was no good thing. He dared not continue his examination. Hastily clutching both items, unwilling to stow them in his robe, and determinately sprinting in a chosen direction. Behind him, the 5 pursuers had noticeably increased their pace. To make matters worse, they seemed to have ceased their blind pursuit through the tunnels and were now hot on Li Xun's heels, directly chasing him down. Clearly, the intense tremor from moments ago had resonated through the thick walls, leaving no concealment. The adversaries had grasped this faint trace of sensation and followed closely. Li Xun felt both anxious and furious. He was no fool. Of course he understood this principle. However, it was too late for regret. He could only focus on regulating his breath while hastening his flight. At this moment, the disparity in their cultivation levels became painfully apparent. Once the opponents had locked onto his energy signature, the distance between them steadily diminished, and even shifting through several corridors proved futile. Damn it! Li Xun cursed under his breath, and in this perilous moment, he found himself more decisive. He realized that if he continued to flee, he would likely miss the arrival of San Ren, and some change was essential. With this thought, he swiftly turned and entered another corridor. As soon as he stepped in, he leaped to the ceiling and struck it with his palm, silently releasing the fire. A section of the stone ceiling, about the size of a palm, immediately caved in. Following that, he struck again, creating another space at the side of the indentation, stuffing both perilous items inside. As for whether they would be discovered, he would leave it to fate. Strangely enough, though he exerted little force in this act, and had to both conceal his presence and calculate precisely, it was quite taxing, yet he felt no discomfort from this effort. This was peculiar. In the midst of his hurried actions, he turned inward to inspect his condition and was startled by what he found. The fire was swirling around his dantian, expanding and contracting within him, moving smoothly as if it were under his command. No matter how he attempted to draw from it, the energy felt boundless, giving him a sense of vitality that was ever renewing. It appeared that his cultivation had at least improved by 20%. What a twist! Fearing that the two dispersers might sense him, he had not practiced the techniques from his Ming record for quite some time. At most, he had merely utilized the method of energy conversion to siphon off some essence from the true breath cultivated through the Lingxi technique, experiencing slow progress. If he were to use it against an opponent, he could only muster 80% of his strength. Yet, how much time had passed? Surely not more than a few moments. What was happening? Li Xun pondered deeply. The only moment that could have influenced him was the instant he opened the crystal bottle. Could the water within have such an effect? Remembering the harrowing moment of life and death, a shiver ran down his spine. Even if it could enhance his cultivation, he could not afford to use this cursed substance again, not when his life was at stake. Time was of the essence. He dared not dwell further, and once more propelled himself down the corridor. At this point, he could hear, not far off, the rustle of garments. The enemy was drawing near. Gritting his teeth, Li Xun tore off the front of his robe to cover his face, then pulled out a fine thread from his robe. He then lunged forward, almost gliding along the ground. In this state, he unfurled the thread, using both hands to drive its ends into the stone walls on either side. The thread pierced the rock as if it were soft soil. Following this, he performed a somersault, his feet never touching the ground, swiftly disappearing from sight. The entire sequence of movements was executed seamlessly, without delay, and he had set a trap, revealing a hint of his innate talent for deception. Ahead lay a small chamber, not a place for respite. Here, at least 20 corridors branched out in all directions. Without a map, even with one, navigating this endless maze in darkness would require careful consideration. Li Xun hesitated not a moment, diving into one of the corridors. Almost simultaneously, a muffled groan echoed from behind. Li Xun knew that the heavenly spider thread had taken effect. This treacherous artifact would latch onto any foreign true breath it sensed apart from its master, becoming inextricable and increasingly toxic, eroding flesh and bone until nothing remained. Naturally, if one could burn it away with primal true fire, it posed no threat. Li Xun employed it merely to sow chaos. What a malevolent little demon. One could only wonder who uttered such words, their tone filled with disdain. Li Xun chuckled inwardly. Yet his feet never faltered, weaving in and out as he circled the chamber, traversing all 20 corridors in mere moments. At this point, he ceased to conceal his presence, instead amplifying it until the unique scent of the fire saturated the entire chamber. Only then did he draw back his energy and leap to the ceiling above the chamber, observing coldly from his vantage point. Within just a few breaths, the corridor from which he had come erupted with the sound of rushing air. A strong wind surged in, and 5 figures appeared, their presence formidable. However, upon witnessing the state of the chamber, their momentum faltered. Cunning indeed. The voice was melodious. The only woman among the 5 spoke. Li Xun was no longer the naive youth he once was. As he listened to her voice tinged with annoyance, his heart stirred. "Senior brother, do you sense anything? Indeed, this individual is quite clever. However, setting such a trap must have consumed considerable time. He certainly cannot have gone far." Li Xun was well aware of the unfolding situation. Without waiting for them to complete their deductions, he gauged his opportunity and surged forward. As he moved, he flung out a small bell. Its clear chime resonated throughout the chamber, creating an echo that seemed to multiply the sound of countless bells ringing in unison. The bell itself arced through the air, gaining speed as it hurtled towards the female cultivator, producing a thunderous sound, its force extraordinary. Almost simultaneously, a slender golden needle shot forth, making no sound as it pierced the air. Meanwhile, Li Xun suddenly lightened his body, silencing his movements as he melded with the darkness. stealthily sliding along the cavern wall towards the back of the group. As he anticipated, the female cultivator was indeed the treasure in their eyes. Seeing her in peril, the others rushed to her aid, their attention momentarily diverted, granting Li Xun a fleeting chance. Yet this was still a precarious maneuver. Just as he was about to slip above the entrance to the corridor, a cold huff pierced his ears. As the huff sounded, Li Xun felt an overwhelming force, vast and rolling like waves, barreling towards him. Upon contact, he was struck by a penetrating sensation akin to a sword's edge, a paradoxical force that rendered escape impossible. Li Xun truly found no way to evade. Despite his deep reluctance, he had no choice but to summon his true breath and confront this powerful blow head-on. He summoned the ethereal and sinister fire, his palms slowly extending forward. With his motion, the surrounding air temperature began to rise rapidly, reaching a level that could melt iron and gold, yet was held back by an inexplicable barrier, the searing heat contained within, driving one to the brink of madness. This oppressive gloom was no less formidable than the opponent's palm strike. This was the true being palm. Although his cultivation was not on par with that of the recently encountered rogue cultivator, the finesse of Li Xun's strike far surpassed that of the other. Being palm, the person opposite him expressed surprise, yet the force in their hand remained undiminished. With a muffled explosion, Li Xun coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across his face and head. In that fleeting moment, he nearly believed himself to be an ice block under the blazing sun, destined to be turned into mere water by the opponent's mighty palm strike. Just as that person had a moment of enlightenment, he too came to an understanding. While on the mountain, he had heard of such a peculiar technique more than once: to move like emptiness, to channel energy like a rainbow. What a remarkable school of Tianxing. As Li Xun spat out another mouthful of blood, his body was propelled like a ball struck away, crashing into the passage behind him. While still airborne, he threw out a bead, which struck the ground and unleashed a thick cloud of black mist, instantly shrouding the passage in darkness. More critically, in the blackened area, stone dust began to fall away, indicating a highly toxic nature. Even the individual across from him dared not venture forth, halted by the black mist. At that moment, a pained groan echoed from behind the person, and a female cultivator's voice cried out in distress, "Senior brother, Lu Shige has been struck by the reverse blood needle." Li Xun heard the words clearly, and in the next instant, he crashed heavily to the ground. A wry smile crept across his face. "Reverse blood needle? Apologies, but my brother possesses nothing of the sort. Merely an ordinary reverse blood needle." However, due to that non-existent venomous dart, he could at least buy himself a moment of respite. With a triumphant grin, he staggered to his feet and stumbled away. Leaning against the stone wall, he paused to catch his breath. The face veil that obstructed his breathing was irritating, and he hastily pulled it down, yet it did little to alleviate his discomfort. The remarkable power of the senior brother clung to him like a parasite, refusing to dissipate. Li Xun was not surprised. The Tianxing sect specialized in the cultivation of righteous energy. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, it could fill the heavens and earth, effectively warding off all evils and resisting demonic forces, comparable to the Vajra subduing demons technique of the Western Zen school, possessing a significant restraining power against malevolent practices. His half-baked, ethereal fire was destined to encounter misfortune against such righteous energy. No wonder the water mirror technique was seen through. Righteous energy cultivators do not rely on external objects, which is precisely why they are clear and untainted, highly sensitive to various forms of spells. This assertion proved true. With the water mirror exposed and the ethereal fire suppressed, his day of misfortune seemed unending. Li Xun chuckled at himself, then pursed his lips. What if it were the authentic Lingxi technique of the Taoist sect? With renewed determination after some time, the ethereal fire within him finally rekindled. Barely reaching a standard, he gritted his teeth, disregarding his body's weakness, and invoked the reverse soul transmigration technique, channeling the remnants of the ethereal fire into pure Taoist essence. The turbulence within his lungs caused him to spit another mouthful of blood, which he promptly covered with his veil. His body felt even weaker, but the remaining righteous energy within him could no longer find a target to purify and gradually stabilized. A smile broke across his face as he took another laborious step forward. It was within reach. When Xinger saw Li Xun, drenched in blood, appear in the room, her first reaction was to scream loudly. However, just as her voice escaped, he swiftly slapped her back into silence. "Be quiet," perhaps buoyed by the pride in his chest. Though his stature could not rival that of a fully grown man, he stood there, disheveled yet exuding an aura capable of intimidating the young girl. What skill was there in bullying a child? To his surprise, Qin Fei had yet to retire for the night, just over an hour ago. She had spent a passionate night with Li Xun and had fallen into a weary slumber, yet for some unknown reason, she had risen again. At this moment, she was disheveled, clad only in a thin garment, draped in the snow-white mink coat Li Xun had first seen her in. Her voice remained soft, seemingly unaffected by Li Xun's appearance. Her demeanor struck Li Xun as peculiar, but there was no time for contemplation. "Come with me," he commanded. Qin Fei glanced at him, stepped forward, and reached out her delicate hand to assist him. Had she truly perceived him to be so weak? Without a second thought, Li Xun swatted her hand away, forcing himself to maintain his balance as he strode into the inner chamber. Qin Fei said nothing further, silently following behind him, her steps mirroring his. This docility was a rarity for Li Xun. Typically, Qin Fei, despite her inability to resist his misdeeds, would exhibit some degree of aversion, never offering him a pleasant expression. Her current attitude took him by surprise. Had she changed her disposition today, or was she simply intimidated by the blood on him? Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply, entering the inner chamber and seating himself on the edge of the bed, placing the two perilous items on the nearby dressing table. Qin Fei stood quietly before him, her head bowed, still gentle and demure. Xing'er timidly entered with a cup of tea, which Qin Fei accepted and personally delivered to Li Xun. Li Xun lifted his gaze to her, nodded slightly, and reached for the cup, yet as he did so, a clattering sound erupted as the lid of the teacup collided with its body, drawing the attention of both women. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to halt the trembling in his hands, raising the cup to his lips, oblivious to the scalding temperature of the tea, and drank it all in one go. The boiling liquid surged into his chest and abdomen, the steam bringing a modicum of energy that made him feel slightly better. With a crash, he hurled the teacup to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Xing'er, startled, immediately dropped to her knees, not daring to lift her head. Qin Fei's body visibly trembled, but she quickly regained her composure. Li Xun observed their reactions, already drawing conclusions in his mind. He bore no real anger, for the act had merely been a test. Qin Fei's response was indeed rare, yet fear lingered in her demeanor. If she could remain unflinching in the face of danger, then Li Xun would truly need to reconsider her character. After the cup shattered, clarity returned to his mind, and his emotions stabilized significantly. He scrutinized Qin Fei once more, lifting his chin and motioning towards the bed. "Come up and remove your clothes." Upon hearing this, both women cast him incredulous glances, though no words were spoken. The meaning was unmistakable. Given his current state, was there still a way? Li Xun felt no need to answer their unspoken questions, his gaze sharpening intensely. Under such scrutiny, Qin Fei found it impossible to refuse. Biting her lip, she ultimately relented, with Xing'er's assistance, shedding her cloak and garment, revealing large swathes of her alabaster skin. Obediently lying on the bed, though Qin Fei's resolve was steadfast and they shared an intimate physical relationship, the innate shyness of a maiden still prevailed in such matters. Her body curled slightly, attempting to turn away, using the scant fabric she had to shield herself from Li Xun's unabashed gaze. Unbeknownst to her, this very action showcased the beauty of her every inch of skin in the most alluring manner before him. Even with his mind occupied, Li Xun could not suppress the surge of desire swelling within him. Xing'er collected the discarded garments and timidly approached to assist Li Xun in removing his clothing, only to be pushed aside. The young maid finally understood her role was unnecessary. Hurriedly bowing in respect, she turned to clean up the shattered cup, then scurried out. Li Xun stood before the bed, gazing down at Qin Fei's enchanting form. He had never before appreciated beauty in such a manner, without physical contact, yet wielding an overwhelming sense of dominion. There was no need for tangible interaction. In his heart, he had firmly ensnared the other, life and death resting in his hands. Suddenly, he found it all absurd. Just moments ago, he had fled like a lost dog from the clutches of the Xingjian sect, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the sovereign of this unparalleled beauty. The wonders of the world could not be more peculiar. Yet, what was more apparent was the gradual emergence of a sense of weakness and awkwardness within him. He was, after all, not a true strongman. Thus, he could only display his power and authority in this small realm of the orchid and musk pavilion, before the fragile Qin Fei. Beyond this place, or more accurately, beyond this throng of mortals akin to ants, He remained insignificant in the eyes of greater beings. The Yin Sanren and Shui Sanren could indeed become the arbiters of his life and death. Yet had he not just encountered a senior brother from the Taiyang Xingjian sect, who could not achieve the same? Everything he did, who in the Tongxian realm could not perform better than him. He did not disrobe. Instead, he leaned down, grasping Qin Fei's shoulder, feeling the soft, delicate texture beneath his touch, and observing the expression of bashfulness mingled with delight on her face. A sudden realization struck him. She was not foolish. This unexpected thought swept through his mind like a tempest, dispelling the mist that had just begun to accumulate. Was she obedient? Compliant? No, one could say she was astute. Qin Fei had seen through him. She comprehended the vanity and weakness that resided in Li Xun's heart, recognizing that he had suffered greatly at the hands of the strong and was now in dire need of authority to restore his image and preserve his pride. Hence, her behavior was one of calculated compliance. She understood that only by satisfying his vanity, only by obscuring his deeper insecurities, and only by reconstructing his image could she ensure her own well-being. Subtly catering to a man's needs to safeguard her existence. That was the wisdom of Qin Fei. And this wisdom was founded on a profound understanding of human nature and worldly affairs. In other words, in Qin Fei's eyes, all of Li Xun's actions and gestures were merely a farcical display of a foolish clown. He was performing a self-indulgent act riddled with flaws, eliciting applause from the audience while they secretly mocked him. Having never experienced such a feeling, Li Xun felt he had gained insight into human hearts. Look, that bashful yet delighted expression, the gestures that seemed to invite yet deny, the tender and alluring form. Didn't they reveal the most intense and profound irony? Alas! Qin Fei let out a soft cry. She felt her shoulder as if it were being torn apart by Li Xun. She opened her eyes, casting a gaze filled with fear and fragility. Meanwhile, Li Xun met her stare with a peculiar intensity. A scarlet hue enveloped him, his eyes radiating a singular color, swirling with crimson waves. Yet at the center of it all lay a rock-like depth, unwavering amidst the tumult. Under such a gaze, it felt as though she had been struck by a venomous dart to the eye, prompting Qin Fei to emit a short gasp, her body tensing before gradually yielding, her head tilting slightly as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Xun's lips curled into a slight grin, releasing a chilling aura from his mouth, his crimson maw contrasting with his snow-white teeth, exuding an eerie and fierce allure. He paused briefly before entering Qin Fei's being. The allure of the beauty, even in her stupor, was enough to ignite a man's desire. Li Xun was no exception. His body and spirit were ablaze with passion, and the physical contact only intensified this yearning. However, deep within his soul, perhaps in a corner of his consciousness that he could not fully perceive, a shard of frost began to expand slowly, akin to a fragment of ice amidst surging lava, evoking an inexplicable sensation. This frost might be termed reason. It coldly scrutinized this strange yet familiar world, and when it finally discerned the purest spark within, it erupted, rapidly enveloping every corner of Li Xun's being at an indescribable speed. His heart swelled violently, nearly filling his entire chest cavity, only to suddenly contract to an unimaginable singularity. In this inflation and deflation, Li Xun's heart transformed entirely. He expelled a stream of blood, more radiant than the dawn's first light, droplets splattering onto Qin Fei's alabaster form, rendering it all the more shocking. The corners of Li Xun's lips continued to crack until they formed a grotesque arc, and at that moment, he leaned down, disregarding the bloodstains upon Qin Fei, embracing her tightly, in an intimate contact devoid of any gap, as his true essence morphed into an intangible mist, permeating her being. Qin Fei's beautiful eyes suddenly flew open, her delicate face contorted in agony, releasing a long, despairing wail before she began to convulse violently. In the throes of pleasure and pain, her inner world revealed a slight fissure to Li Xun. His gaze began to rotate slowly, not merely the movement of pupils, but rather an entirely defiant rotation against the limits of the human body. What met his sight was not the ordinary scenery, but waves emanating from the depths of Qin Fei's heart, the most primal and instinctual vibrations. The otherworldly crimson gaze rendered him akin to a demon, tearing open the breach in her soul with bloody hands, probing into its deepest secrets. Pain, desire, fear, sorrow, enlightenment, cold clarity, mockery, and even a hint of masochistic pleasure, alongside the blurred shadows lurking deeper within, were peeled away layer by layer, laid bare before him. This was a resplendent bloom, its dense petals forming intricate, vibrant barriers that, with the passage of time, peeled away in layers to blossom. From this moment forth, Li Xun comprehended a singular truth. Reading a woman's heart was akin to perusing a thick tome, entangled threads, overlapping emotional fragments, and the contradictory, chaotic sentiments that defied any semblance of order, all coalescing into the eternally inscrutable nature of a woman's heart. He yearned to shed every petal to uncover the precious core within. Yet, halfway through, he faltered. As his energy waned, his consciousness began to blur. Ultimately, everything before him was veiled in a thick mist, compelling him to close his eyes, conceding defeat in this assault. After a considerable time, Li Xun finally opened his eyes. Now, he understood that thus far, he had not truly conquered Qin Fei's body and soul, even though she was but a fragile woman, as delicate as a flower swaying in the breeze. This realization left him perturbed, yet he quickly rallied his spirits. In truth, conquest need not entail a complete victory of body and mind. Even now, could this not be deemed a form of conquest? He gently caressed Qin Fei's body, as soft as jade, while thoughts of incantations flowed like a stream through his mind, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, male and female, in their union, inherently aligned with the cosmic principles of yin and yang. The act of coupling is the ultimate path of reproduction, wherein there is loss and gain, a mutual complement of yin and yang, perfectly in accord with the flow of the celestial order. However, there exist methods that stand in opposition to this natural order, ensuring one's own invulnerability, then employing various means to compel the other to relinquish their essence in moments of heightened desire, absorbing it into oneself for personal gain. Such tactics, when wielded to enhance one's cultivation, yield remarkable results, deepening one's power as they ensnare more victims. Yet, the resultant impurities and conflicts of essence pose a considerable challenge. Yet, this is the fairness of the celestial order. Among the 6 transformations of yin and yang, there also exist methods of acquisition. On the surface, it appears similar to other practices, gaining at the expense of others, but it transcends mere extraction of vitality from the target. Instead, it involves a delicate interplay of yin and yang transformations, effectively converting the subject into a true furnace. The furnace, in essence, is a vessel where fire refines and extracts its essence. The body of the subject serves as the container, while the practitioner's true breath acts as the fire. Through manipulation of the 6 energies, wind, rain, obscurity, clarity, yin, and yang, the practitioner draws in a concentrated essence of the universe, employing unique methods for efficient absorption. This method treats the target as an amplifier, allowing the practitioner to extract 10-fold or 20-fold the usual amount of universal energy. Moreover, due to the extensive refining and tempering within the subject's body, issues such as impure true breath and conflicting essence become less pronounced. Such temptation is hard to resist, and Li Xun is no exception. Following the prescribed method, he meticulously gains complete control over the body of concubine Qin, subsequently introducing the 6 energies to correspond with her essence, qi, fluids, blood, and veins, in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao. Simultaneously, he employs various techniques to tease concubine Qin, pushing her to the brink of death, and at the moment of overwhelming desire, her essence and spirit become one, naturally yielding to Li Xun. Concubine Qin cries out once more, overwhelmed by a tumult of sensations, weakness, pain, and lust, all erupting simultaneously, causing her to faint again. Li Xun feels invigorated, as if his injuries have vanished. The vibrant true breath within him compels him to unleash a triumphant roar to the heavens. He rises to adjust his attire, yet curiously feels no pity for the delicate figure before him. Consider yourself unfortunate. He chuckles, giving concubine Qin a playful pat. Just then, he recalls the 2 significant items and turns his gaze. As he shifts his focus, a fleeting shadow darts past his peripheral vision, moving with astonishing speed. Instinctively, he strikes out with his palm, only to grasp at nothingness. Alarmed, he pivots, zeroing in on the 2 objects on the table, and lunges forward. Everything else can be replaced, but those 2 items are indispensable. A muffled chuckle resonates in his ear, and in that moment, the surrounding air thickens as if solidifying into ice. Li Xun, propelled by momentum, crashes forward, letting out a grunt as his previously healing body sustains further injury. But that is not all. In the instant his movement falters, a cold hand presses against his back, releasing a surge of force. With a thunderous crash, Li Xun is sent hurtling toward the table, his body soaring through the air as a sharp, needle-like true breath pierces through his defenses, tearing through him like delicate paper. This true breath darts straight for his heart, its speed leaving him no time to react. A resounding thud echoes as Li Xun's chest explodes in a mist of blood, obliterating the table beneath him, and in that instant, the two items vanish without a trace. His soul feels as if it has detached from his body. Death has never felt so imminent. Unlike the pressure from the demon phoenix, which merely brushed his skin, this time it has violently yanked at his very essence. Is this what death feels like? It is an extraordinary sensation. Just moments ago, he was brimming with vitality, and now, emptiness is all he can perceive. Amidst this rapid transformation, he senses something peculiar. If one were to suddenly pour a glass of water, it would naturally spill. This glass of water could symbolize his life. Yet Li Xun perceives the force that causes it to spill. It is a subtle, elusive energy. In that fleeting moment, he engraves the essence of this energy deep within his soul. Movement and stillness, the path remains unbroken, a continuous cycle, life and death, an endless cycle, a repetition. These incantations resonate like raindrops falling in the void of his heart, each drop cultivating a rising vitality, gradually enveloping his entire being. The heartbeat returns, steady and powerful, as if that piercing true breath was merely a figment of his imagination. Li Xun's consciousness emerges from the void, still in a daze. The previous ordeal lingering like a dream, surreal and disconcerting. Tentatively, he touches his chest, finding it coated in blood. Indeed, there is a small hole in his garment. And upon inspection, a pinprick wound remains on his pectoral muscle, clearly the source of his bleeding. What on earth is happening? Just as confusion envelopes him, a low voice praises him. Well done. The voice is achingly familiar, causing Li Xun's heart to leap as he gasps, Master Uncle. He hurriedly rises, turning to see Yinsen sitting at the bedside, toying with a bottle and a piece of iron, her gaze fixed on him, her expression a blend of mirth and charm. Li Xun's heart flutters, then snaps back to reality, chiding himself for being entranced. Not daring to delay, he approaches and bows respectfully, Master Uncle, how do you fare? Yinsen weighs the two items in her hand, her face radiating warmth. You have performed admirably. To escape the siege of 5 third-generation disciples from the Xingjian sect while safeguarding these two items, how should I reward you? Li Xun is too awestruck to respond. At that moment, numerous questions swirl in his mind. Noticing Yinsen seemingly amiable demeanor, he gathers his courage to inquire, Master Uncle, back there, the one who... Indeed, it was I. Yinsen acknowledges calmly, recognizing his unspoken query. Li Xun's eyes widen. Was that truly a test? Yinsen profound gaze pierces into his own. If Wei Bufan were here, he would surely be astonished by your progress. By the looks of you, the blood nightmare has likely merged with your core, enabling you to dissipate the blood mist and evade a fatal blow. Consider how little time has passed since he entrusted you with the blood deity technique. Observing the indescribable gleam in Yinsen eyes, an alarm sounds in Li Xun's mind. Although he is uncertain of the implications, he senses that something subtle and intriguing has transpired within him, particularly around the time of his recent absorption. This realization brings him a sense of caution. Aware of the facts, he chooses to gloss over them, for he truly does not comprehend how he managed to refine the blood nightmare. Yinsen gaze is sharp. She understands Li Xun's predicament, and her words are but a formality. Noting his bewilderment, she refrains from probing further and shifts the conversation to his skirmish with the Xingjian sect. Li Xun's heart skips a beat as he suddenly recalls employing the techniques from the Book of the Netherworld during the ambush. Surely that brother would recognize it. Having called out the bean palm, when did Yinsen return? How much does she know? Li Xun maintains a facade of calm, yet his mind races, attempting to fabricate a lie to conceal his use of the Book of the Netherworld. However, time is of the essence, and under Yinsen scrutinizing gaze, diverting his attention proves a formidable task. Gritting his teeth in secret, he resorts to a vague narrative. Upon hearing the alarm, I rush to the scene. He recounts the events, omitting the specifics of his battle with the unknown rogue, merely claiming that he was struck down by his own attack. This is merely a small deception. When it came to the crucial moment of battling that senior from the Xingjian sect, he realized that without amplifying his courage, he would not be able to overcome this obstacle. Resolutely. He fabricated a grand lie. I regret to admit that I did not engage in combat with anyone from the Xingjian sect. I am also unclear about the identity of the individual who did. The cold gaze of Yin Sanren pierced through him. Then how do you know those few were from the Xingjian sect? It was the righteous Qi that harmed you. Yin Sanren chuckled, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. You just claimed not to have fought with anyone from the Xingjian sect. Li Xun widened his eyes, unusually raising his voice. I truly did not engage with them. He suddenly realized he had raised his tone too much, hastily lowering it. I was puzzled. I had been lurking at the top of that small hall, preparing for a sneak attack, when suddenly, someone leaped out and struck that senior. In the chaos, I attempted to slip away and darted behind that person, but as soon as I entered the corridor, I heard two people clash, and that senior shouted being palm. Immediately after, a wave of palm force surged towards me. In a hurry, I tried to block it, but the force was too great, and I was injured. He blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yet, I cannot fathom why, despite the sudden appearance of that person blocking behind me, I still sustained injuries from that palm force. Yin Sanren's gaze was like a sharpened blade, seemingly able to penetrate Li Xun's innermost thoughts. Li Xun maintained a bewildered expression, mixed with a natural fear. This was the extent of his acting ability. After a moment, Yin Sanren smiled and nodded. I see. It must be the soul attachment technique. Yin Sanren had grasped the entire sequence of events and explained to Li Xun. The soul attachment technique of the Yuhanji Ying sect has such an effect. Residual Yuming Yin fire lingers within you. It seems that person's cultivation is not high enough to fully transfer the palm force onto you. Surviving this ordeal is indeed fortunate. Indeed, such fortune. In this world, aside from those from the Yuhanji Ying sect, who else could understand the techniques recorded in the Yuming Lu better than he? At this moment, applying what he had learned yielded commendable results. Though he feigned a look of realization, he was deeply unsettled by Yin Sanren's unintentional revelation regarding the Yuming Yin fire within him. It was likely due to his severe injuries, resulting in the incomplete execution of the soul transference method. Clearly, Yin Sanren harbored suspicions about him, which prompted her inquiry. Fortunately, he had hastily concocted this lie. Otherwise, he might have already fallen victim to the Lotus 8's secret arts. Wiping away a cold sweat, he felt an undeniable tension. However, he had to celebrate the success of the lie he spun before Yin Sanren. Heaven knows how challenging this endeavor was. An amalgamation of anxiety and excitement surged within him, an emotion not easily suppressed. To distract himself from this agitation, he inquired about the 5 individuals from the Xingjian sect. Yin Sanren stated that all 5 belonged to recognized sects and had not committed any theft. She did not wish to stir trouble. Thus, she chose to let them go without acknowledging their presence. Let go? Li Xun was genuinely astonished. This was not in line with Yin Sanren's character. Could it be that she feared the Xingjian sect? He turned to look at Yin Sanren, only to find her gaze fixed upon him, a moment of penetrating insight exchanged. Then, she rose, a hint of mocking amusement gracing her features. Ultimately, Yin Sanren did not divulge her true reasons for releasing them, and Li Xun dared not press further. He lowered his gaze and caught sight of Yin Sanren lightly waving her feather duster, delicate threads glinting with a metallic sheen as they passed before his eyes. A chill ran down Li Xun's spine. He had never before recognized so clearly that this enchanting and gracious woman, for the most part, was one of the most powerful beings in existence. One could say, in this vast world, she was utterly unafraid. Lowering his head further, he suddenly realized that he harbored a degree of admiration for Yin Sanren. For instance, envy. When would he attain the ability to gaze upon this universe with such a pure, condescending perspective as Yin Sanren? Li Xun longed for that day to arrive. Strangely, in this moment of reflection, it seemed entirely plausible that Yin Sanren would spare those younger individuals. She was a formidable figure, yet also a grandmaster. Even though she possessed a cunning mind, adept at strategy, and occasionally acted impulsively, committing many reprehensible acts, she still held a sense of pride within her heart. This pride forbade her from unjustly targeting these youngsters. Naturally, she would never disclose this reasoning to Li Xun. Besides pondering this matter, Li Xun also considered that if those 5 were to be killed, the Xingjian sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Should they come for him, Yin Sanren could easily flee, but he lacked such capability. In that light, it was indeed a wise decision to release them. He had just turned around when he noticed Sanren had shifted her gaze towards the slumbering Qin Fei on the bed. Without her needing to express anything, Li Xun's face flushed. Of course, Sanren would not scold him for this. She merely observed Qin Fei's bare form with keen interest. Sanren remarked, "I never imagined you would be interested in such methods. However, this technique is rather domineering. If it continues like this, I fear she won't last beyond 10 attempts." Sanren retracted her feather duster, smiling slightly, her gaze flickering towards Li Xun. "You hardly seem to cherish beauty. How about we have a sparring session someday?" In her seemingly light-hearted words, it was difficult to discern how much was earnest and how much was jest. Yet it successfully drained the color from Li Xun's previously flushed face, leaving him pallid. He then forced a smile. "Please spare me, Master Uncle." Upon uttering these words, his heart stirred. It seemed the dynamics of his relationship with Sanren had shifted somewhat. Previously, he would never have dared to voice such slightly humorous and sarcastic remarks. Yet now he spoke without a hint of hesitation. More importantly, he stole a glance back, only to see that the unparalleled enchantress, rivaling the beauty of the naked woman on the bed, bore no sign of displeasure. She merely extended her hand, gliding down the smooth curve of Qin Fei's leg, eliciting soft moans that echoed throughout the room. She no longer cast her gaze this way. In that instant, Li Xun grasped her meaning. Something sour and bitter welled up in his mouth, unbearable to endure. He suddenly recalled a crude saying, the source of which eluded him, yet at this moment, it felt strikingly appropriate. How do men forge friendships? By sharing the same pair of trousers and the same woman. Although Sanren was not a man, she possessed that same essence. Li Xun's mind buzzed, yet his face remained impassive, devoid of any change. He ceased speaking, merely bowing to Sanren before turning to exit the room. At that moment, Xing'er awaited him outside. Upon seeing him emerge, she was about to kneel in greeting when Qin Fei inside suddenly let out a long, drawn-out scream, tinged with a sobbing tone. Xing'er's eyes widened, and her expression towards Li Xun shifted entirely. Li Xun pressed his lips together, his steps unconsciously quickening. In an instant, he left the Lansha courtyard. The rising and falling, soft and delicate sounds within grew increasingly distant yet clearer. Li Xun's eyes gradually transformed once more into a shade of blood red. What was this? What was all of this? What the hell was happening? The piercing cries reverberated through his mind, and Li Xun's pace quickened further. He was not pitying Qin Fei. Rather, he felt a sense of humiliation and disgust. This sensation erupted from his heart, infiltrating his veins like drops of dark venom, causing his blood to boil. Then, with a fierce gesture, he struck his own face. Bang! Blood gushed from his nose, and the fervent heat rushing to his brain finally found an outlet. While the peculiar hues in his eyes began to settle slowly. After a long while, he chuckled softly. What does it matter? It was always hers. She is a woman too. This hoarse voice echoed in the night, akin to a black bat flapping its wings, circling in a sinister and mysterious dance. A cold breeze rustled through the darkness. In the days following his injury, Li Xun chose a discreet approach. Reliable sources indicated that the 5 members of the Tianqing Jian sect had not yet departed. A careless encounter could spell trouble. Moreover, he had been visiting the palace less frequently. The most pressing reason, of course, was that he needed time to ponder the battle with the Tianqing Jian sect. Along with the process of drawing strength from concubine Qin, particularly the latter, had brought about a series of inexplicable transformations that required careful consideration. After immersing himself in thought for several days, Li Xun reached a preliminary conclusion. Firstly, his cultivation had surged by at least 30%. Aside from the benefits gained from drawing strength, the principal factor appeared to be the mysterious liquid in the crystal vial, akin to an extraordinary tonic that offered immense advantages merely through its scent. However, its potency was rather overwhelming. Next came the state of his training in the blood god technique. The blood nightmare that had plagued him for nearly a decade had indeed vanished, and simultaneously, his heart had undergone an extraordinary transformation, as the Sanren had foretold. Ordinary external strikes could no longer harm it. Even a piercing attack from someone as formidable as the Sanren could be endured. The transformation of his heart marked the first step in advancing his cultivation of the blood god technique. However, such demonic powers would not merely induce physical changes. They also accompanied a mindset characterized by chaos and detachment, devoid of attachment and emotion. This was the heart of indifference, the first step towards demonic cultivation. It was said that this indifference could influence a cultivator's character, though this transformation required time, and Li Xun had yet to perceive its effects. Yet, one matter troubled him deeply. Initially, the transformation of his heart was affected, and subsequently, it was disturbed by the Yin San Ren strike, causing the Yin fire within his heart to display signs of instability. As his cultivation progressed, the terrifying energy contained within seemed poised to burst forth, potentially reducing him to ashes. The danger was palpable, even if the Ghost Master had indicated that this Yin fire would not erupt for a century. Who could trust such claims in a precarious situation? Only then did Li Xun truly comprehend the essence of the threat left by the Ghost Master. However, he had grown numb to such matters. It seemed that the carefree days devoid of pressure were forever beyond his reach. The demonic phoenix spared him, yet he encountered the Yin San Ren. The blood nightmare dissipated, yet he faced the torment of Yin fire. If he wished to live well, he must shatter the shackles weighing him down, yet that seemed a distant prospect. He sighed and picked up his brush to make a stroke on the paper. At that moment, he was in a small pavilion within the National Master's residence, immersed in his calligraphy. Of course, Li Xun possessed neither the artistic finesse of Master Zhong Yin nor his leisurely disposition. What he painted at that moment was not picturesque landscapes or charming flora and fauna, but rather something that appeared to resemble ghostly symbols to the untrained eye. The maidservants surrounding him wore expressions of no surprise. Perhaps, in their view, a Taoist drawing symbols was entirely natural. The only discrepancy with the rumors was that Li Xun was not using vermilion ink on yellow paper for his symbols, but rather the most ordinary brush and rice paper. The strokes on the paper, though seemingly disordered when viewed together, were quite neat when examined individually. Yet when combined, they resembled the scribbles of a child with no discernible pattern. However, to an individual deeply versed in the art of restrictions, it would appear entirely different. The strokes represented branches and leaves, yet the divine intent was the true essence. Typically, Li Xun placed great emphasis on the interplay of restrictions, contemplating how to harness limited true energy for greater power. But at this moment, his approach was distinct. He concentrated his essence and spirit almost entirely at the tip of his brush, each stroke akin to unleashing a sword with all his might, while simultaneously ensuring the fragile paper beneath did not tear. His mastery over true energy had reached its limit. Under such circumstances, Li Xun discovered that subtle sensation he sought. This was the greatest reward of his recent reflections. Although it seemed his brush power was exhausted and true energy depleted, a change in the momentum of his strokes could rekindle new vigor. At this critical juncture, a fleeting, ethereal point resonated with the energy coursing through his body. This energy represented the harmonious flow of a cultivator's essence with the universe, a profound interaction. Each additional control over a strand of energy indicated a deeper understanding of the cosmos. Simultaneously, it confronted him with previously unseen and unimaginable variations in energy. Generally, cultivators perceive, discover, and manipulate energy according to their respective cultivation methods, advancing step by step to clarify their perception, thus facilitating control. Li Xun, for instance, could only perceive subtle energy changes within his area of expertise, the domain of restrictions. In terms of internal cultivation, he would only grasp the essence of energy upon reaching the realm of the moon rising over the sea. Yet, Li Xun's cultivation encompassed the profound techniques of the transcendent realm, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, neither wholly subservient to the other. This created conditions for him to sense and manipulate greater energies, while also posing the risk of falling into chaos due to the complexity and turmoil of energy. However, the point he recently sensed was entirely different. This point, while also energy, was one that Li Xun vaguely sensed yet could not fully comprehend or control. This energy was far from simple. It was based on the principles of the six forces of yin and yang, captured in the fleeting moment between life and death, requiring both profound insight and extraordinary fortune to seize. Li Xun discovered that this energy responded most directly to the majority of energies within him, an extraordinary phenomenon. According to the Yin Ming record, discovering a new strand of energy that could evoke numerous responses from other energies indicated its proximity to the essence of the Great Path. Therefore, Li Xun placed immense importance on this newfound energy. He named this strand of energy in his heart the limitation of life and death. It was clear that once he mastered this limitation of life and death, he would experience a comprehensive leap forward, a substantial transformation, a true elevation of his realm. He harbored such premonitions, confidence, and determination. Just as he made his 100th stroke, a servant reported that the Prince of Fortune's heir sought an audience. Before he could respond, Li Xun approached with laughter, calling out brother. From afar, appearing in high spirits, Li Xun signaled for the maidservants to retreat until they were at a distance. And only then did Li Xun enter the pavilion, promptly altering his address. Brother, you seem in good spirits. Upon seeing the ghostly symbols beneath Li Xun's brush, he could not finish his sentence, his face flushing crimson, ultimately unable to suppress a laugh. What kind of symbol are you drawing, brother? Li Xun replied half-jokingly. A symbol of life and death. He crumpled the imperfect paper into a ball, and with a mere rub, it turned to ash and dispersed. This rudimentary technique left Li Xun astounded, unsure whether to feel envy or jealousy. He gazed at the dissipating black ashes for a long moment before returning his attention to Li Xun. Brother, do you have time now? Li Xun responded vaguely, and Li Xun took it as an affirmation. You've been cooped up in the residence for too long. With the new year approaching, why not visit home? The old dowager has been quite concerned. This is merely a polite remark. The crux of the matter lies ahead. There is no better time than the present. Shall we venture out today? I shall take the opportunity to introduce a few friends to you. Just as Li Xun was about to decline, Li Xun's words silenced him. Brother Wang, you have already declined twice. Today, I have come personally to invite you. How about granting your younger brother a bit of face? Li Xun felt somewhat conflicted. Yet it was rare for his brother to extend such hospitality, making it difficult for him to refuse. Nevertheless, he did not forget that there were disciples of the Xingjian sect in the capital. However, this hesitation was fleeting. Li Xun was unwilling to exhibit indecision before his younger brother, as it would undermine the dignity of an elder. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Li Xun acquiesced. Li Xun appeared overjoyed. Then let us be off. My friends are quite interested in you, the little national master. Li Xun was indifferent, merely smiling as he accompanied him. The two brothers rode forth, heading straight from the manor to the eastern city gate. Li Xun mentioned that he wished to meet with several friends there, and Li Xun allowed him to lead the way. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease stirred within Li Xun. Observing Li Xun cheerfully guiding them ahead, that inappropriate feeling grew stronger. Something is amiss. He abruptly reined in his horse, contemplating the source of this strange sensation. When did Li Xun become so enthusiastic? The two brothers had not seen each other for nearly a decade. It could hardly be said that they shared a deep fraternal bond. As for familial affection, that was a mere jest in the imperial family. In public, Li Xun would naturally act amiably to showcase the close relationship between the Fuwang Manor and the National Master's residence. Yet, in private, he always maintained a certain distance, revealing his wariness toward him. What, then, accounted for today's behavior? Upon hearing Li Xun's command to halt, Li Xun turned back in astonishment, meeting Li Xun's penetrating, calm gaze, which seemed to see through the heart of men. Li Xun felt his smile fading. Fortunately, he no longer needed to feign laughter. The atmosphere grew tense with the sudden shift. Li Xun shifted his gaze toward the epicenter of this disturbance. At the center of the street stood a tall scholar clad in a deep blue robe. His slender face sharp and defined, his serious and imposing gaze fixed upon Li Xun. Li Xun's heart raced, then steadied, eventually returning to its usual rhythm. From the sides, the rear, and even from above, he sensed the same reaction. He realized he was encircled by 5 individuals, each possessing at least double his cultivation. The Xingjian sect. This was an unexpected outcome, a surprise born of conspiracy. What surprised Li Xun even more was that he felt no anxiety at all. The sequence of events swiftly unraveled in his mind, and he understood most of the circumstances. Slowly, he returned his gaze to Li Xun, this dear younger brother. Li Xun's expression was somewhat rigid, yet he managed to feign confusion, diverting his gaze to the encroaching figures to avoid meeting Li Xun's eyes. Upon spotting the blue-robed scholar ahead, he exclaimed in shock, "Brother He, what is this?" Li Xun had no desire to hear more. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. What do these individuals take me for? Contemplating this pivotal question, he took a deep breath and spoke gently to Li Xun. Are these the friends you introduced to me, dear brother? Li Xun was taken aback by Li Xun's unexpectedly gentle tone. He was genuinely puzzled. Li Xun had clearly seen through the situation, yet he maintained such a demeanor and unhesitatingly hinted at their somewhat concealed blood relation. Flustered, he could only nod stiffly. Not only him, but even the scholar appeared surprised by Li Xun's words, his gaze shifting between the two brothers before settling on Li Xun, his expression seemingly less severe. A surge of elation flooded Li Xun's heart. From the scholar's change in demeanor, he grasped many things. He began to sense that the present situation might not be as irretrievable as he had feared. With this thought in mind, he could not allow his expression to reflect it. He forced a smile, then sighed deeply, dismounting and approaching the scholar. Upon nearing, he bowed deeply, and as he rose, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Disciple of the Mingxin sword sect, Li Xun, here present. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed brother? Mingxin sword sect? The scholar was evidently perplexed by this title, yet it was Li Xun's calm and composed demeanor that left him even more confounded. However, he was no child. He quickly suppressed his bewilderment, returning the bow with an air of detachment. Tangxingjian sect, He Mulan. Upon hearing this name, Li Xun recognized him as the senior brother who had injured him that day. Indeed, he exuded an extraordinary presence. He was also familiar with the name He Mulan, one of the 4 gentlemen of the Tangxingjian sect, holding a status comparable to that of Wen Hai in the realm of Tongxian. Thus, he naturally displayed an expression of realization. Ah, so it is you, and Appos, Gentleman Lan, and Appos, Brother He. He intended to offer a compliment, but he was abruptly interrupted by He Mulan. This imposing man maintained an unsettling aura of authority in his eyes. Even though his gaze was not overtly hostile, it still exerted immense pressure on Li Xun. Perhaps I may call you Brother Sun? Li Xun offered a wry smile and nodded. He then observed He Mulan step forward, and with that single stride, the familiar aura of righteousness surged from him, filling the entire street. Li Xun, whose cultivation was at least 2-fold weaker than that of He Mulan, felt the weight of this overwhelming righteous energy. Yet he understood that even if his body could not resist, his gaze must not waver. A mere glance away would spell his doom. Suppressing the urge to flee, he summoned his remaining courage to stand against He Mulan. Fortunately, this torment was brief. Just as Li Xun was on the verge of drawing his sword to carve a path through, He Mulan sighed. Brother Sun, you possess extraordinary roots and pure cultivation. If you were to focus on your path, how could you not achieve greatness in the future? Yet why do you linger in this realm, resorting to flattery, and furthermore, relying on your cultivation to disrupt the inner sanctum? As he spoke the latter half, his tone grew stern, each word a piercing admonition. Culminating in the final 4 words, his eyes sharp and penetrating, striking at the very core of Li Xun's being. Inwardly, Li Xun scoffed, yet his expression betrayed a sense of desolation. He then glanced at Li Xun before turning back to He Mulan with a wry smile. Brother He, if we are to discuss our matters, must he be present? Though he appeared to sidestep the question, the subtle nuances on his face rendered the situation complex. He Mulan, not being a fool, was influenced by this expression. Very well, shall we converse outside the city? His tone unconsciously softened. He glanced at Li Xun, then back at Li Xun, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Li Xun nodded, turning to retrieve his horse, but was interrupted by a clear, ringing female voice. Hey, can't you even ride a sword? Li Xun paused, then turned toward the voice, which belonged to the only female cultivator among the 5. He had caught a glimpse of her through the water mirror technique that night, but seeing her up close now evoked a silent admiration. She was a girl imbued with an aura of gracefulness. Although her beauty did not quite rival that of Qin Yin or Qin Fei, her features were exquisite and delicate. Particularly her crescent-shaped eyes, which sparkled with joy as she smiled, reminiscent of a crescent moon in the sky, exuding an innocent charm that was utterly endearing. At first glance, she appeared to be around 17 or 18, perfectly matching Li Xun's age. She donned an elegant gown of resplendent purple, yet at her bosom, she had tied a delicate bow that danced gently in the breeze, lending her an air of vivacity. The manner in which she bore her sword was also unconventional, slanting it slightly beneath her chest. The blade measured merely a foot in length and was somewhat slender, its entire surface a deep shade of purple, its edge concealed, appearing at first glance more like a distinctive ornament, shrouded in mystery, harmonizing beautifully with its owner. Li Xun gazed upon this female cultivator, and a fleeting silhouette crossed his mind. Qi Yun. She bore a striking resemblance to Qi Yun, although the beauty before him surpassed Qi Yun in grace. Both exuded a timeless innocence and purity, untouched by the passage of time. Li Xun's impression of Qi Yun had not been profound. He had believed he had entirely forgotten her. Yet, the moment he beheld this female cultivator, he could not suppress the memories of the ethereal, drifting ash that lingered along the mountain path. There was no need for pretense. His face had turned ashen. The female cultivator was taken aback by his pallor, her crescent-shaped eyes widening. Just as she caught a glimpse of Li Xun slightly tilting his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I fear I cannot wield the sword. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden pressure gripped his hand. It was Mulan. Almost immediately, a surge of vital energy flowed into him, and he offered no resistance, allowing her to assess him. As their energies briefly intertwined, she released her grip, yet her brow furrowed slightly. Junior brother Sun, your vital energy is vibrant. How can you not wield the sword? Li Xun suppressed the surging tide of negative emotions within him, hastening his thoughts and rendering his expression more genuine. With a bitter smile, he replied, "This matter is rather complex." Mulan regarded him intently, nodded, and declared, "Then allow me to guide you." She gestured to her fellow disciples, grasped Li Xun, and soared into the sky, with the other four swiftly following suit, their swords slicing through the air. As they ascended, the breathtaking spectacle of sword light illuminated the heavens, leaving Li Xun below with his mouth agape, speechless for an extended moment.